Chapter 1. Have I become a counselor at my university? Teacher, here is my enrollment form. Teacher? Teacher.S. Bai Zhou squinted at the sun. He was suddenly jolted awake. A familiar face appeared before him, and he instinctively blurted out, Wang Boyu, what is happening? Shouldn't I be at home playing video games? His face was a canvas of astonishment as he glanced around. What is going on? Am I at Magic City University? Have I returned to my alma mater? He gazed at the welcoming banner hanging high above. Is it really 2015? The very day I enrolled 5 years ago. Teacher, how do you know my name? Bai Zhou noticed a list on the desk, at the top of which read, English Class 2. Counselor, Bai Zhou. English Class 2? Wasn't that the class I enrolled in back then? As Bai Zhou absorbed this line, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Autonomous consciousness of the host detected, activating the strongest counselor system. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Bai Zhou's lips as he grasped the situation and responded, Because I am your counselor. Ah, a counselor at such a young age? Wang Boyu, listening to Bai Zhou's explanation, felt a flicker of joy. Initially, he imagined counselors as stern, middle-aged individuals, but to his surprise, Bai Zhou appeared to be of a similar age, suggesting a lack of generational gap, making conversation much more approachable. Bai Zhou, equally delighted, looked at this new student. This was his close comrade from university. They had shared a bunk bed for 4 years, of course, one above the other. Accepting the enrollment form from Wang Boyu, Bai Zhou nonchalantly remarked, Wang Boyu, we should play Dota together sometime. Teacher, you play Dota too? Wang Boyu exclaimed, taking a step closer in excitement. Bai Zhou nodded. However, it must not interfere with your studies. With that, he pointed, Go over there to settle the accommodation fee. Wang Boyu chuckled. No problem. I'll head over now. He turned back thrice, grinning at Bai Zhou, naturally believing Bai Zhou had seen his interests on the application form. Yet, Bai Zhou had no need to glance at his application. He already knew Wang Boyu's background thoroughly. Ding! Acquired 1 recognition point. Recognition point? What is this? As Bai Zhou pondered this question, accompanied by the system's mechanical prompt, an enormous panel unfolded before him. Ding! First-time acquisition of recognition points by the host, opening the system mall. A system mall? These recognition points can be used as currency to purchase items within it. Bai Zhou quickly grasped the purpose of the recognition points as he perused the densely packed mall interface. Pole dance master? What is this? Piano proficiency. This one's decent, but not needed right now. However, he soon spotted something useful. English project mastery. This is excellent. I am currently the counselor for the English major, and this is certainly vital. As Bai Zhou continued to browse the storefront, his astonishment grew more pronounced. Aston Martin sports car? A 10 million credit card limit? Even commercial real estate. These recognition points can be exchanged for such items. While Bai Zhou was sifting through the mall list, a melodious voice drew his attention back to reality. Teacher? Hello? Here is my enrollment form. Bai Zhou refocused his gaze. A delicate oval face appeared before him. Her silky black hair was tied into a ponytail, cascading gently behind her. A hint of perspiration glistened on her smooth forehead, and she wore an innocent smile. Bai Zhou smiled back at the familiar visage, clearly hearing the low whispers of the volunteers nearby. This year's campus beauty ranking is bound to change. The girl seemed accustomed to such attention, maintaining a courteous smile. Bai Zhou continued to fulfill his responsibilities, accepting the enrollment form from the girl and motioning for her to proceed to the payment area. Turning back, he caught a subtle glance at the nearby volunteers, musing to himself, indeed, Li Si was a prominent contender on the campus beauty ranking. He couldn't help but reminisce about Li Si.In English Class 2. Li Si held the student number 2. Student numbers for freshmen were assigned based on their entrance exam scores. Li Si was undeniably an academic prodigy. Her singular focus on studies led her to achieve first place in the first exam and rank within the top 3 in the second. In contemporary terms, this girl will never lack suitors during her 4 years at university. Yet, it seemed that in Li Si's eyes, the only knowledge she valued were the pages of textbooks, while the hearts of countless innocent boys lay shattered by the lakeside pavilion. Wait, Bai Zhou suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Li Si encountered significant trouble during her senior year due to missing 5 credits, which wasted a lot of her review time. ultimately leading to a mere 0.5-point short falla. Truly lamentable situation. Logically speaking, how could such an academic star lack credits? However, Bai Zhou distinctly remembered that during the military training in freshman year, Li Si was notably absent. This indicated that the 5 missing credits stemmed from her absence during military training. The reason for her absence, as it turned out, was a sprained ankle. Initially, Li Si thought little of the injury, dismissing it as a minor sprain. Yet, as time passed, the pain intensified rather than subsiding. Eventually, it was diagnosed as a soft tissue dislocation of the ankle. As the saying goes, injury to tendons and bones takes 100 days to heal, and naturally, Li Si missed the month-long military training. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Bai Zhou's eyes. By the timeline, Li Si's ankle must be injured right now if I can help resolve the issue for her now. Bai Zhou felt as if the recognition points were beckoning to him. With this thought, he rose and walked towards Li Si. Chapter 2. The Goddess of Student Days. At that moment, Li Si had just completed her accommodation payment and was waiting for the fee collector to sign the receipt. A magnetic voice reached her ears. "Lic, have you settled the payment?" Upon hearing the voice, Li Si instinctively turned around, only to find a sunny and handsome face mere inches away. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she took a step back, nodding, "I have completed the payment." Bai Zhou observed the receipt in Li Si's hand and gestured for her to follow him. "Come with me." Paying the accommodation fee was the final step for new students' registration, and although Li Si was unsure of Bai Zhou's intentions, she followed him towards the exit of the registration area. "Where are your parents?" As Li Si walked ahead with her head down, she paused at Bai Zhou's inquiry and shook her head. "I came here alone for this registration." Bai Zhou nodded in understanding. "And no wonder your ankle is injured. And you didn't go to the hospital for a checkup, dada? How did you know?" "Teacher." Li Si was evidently surprised by Bai Zhou's awareness of her ankle injury but waved her hand dismissively. "Teacher, it's nothing, I just sprained it getting off the train today. You see, I'm walking just fine now." Bai Zhou cast a glance at Li Si. He couldn't say, "I know you'll miss military training because of this ankle injury, resulting in a loss of credits," could he? He pondered silently. "I noticed that when you made your payment just now, your body tilted to one side, and even as you walked, you felt fine, but it appeared quite unnatural to others." "Really?" A flicker of panic crossed Li Si's eyes. It would be a lie to claim she was not nervous. Bai Zhou nodded. "Let us go, I will take you to the infirmary for an examination." Li Si responded affirmatively and slowly followed Bai Zhou, unsure if it was psychological or if her ankle truly began to ache, feeling as though she could not move forward. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Zhou felt a surge of joy. The recognition points were the main objective of this endeavor. Before long, Bai Zhou led Li Si to the school's infirmary, relying on his memory. Being one of the top universities in the nation, the infirmary at Magic City University was more akin to a well-equipped clinic than a mere medical facility. However, since today was the day for new student registrations, only one doctor remained on duty. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, clad in a white coat, sat behind her desk engrossed in a game of hearts. Bai Zhou exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Dr. Liu?" He recalled an incident from his university days when he accidentally injured his finger while playing basketball. He had intended to visit the hospital for an X-ray, but was unexpectedly spotted by Dr. Liu, who promptly set his finger back in place without a second thought. The pain from that day was etched in Bai Zhou's memory forever. As Dr. Liu looked up upon Bai Zhou's entrance, she inquired, "Young man, what seems to be the problem?" Bai Zhou smiled warmly, responding, "Dr. Liu, it's not me, it's her. She has injured her ankle." He stepped aside to reveal Li Si. Upon seeing Li Si, Dr. Liu stood up, drawing back the curtain to reveal several beds lined up within. "An ankle injury, is it? Come, remove your shoes and lie down so I can take a look." After rolling up her pant leg, a visibly swollen area stood out against her otherwise smooth ankle. Dr. Liu's expression turned serious as she asked, "How did this happen?" Li Si softly explained, "I twisted it while carrying my luggage after getting off the high-speed train." To Bai Zhou's surprise, Dr. Liu shot him an irritated glance. "Honestly, I don't understand what you were thinking. You could have at least helped your girlfriend with her luggage. If you weren't going to carry it, you could have at least kept an eye on her." "Ah!" Before Bai Zhou could explain, Li Si hurriedly waved her hand. "No, that's not." Her face flushed, a rosy hue creeping to her ears. Bai Zhou hesitated to clarify. As the moment Dr. Liu spoke, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. What was happening? Bai Zhou glanced at Li Si, who had her head down. Could this also yield recognition points? Dr. Lu rolled her eyes at Bai Zhou. Look, your girlfriend is still defending you. Bai Zhou, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, I'm her counselor. Dr. Lu observed Bai Zhou's earnest expression and then glanced at the blushing Li Si, who fidgeted with her hands. Realizing she had misspoken, to ease the tension, she chuckled. So you are the new young counselor everyone has been talking about. Word spread before the semester began that 2 undergraduate counselors would remain on campus. I didn't expect to meet one on the very first day. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. 2. Bai Zhou felt no confusion regarding the increase in recognition points. Considering his age upon returning, he certainly met the criteria for remaining as a graduate. Who is the other one? Bai Zhou inquired, voicing his curiosity. You don't know? Dr. Lu seemed surprised. Aren't you two from the same major? I've heard one of you was the top scorer in the comprehensive assessment throughout the 4 years of your undergraduate studies, choosing to stay rather than pursue further. Studies.is that you? As Bai Zhou listened to Dr. Lu's description, he found it oddly familiar. While walking towards the cabinet storing medical supplies, Dr. Lu continued, let me treat your ankle. Avoid strenuous activities, and it should heal in about a week. If you had come any later, it could have become troublesome. Li Si, absorbing Dr. Lu's words, realized the severity of her ankle injury. She felt a wave of relief and gratitude as she glanced at Bai Zhou, who stood beside her, warmth blossoming within her heart. My counselor is not only young and handsome but also incredibly attentive. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Chapter 3. The Arrogant International Students. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. A series of recognition point notifications jolted Bai Zhou from his reverie. Observing the anxious expression on Li Si's face and the serious demeanor of Dr. Lu, Bai Zhou quickly comprehended the situation. Feeling satisfied with the growing recognition points, he had initially thought that accumulating 2 or 3 would be a delightful surprise, yet he found unexpected gains. Before long, Dr. Lu had provided a simple treatment for Li Si's ankle. After wrapping it in bandages, she noted that wearing her previous athletic shoes would be inconvenient, making walking less effortless than before. Dr. Lu produced a pair of disposable slippers from the infirmary and placed them on Li Si's feet. Bai Zhou, displaying gentlemanly grace, gently supported Li Si as they exited the infirmary together. Not far along, they encountered 2 flamboyantly dressed young men, one of whom sported flashy golden-rimmed glasses. The moment the 2 youths spotted Li Si, they paused, their faces betraying a lascivious grin that was utterly distasteful. Upon noticing Bai Zhou assisting Li Si, their expressions flickered with a hint of malice. The 2 seemed to engage in a rapid-fire exchange, undoubtedly speaking in the language of their homeland, suggesting they hailed from a nation known for its sun-kissed demeanor. Bai Zhou felt a headache coming on, discerning from their gestures that their remarks were anything but flattering. Naturally, he would not tolerate their behavior, mentally communicating with the system. System. Open the store and purchase proficiency in their language. Ding. Proficiency in their language purchased successfully. Simultaneously, Bai Zhou felt a momentary clarity wash over him, and the words exchanged between the 2 international students appeared vividly in his mind. He heard the bespectacled student remark to his companion. Hey, check out that girl, she's really beautiful. The other student, without glasses, smirked lewdly. Indeed, but it seems that guy next to her is probably her boyfriend. The student with the golden-rimmed glasses cast a disdainful glance at Bai Zhou. So what if she has a boyfriend? Here, a few stacks of cash tossed on the table would have her obediently comply. At this, he resumed his lewd grin and raised an eyebrow at his companion. Didn't you experience that firsthand last night? Ha ha ha. The 2 erupted into synchronized, disgusting laughter. Though Li Si could not comprehend their words, their expressions and gestures conveyed enough for her to grasp the situation. She gently tugged at Bai Zhou's arm, signaling him to leave swiftly. To her dismay, however, the student with the golden-rimmed glasses spat contemptuously at Bai Zhou's back, sneering, Look at this man. He appears quite shabby yet possesses a delicate visage. Is he perhaps being funded by a wealthy woman to flirt with his female classmates? Amidst the laughter of 2 international students from the Sun Nation, Bai Zhou halted, gently tapping Li Si on the arm. Bai Zhou slowly turned around, furrowing his brow as he cleared his ears, addressing the two students. Hey, could you refrain from barking like a dog behind me? It's causing my ears great discomfort. Of course, Bai Zhou spoke in standard Mandarin, knowing that as international students, they would surely comprehend Chinese. The bespectacled student, with golden frames, furrowed his brow upon hearing Bai Zhou's unexpected retort, and in broken Mandarin, he shouted back, "Why are you cursing at us? We're just chatting, what does it have to do with you? Also, what do you mean by barking like a dog? Oh, why should I not curse?" Bai Zhou's next words were delivered in impeccable Japanese. "Why do you think I would curse at you?" His fluent Japanese immediately captured Li Si's attention. Her large eyes fixated on Bai Zhou's silhouette, shimmering with an unusual light. Teacher Bai actually understands Japanese? Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou was taken aback, surprised that a single sentence had garnered him a recognition point. The two Japanese students, initially stunned by Bai Zhou's fluent Japanese, quickly turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down the forehead of the bespectacled youth. They nervously pondered, how can he speak our language? Did he hear everything we just said? Bai Zhou's ability to speak Japanese was indeed unexpected for them. In their minds, they believed they were the only Japanese students at the university, as the foreign language department did not offer a Japanese major. It was exceedingly rare to encounter someone fluent in Japanese on campus, and they never imagined that the young man they casually mocked would speak such fluent Japanese. His companion stepped forward, pointing at Bai Zhou. Though his tone was no longer arrogant, he stammered, "You can speak our language? Then why don't you communicate with us in our language?" Bai Zhou regarded him with a look of disdain. "Why must I speak it just because I can? Your language sounds so unpleasant. I fear I would be ridiculed for using it." Bai Zhou's expression of disgust suggested that speaking their language was indeed a source of embarrassment for him. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou could distinctly feel the gaze of Li Si behind him, relishing the continuously increasing recognition points. The two students, feeling deeply insulted, erupted in a cacophony of angry shouts in their harsh language. "You are insulting our great Sun Empire. Do you know what consequences await you?" Bai Zhou, unfazed, replied coolly, "And do you know what the consequences are for insulting a teacher on campus? Chapter 4. You are actually a teacher." What did you say? You are a teacher." The two Sun Nation students were instantly taken aback. The bespectacled student was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes clearly reflecting panic as he shouted, "Impossible! You must be a 3rd or 4th year student, at most you are far too young to qualify as a university teacher." Indeed, becoming a university professor, especially at a prestigious institution, requires a rigorous verification process. Fresh graduates can only aspire to be teaching assistants, their status comparable to that of students. However, counselors rarely engage in teaching duties and thus face less stringent educational requirements. Of course, becoming a resident counselor is no small feat. It is noteworthy that apart from Bai Zhou, only the top student in their cohort is eligible to remain as a counselor. Bai Zhou surveyed them with a neutral expression, retrieving a work ID from his pocket. The ID bore the words, "Magic City University, School of Foreign Languages and Literature, English Major, Class 2 Counselor, Bai Zhou." The two Sun Nation students, with necks craned and eyes wide, tremblingly pointed at the ID before them, caught in a state of shock, unable to utter a word. Bai Zhou nonchalantly tucked the ID away, casting a cold gaze upon them. Li Si, unaware of the exchange between the two students, grew anxious watching Bai Zhou stand his ground, gently tugging at his arm. "Teacher Bai, let's go." Bai Zhou showed no reaction to Li Si's words. However, the two stunned students seemed to awaken from their stupor. They stepped forward, deeply bowing at a 90-degree angle. At that moment, a passing student in the distance caught sight of the scene and appeared as if they had seen a ghost. After a brief moment of astonishment, they raised their phone, snapping a series of photos. Yet, Bai Zhou and his companions were oblivious to this. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow, listening to the two Sun Nation students babble a series of apologies. The bespectacled youth nodded vigorously. "Teacher, we truly apologize. We were unaware of your identity and sincerely regret the trouble we caused you and your girlfriend." His companion chimed in, awkwardly attempting a Chinese idiom. "Teacher, may you forgive our minor transgressions. We have deeply recognized our mistakes and humbly request your forgiveness." Though Li Si could not comprehend the language spoken by the two students, She observed their fearful demeanor and looked curiously at Bai Zhou's back. What has teacher Bai done to make these once arrogant students act so submissively? Although Li Si was merely a freshman, she had heard tales of foreign students at prestigious universities being arrogant and domineering, often disregarding teachers. It was indeed surprising to witness two students transform so drastically upon Bai Zhou revealing his identity as a counselor. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. The string of notifications startled Bai Zhou. Why did I suddenly gain over 10 recognition points? Is it because of Li Si? Can't possibly be due to those two fools, can it? Certainly, their frantic apologies stemmed not solely from Bai Zhou's identity as a counselor in their earlier crude exchanges. They had disclosed details about their questionable interactions with certain professions the previous night. Such matters are not only prohibited by school regulations but are also illegal in society. If a student were to learn of it, they could suppress the incident due to their status as international students. However, Bai Zhou as a counselor held a different position. There was no way to cover up such actions when it came to a counselor. If the school were to discover what they had done, deportation would be the least of their worries. Bai Zhou, irritated by the bowing and scraping of the two students, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You are making a racket. The two students immediately fell silent, standing tremulously to the side, afraid to utter a sound. Bai Zhou pointed an accusing finger at them. Are you implying that as ordinary students, you can freely discuss and insult others? The two young men, already trembling with fear, became even more terrified. They waved their hands, drenched in sweat. No. Teacher, you have misunderstood our intentions. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Under the frigid gaze of Bai Zhou, the two young men immediately fell silent, their anxious eyes brimming with tears. Bai Zhou continued, his tone stern and icy. You foreign students, taking advantage of your status, behave arrogantly within the school, acting with impunity. Do you still resemble students in any way? Gazing at the two shivering international students, Bai Zhou felt a surge of indignation, yet he managed to maintain his composure. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, remove yourselves from my sight. Return and await further action. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's directive to wait for further proceedings, the two students stepped forward in alarm. Teacher, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us. Bai Zhou coldly regarded them. What is it? Do you not comprehend my words? Shall I translate them into your native tongue for you? No need with that. The two international students hurriedly departed, almost fleeing the scene. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, his remarks had drawn two astonished gazes, one from Li Si behind him, and another from a bystander in the corner, discreetly recording the entire event on their phone. Meanwhile, the persistent chimes of the system echoed in Bai Zhou's ears. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Chapter 5. Unintentionally becoming a school celebrity, Bai Zhou and Li Si departed together, yet a figure lurking in the corner was far from idle. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he fervently edited something on his phone, muttering to himself. On the very first day of school, I've stumbled upon a sensational story. Who was that person just now? Remarkable. Alright, send. In an instant, the online platforms of Magic City University buzzed with activity. An article titled "Who Made the International Students Flee in Panic?" rapidly went viral. The cover featured a photograph of two international students bowing their heads in respect to Bai Zhou. The article revealed several more photos and concluded with a brief video. After a moment of silence, comments erupted like a geyser. My goodness, this is astonishing. I thought it was just clickbait, but it's real. First, I was trying to identify the international students, and upon watching the video, I discovered they were from Little Sun Country. What a relief. Please, can someone share the young man's social media account? Naturally, dissenting voices emerged as well. Why can different languages communicate so seamlessly? This must be edited. Who would dare treat international students from the Great Sun Empire in such a manner? However, the account belonging to Luo Yonghao was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming response from netizens. As the post spread rapidly, several hot comments surfaced. Comment 1. The young man is absolutely right. We are merely upholding our national virtues. These foreign students are overstepping their bounds and must be firmly dealt with. Comment 2. Someone previously mentioned communication without a common language. From the young man's last remark, do I need to translate it into Little Sun language for you? It is evident he speaks their language and refuses to use it with them. If you come to our country, you should speak our language. A sardonic remark also infiltrated the trending comments. Comment 5. The young man in the video went too far. After all, they are foreign students. Isn't this detrimental to the friendly relations between our two countries? Such behavior is unacceptable, and I hope for severe punishment. This comment did not garner likes but instead was met with a barrage of scornful replies. I'll ruin your face. I'll punish you. As a human being, I advise you to perish. Some even resorted to using prohibited language, resulting in a flurry of expletives. Soon, this comment was deleted. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was oblivious to all this. He had just returned to the registration area with Li Si. Since Li Si had come alone for her registration, her luggage was stored at the entrance. Volunteers were on hand to assist her to her dormitory. Bai Zhou had his own responsibilities. He couldn't neglect the students in his class without a counselor. Thus, they bid farewell, and Bai Zhou sought the faculty passage to return to his seat. As soon as he stepped into the faculty corridor, he heard, "Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point." What is happening? Now it was Bai Zhou's turn to feel perplexed. What have I done? Where are these recognition points coming from? They keep increasing. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Although Bai Zhou was unaware of his actions, he welcomed the accumulation of recognition points. However, he didn't want the system to keep announcing the points incessantly in his mind. System, please notify me every 10 points for future increments. The system offered no response. Yet the notification sounds ceased as Bai Zhou took a few more steps. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Content with the rapid increase in recognition points, Bai Zhou returned to the registration area, only to find someone occupying his designated seat. Seated behind the desk, he could only see the upper half of the figure, long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. With bright eyes and a warm smile, she wore delicate black-framed glasses. It was Lin Xiao. Bai Zhou approached the desk, momentarily dazed, as if transported back to his own enrollment day, with teacher Lin sitting there just as before. Lin Xiao had just finished processing a student's registration form and was signing it when she noticed someone at the desk. "Student, you're..." Upon recognizing Bai Zhou's face, she paused and quickly corrected herself. "Ah, it's teacher Bai. You're back?" Hearing Lin Xiao call out to him, Bai Zhou responded with a smile and a nod. "Hello, teacher Lin." Lin Xiao stood, extending her right hand for a brief handshake before stepping to a nearby desk. She smiled at Bai Zhou and said, "Did you arrive late too? I got stuck in traffic and noticed a few students at your table, so I went ahead and registered some of them for you." Initially, Bai Zhou felt a hint of shyness toward his former university teacher, but Lin Xiao's repeated calls of teacher Bai dissipated any lingering awkwardness. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively. "One of our new students had a medical issue, so I took her to the infirmary, which delayed me a bit." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's explanation, Lin Xiao realized her misunderstanding and, slightly embarrassed, playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, teacher Bai. I misjudged you." Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou was certain that among the 10 recognition points, some were undoubtedly attributed to Lin Xiao's contribution. Chapter 6. The First Class Meeting. Bai Zhou nonchalantly waved his hand. "What is there to be sorry for? I should be thanking teacher Lin for assisting me in receiving several students." Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded at Bai Zhou, accepting an enrollment form from a new student. The two quickly immersed themselves in their respective tasks. However, as Bai Zhou received students, a notification sound echoed in his mind at intervals. Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Soon, Bai Zhou had collected all 35 enrollment forms from the English Class 2 students. At this moment, the frequency of notifications in his mind gradually slowed down, and the value dropped to 1. Naturally, Bai Zhou understood that his earlier command was to accumulate recognition points rapidly. Hence the notification value was 10. Now that it had fallen to 1, It indicated that the period of rapid accumulation had passed. Yet, the notification for gaining 1 recognition point did not vanish. The intervals remained similar, merely with a reduced point value. Although Bai Zhou delighted in such matters, the phenomenon still struck him as peculiar. He cast a puzzled glance at Lin Xiao, who was recording student information. Could it be Teacher Lin? That shouldn't be. I haven't done anything yet. However, Bai Zhou quickly shook his head, reasoning that if the system was generating recognition points, there must be a reason for it. Now that he had some points, how could he resist the temptation of shopping? Thus, Bai Zhou sat in his seat, opening the system mall. 696. Goodness. I've only just awakened the system a few hours ago, and have already accumulated over 600 points. Including the 5 points spent on the Little Sun language earlier, I should have a total of around 700 points. Since the Little Sun language belonged to the internal language projects of the mall, Bai Zhou naturally accessed the language project interface. He discovered that different languages required different expenditures. The cheapest ones were indeed the likes of the Little Sun language and Korean, costing only 5 points. Meanwhile, the English proficiency project he had long been eyeing required 100 recognition points for purchase. Bai Zhou clicked his tongue. It seems that this 700 points is still far from sufficient. The most expensive language project, remarkably, was Chinese language and literature, demanding a full 1,000 recognition points for acquisition. After spending 100 points to purchase English proficiency, he exited the language interface and opened the Aston Martin project he had long desired. One of Bai Zhou's lifelong dreams was to have the chance to experience the vehicle of 007, James Bond. With a swish, a dazzling list unfolded before him. Pictures of cool and stylish cars filled his vision. Bai Zhou immediately spotted his dream car, the Aston Martin DB11. It only costs 200 recognition points? Does that mean I can purchase it right now? Bai teacher? Just as Bai Zhou was about to tuck his dream within reach, Lin Xiao's gentle voice interrupted him. He snapped back to reality, seeing Lin Xiao tidying up documents on the table, beckoning to him. Teacher Lin, is there something you need? Lin Xiao, as always, wore a warm smile. Bai teacher, it's time for us to attend the principal's welcome assembly for new students. Bai Zhou realized, glancing around to see that the reporting area was now devoid of new students, and the teachers were attending to the documents on the desks. He stood up. Let us go. Bai Zhou and Lin Xiao followed the teachers out of the reporting area, leaving the volunteer students to clean up. The assembly hall, though not the largest at Moda University, was still capable of accommodating over 10,000 people. Despite there being only around 3,500 new students, the hall was packed to the brim. Yet no one was surprised. Not all new students arrived alone, likely see. Some had their entire families in tow. The principal, a middle-aged man nearing 50, donned a sharp suit and held a manuscript he had written himself, delivering what he believed to be an impassioned speech, though it was rather dull. Bai Zhou listened to the same rhetoric he had heard before, feeling drowsy. Thankfully, the duration was not too lengthy, as the new students would need to get to know their advisors afterward. Clearly, such introductions could not occur in this hall. With over 3,500 students and nearly 100 classes, it would surely descend into chaos. As the new students and their parents exited in an orderly fashion, Bai Zhou exchanged greetings with Lin Xiao and departed the hall. Following the route etched in his memory, he arrived at the entrance of classroom 4002 in Building 1. Standing at the door, Bai Zhou felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. I never imagined I would return here one day. Gathering his thoughts, he stepped into his designated classroom. Observing the scene inside, Bai Zhou frowned and sighed inwardly. Now I understand why Teacher Lin's expression was so grim back then. The classroom, designed for 60, only housed 35 students, giving it a rather spacious appearance. Yet it was far from quiet. Some students were munching on snacks, others were chatting, and a few girls were busy applying makeup. In the back rows, boys who had just met on their first day were already engaged in mobile gaming. One girl was hopping around, adding friends on WeChat. The volume of chatter from the girls showed no sign of restraint. Hey, did you know? Exclaimed one girl, just having finished her eyeliner, as she nudged a classmate. Our advisor is a young handsome guy. Really? The other girl seemed intrigued. From another corner came a disdainful voice. Haven't you seen him? The one who just collected our enrollment forms is our advisor. Really? I thought he was just some other school staff. A boy scratched his chin. Is he really handsome? I feel like he is not that great. His comment naturally drew scorn from a group of female classmates. Bai Zhou touched his nose, wondering if they were referring to him. Remaining composed, he gently closed the classroom door and stepped onto the podium. Chapter 7. I am quite familiar with you. As the raucous crowd below took notice of the closed classroom door and the figure of Bai Zhou ascending to the podium, a gradual hush enveloped the room. Even the boys who had been engaged in games began to settle down. After all, this was the first class meeting since arriving at university, and it was essential to present oneself appropriately. Several girls in the class sat upright, their gaze fixed intently on Bai Zhou, each silently reflecting, "Wow, our counselor is remarkably young, and most importantly, he is quite handsome." One boy, observing the infatuated expression of the girl beside him, glanced at Bai Zhou and muttered, "What's so special? He's just about average." The girl shot him a disapproving look, as if to say, "Do you not know your own worth?" Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Though the accumulation of recognition points did not reach a level warranting a system notification, Bai Zhou was nonetheless pleased. He instinctively brushed his chin, unaware that this casual gesture would earn him even more admiration from a throng of young admirers. With a gentle smile, Bai Zhou addressed the now tranquil class. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Allow me to begin with a brief self-introduction. Of course," he added silently to himself, "while you may be strangers to me, I am quite familiar with you." As Bai Zhou spoke his first words, he unknowingly stirred yet another wave of admiration among the girls. Their counselor was not only handsome but possessed a voice that was equally pleasing. I'm a fan. Oblivious to the inner musings of these fangirls, Bai Zhou continued to introduce himself as his recognition points steadily climbed. He concluded with, "Over the next 4 years, we will be like a family. You may consider me your guardian, and feel free to approach me anytime with any academic or personal concerns." To his surprise, applause erupted from the class, led by a few enthusiastic girls, with the rest of the students following suit. A handful of boys, though reluctant, clapped their hands in a symbolic gesture, making the applause appear relatively warm. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou smiled and gestured for silence once more. Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai. A voice broke through the newly restored quietude, belonging to the same girl who had previously been bouncing around asking for WeChat contacts. Teacher Bai, I have a question. Bai Zhou recognized her as Wang Xiaoyu, who, despite her unremarkable appearance, had a vivacious personality. Notably, during her sophomore year, her knowledge of the internet and powerful beauty-enhancing capabilities, combined with the popularity of live streaming platforms in 2015 and 2016, had transformed her into an internet sensation. Bai Zhou nodded, indicating she could pose her question. Unsurprisingly, it was, "Teacher Bai, could we connect on WeChat?" This prompted a wave of laughter from the class. Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, urging Wang Xiaoyu to sit down. He then retrieved his phone, which had traversed time with him. "Let us create a group chat face-to-face. This way, I can send notifications about any updates, and you can add me easily. My number is 2580. As the number of participants in the group chat rose to 36, he tucked his phone away and continued, "Now that we've added each other on WeChat, it's time for me to get to know all of you." This implied it was time for self-introductions. "I'll go first," Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, eager to be the first to introduce herself. However, Bai Zhou raised a hand and shook the class list in front of him. "According to our class roster, I will call out names one by one for introductions, which will also give you a taste of the attendance roll call that you will both love and loathe in the future." Laughter filled the classroom once more, and Bai Zhou's impression on the students shifted yet again. Although he was undertaking a serious task, his words subtly bridged the gap between teacher and students. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou called the roll in order of student numbers. Mal Yangzhe. A handsome boy stood up, his expression neutral, yet he introduced himself in a friendly manner. Ma Liangzhe had been Bai Zhou's class monitor. His dormitory was directly across from Bai Zhou's. He was academically gifted, consistently ranking first or second in the overall assessments each semester, seemingly absorbed in his studies. Nevertheless, as class monitor, he handled class affairs meticulously, earning unanimous praise from his peers. After his introduction, Bai Zhou nodded for him to sit down. Li Si. At this moment, Li Si had already changed out of her slippers. Although still in some discomfort, she managed to stand up. Facing Bai Zhou's warm gaze, she felt a slight flush and softly said, "Hello, Teacher Bai, and greetings to all my classmates. I am Li Si, a local from the Magic City." While Li Si quietly introduced herself, a voice from the back of the classroom expressed confusion. Why does Li Si look increasingly like that person from the pictures online? Chapter 8. Is Teacher Bai the online guy? This sudden realization of his caused quite a stir. Li Si's voice wasn't particularly loud to begin with, but many students in the back rows heard him clearly. Li Si was seated in the third row, with over a dozen classmates behind him. His words felt like reciting a high school text, hesitating on a word, only to have someone suddenly prompt him. "Yep, I think so too. Exactly. The more I look, the more it seems like him." The whispers spread naturally throughout the classroom. Li Si's new roommate, sitting beside him, gently tugged at his sleeve. Li Si, the guy in that online post, was wearing one medical slipper, just like when you first arrived at the dorm. "Couldn't he really be you, could it?" Interrupted during his self-introduction, Li Si frowned slightly in displeasure. Hearing his roommate's question, he was equally puzzled. "Post? What post?" "Here. Look." She pulled out her phone, opened an app, and showed him the top article under the MD University section. Who was it that made the exchange students flee in panic? Li Si's heart skipped a beat. The incident at the infirmary. Someone actually recorded it. His roommate, noticing his expression, grew even more certain. She tugged at him excitedly. "Li Si, you must know that guy then. Is he your boyfriend?" Standing at the podium, Bai Zhou frowned as the murmurs filled the room. "Quiet. I'm still standing here. Whatever it is, can't it wait until after the meeting?" Must you interrupt Li Si's introduction? Though Bai Zhou aimed to connect with his students as a counselor, he couldn't afford to lack authority as a teacher. The students immediately fell silent at his tone. Just as Li Si was about to restart his introduction, a timid voice spoke up. "Wang Xiaoyu. Why do I feel like Teacher Bai looks like that guy?" This time, the classroom was dead silent. Only that single voice echoed, and Bai Zhou heard it clearly. "Guy? What guy?" Though no one spoke, every student's eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery as they stared at Bai Zhou. A boy in the front row slowly stood up and handed his phone to Bai Zhou, asking cautiously, "Teacher Bai, is this you?" Bai Zhou glanced at the screen and understood immediately. "So this is why my approval points surged this afternoon." He returned the phone calmly. "Whether I admit it or not, what's mine will always be mine." His words carried a faint explanation. "This afternoon, I escorted Li Si to the infirmary. I didn't expect someone to film it. No need to make a fuss, everyone." His statement was an implicit confirmation. The person in the video was indeed him. The classroom erupted. "Teacher Bai. It's really Teacher Bai." Teacher Bai scolded those foreign exchange students. "So cool. Ding. Approval points 1. Ding. Approval points 1. Ding. Approval points 1. A few fangirls squealed the loudest. "Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai. You even know Solarian." Another quickly chimed in. "What's so surprising? Teacher Bai is a foreign languages counselor. A minor language like Solarian is nothing to him." Even some male students, who had previously been envious of Bai Zhou's looks, grew excited. "Teacher Bai, what did those two do to make you reprimand them?" "Yeah. The way you put them in their place was so cool." Evidently, there were differences in what men and women found impressive. One student even stood up, mimicking Bai Zhou's stance. "That last line, do I need to translate it into Solarian for you?" was absolutely epic. Bai Zhou watched the chaos unfold, realizing it was getting out of hand. He raised a hand to silence them. "All right, enough. This is a class meeting. Save the questions for afterward." His stern tone carried the authority of an educator. The fangirls stuck out their tongues but obediently settled down. Though the classroom quieted, Bai Zhou's system notifications did not. The approval points surged once more. Ding. Approval points 10. Ding. Approval points 10. Ding. Approval points 10. Bai Zhou shook his head helplessly, but he certainly wasn't complaining. The self-introductions resumed as Bai Zhou called each name. Gradually, the notifications in his mind subsided. When he reached the 15th student, a faint smile curled his lips. Time to earn more approval points. Though he had already gained plenty earlier, there was no harm in accumulating more. Chen Ziyu, a boy with white-framed glasses, stood up, his hair slicked into an exaggerated side part. His appearance might have seemed pretentious, but judging him by looks alone would be a mistake. Bai Zhou remembered how, in the past, this student's introduction had caused quite a stir. Chen Ziyu rose slowly, smiling as fluent English flowed from his lips. My name is Chen Ziyu. I'm a local of MD. I came to MD University to obtain my bachelor's degree, then take the IELTS or TOEFL for overseas qualifications, followed by the GRE to pursue a master's abroad. Chapter 9. The Rapid Accumulation of Recognition Points. Chen Ziyu's fluent English and clear pronunciation instantly captivated the attention of his classmates. Several boys in the back gazed at him with admiration. How impressive was that? Of course, they were all English majors and their proficiency was commendable, but achieving a level of spoken fluency akin to that of a native speaker was indeed a formidable challenge. Even if one had passed the highest level of the English proficiency test, a conversation with a native speaker could still leave one utterly bewildered. Initially, everyone assumed that he had memorized a prepared script. However, upon hearing his pronunciation and the length of his self-introduction, they quickly dispelled that notion. A singular thought occupied their minds. What kind of prodigy is this? Meanwhile, Bai Zhou listened to Chen Ziyu's introduction with a serene smile. Bai Zhou knew that before attending university, Chen Ziyu had lived abroad for 6 years. Thus his English skills were naturally exceptional. Had Bai Zhou not mastered the intricacies of the English language himself, he might have appeared completely lost amidst the conversation. However, now, Bai Zhou found listening to Chen Ziyu's English as effortless as conversing in Mandarin. Furthermore, Bai Zhou immediately grasped the reason behind Chen Ziyu's elimination from a model United Nations interview in his junior year. While Chen Ziyu's English was indeed fluent, Bai Zhou, being well-versed in English, distinctly recognized the strong Australian accent in Chen Ziyu's speech. Soon, Chen Ziyu concluded his introduction with a cheerful thank you, everyone, yet remained standing, wearing a confident smile as he looked at Bai Zhou, seemingly expecting him to have something to say. The classmates turned their gaze toward Bai Zhou, naturally believing in his English proficiency. However, given Bai Zhou's youth and lack of overseas experience, many felt a tinge of anxiety on his behalf. A few female classmates even cast glances of mild disdain at Chen Ziyu, clearly thinking, "Are you trying to embarrass our instructor during the first class meeting?" Nevertheless, Li Si had complete faith in Bai Zhou. She had witnessed him converse effortlessly with 2 international students using a rare dialect, something that wasn't captured in online videos. She thought to herself, if Bai Zhou can handle such an obscure language, mastering English should be a walk in the park for him. At that moment, Bai Zhou wore a warm and gentle smile as he nodded at Chen Ziyu, addressing him calmly in standard American English. Your spoken English is quite proficient. Bai Zhou's mastery of the language extended beyond American pronunciation, but he opted for it as a reference for Chen Ziyu. Li Si wore an expression that said, "I knew it all along," while the other classmates gasped, their gazes shifting to Bai Zhou with newfound respect. Each of them discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Bai Zhou is truly remarkable. A few of Wang Xiaoyu's admirers looked at him with starry-eyed admiration. Wang Xiaoyu even clasped her hands to her heart, silently thinking, our instructor is incredible. Not only is he young and handsome, but he also speaks multiple languages fluently. The boys nearby exchanged glances, begrudgingly acknowledging Bai Zhou's prowess. At that moment, jealousy had faded, leaving only admiration in its wake. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. As Bai Zhou reveled in the stream of notifications from the system, Chen Ziyu was momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhou's continued conversation in English. He had not anticipated that his instructor possessed such formidable language skills, enabling effective communication. His intention in showcasing his English was not to embarrass Bai Zhou, but rather to demonstrate his own talent and gain respect from his peers and instructor. In essence, it was a matter of vanity, a desire to shine. From Bai Zhou's pronunciation and intonation, Qianziyu sensed that his instructor's spoken English might even surpass his own. It seemed clear that Bai Zhou was a returned overseas student. Impressive indeed. Bai Zhou had little more to say to Qianziyu, merely offering him a brief compliment regarding his English proficiency, just as Bai Zhou was about to conclude. But Bai Zhou's tone shifted. Your English pronunciation carries a distinct Australian accent, indicating that you have spent some time in Australia. While Australian English is perfectly acceptable in Australia, it presents significant challenges on a global scale. Many formal activities may pose difficulties due to your accent, so I strongly recommend that during your 4 years here, you work on refining your pronunciation. Bai Zhou delivered this advice in English, leaving the surrounding classmates somewhat puzzled. Qianziyu, grateful for Bai Zhou's discreet approach in addressing his issue, responded in Mandarin, "Thank you, Bai Laosher. I will take note." He then bowed slightly and took his seat. The classroom erupted into applause once more. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. With a smile, Bai Zhou gestured for silence, feeling the swift increase in his recognition points, and proceeded to call on the next student for their self-introduction. Chapter 10. Li Si's Gratitude. After that, nothing particularly strange occurred, and the self-introduction went smoothly. Bai Zhou, leveraging his understanding of his classmates, crafted the role of a counselor, garnering a wave of approval points. This also helped the newly admitted students to shed their initial reservations. Feeling the surge of over 1,300 approval points and glancing at the familiar faces below, he nodded. It was a promising beginning. Soon, Bai Zhou announced that military training uniforms would be distributed on Saturday, with formal military training commencing on Monday, before declaring the meeting adjourned. However, none of the students in the classroom made a move to leave. Instead, they gazed at Bai Zhou with eager anticipation. A bold male student from the front row spoke up. "Teacher Bai, can you tell us why you reprimanded those 2 foreign students?" His enthusiasm clearly implied that they wouldn't leave until he addressed the matter. Bai Zhou, feeling somewhat helpless, offered a vague response. "I just thought they were acting in a manner unbecoming of students on campus, so I told them they were tarnishing their country's image, which apparently moved them to tears." Such a flimsy excuse was hardly convincing, even to Bai Zhou himself, let alone the students. He decided not to indulge them and feigned annoyance. "What are you all doing? Are you going to pester me endlessly? Look outside at the setting sun. If you don't leave now, the cafeteria might just run out of food." "Oh, right," exclaimed a chubby student, slapping the table as he jumped up and dashed out. This elicited a chorus of eye rolls from his peers. Another boy beside him scoffed. "Humph, all he thinks about is food." Then he paused. "Wait for me." As Bai Zhou watched his classmates bid him farewell and rush out of the classroom, he let out a sigh of relief. Of course, he had been bluffing. There was no way the cafeteria at a prestigious university like Magic City University would run out of food. Moreover, he knew that most of his classmates were not financially challenged and wouldn't be deterred by the cafeteria's offerings. Nevertheless, the excitement of entering college and having their first meal on campus compelled them to occupy the cafeteria early. After all, having spent 4 years at Magic City University, Bai Zhou knew that the cafeteria was only crowded during 2 specific periods: the arrival of new students and military training. Once his classmates had left, Bai Zhou began tidying up the papers on his desk. As he made his way to his office, he felt a lightness in his step, his mind brimming with anticipation. With over 1,300 approval points, he was eager to indulge in some shopping. "Teacher Bai, is the class meeting over?" Lin Zhao's warm voice jolted him from his thoughts. "Teacher Lin?" He noticed the evident weariness on Lin Zhao's face, a common sight for teachers after a long day. "Are you having dinner at home tonight? Or are you heading to the staff cafeteria?" she inquired, a hint of longing in her expression. Having been in university for 4 years, she had heard tales of the staff cafeteria's culinary delights and was finally getting a chance to experience it. Bai Zhou, however, was not particularly drawn to the staff cafeteria's meals. Instead, Lin Zhao's words reminded him, "Home? Where am I supposed to stay? Bai Zhou quickly realized the predicament. He was not a local of Magic City and had always resided in the dorms while studying. Now, as a newly appointed counselor, he found himself without a place to stay. Surely he couldn't sleep on the streets, could he? He wondered if there were any rental options available at this hour. Determined to find a place to live, Bai Zhou concocted a reason about having to go home for dinner in response to Lin Xiao. She did not press the issue further inside. So, Teacher Bai, how did the first class meeting go? Do you think these freshmen will give you a headache? Bai Zhou was somewhat surprised and shook his head. Not at all. I found them quite endearing. A few students even wanted to add me on WeChat. Really? Lin Xiao's face lit up with a hint of envy. I truly envy you, Teacher Bai, for being able to connect with the students so well. Ding. Gained 1 approval point. Ding. Gained 1 approval point. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. Is this how one earns approval points? Lin Xiao continued, her voice tinged with a bittersweet resignation. She had initially believed that becoming a teacher would mean guiding a group of delightful students, but reality proved otherwise. She paused at this point and Bai Zhou understood. Students at Magic City University were no ordinary individuals, often hailing from prestigious backgrounds or being renowned scholars. This was a primary reason why teaching at a top university was no easy feat for Lin Xiao, a recent graduate serving as a counselor. It posed an even greater challenge, as not everyone possessed the same inherent advantages as Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou felt compelled to assist Lin Xiao, not for any other reason than the allure of those precious approval points. However, that was a matter for another time. Present, Bai Zhou stood before the familiar entrance of the Light and Shadow Laboratory. The spacious laboratory served as the office for the counselor of English Class 2. Originally, it belonged to Lin Xiao, but she was now responsible for the laboratory of Class 1. This arrangement could be seen as a part-time role for counselors at the university, as experienced faculty members were unlikely to oversee a laboratory. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou relished the solitude, preferring to work alone rather than share an office with several other instructors. Sitting in the chair designated for Class 2's counselor, he found it surprisingly comfortable. A buzzing sound emanated from the desk. Bai Zhou straightened and picked up his phone. Who could it be? His WeChat notifications were filled with messages from the class group and various student interactions, alongside a dozen friend requests. Why don't you all include a note? How am I supposed to know who's who? Among the friend requests, one from a user named Lissy caught his attention. The accompanying message read, Hello Teacher Bai, I am Lissy. I wanted to thank you for today. To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to dinner. When would you be available? An invitation to dinner? Though Bai Zhou was indeed keen to share a meal with Lissy, he found himself in a precarious situation without a stable living arrangement. Resolving his housing issue was his immediate priority. After accepting Lissy's friend request, her dinner invitation came through promptly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lissy, your ankle is injured. You should prioritize rest. Let's wait until after military training when your foot is better. Ding. Gained 1 approval point. Ding. Gained 1 approval point. Bai Zhou smiled as he saw Lissy's response. Yes. Thank you for your concern, teacher. He then closed WeChat and turned his attention to the system space, eager to see if he could exchange his points for a property, thereby resolving his housing dilemma. However, disappointment quickly set in. Within the system marketplace, the most basic property available was a duplex apartment, requiring a minimum of 2,000 points in Magic City. Staring at his fewer than 1,500 points, he realized he was still 500 short. What to do now? Bai Zhou sighed, feeling the irony of being unable to purchase decent items due to his insufficient points. Chapter 11. Renting a house. Bai Zhou exited the system space and opened his Zhibao app, gazing at the balance of less than 10,000 with a sense of frustration. Yet, there was a glimmer of relief. Had the system reset his assets along with his social relationships, he would have been utterly destitute. Bai Zhou assessed all his possessions upon returning to this world. A driver's license, a bank card from his high school scholarship, a mobile phone, and that was all. He began to scour various local websites in search of rental properties. Unfortunately, the vicinity of Modu University was prime real estate, and rent was exorbitantly high, typically requiring a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. Given his current predicament, affording such costs was impossible, compelling him to look further afield. At last, he discovered a modest apartment 10 kilometers from Moda University with a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan, still leaving him with some funds for sustenance. Although cheaper options existed, their locations were far from ideal. Having pinpointed his target, Bai Zhou contacted the landlord using the provided phone number. Yet, considering the 10-kilometer distance, he realized he needed a means of transportation. While a house was beyond his budget, surely he could afford a vehicle. Excitedly, he opened the Aston Martin page, and to his astonishment, the coveted DB11 could be obtained for merely 200 points. System: exchange for the Aston Martin DB11. Ding. Host: please find an open area. Bai Zhou smacked his forehead. Of course, he couldn't simply summon it within the confines of the laboratory. Rising immediately, he gathered his meager belongings, locked his office door, and headed toward the faculty parking lot. As he passed the campus basketball court, he spotted some familiar figures. Were those seniors? No, they were former seniors. Watching 3 students from the class of 2014 energetically playing basketball in their jerseys, an idea struck Bai Zhou. Basketball. Wasn't that an excellent way to earn recognition points? In his memory, the foreign language department's basketball team was a regular fixture in the top 8 of campus tournaments, albeit never advancing beyond that. Previously, Bai Zhou felt utterly powerless to assist his department's team. However, this time was different. Armed with the system, acquiring a skill in basketball would make him an unstoppable force. As he made his way to the parking lot, he resolved to become a coach instead of a player, which would surely facilitate earning recognition points. Just then, he was halted by a figure. Student, this is the faculty parking lot. Students are prohibited from entering. Bai Zhou looked up at the security guard. Indeed, Moda University enforced such regulations to protect faculty property. Calmly, he produced his staff ID from his pocket. The guard's surprise was palpable. You're a counselor? Such a young counselor? This can't be real. Seeing the guard's incredulous expression, Bai Zhou shrugged helplessly. You check IDs every day. Can't you tell? After scrutinizing the ID several times, the guard sheepishly returned it. My apologies, Teacher Bai, your credentials are genuine. However, you are indeed quite young for a counselor. Bai Zhou recognized that the guard meant no harm and smiled as he entered the parking area. After navigating through a maze of vehicles, he arrived at an empty parking space. System: purchase the Aston Martin DB11. Ding. Purchase successful. Suddenly, a key exclusive to the Aston Martin appeared in Bai Zhou's empty right hand. Before him, a sleek silver supercar manifested in the vacant parking space. Overjoyed, Bai Zhou marveled at the shimmering vehicle, a realization dawning upon him. This was once his dream, now vividly present. Eagerly, he opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. With a press of the ignition, the unique roar of the DB11 echoed through the parking lot. The sound startled the security guard, who turned in alarm, bewildered by the commotion. What kind of car is that? How can it make such a noise? A silver sports car slowly emerged before him. The guard stood agape, speechless as Bai Zhou revved the engine and exited the faculty garage. James Bond? He murmured, entranced by the sight. The faculty garage was conveniently located near the back entrance of Moda University, and with students occupied in the dining hall, there was little commotion. Bai Zhou soon arrived at the residential complex he intended to rent from Green Source Community, which bore the unmistakable signs of age. However, given the price point on the outskirts of Modu city center, what more could he expect? Dialing the landlord's number, he said, I've arrived. Where are you? The landlord responded, You're here? I'm at the security office. Just wait while I come out. Bai Zhou watched as a middle-aged woman, clad in flip-flops and holding a cigarette, emerged from the entrance while simultaneously speaking on the phone. Just as he prepared to drive over, her voice crackled through the line. Where are you? I don't see you. I can see you. I'm driving over now. You're driving? There are only 1 or 2 cars on the road. Wait, could it be? The landlord's eyes widened as she maintained her phone call, staring in astonishment at the silver supercar that had come to a stop before her. The cigarette she held slipped from her mouth, falling to the ground. Bai Zhou, having rolled down the window, waved at the astonished landlord. Hello, I'm here to rent the apartment. The landlord jumped as if startled by an unseen force, then stammered nervously, Why you here to rent? Her tone was laced with disbelief. Bai Zhou recognized her skepticism. Indeed, his current vehicle was at odds with the aging complex. Yet, he felt no embarrassment and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am here to rent the apartment. Shall we take a look? Though the landlord had no idea what kind of car this was, its appearance suggested it was anything but inexpensive. Internally, she mused that perhaps this was a wealthy heir out for amusement. However, she would never show such thoughts outwardly, for passing up a profitable opportunity would be foolish. She quickly replaced her astonishment with a bright smile. Of course, let me show you the apartment. Please, follow me. She jogged a few steps ahead, beckoning the security guard to lift the barrier, then hurriedly led the way. Bai Zhou observed the landlord, breathless from exertion, and called out in confusion, "Hey, landlord, hop in and guide me. I'll drive you there." The landlord halted, her face lighting up with excitement. "Really? Can I really?" Bai Zhou, puzzled by her hesitation, urged, "Of course, get in." With a mixture of trepidation and delight, the landlord cautiously opened the other door and climbed inside, careful not to disturb a single detail. Upon entering the vehicle, the landlady's eyes sparkled with admiration and astonishment as she scrutinized the interior. Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Which way should we go?" The landlady quickly snapped back to reality. Oh, just go straight, then turn right at the third intersection. The first unit will be there." After speaking, she cautiously inquired, "Sir, this car must be quite expensive, right?" A few million, I suppose." "It's not that expensive." The landlady gasped sharply. "A few million is not expensive? Are you a top-tier scion of a wealthy family?" In truth, Bai Zhou's assertion of it not being expensive referred to the fact that, within the Aston Martin series, it was indeed relatively modest. However, it was evident that she found it appealing. Chapter 12. The basketball game in such an aging neighborhood. Parking is non-existent. Vehicles are parked beneath the apartment buildings. However, within this community, private cars are scarce, as the cost of living in the bustling metropolis makes it difficult for residents of such accommodations to afford private vehicles. Bai Zhou observed that while the exterior of the complex bore the marks of age, the environment within was remarkably tidy. After a cursory inspection of the apartment, which was fully furnished and equipped with internet access, Bai Zhou felt he had found a temporary refuge. "Landlord, I wish to rent this apartment. May I transfer the payment online?" The landlord was delighted by Bai Zhou's straightforwardness. "Of course, you are now my tenant. From now on, call me Aunt Wang. Let us not stand on ceremony." Bai Zhou promptly signed the contract and made the payment, thus acquiring the first key to his new life. He found the landlord's overly cordial demeanor somewhat perplexing. After all, those who thrive on rental income in this city are often hidden affluent individuals. However, Bai Zhou realized he had misjudged the situation. Rental income varies greatly depending on the property and its tenants, and apartments in such dilapidated complexes are indeed rare gems. Gazing at the empty refrigerator and the night sky outside, Bai Zhou ordered takeout, ate, then discarded his clothes as he collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness slipping into the system space. System, open the sports category. Ding. Sports category opened. Bai Zhou swiftly located the basketball section. Dribbling proficiency, 20 points. Shooting proficiency, 20 points. Defensive proficiency, 20 points. A myriad of miscellaneous items, including roles like referee, coach, and manager, cluttered the list. Bai Zhou, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, commanded system, purchase basketball proficiency. With the precedent of English proficiency, Bai Zhou knew that this would encompass all related skills. Ding. Consumed 1,000 points. Acquired basketball proficiency. What? Bai Zhou stared at his dwindling balance of 200 points, feeling utterly despondent. No matter. He shook his head, muttering, buying a fishing rod is better than buying fish. With a rod, surely I can catch fish. Bai Zhou forcibly adapted a famous saying to comfort himself. Ding. Due to the host's physical capabilities, the integration of basketball proficiency is at 60%. What? Physical capabilities? Bai Zhou quickly grasped the implication. To truly master basketball, one indeed required the physical prowess of a top athlete. Ding. Host, would you like to spend recognition points to enhance physical capabilities? Recognition points can serve such a purpose? Then let us proceed. Ding. consumed remaining points to enhance host's physical capabilities. Bai Zhou was taken aback to learn that this would cost him all his recognition points, and he immediately protested. Yet, the system seemed to offer him no opportunity to resist. Everything went dark, and Bai Zhou fainted. The next morning, Bai Zhou, sprawled on his bed, was startled awake by the system's notification. Ding! Basketball proficiency fully integrated. Bai Zhou sprang up, feeling a sticky discomfort all over, and dashed into the bathroom. You deceitful system, you've squandered the points I painstakingly earned. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the perfect integration of basketball proficiency. This meant that his physical attributes now mirrored those of an exemplary basketball player. Wiping the steam from the mirror, Bai Zhou examined his muscular physique and nodded in approval. Indeed, his body was in a flawless state, not that of a hulking bodybuilder, but rather a well-proportioned athlete. His shoulders appeared broader, and he even felt as if he had grown a few centimeters taller. Bai Zhou had arrived in this new life with nothing but the clothes on his back. During this period when new students were registering and returning students had yet to begin classes, the workload for the counselor was relatively light. Thus, Bai Zhou reluctantly donned a snug summer outfit and hurried to the wholesale clothing market to purchase an affordable set of clothes. As he tried on garments, he pondered, "Once I earn some recognition points, I must request a little spending money from the system." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the outdoor basketball court of Magic City University, two groups faced off against one another. One side boasted 6 players, while the other had only 4. The larger group, clad in sports jerseys emblazoned with sports, was clearly the basketball team from the physical education department. The 4 opposing players included 3 students from Bai Zhou's second-year English class. The athletes from the physical education department towered over them, and the tallest among them sneered at the 4, taunting, lacking in skill and full of bravado. "What can you do? We just want this court. What are you going to do about it?" "You." The English majors bristled at the provocation. "Haven't you only won a few championships? Why act so arrogant? There are plenty of open courts. Must you rob us of this one? Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Hey, just because we were last year's champions, we have the final say on the court," replied another student from the physical education department, dripping with sarcasm. "Champion? Is that supposed to mean anything?" The English majors seethed at the shameless attitude of their opponents. What is so great about being a champion? Upon hearing this, the athletes from the physical education department felt deeply provoked. "What? Not satisfied? Let us see what you've got." The English majors were equally unyielding. "Fine, let us play." At that moment, a seemingly harmless yet compelling voice interjected from the sidelines. "Playing basketball? Count me in." All eyes turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Bai Zhou, dressed in mismatched attire and clearly sporting a pair of subpar counterfeit basketball shoes, smiling as he observed the scene. The leader of the physical education students, upon seeing Bai Zhou's attire, scoffed disdainfully. "Who are you? This doesn't concern you. Go find somewhere cooler to hang out." Bai Zhou frowned slightly. "Are you from Class 2 of English, Year 14? The English majors blinked in surprise, then instinctively nodded. Bai Zhou stepped onto the court, positioning himself beside the 4 students. "I'm also an English major. Does this not concern me?" Furrowing his brow, Bai Zhou spoke coldly. The physical education student felt an inexplicable aura of authority emanating from Bai Zhou's words, causing him to feel uncharacteristically tense. However, upon observing Bai Zhou's inexpensive attire, he chuckled derisively, assuming Bai Zhou was merely another novice. "Perfect. Let us play a full-court 5v5. He pointed to a shorter teammate. "You will referee." Without waiting for Bai Zhou and the others to agree, he turned and led his team to warm up at the side. Just then, a puzzled voice emerged from behind Bai Zhou. "Excuse me, who are you? I haven't seen you before. Are you a freshman?" Chapter 13. Is this a foul? Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head. "I am not a freshman, but I am indeed a member of the English department. Let us resolve the matter at hand first." "All right." The tallest among them nodded, his height clearly exceeding 195 meters. However, this was quite ordinary for athletes from the sports department. The 5 individuals standing opposite them likely averaged over 190 meters in height as well. Classmate, can you manage it? Several students from the English department evidently harbored deep doubts about Bai Zhou's attire, which appeared to be cheap and unremarkable. Bai Zhou, aware of their thoughts, waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, I will jump for the ball shortly. What? You? The tall student gazed incredulously at Bai Zhou, who was met with a somewhat paternal tone. Brother, are you mistaken? Even I might struggle to leap over him. The player for their team is undoubtedly their captain, the MVP center of the campus league, towering over 2 meters. Bai Zhou waved his hand, opting for silence as he moved toward the center circle. Hey! The tall student attempted to interject, but was gently pulled back by a bespectacled companion. Let him give it a try. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, realizing that he too could not surpass the opponent. The center from the sports department, standing over 2 meters tall, awaited patiently at the center circle. To his astonishment, the approaching player was not the tallest on the opposing side, but rather Bai Zhou, who stood at a mere 185 meters. He looked down his nose at Bai Zhou, a derisive smile curling his lips. Oh, have they sent someone to fill in? You! The tall student was about to speak when Bai Zhou interrupted. Can we begin? The opposing team erupted in laughter, their expressions mocking as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha ha, so eager, are we? Very well. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, he bent his knees and assumed a jumping stance, signaling to the referee. Throw it higher. No one in attendance could fathom that Bai Zhou might leap over an opponent exceeding 2 meters in height. Even his temporary teammates braced themselves for a defensive maneuver. The sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee tossed the ball high. In an instant, another whistle blew. Foul on the jump ball. The spectators watched in disbelief as Bai Zhou awkwardly retreated to the backcourt. Indeed, he had committed a foul, and the referee's call was indisputable. One of the rules of a jump ball mandates that the ball must be legally tapped by one or both jumping players once it reaches its apex. Bai Zhou, possessing the physique of a perfect basketball player, had not conducted any prior tests, leading him to significantly underestimate his own capabilities. Consequently, he launched himself too swiftly and reached too great a height, striking the ball while it was still ascending, thus resulting in the foul. The jump ball was supposed to allow the opposing team to inbound the ball. Bai Zhou sheepishly remarked, Sorry, I jumped too quickly. What do you mean, jumped too quickly? Brother, you are astonishing, exclaimed the tall English student, his eyes wide in astonishment. He took a step forward, his shock morphing into excitement akin to discovering a new world. Brother, I didn't realize you were so talented. I truly underestimated you. The other 2 teammates gathered around, their faces alight with surprise rather than disappointment at the opposing team securing possession of the ball. Wow, brother, that jump must have exceeded 1 meter, right? The bespectacled point guard exclaimed, eyeing Bai Zhou's makeshift shoes. These can't be the unreleased limited edition, can they? Bai Zhou, bemused by their exaggerated reactions, could only shake his head in disbelief. Conversely, the sports department players, while having gained possession due to Bai Zhou's foul, displayed no signs of elation. Under normal circumstances, they would find it routine to secure possession from a jump ball. Yet, the center from the sports department remained rooted in the center circle, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly at the empty space ahead. How? How is this possible? Just now, his teammate had indeed approached to pat him on the back. Captain, what is wrong? Why didn't you move just now? He continued, a smile gracing his face. Did the captain foresee that rookie would foul? Ha ha ha. Clearly, he's just a novice in basketball. Laughter erupted from behind. In truth, their skills were no less than those of the English department players, yet they paid scant attention to the jump ball process, some even tying their shoelaces. The only individuals acutely aware of the moment were the referee and himself. They exchanged a glance, both perceiving an incredulous sentiment in each other's eyes. However, they did not linger, moving to the sidelines to initiate the inbound pass, thus commencing the match. Simultaneously, the sharp whistles on the basketball court captured the attention of students nearby, who were passing by. With the start of the school year approaching, the campus was gradually bustling with students, some dragging suitcases toward their dormitories. Is that the members of last year's championship sports team? Many recognized the players from the sports department. Who are these people? How dare they challenge the sports department in basketball? Have they lost their minds? Yet, a significant number of students gathered on the playground, eager to witness the prowess of the champions. At this moment, the point guard from the sports department advanced with the ball, while the bespectacled English student stepped forward to confront him. In that instant, the disparity was evident. The point guard from the sports department stood a full 10 centimeters taller than the bespectacled student, who measured 175 meters, making him appear diminutive in comparison. However, the point guard from the sports department did not intend to engage with Bai Zhou, the defending shooting guard, but instead executed a pick and roll with another teammate. Following a deceptive feint, he effortlessly bypassed the bespectacled student. The miscommunication between Bai Zhou and the bespectacled student resulted in the latter failing to pursue, while Bai Zhou did not switch defenders. The point guard sped past the bespectacled player, who immediately turned to chase after him. The tall English student, sensing the impending danger, quickly moved to assist defensively. The towering center from the sports department found himself unguarded. The point guard, eyeing the approaching defender, smirked slightly. "Ha, you're too Navi." With a flick of his wrist, he bounced the basketball through the tall student's legs, securing it confidently in the waiting arms of the center. This prime opportunity was nearly guaranteed to yield points, and thus he relaxed his vigilance, opting for a skilled layup that banked off the backboard and into the hoop. Truly, the champions exhibited mastery in their pick-and-roll execution. Naturally, the spectators could not resist commenting, arms crossed and eagerly engaging in conversation. Nearby, others chimed in. Indeed, with the center assisting defensively, the interior is left wide open. See, this is. However, the speaker's words were abruptly cut off as he beheld the unfolding scene, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Just as the basketball was about to make contact with the backboard, an ominous shadow loomed overhead, eclipsing the light. Chapter 14. Astonishing Talent. As Bai Zhou observed the sports department's #1 position swiftly break through, his mind raced, quickly identifying the towering defender. It was evident that the opposing center was left wide open, compelling him to abandon his own mark and charge towards the formidable center. In an instant, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Bai Zhou leaped high into the air, perfectly extending his body to execute a ferocious axe-style dunk. No, it should be termed an axe-style block. With a resounding thud, he forcefully pinned the basketball against the backboard, maintaining possession with one hand as he landed gracefully on the court. It was an astonishing display of a board-clamping rejection. Meanwhile, the over 2-meter-tall center from the sports department, still in his descent, suddenly found himself on the receiving end of this overwhelming block, toppling to the ground in disarray. However, as Bai Zhou had made contact with the ball first, there was no foul called. While the spectators remained momentarily stunned, Bai Zhou swiftly dribbled the ball forward. The players from the sports department were clearly a step behind, yet Bai Zhou had surged from the baseline. Although the players stationed beyond the three-point line reacted quickly, they were horrified to see Bai Zhou rapidly expanding in their vision. How could this be? How was he so fast? The closest player, the sports department's shooting guard, felt a sinking realization that Bai Zhou would undoubtedly surpass him in the next moment. No, he couldn't let him pass. Determined, he wrapped his arms around Bai Zhou's waist, attempting to halt his momentum. What was happening? Soon, he realized that his body was being dragged several meters by Bai Zhou's relentless speed. It was only when the whistle blew that Bai Zhou finally came to a halt. While the player he had just overpowered lay sprawled on the floor, the court fell silent. Though few in number, dozens of spectators could be heard breathing heavily in a flurry of confusion. Even the fallen center and the player who had been thwarted by Bai Zhou lay dazed on the ground, gazing up at him. Their thoughts diverged entirely. The center's heart raced as if pinned to the backboard by the very basketball he had just witnessed. How? How could this be? Where had he come from? This vertical leap. If reality had not unfolded before him, he would never have believed that a rookie, barely under 6 feet tall, clad in makeshift attire and counterfeit shoes, could have so decisively blocked him. Meanwhile, the player sprawled at Bai Zhou's feet gazed up in awe, feeling as though he had not just confronted a human, but a bull. What incredible physical prowess. My goodness. Dude, you're phenomenal. What just happened? Cried the bespectacled man as he rushed over. The forward from the English department and his tall companion were equally dramatic, clutching their heads and wailing as they approached. The audience finally reacted. Those who had been critiquing moments ago now stood upright, trembling fingers pointing toward the front. Did that person just deliver a monumental block against the captain of the sports department? What transpired? In their understanding, the captain of the sports department was not only a player for the university team but also possessed remarkable height. How could a newcomer, standing under 6 feet tall, have so effortlessly overpowered him? This was an extraordinary gift. Someone started the trend, pulling out their phone. Hey, what's happening? Stop playing games in the dorms. Come to the basketball court. There's a match to watch. Who's playing? The English department's forward and the sports department team. What's the point? It's probably a slaughter. No, it's not what you think. You'll see when you get here. Thus, the sounds of various voice and video calls erupted. Many had activated their phone cameras. Some lamenting they hadn't started recording earlier, missing the incredible block. At that moment, Bai Zhou stood encircled by 4 teammates, visibly energized. Dude, you're really my idol. That was insane. I feel like I just watched something out of the NBA. The usually reticent forward nodded thoughtfully. Do you remember that brutal block by the Spring Man in the 2009 Lakers vs. Hawks game that was called back by the referee? Yes, that's exactly it. The bespectacled man's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Classmate, your physical abilities are astonishing. Bai Zhou waved his hand, signaling his teammates to calm down. As the others regained their composure, he found himself at the free throw line. The 5 players from the sports department wore expressions devoid of any arrogance. Their eyes were filled with a solemn intensity, all focused solely on Bai Zhou. The referee signaled for 2 free throws. Bai Zhou executed the shot with unwavering precision. As the towering player stepped out of bounds, the number of spectators in the basketball court surged dramatically, transforming from a mere handful to a bustling crowd. Bai Zhou remained unfazed by the influx, while his teammates were visibly exhilarated. Although they were unaware of Bai Zhou's identity, he had clearly conveyed to them that they were part of something professional. With such a formidable talent on their side, capturing the league championship was surely within reach. The sports department's shooting guard approached their captain, whispering, "Captain, let us switch defenses. I might not be able to stop him." What? The captain, also their center, observed the seriousness in his teammate's eyes, realizing he was not joking. The image of his teammate being floored by Bai Zhou replayed in his mind, pulling at his heartstrings as he regarded Bai Zhou. He could barely reach 6 feet tall, lacking explosive muscle. How could he possess such incredible leaping ability and core strength? Nodding gravely, the center shifted his position, exchanging defensive responsibilities with his teammate. Upon noticing the opponent's change in formation, Bai Zhou's expertise in basketball strategy allowed him to instantly comprehend their intentions. He discreetly signaled to his teammate behind him. The teammate understood immediately, sprinting into motion to set a double screen. Bai Zhou, leveraging his speed, deftly evaded his defender's grasp and charged towards the basket. As the towering player prepared to inbound the ball, he caught Bai Zhou's eye and launched it high towards the hoop. Bai Zhou soared into the air, hands poised to meet the rapidly approaching basketball. Observant spectators could clearly see that Bai Zhou's forehead was level with the rim. In that moment, he caught the ball mid-air, executing an alley-oop dunk, lifting it into the basket with a powerful display. Releasing the rim, Bai Zhou landed gracefully on the court, leaving the hoop trembling in his wake. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Chapter 15. That person is Teacher Bai. Numerous individuals raised their smartphones, continuously capturing the unfolding spectacle. Although live streaming platforms had emerged, the phenomenon of self-media broadcasting had yet to reach its zenith. Few had the foresight to broadcast the mesmerizing scene before them. However, even in the absence of video streaming, textual updates were certainly feasible. Various online interactive platforms such as Weibo, WeChat Moments, and Tieba buzzed with fresh photos and short videos, catapulting the topic to the top of the trending list at Magic City University. Campus basketball phenomenon. Many clicked on the topic out of sheer curiosity regarding the audacity of someone daring to adopt the moniker of Jordan. Upon entering, one was greeted with the sight of a player of modest height, appearing remarkably youthful, who, after utilizing a screen, soared into the air, executing a flawless dunk. The comments section on Magic City University's online platform erupted into a frenzy. Is this person from our school? Where is he? I'm heading there right now. Wow, this guy is so handsome. I regret not arriving at school earlier. Wait, is anyone on site? Please get me this guy's WeChat. Despite the online chaos, the game continued unabated. The point guard from the physical education department advanced with the ball, having learned from prior experiences, refraining from penetrating the paint while still shadowed by Bai Zhou. As expected from a championship team, they swiftly adapted their tactics based on the live situation. Following a pick and roll, the shooting guard from the physical education department evaded the defender and launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. After the shot, he raised his right hand and took a few steps back, casting a challenging glance at Bai Zhou, clearly indicating, "You can fly, but I can shoot. Let us see whether your two-point shot is worth more than my three-pointer." Bai Zhou remained unfazed, dribbling the ball forward at a leisurely pace. Approaching the front court, he encountered the center assigned to defend him, who had stooped low, arms outstretched, attempting to utilize his considerable defensive reach to limit Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou leisurely dribbled to within a meter of the three-point line, then effortlessly released a textbook shot, leaving the defender to helplessly watch as the basketball sailed over his head. Swish! The crowd erupted in applause. Wow! Who would have thought this person could both fly and shoot? His basketball skills are so comprehensive. Enthusiastic onlookers with smartphones engaged in animated discussions. Do you know who he is? Is there such a student in the English major? Could he be an invited foreign aide? A nearby person, irritated by the noise, shot him a glance. Have you ever seen a foreign aide dressed in bargain bin clothes? You're right. Could he be the legendary court genius, the hidden talent? A girl nearby playfully pinched the boy. What nonsense. This guy is so handsome. How could he possibly be an old man? The boy could only ruefully rub his arm, mumbling, "I was just making a comparison." Meanwhile, the physical education department's offense faltered, and Bai Zhou continued his advance. The defenders, now wary, dared not allow Bai Zhou any space for a shot. They had retreated from the three-point line, nearly approaching the center circle. Yet, unexpectedly, a startling scenario unfolded. As Bai Zhou's toes barely crossed the half-court line, he raised his hand and shot. Are you kidding me? The defender could think only this. Then, swish! The basketball traced an exquisite arc, landing perfectly in the net. Oh! The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Bai Zhou, as if performing a trivial task, nonchalantly retreated to prepare for defense. At that moment, in the English Class 2 WeChat group, 2 short videos, each under 10 seconds, triggered a tempest among the lurking classmates. Wow, this person is incredibly handsome. Is he a student from our school? Look, his teammate's jersey belongs to our senior. Who is this senior? He is so impressive. He could easily play in the NBA. Several basketball-savvy boys engaged in fervent discussions within the group when a cute avatar cautiously chimed in. Why do I feel like this person resembles Teacher Bai? Almost immediately, a barrage of rebuttals ensued. Come on, are you infatuated again, mistaking a handsome guy for Teacher Bai? One boy chuckled, haha. But if it truly is Teacher Bai, I might just fall for him too. This elicited a swift rebuke from several girls. Get lost. Pervert. Stay away from our Teacher Bai. Suddenly, someone in the group sent a voice message, a girl's excited shriek. Ah, it really is Teacher Bai. I'm on the playground right now. Teacher Bai is so amazing. What? The already tumultuous WeChat group exploded once more. Wait, I'm on my way. The earlier boy shouted in the group voice chat. Teacher Bai, I love you. Back on the basketball court, having just completed a steal, Bai Zhou suddenly heard the system notification chime in his mind. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou was unfazed. His primary objective for this outing was to accumulate recognition points. Although he believed he had yet to truly exert himself, the impact he had already made was substantial. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Zhou sent the basketball at an unusual angle, threading it through the crowd and landing it perfectly in the hands of a tall teammate. An excellent opportunity arose, as the towering player, also skilled, attempted a layup but was thwarted by a defender nearby, resulting in an unavoidable foul. Seizing this moment, Bai Zhou gathered his 4 teammates around him. Through the course of the game, he had discerned that apart from their 2-meter-tall captain, The overall skill level of the physical education department players was fairly comparable. The sole disparity lay in the fact that each of their players executed their techniques with remarkable precision and finesse, whereas his own team's movements were often riddled with flaws, failing to leverage their advantages effectively. Bai Zhou turned to the bespectacled player and remarked, "I've noticed an issue with your dribbling technique. As a point guard, the ball tends to bounce up to your waist height while you dribble. If you consciously lower your posture, keeping the ball around knee height, you would certainly avoid being stripped of possession so frequently." Had anyone else said this, the bespectacled player would have scoffed. Yet, Bai Zhou was different. After only a brief period of collaboration, he had become an undeniable deity in the eyes of the boy. Chapter 16. The enthusiastic fans of teacher Bai. Bai Zhou turned to the tall player beside him and said, "The opposing center has already come out to guard me. You are the perfect mismatch. Instead of always thinking about screens, you should position yourself under the basket and go for the strong play." The tall player nodded thoughtfully. Bai Zhou then turned to give instructions to the other two teammates. As the baseline ball was thrown in, it landed in the hands of the bespectacled player. At that moment, he repeatedly recalled Bai Zhou's advice, consciously lowering his body to ensure that the basketball dribble would not exceed knee height. The defender, having previously intercepted the ball, confidently reached out to steal it. However, just as the ball bounced to the height of the bespectacled player's knee, his controlling hand was already there. With a swift flick of his right hand, the basketball effortlessly passed through his legs and into his left hand. The defender, unable to retract in time, was easily bypassed by the bespectacled player. In his surprise, he thought, "I actually got past the star guard of the sports department." Suddenly, he saw the tall player positioning himself with outstretched arms, and instinctively passed the ball. The approaching defender missed the opportunity, and the basketball landed securely in the tall player's hands. Now, before him stood only a defender who was half a head shorter. With a gentle leap, the tall player effortlessly placed the ball into the basket. This marked the first score for the English department unrelated to Bai Zhou. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou was pleasantly surprised to see his recognition points surge once more. "I merely pointed out the most apparent issues to them, and such results emerged. If I were to carefully guide them, wouldn't I strike gold?" The players from the sports department quickly noticed their opponent's transformation. They had previously focused all their defensive efforts on Bai Zhou. "Is it him?" the sports department captain mused, recalling how Bai Zhou had called his teammates aside before the baseline throw-in. Not only did he possess remarkable basketball skills, but he also had the physical prowess. He never imagined that he would also have the ability to instruct his teammates on their gameplay. Truly a basketball polymath. He was surprised at how his perception of Bai Zhou had shifted multiple times within just over 10 minutes, from blatant disdain to awe at his physical talent. Now, he genuinely felt a deep respect for Bai Zhou. "Man, you're incredible. You pinpointed our issues at a glance." The tall player, immersed in the joy of finally scoring, friendly patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder. "You're way better than our coach. PFF, our coach can't even play basketball. He has no match for someone like this guy." Another teammate could hardly contain his excitement. Bai Zhou quickly seized the valuable information and inquired, "Your coach doesn't he play basketball?" "Yeah." The coaches for the basketball teams in each department are selected from the faculty and counselors. Our coach is the department head, a 60-something man whose strength is table tennis, but he knows nothing about basketball. Bai Zhou's reason for addressing this matter was to become the basketball team coach. Initially, he thought that becoming the coach would be a troublesome endeavor. However, it appeared that the title of coach for the department's basketball team was within easy reach. Bai Zhou smiled subtly, signaling his teammates to focus on defense. Under Bai Zhou's guidance, the team's defensive efficiency and offensive success rate saw a remarkable improvement. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou leisurely pushed forward, with the sports department captain closely guarding him. Filled with respect, he spoke to Bai Zhou. "I admit that we cannot win this game today, but we are not losing to your department. We are losing to you alone. Can you tell me your name? At the very least, let me know who my target is." Bai Zhou paused upon hearing his words. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden scream erupted from the sidelines. "Ah, it's really Teacher Bai. Ah, Teacher Bai is so handsome. Hey girls over there, wipe that drool." This is our teacher Bai. Teacher. The sports department captain, hearing the shouts, was immediately taken aback. You're a teacher. He stood up in surprise. Bai Zhou listened to the chorus of We Love You. Teacher Bai. Go, Teacher Bai. That nearly drowned out the sound of his increasing recognition points. He understood that the game could no longer continue. Casually tossing the ball away, he looked at the sports department captain. What? Doesn't he seem like it? The captain mechanically shook his head. Not at all. When did our university get such a young teacher? Guys. No. Bai Zhou's teammates rushed over. You're actually a teacher. Clearly, they found it hard to believe. Bai Zhou sighed. Am I not just a bit youthful? I'll be 25 next year. Am I still considered young? Then teacher. The bespectacled player was the first to respond. You mentioned you're also part of the English department. Could it be that you are our teacher? No way. The tall player covered his forehead. I just spent half the time treating my teacher like a buddy. What a disaster. He lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Watching the reactions of the crowd, Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it's not that serious. We're not in class right now. I'm not your teacher, and you're not my students. We're just teammates playing basketball together. Really? The tall player looked up in surprise. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou's recognition points swiftly surpassed 500, steadily progressing toward a 4-digit figure. The bespectacled player asked, So, Teacher Bai, what do you teach? I absolutely will not skip your class. Bai Zhou chuckled lightly. You'll find out soon enough. He glanced at the chaotic crowd on the sidelines and shook his head. It was time to leave. Wait, the voice of the sports department captain came from behind. What do you want? Are you looking for trouble with the teacher? The tall player stepped forward, confidently gazing up at the sports department captain. However, to his surprise, the captain ignored him and took a step around him, coming to stand before Bai Zhou. In the astonished gaze of all the players on the court, he deeply bowed to Bai Zhou. I'm sorry, teacher. I apologize for my previous words and actions. Bai Zhou frowned slightly, initially thinking that basketball enthusiasts were typically straightforward. Did he really have to confront him with such deference after discovering his identity as a teacher? However, the captain's next words made Bai Zhou realize he had misjudged him. I have great respect for Teacher Bai's basketball skills. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to seek your guidance on basketball knowledge? Bai Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned away, replying, Of course. My office serves as a laboratory of light and shadow. Should time permit, I would not mind joining you for a game of basketball. Chapter 17. Can it really be redeemed? What's all this commotion? Is it not embarrassing? Bai Zhou approached the sidelines, exuding the authority of a teacher towards the rowdy students in his class. Gradually, the cacophony of the basketball court quieted down. Many onlookers dispersed from the playground, leaving only a handful behind. Observing these familiar faces, Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. What expressions would you have worn if you had foreseen such an event unfolding back in the day? Not all students from Class 2. Section 3 had gathered on the playground. Only a dozen or so had made their way here, though it was possible that more were on their way. Bai Zhou noted the eager expressions on their faces and chuckled softly to himself. He had merely sought a chance to garner some points for the basketball team, yet this unexpected uproar ensued. Then, with a serious demeanor, he spoke up. Why are you all gathering here instead of focusing on your own affairs? Have you collected your military training uniforms yet? A girl promptly responded. Yes, the class monitor and their roommates brought our uniforms back and distributed them to us. Bai Zhou hadn't designated many class officers, only naming the class monitor, Malayangzhe, who held the first student ID number. Bai Zhou greatly admired Malayangzhe's meticulous approach to both work and study, and thus felt assured in his leadership. Other roles, such as the group leader or committee members, could be assigned after the military training concluded. Bai Zhou nodded and continued, The military training starts the day after tomorrow. Aren't you all feeling anxious? What's the point of gathering here? Teacher Bai. Another girl interjected. We saw your video in the group chat and rushed over. She then shot a hard-eyed look at Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at basketball. Yes, A boy chimed in. Teacher Bai, I love playing basketball too. Can you teach me? Me too. Me too. Several boys echoed. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. The system points accumulated steadily, albeit at a slower pace. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. You can wait until after military training to learn basketball. Pausing for a moment, he donned a sympathetic expression. From what I know, the military training at Magic City University is no walk in the park. How many of your seniors have lamented their way through this month? What? Teacher, you're not trying to scare us, are you? One student exclaimed, clearly frightened. Bai Zhou frowned. Do I appear to be frightening you? Cherish your last day of leisure. Oh no, how can this be? A chorus of disappointed voices arose from the students. What's all this noise? If you're not leaving, I will. With that, Bai Zhou took his leave from the playground. Upon returning to the faculty parking lot, Bai Zhou settled into the driver's seat and exhaled deeply. Ultimately, his recognition points had reached a total of 733. Open the system mall. Ding. Please select an item category. System, can I exchange recognition points for money? Bai Zhou aimed to test the system. He recalled that during his initial foray into the system mall, he learned that credit cards could be redeemed, but credit cards required repayment. To his surprise, the system affirmed his inquiry. Ding. Detected that the host is located in the Celestial Empire. Currency exchange available for soft sister currency at a rate of 1,000. Can it truly be exchanged for money? Bai Zhou was somewhat astonished. 1,000. Are you telling me that with over 700 points, I can only redeem 70 cents? What a joke. Ding. 1 recognition point can be exchanged for 1,000 basic units of currency. Then does that mean I currently possess over 7 million? Elated by such a favorable exchange rate, Bai Zhou, however, was not one to indulge in extravagance. Then let me exchange for 10,000. Ding. Please select the currency format. After pondering briefly, he decided on Jibao. When the notification of 10,000 arriving pinged from his phone in the car's console, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Off I go to shop. By the time Bai Zhou returned to his rented apartment that evening, he had filled his once-empty wardrobe and refrigerator to the brim. After dining, he luxuriated in a hot shower and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television to watch a rerun of the immensely popular variety show, Keep Running, My Friends. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Lisi. Opening WeChat Lisi. Teacher Bai, I heard you were playing basketball this afternoon? Bai Zhou responded with a nodding emoji. Lisi, really? I didn't expect you to be so good at basketball. Alas, I was at Dr. Lu's this afternoon and missed witnessing your prowess. Bai Zhou chuckled softly and replied, What did Dr. Lu say? Is your ankle feeling better? Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Lisi responded with a cute smiley face. Yes, thank you for your concern, Teacher Bai. Dr. Lu said it's almost healed, and I'll definitely be fine for military training. Bai Zhou sent a thumbs-up emoji. That's wonderful. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. By the way, Teacher Bai, Lisi quickly replied. You haven't forgotten what you promised me for tomorrow night, have you? She added a playful emoji. Bai Zhou slapped his forehead. Indeed, he had forgotten. Lisi had invited him to dinner, and he had shifted it to the night before military training, which was tomorrow. No, I'll be waiting for you at school tomorrow afternoon. I'll just hitch a ride for a meal with my students. He added a laughing emoji. All right, no problem. Feel free to join. I won't disturb you any longer. Good night. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. After wishing her good night, Bai Zhou couldn't help but reflect. Shouldn't I chat with a few more students privately? Wouldn't that mean points come effortlessly while I sit at home? Having watched Keep Running, My Friends countless times, he found himself somewhat disinterested. Glancing at the clock, it was still not yet 8 o'clock. It seemed the time had come to purchase a computer. Otherwise, Using the Wi-Fi solely for his phone in this rented apartment was rather wasteful. As he contemplated exchanging another 10,000, he remembered that computers were available in the System Mall. System, display the computers in the mall for me. Ding. Only one type of computer is available in the mall. Limited to one purchase. System-produced computer. Limited to one purchase. As Bai Zhou saw the price tagged with 4 zeros, he decisively abandoned the idea, finding it far more practical to exchange 10 points for 10,000 instead. Chapter 18. Have I become a campus star? In a silent night. The next morning, Bai Zhou awoke at the crack of dawn, his biological clock rousing him at 5:30. How could it be only 5:30? With his mind alert and devoid of any lingering drowsiness, he reluctantly conceded defeat in his attempt to return to slumber, marveling at the newfound vigor of his body. He hastily boiled an egg in instant noodles, considering it a makeshift breakfast. To be honest, since entering university, he had lost the habit of eating breakfast. After a brief arrangement of his schedule for the day, he immersed himself in the system's marketplace. Strangely enough, it felt reminiscent of browsing an online shopping site. Could one purchase personal charm for merely 50 points? Yes, please. The esteemed aura of a renowned educator? Absolutely. Before long, an enticing option caught Bai Zhou's eye. Martial arts? He felt a stir of excitement, but then reconsidered. What would a mere university counselor need such skills for? After some internal conflict, he decided it was better to have than to lack. Purchase confirmed. Ding. 100 recognition points consumed. Martial arts from the system acquired. Ding. Martial arts fusion rate at 70%. Would you like to enhance your physical attributes and commence fusion? What? Bai Zhou, with his obsessive tendencies, felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing the unsatisfactory progress bar. He rubbed his forehead, hoping for a prompt. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and once again, he lost consciousness. This time, the enhancement process was not as prolonged as the previous night. When Bai Zhou awoke, he was startled to find it was already 1 in the afternoon, his stomach growling in protest. After hastily consuming a bite to eat and taking a shower, he hurried downstairs to drive to the school, his earlier plan to purchase a computer now postponed. As he settled into his office, a visitor arrived. Teacher Lin, what brings you here? Lin Xiao greeted him with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. I've been looking for you all morning. The principal has assigned us a task. The principal? What task could they possibly have for new counselors like us? Bai Zhou wondered, his mind filled with curiosity, while he laughed lightly. Precisely because we are new counselors, the principal wants us to represent the new student counselors at the military training oath-taking ceremony. Well, that certainly delayed his computer shopping plans. Lin Xiao, unaware of Bai Zhou's resignation, beamed with excitement. I didn't realize you could play basketball too. Bai Zhou was taken aback. How do you know that, Teacher Lin? Lin Xiao wore a mischievous expression. The true star doesn't even know they've become the most sought-after figure at Modu University. I wonder how your fans would react. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. As Bai Zhou felt the replenishment of his nearly depleted recognition points from this morning's enhancement, he was left bewildered by Lin Xiao's words. Teacher Lin, what do you mean by a star? Don't you know? You're currently among the top 3 trending topics related to Modu University. What? Bai Zhou was utterly oblivious to this. After a brief chat, Lin Xiao left his office. Bai Zhou shook his head in disbelief, thinking of his students. The 3 trending topics were, unsurprisingly, the reprimand of international students and the flying man of Modu University. The third title, The Charming Boy and the Flying Man of Modu University Are the Same Person, was undoubtedly posted by his students from Class 15 of the English department. In just a few days since his return, he had unwittingly become a legendary campus star. While he felt a sense of resignation, it certainly made acquiring recognition points more convenient. Bai Zhou was diligently searching for a speech for the military training oath-taking ceremony when a message from Li Si arrived. Is it already 7? No wonder the leaders wanted the secretary to prepare the speech. Bai Zhou locked his office door and headed downstairs. Outside the experimental building, a young woman stood gracefully in the golden hues of dusk. Li Si, with her youthful ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, wore a light pink skirt that fell below her knees, revealing her smooth, slender legs. Her pristine white socks peeked out from her stylish flat shoes, and she held a pure white handbag in front of her. Upon seeing Bai Zhou emerge from the building, her slightly flushed face broke into a smile. "Hello, Teacher Bai." Bai Zhou, captivated by Li Si's youthful exuberance, couldn't help but express his admiration. "How is your ankle feeling?" Li Si felt a warm sensation in her heart at Bai Zhou's concern. "Thank you for asking, Teacher Bai. It's much better." Bai Zhou nodded. "Where are you taking me to eat?" "It won't be the cafeteria, will it?" Li Si quickly shook her head. "No, no. How could I invite you to the cafeteria?" Bai Zhou found her flustered expression utterly charming and instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. Li Si, taken aback by the gesture, blushed even deeper and shyly lowered her gaze. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Realizing his actions, Bai Zhou quickly withdrew his hand and stepped forward. "Ahem. Let us go. I'd like to enjoy a student's dinner today." "Okay." Li Si softly replied, nodding as she fell into step beside him, slightly trailing behind. As they exited the university gates, they strolled down the street together. Although both relished the moment, they couldn't meander aimlessly. Bai Zhou glanced at the street illuminated by the evening lights and turned to Li Si. "Li Si, you haven't decided where to eat yet, have you?" "Ah, no, it's not that." Li Si appeared flustered. Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Just then, a flicker of neon lights caught Li Si's attention, and she seemed to seize upon it like a lifeline. "There, Teacher Bai, let us eat there." As she quickened her pace, Bai Zhou recognized the venue, a starry-themed music restaurant. He was familiar with this place. Their graduating class had hosted their gathering here, and it was rather pricey. "Are you sure?" "Huh? What's wrong, Teacher Bai?" Li Si turned back, her eyes wide with curiosity. Bai Zhou pointed to the restaurant's sign. "This place isn't cheap. Are you certain you want to take me here?" Li Si looked visibly anxious. This restaurant had been a spontaneous choice, but she steeled herself. "Yes, it's here. Since I'm thanking you, how could I invite you to something cheap?" With that, she turned and headed toward the restaurant, her expression betraying a hint of reluctance as she silently thought to herself, "Well, it seems I must economize a bit this month, perhaps by consuming less. No matter, let us consider it a weight loss endeavor." Chapter 19. Dinner together. Bai Zhou gazed helplessly at Li Si's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. He was well aware of Li Si's family background. Although she hailed from the bustling metropolis, her parents belonged to the ordinary working class. Given the local cost of living, Li Si's monthly allowance barely amounted to 2,000 yuan. If she were to treat him to dinner, she would undoubtedly have to scrape by for the rest of the month. Thus, Bai Zhou had already prepared himself to take the initiative to settle the bill, as he followed Li Si into the restaurant he had visited only once before. Upon entering, Li Si was immediately taken aback by the scene before her, instantly understanding why the establishment was named Starlight Gleaming. The exquisite decorations of twinkling stars adorned not only the walls but also the ceiling. The photo wall near the entrance displayed snapshots of the restaurant's owner with current celebrities. Li Si instantly regretted her choice. Could the prices here be anything but steep? Yet, having arrived, she could not simply retreat without drawing attention. She steeled herself to continue. "Welcome, beautiful lady. How many in your party?" A sweet-voiced, strikingly attractive waitress approached them with a professional smile. "Huh?" Li Si appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to respond. Bai Zhou, sensing her hesitation, took the lead. "2, no reservation." The waitress nodded. "Very well, please follow me." With a graceful gesture, she led Bai Zhou and Li Si deeper into the restaurant. Inside, the lighting was dim, as if all illumination emanated from the starry decorations, creating an ambience that made one feel as though they were truly beneath the night sky. Coupled with the soft, soothing music, it was undoubtedly a perfect venue for a romantic date. The waitress elegantly pulled out a chair for Li Si before doing the same for Bai Zhou. As per tradition, the menu was handed to Li Si. The moment Li Si glanced at the menu, she was struck speechless. This. Bai Zhou, observing her reaction, took the menu from her hands. The restaurant served Western cuisine with a Chinese twist, and not only were the dish names convoluted, but the prices were also exceptionally high. It was no wonder Li Si wore such a stunned expression. Bai Zhou, undeterred, ordered a beef salad and seafood rice for himself, while opting for steak, salad, and a mushroom soup for Li Si, dismissing the waitress afterward. At that moment, Li Si's smile had vanished, and she nervously clutched her complimentary soda water, sipping it absent-mindedly. In her mind, she calculated whom she might call to borrow money. Bai Zhou could easily discern her thoughts and waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, as your counselor, I could never allow my student to foot the bill. This meal is on me. How could that be? Li Si exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. She quickly noticed the presence of other diners, lowering her tone in embarrassment. But today, I intended to treat you to express my gratitude. If you pay now, what does that mean? Why not? Bai Zhou retorted. Isn't there a popular saying now, you treat, I pay? That's not the same. Li Si interjected, uncharacteristically interrupting him. Just enjoy your meal, Mr. Bai. I can afford it. Bai Zhou found her stubbornness both amusing and slightly exasperating. Can you really? Are you going to borrow money from your classmates or ask your family for cash? Li Si, realizing he had uncovered her dilemma, lowered her head in silence. Bai Zhou waved his hand again. All right, let's consider this my treat. Next time you can choose the place and treat me then. Li Si could only nod in reluctant agreement, feeling the weight of the favor she owed Bai Zhou now even heavier. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Bai Zhou was taken aback by the system's notifications. He hadn't anticipated that this young lady could generate such a surge in recognition points on her own. He regarded Li Si as if she were a lucrative treasure, silently affirming to himself that this meal was indeed worth it. Li Si, sensing Bai Zhou's gaze, felt a flutter in her heart, as if someone had gently stirred the most tender part of her being. Her heartbeat quickened as she looked across the table at Bai Zhou, her cheeks flushing, wondering why she perceived him to be different today. If Bai Zhou were aware of her thoughts, he would surely exclaim that the allure of 50 recognition points was indeed not in vain. Before long, their dishes were served. Bai Zhou naturally raised his glass of complimentary soda water. He refrained from ordering alcoholic beverages, as he needed to drive home later, and found sugary drinks unappealing. Li Si shared no particular preference either, so they toasted with water instead. Shall we say a few words before we dig in? Bai Zhou suggested. Li Si, holding her glass, shook her head in confusion. She had a multitude of expressions of gratitude to convey, but since she was no longer treating him, she felt it inappropriate to voice them. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhou proposed, let us celebrate our first dinner together. What do you think? First dinner? Li Si paused at his words, a sweet warmth blooming in her heart. Did this imply there would be a second, a third, and countless more to come? However, she quickly chastised herself for such thoughts. After all, she still owed Bai Zhou a meal. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Bai Zhou, puzzled by the notifications, wondered what he had said to earn such points. Was it possible that even this could yield recognition? Truly, Li Si was a veritable goldmine. Seeing Bai Zhou awaiting her response, Li Si nodded and softly replied, yes, as they clinked their glasses together. Subsequently, they embraced the virtue of silence at the table, each quietly savoring their meal. Li Si, with her naturally modest appetite, found Bai Zhou's selections perfectly suited for her. After Bai Zhou had finished his seafood rice, he watched as Li Si meticulously consumed her final piece of steak before summoning the waitress. As Li Si glanced at the total on the bill and then at Bai Zhou, who paid without a care, a wave of guilt washed over her. It was ostensibly her invitation to dinner, yet she had chosen such an extravagant restaurant and allowed Bai Zhou to foot the bill. With a hint of disappointment, she cast a fleeting glance at him. Would Bai Zhou think she had done this on purpose? Would he harbor any resentment towards her? If Bai Zhou could read her mind, he would undoubtedly chuckle and pat her head, assuring her that she was overthinking. Resolutely, Li Si stood up and earnestly declared to Bai Zhou, Mr. Bai, I will strive to save money and accumulate enough to treat you to dinner again. Next time, we shall return to this very restaurant, but you must not pay again. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou, amused by the notifications and the earnestness of Li Si's expression, could not help but smile, nodding in agreement. Very well. I await your invitation to dine here. Chapter 20. An unforeseen encounter as Bai Zhou and Li Si re-emerged onto the street. The hustle and bustle of the crowd had noticeably diminished. Oh dear. It's already 10 o'clock, came Li Si's voice beside him. What's the matter? Bai Zhou inquired. Our dormitory doors close at 10:30, and we only have half an hour left. Upon reflection, Bai Zhou recalled that the regulations at Magic Capital University indeed stipulated such a rule. What should we do then? We must hurry back. They both proceeded on foot, the distance to the campus being neither too far nor too close. Just as they turned onto the final fork leading to the school's rear entrance, 3 figures suddenly emerged ahead, blocking their path. The trio exuded an intimidating aura, and Bai Zhou protectively positioned Li Si behind him, regarding them with a steely gaze. Among them, a lanky individual, clearly the leader, spoke in a menacing tone. Finally, the students have returned to campus. Unfortunately for you too, you've become our first prey. The 2 accomplices behind him echoed sinister laughter. However, they were mindful to keep their voices low, fully aware that their actions were reprehensible. Bai Zhou replied coolly, What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? The lanky leader scoffed, drawing a glinting knife from his garment. Can't you see what we want? One of the lackeys stepped forward, asserting, Hand over your money. We wouldn't mind leaving a lasting mark on you. The other lackey advanced as well, humorously producing a QR code from his pocket. No cash? Scanning will suffice. This absurdity left Bai Zhou momentarily speechless. It was evident that these 3 robbers were habitual offenders, and their words revealed a singular desire for money, eschewing any interest in phones or valuables. This allowed them to prey on students, who typically resign themselves to misfortune, opting to part with their money for the sake of safety. Few would consider reporting such incidents, for returning to the same spot after having alerted the authorities would almost certainly lead to capture. These robbers capitalized on the students' inclination to avoid trouble, often making off with a few hundred yuan, which had permitted their prolonged presence in the area. However, this time, they had encountered Bai Zhou, who was far from accommodating. Step aside. Do not waste our time. The robbers were taken aback by Bai Zhou's audacity, especially when he remained unfazed by their display of menace. The henchmen whispered to one another, Brother, this guy seems unfazed by our threats. The lanky leader, clearly unaccustomed to such defiance, felt his irritation grow. As he stepped closer, brandishing the knife threateningly towards Bai Zhou, he snarled, It seems I must teach you a lesson. At that moment, Li Si, who had been cowering behind Bai Zhou, was gripped by fear at the sight of the knife aimed at him. She nervously tugged at Bai Zhou's sleeve. Teacher Bai, perhaps we should just give them the money? Before Bai Zhou could respond, the lanky leader mocked, I didn't realize you were a teacher. Where are you taking your student at this hour? He pretended to appraise Li Si, continuing, Not bad. You're quite beautiful. I didn't expect a teacher to indulge so much. Ha ha ha. The accomplices joined in raucous laughter. Bai Zhou's brow furrowed, his eyes gleaming with a cold fury. It was clear he had been ignited by indignation. Fully immersed in the role of a guardian, he could not tolerate insults directed at himself or his student. Are you aware of the consequences your words may invoke? Bai Zhou's voice took on a gravelly tone, laced with restrained anger. The lanky leader ceased his laughter, his face contorted with rage. What did you say? Are you threatening me? His habitual dominance over others had left him unprepared for such a challenge. His henchmen noticed the tremor in their leader's hand gripping the knife and gently urged him. Brother. They meant well, attempting to dissuade him from impulsive actions, knowing the gravity of causing harm. However, the lanky leader, incensed by Bai Zhou's disdainful gaze and indifferent tone, lost his composure. Consequences? I'll show you what consequences look like. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting the knife towards Bai Zhou. No. At that moment, Li Si, who had been hiding behind Bai Zhou, suddenly stepped forward, placing herself in front of him. Bai Zhou realized the gravity of the situation. In a swift motion, he gently moved Li Si aside, feeling as if time had slowed down, allowing him to contemplate various evasive maneuvers. Then, as if instinctively, his body surged into action. His brain gave no commands. His right hand moved at an unusual angle, striking the lanky leader's elbow. The elbow, while an aggressive part of the arm, was also its most vulnerable. With a sharp crack, the leader felt no pain, his forearm going numb, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Bai Zhou caught the falling knife effortlessly. In an instant, dozens of lethal techniques flashed through his mind. He gripped the knife horizontally, targeting the leader's throat. Yet, in that split second, clarity returned and he halted his strike, opting instead to deliver a powerful kick to the leader's chest. With a resounding thud, the lanky leader was propelled 3 meters backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In this reality, even in self-defense, taking a life could lead to severe repercussions. Thus, it was a risk not worth taking. The 2 henchmen, witnessing their leader's defeat, rushed forward to retaliate against Bai Zhou. Yet, they were met with the shocking realization that the knife had somehow ended up in Bai Zhou's possession. In a desperate attempt, they dropped to their knees before him. "Be brother. No, please. Master, we beg you. Please. We are blind to your greatness. Spare us." Chapter 21. Bringing students home? Oh dear. Spare us a chance. We have aged mothers to care for and children below. Please let us go. We shall never dare again. Bai Zhou regarded the 2 pitiful figures pleading for mercy with a bemused expression, wondering if they had learned this from a television drama. However, the combat skills provided by the system were indeed formidable, not only possessing techniques but also the ability for instantaneous analysis. Impressive. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. The chimes of the system jolted Bai Zhou back to reality, where he noticed Li Si, still in shock, staring at him in awe. Suddenly, he recalled, "Oh no, the dormitory doors will be locked." Bai Zhou casually tossed the knife to the ground. With a clatter, the sound startled the 2 supplicants into a louder wail. "Oh dear, we beg your pardon. Please do not kill us. Grandfather, grandfather, your grandson knows he is at fault." Did they just invoke their grandfather? As Bai Zhou approached Li Si, he stumbled momentarily, casting them a peculiar glance. Nonetheless, he chose to disregard them, moving to Li Si's side and gently taking her hand. "What are you waiting for? If we don't leave now, we won't get back." With that, Bai Zhou grasped Li Si's hand, and they hurried towards the back gate of the school. Ever since Bai Zhou had delivered that kick, the tall, thin figure had not made a sound and had yet to rise. However, Bai Zhou was well aware that the individual was in no life-threatening danger. The combat technique he had assimilated had accurately assessed the potential harm from his kick, predicting only a half-hour of unconsciousness at most. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, they discovered it was too late. The lights were already out. Despite their swift return, Bai Zhou remained unflustered, but Li Si appeared breathless, her face flushed and beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she gazed woefully at the locked security door. "Ah, it's too late, what shall we do?" The dormitory at Magic City University consisted of individual units, each with its own security door. Scaling the walls was entirely unfeasible. The alternative was to seek out the dormitory supervisor, but revealing their tardiness past 10:30 would result in a deduction of dormitory points and a report to the department, an unwise trade-off. Observing the predicament, Bai Zhou suggested, "Li Si, I recall you are a local from Magic City, why not return home for the night?" However, upon hearing Bai Zhou's suggestion, Li Si's expression soured further. "Teacher Bai, my home is in the Chongming district." "Ah, well, although Chongming is part of Magic City, the distance is indeed daunting. Driving back would likely take 2 hours, and it was already 11 o'clock with military training assembly at 9 in the morning. So that's how you twisted your ankle upon disembarking the high-speed train. It was the city rail." Li Si pouted and nodded. "Sigh, never mind. I suppose I shall find a fast food restaurant to spend the night. Teacher Bai, you should head back. It's quite late, and I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou immediately shook his head. "How can that be? You are my student and a girl. I cannot allow you to spend the night alone outside." After a brief pause, Bai Zhou proposed, "If you agree, you could stay at my home for the night." "What?" Li Si was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Fortunately, the entire dormitory was dark, preventing Bai Zhou from noticing her expression. Is that all right? Li Si cautiously inquired, her voice barely audible. What did you say? Ah, I said. Li Si appeared flustered, her voice dwindling again. Bai Zhou could only hear the incessant chimes of the system. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. Ding. Acquired 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. It won't be a bother. How could it? I have an extra bedroom in my rented place, and you can sleep there tonight. Well, if you say so. Li Si's heart raced, her mind flooded with memories of her experiences with Bai Zhou. His sunny, handsome face, the way he handled the 2 foreign students, and his fluent English, not to mention his courageous stand against a robber. He was indeed the Prince Charming she had always envisioned. But we've only just met a few days ago. Is it really appropriate to go home with him? Li Si mused sweetly, tinged with nervousness. Teacher Bai is so handsome and talented. Surely he must have a girlfriend? As this thought crossed her mind, a pang of sadness washed over her, prompting her to halt behind Bai Zhou and softly say, Teacher Bai, I think it's better not to. Your girlfriend must be waiting at home for you. Bringing me along so suddenly would surely disturb you both.
Bai Zhou, oblivious to Li Si's tumultuous thoughts,
was momentarily taken aback by her words, then shook his head in resignation. He turned and directly took hold of Li Si's hand. Let us go. I'm single. Where would I find a girlfriend? Initially shy, Li Si attempted to pull her hand away, but upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, the sweet feeling she had just lost surged back. Wasn't it Bai Zhou who had just held my hand as we ran back? Gazing at his hand enveloping hers, Li Si felt an overwhelming warmth. That night, the security guard on duty in the parking lot was the same one from before. Upon spotting a boy and girl walking hand in hand, he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, love. Today's students are so mature. However, when he realized their destination, he almost obstructed them, only to see a face he would never forget. Oh, I sent this teacher Bai? Working so late. You must be exhausted. Bai Zhou, recognizing someone greeting him, responded politely, though he could not recall who it was. Wow, teacher Bai, is this your car? Seated in the passenger seat, Li Si's face lit up with wonder as she examined the car's interior. Bai Zhou merely nodded in silence. Li Si looked at him and remarked, I never expected teacher Bai to be so low profile. You must be quite wealthy. Wealthy? Have you ever seen a rich person working as a university counselor? And who among the affluent rents a room in an inexpensive old neighborhood? This is precisely why I said teacher Bai is low profile. Bai Zhou shook his head, bemused by Li Si's unique way of thinking, and continued driving. Meanwhile, Li Si found herself lost in thought. Teacher Bai is handsome, talented, and affluent. He is the dream of countless girls. How could I possibly be worthy of him? Oh dear. As she pondered, she chided herself silently. What am I thinking? This is my teacher, after all. How could there be anything between a teacher and a student? Alas. Chapter 22. A virtuous gentleman? Wait a moment. Peculiar thought flickered through Li Si's mind. Could it be that teacher Bai is the notorious rich second generation? Now that he is taking me home, what if? What should I do? Call the police? If Bai Zhou were to discover the turmoil in her mind, he might very well feel faint. Fortunately, Li Si quickly dismissed her own thoughts. No, that can't be true. Teacher Bai is my advisor, and he is so gentle and considerate. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Li Si, what on earth are you thinking? This is truly a case of a petty person's suspicions towards a gentleman's character. Lost in thought, she impulsively slapped her thigh. What's wrong with you? Bai Zhou wondered what this girl was up to. Are there mosquitoes? It's nothing, nothing. Li Si hurriedly waved her hand in embarrassment, sitting up straight. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou was increasingly bewildered. What on earth is happening? As a man, he had no way of understanding the depths of Li Si's psychological activity. With Bai Zhou's swift driving and the sparse traffic at that hour, he soon arrived back at the Green Source community. Teacher Bai, you live in a place like this? Li Si's tone bore no hint of disdain, merely a touch of surprise. What's the matter? Bai Zhou casually inquired. It's nothing, Teacher Bai. I didn't mean it like that. Li Si thought her surprise might have displeased Bai Zhou and quickly clarified. I just feel that this community doesn't quite match your car. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. The living conditions here aren't great. Please don't take offense. How could I? Li Si's tone even carried a hint of excitement. My home is in a community like this too. I have lived in such an environment for nearly 20 years, so how could I be offended? Upon returning to Bai Zhou's rental apartment, the wall clock indicated it was already past 11, an awkward hour indeed. As a young woman, and after running around outside and taking the bus, she certainly needed to take a hot shower before bed. However, there were no spare clothes. Surely, she couldn't sleep in her current outfit after a shower? How could one possibly fall asleep like that? Fortunately, all the clothes in Bai Zhou's wardrobe were new, tags still attached. He retrieved a t-shirt and a pair of shorts to hand to Li Si. I don't have any women's clothing at home, so please wear mine for now. But rest assured, they are all new and you can wear them with confidence. Li Si blushed as she accepted the clothes, nodding in acknowledgement, before slipping on the slippers Bai Zhou had prepared and locking the bathroom door. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. In no time, the sound of running water filled the air. Bai Zhou returned to his bedroom, changed into his pajamas, and then opened the door to the other bedroom, pulling away the covering sheet. Gazing at the neat and tidy bed, a thought suddenly crossed Bai Zhou's mind. This room is just sitting empty. Perhaps I should find a roommate? Could help share the rent. Without hesitation, Bai Zhou returned to the living room and posted a rental ad on various local platforms. Green Source Community, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. Seeking a roommate, no more than 30 years old. In good health, no bad habits, 1,000 month. Although Bai Zhou currently faced no financial concerns, it was still wise to avoid wasting resources. Just after posting the rental information on several platforms, the sound of running water ceased. Bai Zhou checked the time. Only 20 minutes? Don't girls usually take hours to shower? Li Si would have liked to take a long shower, but this was someone else's home, and it was getting late. She had military training tomorrow, so she hurriedly rinsed off. Not long after the water stopped, the bathroom door swung open, and Li Si bounced out, exclaiming with delight, Teacher Bai, look, your t-shirt is so big. It feels just like a nightgown on me. Bai Zhou's face flushed from the steam, as he beheld a girl with damp hair, wearing only his t-shirt, bouncing before him and even spinning around as if to show off. Bai Zhou felt as if his nose might bleed. Though his t-shirt was indeed large enough to serve as Li Si's nightgown, it certainly didn't extend too far, barely covering above her knees. Bai Zhou was half reclining on the sofa, and as Li Si spun, he thought, my heavens, what am I witnessing? Those 2 mysterious protrusions on Li Si's t-shirt instantly confirmed his thoughts. Bai Zhou reflexively straightened up, leaning forward on the sofa, striving to control his tone as he said, Ahem. Ah, have you finished your shower? If you're done, go to bed quickly. It's getting late, and there's military training at dawn. Li Si remained oblivious to any abnormality, adorably nodding. Teacher Bai, you should rest early too. After saying that, she returned to the bathroom, and when she emerged again, she still wasn't wearing the sports shorts Bai Zhou had prepared, instead holding her changed clothes as she entered the bedroom he had set up for her. Phew! Bai Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief, only for Li Si to rush back out, clutching the shorts he had provided. His previously relaxed posture instantly returned to its earlier tension. Teacher Bai, what's the matter? Li Si curiously asked, noticing his reaction. Ah, it's nothing. By the way, why aren't you sleeping? You came out again? Oh, right, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she picked up the shorts. Teacher Bai, the waist is too loose for me. Without needing her to elaborate, Bai Zhou understood and quickly interrupted her. All right, I got it. Just place it wherever you like, and go to bed. Once Li Si finally closed her bedroom door, Bai Zhou sighed in relief. My goodness, was bringing her back a blessing or a curse? Bai Zhou shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself. No, Li Si is still my student. I am a well-respected advisor. Teacher Bai. With that thought, Bai Zhou tucked away his musings and entered the bathroom for a quick shower to refresh himself. Who would have guessed that this would only complicate matters further? The bathroom was filled with a subtle fragrance, and Bai Zhou could be certain that his body wash did not possess such a scent, which left only one possibility. In an instant, a warm wave surged from below and enveloped his mind. Bai Zhou stepped under the shower, feeling the water cascading over him, extinguishing the small flames of embarrassment within. Finally, Bai Zhou decided to close his bedroom door for the night, unbeknownst to whom he was building a barrier. Chapter 23. Can speeches be purchased? The following morning, Bai Zhou rose promptly at 5:30. While brushing his teeth, the bathroom door swung open to reveal a drowsy Li Si, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Through the mirror, Bai Zhou noticed that she was clad solely in his t-shirt, nearly choking on the foam in his mouth. Upon seeing Bai Zhou brushing his teeth, Li Si froze for a moment before slowly retreating. Soon after, a clearly groggy voice drifted in from outside. Teacher Bai, you're up so early. Just finishing rinsing his mouth, Bai Zhou wiped his lips with a towel and replied, You're not late either. It's not yet 6, is it? Indeed. It's the first time I've risen this early. I'm so sleepy. Bai Zhou exited the bathroom to find Li Si's face painted with a mix of exhaustion and discontent, her lips forming an adorable pout. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek with his right hand. This simple gesture jolted the still sleepy Li Si into alertness. Bitch. Teacher Bai. I need to wash up first. I still have to return to school early. I haven't changed into my military training uniform. With that, she dashed into the bathroom like a startled deer. Bai Zhou chuckled, shaking his head, and opened the refrigerator, which he had already stocked. While perusing the responses to his rental advertisement, Li Si emerged, freshly groomed and dressed. He gestured towards the table. I'm not sure of your taste, so I've made you a bowl of noodles. Give it a try. What? Teacher Bai, you can cook? Li Si exclaimed with surprise, bouncing over to the coffee table. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou smiled. A single man living alone would surely starve if he couldn't cook. Hurry up and eat. We need to get you to school soon. Li Si nodded happily, picking up her chopsticks. As she gazed at the perfectly cooked egg atop her noodles, a sweet sensation filled her heart. Teacher Bai was not only sunny and handsome but also wealthy, athletically gifted, a culinary whiz, and multilingual. Oh dear, the list of his virtues was endless. Why wasn't he my classmate? Why did he have to be a teacher? Li Si's thoughts spiraled into a bittersweet reverie. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. If Bai Zhou were to learn of her musings, he would undoubtedly chuckle, for in truth, he was indeed her classmate. After finishing her meal, Li Si contentedly gathered her bowl and chopsticks, expressing, This is the best breakfast I've ever had. She then willingly ventured into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Since both had risen early, when Bai Zhou dropped Li Si off at the dormitory, it was only 8 o'clock, leaving an hour until the 9 o'clock oath-taking ceremony. Following the events of the previous night and some incidental physical contact, any shyness Li Si had toward Bai Zhou had long since evaporated. Goodbye, Teacher Bai, she called over her shoulder, rushing into the dormitory. That girl. Bai Zhou shook his head with a bemused smile. He then noticed students clad in camouflage uniforms making their way to the playground and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot I have to give a speech today. My speech draft is still unprepared. Should I consult the system? As this thought crossed his mind, a mechanical notification chimed. Ding. System store is now open. System produced oath-taking ceremony speech costs 20 points. Would the host like to purchase it? Is there truly such a thing? This system sells everything. Confirm purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Bai Zhou felt a surge of inspiration wash over him, as if a brilliant light had ignited in his mind, and a fervent eagerness to take the stage welled within him. On the vast playground, a line of soldiers stood rigidly at attention, starkly contrasting with the over 3,000 disheveled students in camouflage. On the podium sat several school leaders, including the commander responsible for military training, with Lin Xiao and Bai Zhou seated at the far end. The remaining new student counselors occupied the stands beside the podium. At 9 o'clock, the oath-taking ceremony commenced punctually, with a teacher from the school's publicity department acting as the host. After delivering a lengthy soliloquy praising the school leaders, the host invited the principal to speak. Amidst scattered applause, the principal adjusted his reading glasses and began reciting the prepared speech, filled with stale platitudes about how the flowers of the motherland need the nurturing of wind and rain. Both the students in attendance and Bai Zhou on stage felt themselves drifting off. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the principal concluded his remarks, and the applause was notably warmer than before, as if the students had been waiting for this moment of reprieve. Next, it was the turn of the new student counselors to speak. Lin Xiao was the first to take the stage. Her presence drew significant attention, and the applause she received was far more enthusiastic than that for the principal, her beauty undeniable. Although Lin Xiao had prepared her own speech, years of traditional education compelled her to regurgitate a series of bureaucratic clichés. At last, it was Bai Zhou's turn. When he stepped up to the microphone, a wave of applause erupted from a small section of the crowd of 3,500, echoing throughout. This fervent applause ignited a bandwagon effect among the new students, who, despite their confusion, instinctively clapped along. This unexpected reception puzzled even the military leaders seated at attention nearby. Bai Zhou recognized that this applause was orchestrated by the students from his English class. He was oblivious to the awkward expressions of the school leaders and the astonished gaze of Lin Xiao, as the notifications in his mind continued to chime. Ding! Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding! Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding! Acquired recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou raised his hand to quell the noise, and the crowd obediently quieted. Hello everyone, I am Bai Zhou, the counselor for Class 15, English 2. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted in the crowd. Bai Zhou? He asked the counselor from the internet. One voice exclaimed, quickly followed by another, spreading like wildfire through the camouflage ranks. Students from the classes closest to English 2 began inquiring about Bai Zhou. Hey, is your counselor the one who famously taught international students? The student questioned happened to be Wang Boyu, who was set to play Dota with Bai Zhou later. Hearing the inquiry about his counselor, he puffed out his chest with pride. Not only that, the flying man from Modu University that you mentioned is also our counselor. No way, you're just bragging. The questioner clearly found it hard to believe, scoffing in disbelief. Don't believe it? Go find the video online. Wang Boyu turned away, dismissing the person. Daring to question teacher Bai? You're not worthy of speaking to me. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no content provided for me to revise or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 24. The astonished students in an instant. The news of Bai Zhou becoming a contemporary internet sensation in the Magic City spread throughout the playground. The cacophony grew increasingly pronounced, and the students showed no signs of restraint. Observing this scene, Bai Zhou, despite the incessant chime of increasing recognition points in his mind, found the disruption of other speeches to be a most irksome act. Silence! Bai Zhou's authoritative voice resonated through the microphone, instantly enveloping the entire area. In that moment, he was unaware of the unprecedented aura emanating from him. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, as if ducks had their necks grasped. For the students of English Class 2, who were most familiar with him, an unsettling chill coursed down their spines. Wang Boyu, who had just been boasting about Bai Zhou, shivered, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Is teacher Bai angry? Why does it feel so terrifying? Li Si, the student closest to Bai Zhou, was equally startled. Teacher Bai is angry? He appears so different from yesterday. We must not provoke his wrath. Each student harbored their own thoughts, yet none felt rebellious. At their age, typically in the throes of rebellion, even though they were momentarily subdued by Bai Zhou's commanding shout, most still grappled with a sense of disdain. Strangely, however, alongside their trepidation, they experienced a burgeoning sense of guilt, acknowledging their errors. Bai Zhou sensed something unusual. Could it be the authority bestowed upon him by the system, specially designed for teachers? Could it truly have such an effect? Among those present, the most astonished was the school principal, who, having donned his glasses once more, gazed at Bai Zhou in disbelief, his mind racing. I never expected this. In my 20 years as the principal of Magic City University, I have encountered countless teachers, yet none have possessed such a commanding presence. This is a rarity I have only seen in the former principal. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Bai Zhou was oblivious to the attention he had garnered from the principal due to his commanding shout. As he surveyed the now silent crowd, a regal, domineering aura surged within him, making him feel akin to Emperor Qin, poised to lead his invincible army into battle. Just as he was about to exclaim lonely, he abruptly realized the impropriety of the situation and swiftly halted. System, have you provided me with the wrong speech? The system remained silent, only responding with a chime. A different, fervent emotion seized Bai Zhou's mind, and he gazed at the camouflaged uniforms below, feeling a passionate urge to protect his homeland. Thus, Bai Zhou commenced his speech. Let me share a few stories with you. His opening line captivated the attention of everyone present. His words were devoid of platitudes or bureaucratic jargon. The students had long grown weary of the previous meaningless discourse. Have you all heard of Chang Cheng Fenghua? Bai Zhou's question seemed to bridge the gap between him and the students, fostering interaction. The stories he recounted were all related to military affairs. As the tales unfolded, a unique fervor, characteristic of youth, infused his voice. Bai Zhou too became immersed in this emotion, his tone growing increasingly impassioned. The military leaders responsible for the military training at Magic City University were now entranced, fixated on Bai Zhou. Is this new student counselor truly just a counselor? His speech could mobilize troops. It surpasses my own pre-battle addresses to those rascals. The students, naturally immature in their mindset, were easily swayed. They set aside their books and grasped the weapons meant to defend their homeland. Bai Zhou's tone shifted in tandem with the narrative, vividly painting scenes in the minds of his listeners. The students, once resistant to military training, now felt a sense of anticipation. How could they not be called youthful idealists? Even the previously stoic line of military instructors exhibited a glimmer of enthusiasm, as if moved by Bai Zhou's words. Before long, within a mere 5 to 6 minutes, Bai Zhou's speech reached its conclusion. Perhaps due to the intensity of his emotions, he found himself slightly breathless. Though his address had ended, the atmosphere remained charged with silence. It was not until the military leader began to applaud that the instructors followed suit, and soon a thunderous applause erupted across the playground. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. Ding! Recognition points gained. 10. As Bai Zhou listened to the system points surging in his mind and surveyed the scene before him, he felt a surge of surprise. He realized that the items he had purchased bore only the product names, some of which were prefixed with system-produced. The previous system-produced combat skills had endowed him with the ability to analyze opponents' moves, while this system-produced speech could adapt to various scenarios and captivate the audience. Bai Zhou nodded, recognizing that he must pay close attention to the phrase system produced when making future purchases. He smiled and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the applause continued unabated, and Lin Xiao, sitting beside him, looked at Bai Zhou with a hint of admiration, applauding enthusiastically. Bai Zhou responded with a polite smile and nod, though he sensed a fleeting blush on Lin Xiao's face. After a full 3 minutes, the applause gradually subsided, and the host returned to the podium. He first praised Bai Zhou's address and then lauded the school leaders before announcing the adjournment of the meeting. Now that it was 11 o'clock, the students were to be divided into teams before breaking for lunch, rendering the presence of the school leaders unnecessary. At this moment, Lin Xiao tapped Bai Zhou's arm and spoke. "Teacher Bai, are you going to the cafeteria for lunch? Shall we go together?" Bai Zhou gazed at his student, the embodiment of his youthful ideal, smiling warmly, and felt a sudden pang of regret. This sentiment stemmed from memories of the past. In his recollections, Lin Xiao's smile had nearly vanished during the latter half of their sophomore year due to unforeseen circumstances. This phenomenon puzzled not only Bai Zhou but also all students in English classes 1 and 2. Upon discovering the cause, turned out that Lin Xiao had been hurt by a scoundrel. Such a melodramatic turn of events befalling their goddess was unbearable. The students from both classes were incensed, clamoring to confront the rogue, but ultimately relented out of consideration for Lin Xiao. Bai Zhou shook his head inwardly. Alas, what a pity. Wait, Bai Zhou finally came to his senses. Considering the time, Teacher Lin has yet to encounter that scoundrel. Upon this realization, a faint smile graced the corners of Bai Zhou's lips. Chapter 25. The Principal's Invitation. Teacher Bai? Lin Xiao observed the smile lingering on Bai Zhou's lips, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. When he received no response to his inquiry, she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Oh, Bai Zhou snapped back to reality. All right, Teacher Lin, I've been a counselor for several days now and still haven't enjoyed a meal at the staff cafeteria. Let's go, Lin Xiao proclaimed, almost boasting. Today, Teacher Bai, you are in for a treat. I must tell you that the food at the staff cafeteria is far superior to what I had during my own school days. Just as they stood up, Principal Wang approached them. Hello, Principal Wang. Lin Xiao greeted politely. The principal nodded in acknowledgement and then smiled as he addressed Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, we haven't met before, have we? Bai Zhou returned the greeting and nodded, confirming, Indeed, Principal Wang. This is our first encounter. The principal nodded again. Please go have your meal. Could you visit my office this afternoon? I have some matters to discuss with you. Bai Zhou had no objections and affirmed, Of course. Principal Wang departed, surrounded by a throng of school leaders. Lin Xiao shook her head at Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, you truly astonished everyone today. Bai Zhou, puzzled by her words, asked, What do you mean? Lin Xiao elaborated. First, you became a campus star at Magic City University, and during your speech, the principal looked at you with sheer amazement. Wouldn't you say you were quite remarkable? Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. We were supposed to eat at the cafeteria, right? I'll clarify everything this afternoon and let you know right away. Lin Xiao relented, clearly prioritizing the culinary experience over anything else. The two swiped their staff meal cards, deducting 5 yuan each, and entered the staff cafeteria. Bai Zhou was pleasantly surprised to discover that the staff meal was a buffet. There was an abundance of staple foods like rice and steamed buns, an array of cold and hot dishes, and several varieties of soup available for selection. The most astonishing part was that for just 5 yuan, they could eat as much as they wanted, with a delightful balance of meat and vegetables and even seafood. Experiencing the staff cafeteria for the first time, Bai Zhou couldn't help but marvel at the enviable treatment afforded to teachers, unaware that he was now part of that admired group. The two engaged in light conversation, knowing that their working relationship would extend over a considerable period. Thus, it was essential to cultivate rapport to mitigate future complications. Bai Zhou had to admit that this meal was the most gratifying he had experienced since his arrival in this new reality. Time flew by, and Lin Xiao had other commitments in the afternoon, so she departed from the school as there were no further activities scheduled. Bai Zhou had initially intended to interview a few tenants in the afternoon, but with the principal's invitation, he couldn't very well seek out the principal during midday. Therefore, he returned to his office, reclined in his chair, and rested for a while. When his internal clock roused him, it was already 2:30 p.m. He stood, stretched, and washed his face in the restroom before heading to the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Zhou tapped on the door of the principal's office. Come in, called the principal's voice. Upon entering, Bai Zhou was greeted by the principal, who immediately donned a warm smile upon seeing him. He rose from his marble desk and extended his right hand in welcome. Ah, Teacher Bai, welcome. Bai Zhou was taken aback by the principal's warm demeanor as he shook the principal's hand, his mind racing with questions for the system. System, what identity have you arranged for me upon my return? Ding. Please explore this on your own. Bai Zhou, still puzzled, took a seat on the sofa in the principal's office. Teacher Bai, please enjoy some tea. This is top-quality pre-rain Longjing, sourced for me. Give it a taste. Bai Zhou accepted the teacup but placed it on the coffee table. Principal Wang, you summoned me. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Ha ha ha, not at all. The principal chuckled, gazing at Bai Zhou with delight. After witnessing your speech today, I was astonished by your insights, especially considering your young age. Director Guo certainly has a keen eye. Director Guo, Bai Zhou latched onto this key information. As he pondered who Director Guo was, there was a knock on the principal's office door. "Guomein," the principal called out, his voice resonating. A familiar figure entered, prompting the principal to don another smile and rise to greet the newcomer. "Ah, Director Guo. Welcome, welcome." Bai Zhou's eyes widened in recognition. It was none other than Guojian, his father's close friend. Guojian approached Bai Zhou with a smile, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "How are you, Xiao Zhou? How's the counseling role treating you?" Bai Zhou was still processing the situation, instinctively nodding. "Quite well." Guojian then turned to Principal Wang. "Old Wang, has my nephew caused you any trouble?" Principal Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Your nephew has truly impressed me today." "Oh?" Director Guo's face lit up with curiosity. "What do you mean?" "Come, sit down, and I'll explain." Principal Wang began narrating Bai Zhou's morning speech to Guojian, while Bai Zhou pieced together the context. It was shortly after Bai Zhou's university graduation that Guojian, a family friend, visited. Guojian had been a mentor figure in Bai Zhou's life. During a casual conversation at a banquet, Bai Zhou had overheard that Guojian was promoted to deputy director of the Education Bureau. Yet, that was in early 2020, and here it was only 15 years later. He should merely be the office director of the Education Committee. Bai Zhou refrained from querying the system about this. He knew the answer would simply be to explore it himself. Yet, it dawned on him that this was the system's way of paving the path for his role as a counselor. After all, Guojian would ultimately assume the position of deputy director of the Education Bureau, regardless of the timeline. Everything seemed to be orchestrated in service of Bai Zhou's journey. At that moment, Principal Wang had recounted Bai Zhou's accomplishments to Guojian, albeit with some embellishments. "Ha ha ha ha." Guojian laughed heartily, repeatedly patting Bai Zhou's shoulder. "My dear nephew, I had no idea you were so talented. To be merely a counselor is truly an underutilization of your skills." Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, wondering what Guojian's intentions were. Guojian lowered his voice slightly. "Xiao Zhou, would you be interested in joining the Education Bureau to assist me?" The atmosphere in the principal's office fell silent. Despite Principal Wang seemingly unfazed as he sipped his tea, his ears were perked up, listening intently. Chapter 26. The Senior Class Meeting. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou was taken aback. After all the effort he had put into becoming the counselor of his former class, his beautiful life was just beginning, and he couldn't possibly accept a position from the Education Bureau chief. He first expressed his gratitude to Guo Jianxi. "Thank you, Uncle Guo, for recommending me to become a counselor at Magic City University." He then tactfully declined Guo Jianxi's invitation. "Uncle Guo, I've just taken on the role of counselor. If you transfer me, what will happen to my students? Besides, with so many matters to attend to in the Education Bureau, it's far easier for me to manage my duties as a counselor." Guo Jianxi was momentarily stunned. Was this a rejection? Such an opportunity to ascend in status was being turned down outright? He couldn't help but nod to Bai Zhou in his heart. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. After taking a sip of tea, Guo Jianxi smacked his lips, shook his head, and sighed. "Ah, the tea is excellent, but the cup is rather small." Listening to Guo Jianxi's seemingly disjointed remarks, Bai Zhou's mind quickly processed the implication. Clearly, he was suggesting that if Bai Zhou truly possessed the talents that Principal Wang spoke of, serving as a counselor at Magic City University was indeed a waste of his abilities. Bai Zhou glanced at Principal Wang, who was still sipping tea, seemingly unfazed. Bai Zhou found it hard to believe that Principal Wang couldn't discern Guo Jianxi's underlying meaning. The fact that Guo Jianxi used the prestigious Magic City University, one of the 5 key universities he oversaw, to elevate Bai Zhou, while Principal Wang remained unresponsive, revealed the depths of his character. Bai Zhou subtly nodded and lifted a cup of tea from the table, mimicking Guo Jianxi's mannerism as he savored a sip. Indeed, it was exquisite tea, its fragrance permeating the air. No matter the cup's design, it couldn't conceal its aroma. "Uncle Guo, you must be aware of the saying, the fragrance of wine fears not the depth of alleys, right?" Guo Jianxi burst into hearty laughter, enthusiastically patting Bai Zhou's shoulder. "Excellent. Truly, you are my esteemed nephew." Even Principal Wang, who had been an outsider until now, set his cup down, gazing at Bai Zhou with surprise. Could it be that Bai Zhou was truly only in his 20s? Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. The ensuing moments were filled with nostalgic exchanges between Guo Jianxi, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, and the principal of Magic City University. Bai Zhou, with a sense of purpose, excused himself from the principal's office, though his expression bore a hint of helplessness. What was he to do? The English class of the 14th cohort and the 1 class had just been handed over to him with a mere sentence. The principal's exact words were, "Teacher Bai, typically, new counselors start with first-year students, but due to Teacher Li's second pregnancy, and given your well-recognized capabilities, we would like you to take on these responsibilities." And so it was. He had unexpectedly acquired 2 additional classes, both comprising his former juniors. Bai Zhou was relatively familiar with the 14th cohort, as he had shared mutual assistance with them during his university days, but the 1 class was rather unfamiliar to him. With a resigned shake of his head, Bai Zhou pondered how to conduct the class meeting tomorrow, as the university was set to commence. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he noted a reminder for an afternoon meeting with several tenants. On his way to the parking lot, he passed by the sports field, hoping to greet his students, only to find that the over 3,000 freshmen had been rearranged into new formations. Rather than searching for each student individually, he decided to leave the field. As night fell, Bai Zhou lay in his bed, feeling weary after seeing off the last of today's tenants. What was going on? Did they not read my rental requirements? This afternoon, he had interviewed 10 prospective tenants, 3 of whom appeared older than the principal. 1 even entered wearing a mask, as if afraid to be seen. Another male tenant bizarrely asked, "Can I touch your chest muscles?" prompting Bai Zhou to promptly escort him out. Sitting up, Bai Zhou realized he was in the room that Li Si had occupied the previous night. Whereas the t-shirt I lent to Li Si, could she have borrowed it? Unbeknownst to him, Li Si had indeed taken one of his few t-shirts. However, he chose not to dwell on it, as he had 2 class meetings to prepare for in the morning. With that, he retired to his own room, and the night passed in silence. At 5:30 in the morning, Bai Zhou woke up punctually. After washing up and having breakfast, he set off for the school before 7. Upon entering his office, he received a WeChat message from Li Jie, the former counselor of the 13th and 14th English classes. Li Jie expressed her gratitude for Bai Zhou's willingness to take on the 2 classes and subsequently added him to their WeChat groups. From there, the rest was up to Bai Zhou. Each class at Magic City University had its designated classroom, which was exclusively theirs during class meetings. At other times, different classes could use the room for study or lessons. At 8:30, Bai Zhou arrived at the door of the 14th grade English class. Despite being in their 2nd year, the classroom was just as noisy as during their 1st year when the teacher was absent. At that moment, Bai Zhou fully understood the discomfort teachers felt standing at the podium. Why do you insist on chatting in class when you see each other daily at school, during meals, and in the dorms? This was the most genuine thought in Bai Zhou's mind. He chose not to disturb their chatter, gently closing the classroom door before stepping onto the podium. Among the familiar faces, he spotted a few of his former basketball teammates. The tall one immediately recognized Bai Zhou and exclaimed, "Teacher Bai!" His shout drew everyone's attention, and upon noticing the unfamiliar figure at the podium, they realized that he was indeed their teacher. "Where's Teacher Li?" A question echoed in the minds of all the students in the 14th grade English class. The classroom fell silent due to the tall student's exclamation, and Bai Zhou smiled before speaking slowly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Zhou, and from today onwards, I will be your counselor." "Why? Where's Teacher Li?" a male student in the back row boldly inquired. Silence. Before Bai Zhou could respond, the tall student turned around with a fierce expression, shouting at the boy who had spoken. The student quickly covered his mouth and lowered his head, looking alarmed. Bai Zhou observed, surprised that the tall one held such influence in the class. Chapter 27. The breakthrough in the class from the expressions of the students present. It was evident that they had grown accustomed to the antics of the tall fellow, and though their gazes carried a hint of discontent, none dared to voice their dissent. Bai Zhou observed the tall young man with a measure of surprise, thinking to himself, "You possess quite a character." Although the previous question posed by the boy was rather impolite, Bai Zhou understood it to be a reflection of the collective curiosity that permeated the classroom. Due to health reasons, Teacher Li cannot overexert herself or manage too many class responsibilities, Bai Zhou explained. Thus, the principal has assigned me to take over as the counselor for your class, as well as for Class 1 of the second-year English program. However, should you wish to see Teacher Li, feel free to visit her in her office, as she continues to serve as the counselor for the senior class. This arrangement is merely to alleviate her workload. Bai Zhou noted the students' eyes filled with questions, yet they refrained from asking due to the imposing presence of the tall boy, which amused him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. The key to breaking through the tension in Class 14 lay with this very tall student. You need not worry. Teacher Li is not unwell, but rather, she has received joyous news, so there is no cause for concern, Bai Zhou declared, raising his hand. Now that I have officially become your counselor, it is time for me to get to know each of you. I'll start. Naturally, it was the tall boy who stood up. Yet, his reaction left his classmates staring at him as if they had seen a ghost, except for his 3 roommates. The boy he had just reprimanded lifted his head in shock, fixated on the tall figure, waves of confusion crashing within him. Has the tyrant taken a different medication today? Why is he so eager? What has transpired? Not just him, but many others shared the same bewilderment. Even the girls seated in the front rows turned to glance at him in astonishment. The tall boy, noticing the scrutiny of his peers, felt a twinge of embarrassment and feigned seriousness, glaring at them with a dismissive, "What are you looking at?" Though the students averted their gazes, it was impossible to control their thoughts. As the classmates turned back, he began his self-introduction. "Hello, Teacher Bai. I am Zhang Jiawei." The moment his first sentence escaped his lips, gasps echoed from various corners of the classroom, astonishment illuminating their faces. Why is the tyrant speaking so politely today? Is it because of this young teacher? Many instinctively shifted their attention to Bai Zhou, with several young girls blushingly contemplating how remarkably youthful and charming the new counselor appeared. They glanced around, lamenting that not a single boy in the class could compare to Teacher Bai's looks. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Listening to the sounds of notifications ringing in his mind, Bai Zhou felt a surge of curiosity. He wondered what heinous act Zhang Jiawei had committed to instill such fear among his peers. He opened the student records for the class of 14, which he had previously overlooked. Zhang Jiawei had average academic performance, was a member of the basketball team, currently serving as its captain, had clashed with teachers multiple times, and had received a demerit for participating in a fight off campus. Bai Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly honest and straightforward tall boy was, in fact, a notorious troublemaker. Having just completed his first year and begun his second, he had already accumulated a demerit? Given his imposing physique, could he possibly be a bully in class? Bai Zhou's gaze towards Zhang Jiawei grew colder. He held a strong aversion to any form of bullying or insubordination towards teachers. By this time, Zhang Jiawei had finished his self-introduction, prompting Bai Zhou to seize the opportunity to speak. "So your name is Zhang Jiawei." Hehehe. Zhang Jiawei chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Hello, Teacher Bai." The students in the classroom regarded Zhang Jiawei with expressions akin to witnessing a surreal spectacle. He actually has such a demeanor? A girl in the front row instinctively turned to look, drawn by the laughter. A boy discreetly nudged his desk mate, whispering, "Hey, have you ever seen him behave like this?" His desk mate, bewildered, shook his head. Despite Zhang Jiawei's innocent grin, Bai Zhou did not soften his demeanor. His brows furrowed as he addressed him seriously. "Zhang Jiawei, oh Zhang Jiawei," he said, raising the student record in his hand. "I never expected this stout fellow to have committed so many heroic deeds." The sarcasm in Bai Zhou's words was palpable, and the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. The boy who had previously been shaking his head now felt his heart race with anxiety. Oh no, the new teacher is unaware of the situation. Zhang Jiawei is about to explode. He quickly lowered his head, trying to hide, hoping to avoid collateral damage. A few girls in the front rows also raised their heads, alarmed, with one girl instinctively shaking her head at Bai Zhou, as if to say, "Teacher, you will regret this." However, just as everyone anticipated Zhang Zhou's outburst, a scene unfolded that would be etched in their memories forever. Zhang Zhou's face flushed red, and he awkwardly lowered his head in embarrassment. What? Zhang Zhou? He actually... Students in the front, sensing the prolonged silence, curiously turned to see Zhang Zhou with his arms crossed, head bowed, wearing an awkward expression. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen? Has Zhang Zhou taken a different medication? Students in the back also began to react, lifting their heads. One student, noticing his desk mate still with his head down, playfully slapped him. "Why did you hit me?" His words trailed off as he realized. Is that Zhang Zhou? He is actually lowering his head in response to the new teacher's reprimand? Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou listened to the notifications ringing in his mind, observing the astonished expressions and the hurried, chaotic breaths of the students. Frustration bubbled within him as he pointed at Zhang Zhou. "Zhang Zhou, I was unaware of your record until I glanced at it, and I must say, I am quite taken aback. You've truly astonished me with your adherence to school rules. In all honesty, students like Zhang Zhou could be found in every school." He would not suddenly become obedient to Bai Zhou merely because they had been teammates for a brief period. However, Zhang Zhou possessed a notable trait. If someone excelled in his area of expertise and earned his genuine respect, that individual would rise to an esteemed position in his eyes. For instance, Bai Zhou had showcased remarkable talent, physical prowess, and an insightful understanding of basketball that day, which had left a lasting impression on Zhang Zhou. In Zhang Zhou's heart, a profound impression was etched. He genuinely admired Bai Zhou from the depths of his being, even harboring a desire for Bai Zhou to teach him the art of basketball. Naturally, he dared not provoke the ire of his idol. For what grounds would there be for anger? The issue lay solely within himself. Chapter 28. A stark contrast between two classes, Mr. Bai. I apologize. I realize my mistakes now. You have become my counselor, and I assure you that I will not violate any school rules again. Zhang Zhou bowed and nodded earnestly, making promises to Bai Zhou. In that moment, the students of Class 14 English 2 were utterly bewildered. What is happening here? The astonished students began to murmur amongst themselves. What has gotten into Zhang Zhou? Why has he suddenly transformed into a model student? One of his classmates nudged him. "Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you." The girl in front also joined the conversation. "Is Zhang Zhou's change due to the new teacher, Mr. Bai?" A girl with playful pigtails discreetly observed Bai Zhou and whispered, "Mr. Bai. Bai Zhou? He seems to be, that popular guy online." The other girls nearby perked up, for their curiosity often surpassed that of the boys. Indeed, a girl with heavily lined eyes exclaimed, "I saw him trending while at home. I thought he was just a freshman, but then I realized he's actually our counselor." Yes, another girl chimed in. "I can't believe he's actually our counselor. We are so lucky." Their admiration inadvertently revealed their infatuation. A boy nearby shook his head, unimpressed. "What's the big deal? It's just trending online." He was met with several disapproving glares, and a girl retorted dismissively, "Just trending? If you're so capable, why don't you trend like Zhang Zhou?" The boy, initially defiant, instinctively glanced at the still apologizing Zhang Zhou, then quickly shook his head. "Never mind. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point." Bai Zhou noticed the class growing increasingly noisy and raised his hand. "All right, everyone, please be quiet." The room fell silent once more, and Bai Zhou turned to Zhang Zhou. "As for the past, I will overlook it since I was not here then. But from now on, I am your counselor. Do you understand how you should conduct yourself?" "Understood. I will show you my improvement, Mr. Bai." Zhang Zhou replied with a face lit up as if seeing sunlight after a long darkness, nodding fervently. The bespectacled boy sitting next to him chuckled. "Don't worry, Mr. Bai, we will keep an eye on him." His familiar basketball teammates echoed in agreement. Bai Zhou shot them a disapproving glance. You should manage yourselves first. The trio chuckled and lowered their heads. These three boys were close friends with Zhang Jiawei, a camaraderie born of shared mischief. Bai Zhou's assessment was accurate. These four had a notorious reputation in class, and no one dared to provoke them. The other students admired how the new counselor effortlessly commanded respect from the so-called four kings of the class. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou shook his head, amused, as he observed the students' admiration and the incessant system notifications ringing in his mind. He sighed in relief. This class seems to be under control. Soon enough, the class meeting for the 14th grade English 2 concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. It was precisely 9:30, and Bai Zhou arrived at the entrance of the 1 English 2 class. The ambience among the third-year students awaiting their meeting was considerably subdued. This was primarily due to the fact that over 4/5 of the students in the third-year English 2 class were preparing for graduate school entrance exams. Although Magic City University is a prestigious institution, not all undergraduates pursue further studies. In truth, among those 4/5, only half genuinely aspired to become graduate students, while the other half approached the exams with a symbolic mindset, not truly desiring to pursue an advanced degree. The remaining students were merely there to appease their parents. Bai Zhou closed the door. Apart from a few students in the front row, the rest of the class was engrossed in their books, diligently writing and drawing. Although there had been no official count of students preparing for the exams yet, the atmosphere of ambition permeated the third-year class, even on the first day of school. Bai Zhou knew well that those intent on taking the exams had likely begun their preparations as early as the summer vacation. Standing quietly on the platform, Bai Zhou observed the scene below, reminiscing about his own experience of braving the entrance exams, recalling that he too had been part of the group merely trying to placate their parents. In retrospect, he held no regrets. After all, had he succeeded, he might never have had the chance to return to where he is now. As a few students looked up and noticed Bai Zhou on the podium, a girl in the front row smiled warmly and asked, "Excuse me, do you need something?" Bai Zhou, somewhat resigned, rubbed his chin, pondering how often he was mistaken for a student. Was it such a crime to look youthful? The girl's question captured the attention of the rest of the class, and they turned to face Bai Zhou. With a smile, he nodded. "Hello, students of 1 English 2. I am your new counselor, Bai Zhou." As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of confusion rippled through the classroom, though the voices remained low. The same girl, now somewhat awkward, spoke up again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, but you look so young. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point." Bai Zhou waved his hand with a smile, assuring them it was no issue. The girl continued, "Then, Mr. Bai, what about Mr. Li?" The question mirrored that of the previous class. It seemed the overall politeness of this class stemmed from their academic atmosphere. Bai Zhou responded, "Your Mr. Li is expecting a baby, so the school has appointed me to alleviate some of his responsibilities." "Really?" Excited voices erupted from the classroom. "Mr. Li is having another child? He is so fortunate." A few girls exclaimed enviously. A boy in the second row stood up slowly. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Lu Yong, the class representative of 13 English 2. On behalf of my class, I welcome you." He led the class in applause, leaving Bai Zhou pleasantly surprised by the display. The disparity between the two classes was striking. This was the demeanor one would expect from students at a prestigious university. Bai Zhou smiled and gestured for the applause to subside. "Would you like us to introduce ourselves, Mr. Bai?" Lu Yong inquired. Bai Zhou, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, listened as the students took turns introducing themselves. Finally, Bai Zhou offered a few token words customary for a counselor, and the class meeting for 1 English 2 concluded smoothly. Chapter 29. Teacher Bai, I wish to learn from you more in the future. With a cheerful heart, Bai Zhou returned to his office. Just as he settled in, there was a knock at the door. Who could it be, arriving so punctually? Bai Zhou opened the door to reveal the university's gatekeeper. "Are you Teacher Bai from the English department?" the gatekeeper inquired. Bai Zhou nodded. "There's a delivery for you." "My delivery? I haven't ordered anything," Bai Zhou replied, accepting a package labeled SF, clearly bearing his name. Upon returning to his chair, He noticed the sender's address was from the Municipal Education Bureau. Uncle Gua? Who else could recognize him at the Education Bureau? Just as he prepared to open the package, his phone rang, displaying Uncle Gua Jian's name. Hello, Uncle Gua? A jovial voice came through. Bai Zhou, did you receive the package? Yes, I did, Uncle Gua. What could possibly need to be sent via courier? I could have just picked it up after work. The municipal university is quite far from the bureau. It saves a trip. Gua Jian paused before continuing. Bai Zhou, congratulations. You have been appointed as an external commissioner for the Municipal Education Bureau. What? Bai Zhou asked, bewildered. Uncle Gua, I thought I mentioned wanting to continue as a counselor? Yes, you will still be a counselor, but now you'll carry the title of the Education Bureau. I must go now. I have a meeting. Without waiting for Bai Zhou to respond, Gua Jian hung up. Bai Zhou shook his head in resignation yet proceeded to open the package. Inside lay an appointment letter and an official work ID bearing the Education Bureau's seal. From the letter, Bai Zhou understood his role. He would hold a nominal position at the bureau while primarily serving as a counselor at the university, yet he would receive dual salaries. A situation where one earns without working, what is not to like? He discarded the packaging into the trash and placed the new ID alongside his counselor's identification. At that moment, another knock sounded at the door, and this time it was Lin Xiao. She appeared with her usual simple makeup and a smile. Teacher Bai, shall we go for a meal? Of course. The two made their way to the faculty cafeteria with ease. As Bai Zhou enjoyed his bowl of plain noodles, he noticed Lin Xiao seemed somewhat distracted, prompting him to think. Could it be that scoundrel again? Teacher Lin, you seem a bit preoccupied. Is something on your mind? Bai Zhou asked tentatively. Lin Xiao's subsequent words eased his concern. It's just about one of my students. Student? Did she cause trouble? Bai Zhou relaxed at the mention of a student, curious to know more. Not exactly trouble, but... Oh, I don't know how to explain it. This Chen Xiaoxiao is quite worrisome. Chen Xiaoxiao? That name sounds familiar. As Bai Zhou slurped his noodles, he pondered the name. An image of a sharp-tongued, cunning girl surfaced in his mind. That's her. Though not in the same class, Bai Zhou had a vivid impression of Chen Xiaoxiao. She belonged to the 2015 English Class 1, a notorious figure known for her biting sarcasm and knack for exposing others' flaws, which resulted in her having no friends. Her reputation spread quickly among the freshmen. This phenomenon persisted for 3 years, even her dorm mates intentionally isolating her. Chen Xiaoxiao seemed to revel in her solitude. It was only at the end of her junior year that her troubling demeanor was acknowledged. When she received her acceptance letter in 2015, she was eager to share the good news with her parents, only to learn they were on the same ill-fated flight that met with tragedy. From that moment on, Chen Xiaoxiao shut herself off, repelling those who might get close, her behavior a reflection of her vulnerability, disguising herself as a hedgehog, prickly and defensive. This was a sentiment Lin Xiao had expressed to her students upon discovering Chen Xiaoxiao's story. To be honest, Chen Xiaoxiao's situation had little to do with Bai Zhou, yet it was connected to the recognition points, and he felt compelled to assist. Bai Zhou finished his broth, wiped his mouth and spoke, Teacher Lin, I am unfamiliar with this Chen Xiaoxiao or her actions. However, we must understand that each person's behavior stems from underlying reasons. Pausing, he observed Lin Xiao listening intently, and continued, to understand a student, one must delve into the depths of their circumstances, seeing beyond the surface to grasp the essence. We cannot label a student based solely on appearances. Thus, Teacher Lin, perhaps you should explore this student from a different angle, and naturally, solutions will present themselves. With that, Bai Zhou ceased speaking, allowing Lin Xiao to ponder his words, murmuring to herself, see beyond the surface to grasp the essence? Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Bai Zhou initially hoped that once Lin Xiao comprehended Chen Xiaoxiao's issues, he would then receive recognition points, but he was pleasantly surprised by their swift arrival. Soon, Lin Xiao appeared enlightened. Indeed, Teacher Bai, you are correct. Every action of a person has its rationale. No one behaves in a manner that invites disdain without cause. Her face lit up with admiration. Teacher Bai, I feel we are of similar age, yet I perceive a vast disparity between us. Not at all, how could that be? Bai Zhou responded, though he felt a hint of embarrassment. Much of his knowledge was gleaned from Lin Zhao's experiences, which she had acquired through trial and error. Now, with the roles reversed, Bai Zhou was essentially serving as Lin Zhao's mentor. Seeing Bai Zhou humbly deflect praise, Lin Zhao shook her head and insisted, "No, Teacher Bai, you are far too modest. Though I have known you for only a few days, each moment has highlighted the differences in our abilities." With that, Lin Zhao rose and bowed deeply to Bai Zhou. "Teacher Bai, I wish to learn from you more in the future." Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Chapter 30. The first lesson in the Light and Shadow Laboratory. Bai Zhou glanced around at the peculiar gazes of the teachers dining nearby and promptly steadied Lin Zhao's shoulder, guiding her back to her seat. "Teacher Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Zhao, having noticed the attention from her peers, felt her cheeks flush and discreetly stuck out her tongue. After they exited the cafeteria, Lin Zhao spoke again. "Teacher Bai, I won't be returning to the office. I need to thoroughly study this student, Chun Xiaoxiao. I'm off now, goodbye, Teacher Bai." Bai Zhou watched Lin Zhao's hasty departure with a hint of helplessness. After all, she was just a fresh graduate. He mused on this, forgetting he was also a recent graduate himself. Upon returning home, Bai Zhou found himself with a plethora of books. Diverse in genere. As he often expressed, books are the ladder to human progress. In truth, he had already watched the television programs, rendering them dull, and since discovering the formidable nature of the system-produced items, he had set his sights on the system-produced computer worth 10,000 points. To pass the time, Bai Zhou resorted to purchasing books to read. The following morning at 5:30, Bai Zhou awoke as scheduled. He felt weary of such aimless mornings. What? Reading at the crack of dawn? Forget it, I'm not that kind of overachiever. Ultimately, he opted for some morning exercises. However, he soon realized that this simple routine left him without even a hint of breathlessness, proving ineffective, and he abandoned it. Bai Zhou arrived at the school early, wandering the campus aimlessly when his phone rang. A strange number? He hesitantly answered the call. "Hello? Who is this?" A youthful male voice responded. "Is this Teacher Bai?" "Yes." "Who is this?" "Hello, Teacher Bai. Today I will be taking students to the Light and Shadow Laboratory for class, starting promptly at 8. I hope you won't be late. Thank you for your cooperation." Though his words sounded polite, Bai Zhou sensed an undercurrent of command in his tone, which left him feeling uncomfortable. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not delaying the students' class, he quickly returned to his office. At 8 o'clock, a young man wearing glasses and sporting hair heavily gelled to a shine entered. Bai Zhou wondered if he could slice fruit with that hairstyle. Presumably, he was the teacher for this class. Bai Zhou accepted the laboratory usage approval form presented by the young man, which bore the seal of the head of the teaching department. The course, a portrait photography class, was an elective. The details were clearly indicated on the form. This Niu was a freshly graduated postdoctoral fellow serving as an intern teacher. No wonder he exuded such confidence. This elective course was not a mere option of whether to take it or not. Rather, it entailed selecting from several courses available, making it, in a sense, a required course, albeit with mixed classes from the same year. Soon after Niu arrival, nearly 40 sophomore students filed into the room. Bai Zhou observed as Niu guided the students in handling various props within the laboratory, such as unfamiliar materials, foam boards, black and white cloths. His interest piqued. After all, he had frequently visited this lab before, and now it had become his office. It was imperative to familiarize himself with the relevant knowledge. System. Purchase. Bai Zhou glanced at the approval form on his desk. Purchase portrait photography-related knowledge. Ding. Mastery of portrait photography art, consuming 150 recognition points. In an instant, a flash of enlightenment coursed through Bai Zhou's mind, transforming his perspective on the equipment from one of curiosity and confusion to clarity. At this moment, Niu commenced his lengthy discourse. Portrait photography is a photographic form that primarily focuses on individuals as the main subject. As he continued, Bai Zhou found himself growing drowsy, questioning if Niu had merely recited an encyclopedia. Eventually, as the students began to fidget and whisper among themselves, Niu concluded his monologue. "Do you all know where we are now?" He attempted to engage the students, but no one responded. They were sophomores, not elementary school children. Undeterred by the silence, Nyoditsai pressed on, "Classmates, I asked you to find a portrait photograph you like. Is everyone prepared?" Quickly, a student raised a tablet and approached the front. Bai Zhou, standing nearby, clearly saw the photo displayed. As Nyoditsai scrutinized the image, Bai Zhou's mind raced with the photographic information. Aperture size, ISO, shutter speed, color temperature, and focal length. All parameters vividly lined up in his mind. He was astounded by the complexity of what seemed to be a simple portrait photograph. Bai Zhou silently nodded as he mentally rehearsed the lighting arrangement for the photo. Only after he had done so did Nyoditsai acknowledge, "This student's choice of photo is excellent. Clearly, it does not follow typical lighting techniques." As soon as he spoke, the student who presented the photo wore an incredulous expression. His eyes laced with subtle mockery, as if to say, "Duh, if it were typical lighting, would I even need to ask you?" A few muffled chuckles echoed from the other students, clearly dissatisfied with Nyoditsai's explanation. Seemingly oblivious, Nyoditsai continued, "Let's discuss this photograph together. First, my perspective. The lighting setup is quite simple, requiring just a continuous light source and a flash. Such a setup can highlight the subject's facial contours, showcasing a rugged beauty.
Tiacha.
The description below the photo states that at least 5 light sources were used," interjected the student who had presented the photo, cautiously. Nyoditsai, hearing the interruption, frowned slightly. 5 lights could certainly achieve such an effect, but in our laboratory we only need to set up 2 light sources to replicate this image. He lifted his chin, asserting, "This is the difference between professional and amateur." The student, observing Nyoditsai's haughty demeanor, felt a wave of frustration. Another student chimed in, "Teacher, looking at the direction of the light in this photograph, it appears that it's illuminated from more than just 2 sources, hence the varied shadows." Nyoditsai's frown deepened, and he impatiently replied, "Adding a snoot to the continuous light can achieve such an effect. Haven't you all learned this in your first-year theory classes?" The student attempted to counter. "But there are no buts." Nyoditsai seemed particularly irked by this student's challenge, cutting him off. In truth, Nyoditsai was enveloped in a state of nervous confusion. After all, this was his inaugural formal class, and he succumbed to a common affliction among educators, the compulsion to assert his authority as a teacher. He felt the need to firmly establish the dynamic of "I am the teacher, you are the student, and I am here to instruct you." Consequently, this tension led to irrational fluctuations in his emotions. Chapter 31. Autocratic Nyoditsai's face bore a clear expression of ire as he spoke. "Since you have already perused the overview, what more do you wish to inquire of me? If everyone could grasp all matters merely by reading a summary, what purpose would there be for the profession of teaching in this world?" Observing the silence that enveloped the students, Nyoditsai seemed to believe his authority had quelled them, and he puffed out his chest defiantly. "If you do not wish to listen or trust your teacher, you may cede your opportunity to another student." Upon uttering this, he cast a sweeping glance at his audience, convinced they were awestruck by his commanding presence, and felt a surge of pride. In truth, the students felt quite the opposite, particularly the one who had shared the photograph with him, now pondering in astonishment, "Is this teacher perhaps a fool? Did he not claim he wanted to discuss the photograph? Why does he react as if someone has stepped on his tail?" The moment Bai Zhou laid eyes on the photograph, he was certain that the lighting was flawlessly executed. Illuminated by 5 lamps, he knew Nyoditsai's assertion of using only 2 lights could not yield such an effect. When the student presented a differing viewpoint, Bai Zhou anticipated a constructive dialogue and an atmosphere of mutual growth. To his dismay, Nyoditsai's response was unexpectedly harsh, leading Bai Zhou to shake his head in disbelief. How did such a person attain the status of a university professor? Was it merely due to possessing a postdoctoral degree? Nyoditsai's farcical display was far from over as he pointed at a student, declaring, "If you do not believe me, you may opt out of my course. Reflect on this well and do not waste the next student's opportunity to ask questions." Bai Zhou found himself struggling to comprehend Nyoditsai's thought process. What had transpired in his life to provoke such a reaction? However, Nyoditsai had forgotten that he was addressing second-year university students. The educational environment at university starkly contrasts with that of high school. It promotes an egalitarian relationship between students and teachers, Thus, Niu Detsai's self-righteous tirade had the opposite effect. Promptly, a female student stepped forward, articulating her thoughts sharply. Teacher Niu, you previously invited us to discuss issues together. Now that we have raised questions, why this attitude? Clearly caught off guard by her retort, Niu Detsai faltered for a moment before raising his voice dramatically. What attitude? You ought to reflect on your own demeanor. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Which class are you in? I shall speak with your advisor. The girl, taken aback and speechless, was at a loss for how to engage with Niu Detsai. Before the situation could escalate further, the student who had provided the photograph interjected, in that case, let us recreate the conditions of this photograph in the lab. Could you please elucidate the shooting circumstances for us? Teacher Niu? Niu Detsai, witnessing the unforeseen turn of events, felt a twinge of panic. Are you challenging your teacher? A student retorted dismissively, we are not challenging you, but merely seeking to learn the techniques of portrait photography. Fine. Niu Detsai appeared visibly flustered. I will demonstrate the difference between professional and amateur work. He retrieved a tripod from the corner of the lab and mounted his 5D3 camera upon it. He then procured an LED light as a continuous source and positioned a flash unit to the right front of the camera, attaching a trigger, and placed a chair in the center. His actions were deft, revealing his expertise in the field. Once completed, he plopped into the chair and commanded, use my camera to take a shot. The student approached the tripod and inquired, Teacher Niu, how should I adjust the camera settings? Niu Detsai scoffed, the settings are already adjusted. Do not touch anything lest you ruin it. Just take the shot. But the student hesitated, observing the camera's display. This is clearly in full automatic mode. That is sufficient. Hurry and take the picture. Niu Detsai's discomfort at having his incompetence exposed was palpable. The student, dubious yet compliant, pressed the shutter. With a flash, a photograph appeared on the camera's LCD screen. Bai Zhou observed the scene with interest, envisioning the final product in his mind as Niu Detsai arranged the lighting. He murmured to himself, no doubt, the facial exposure is excessive. At that moment, Niu Detsai rose from the chair, brimming with anticipation. So, does it resemble that photograph? The students gathered behind the camera looked up at him with expressions of bewilderment. Teacher Niu, this is overexposed. All we see is a blinding white light. What? Impossible. Niu Detsai approached the camera, his brow furrowed in confusion. As he reviewed the photograph, he fell silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Moments later, amid the diverse reactions of the students, Niu Detsai donned a look of sudden realization. This is simple. I shall just lower the flash's intensity. Unable to contain himself, Bai Zhou let out a laugh, drawing the attention of everyone in the lab. Niu Detsai scowled, his brows knitted tightly. Professor Bai, please do not disrupt my teaching. If you cannot restrain yourself, kindly exit the laboratory. Bai Zhou's expression darkened at this remark. Teacher Niu, such statements are rather excessive, do you not think? This is, after all, my office. Were it not for the presence of the students, Bai Zhou would have disregarded Niu Detsai entirely. Niu Detsai, feeling immensely provoked, stood on the brink of eruption yet endeavored to maintain his composure. Addressing Bai Zhou, he asked, very well, might I inquire why Professor Bai felt the need to laugh in my classroom? Is my lecture so entertaining? Bai Zhou shook his head dismissively. Not at all. I merely find it perplexing why you, Teacher Niu, refuse to accept the opinions of your students. Oh? Niu Detsai seemed to find this utterly ludicrous, thinking to himself, a student with but a novice's grasp of photography dares to critique me after my years of advanced study? Surely, this is a jest. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as he was aware of the decorum expected of a teacher. Turning to the student who had provided the photograph, Niu Detsai commanded, very well, since Professor Bai has requested it, please explain the positioning of the 5 lights. The student glanced between Bai Zhou and Niu Detsai, stammering, Teacher, I only know that 5 lights were used. The arrangement of these lights is precisely what I wish to inquire about. Chapter 32. The perfect explanation. Upon hearing the student's responses, Niu Detsai appeared nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders before turning to Bai Zhou. What do you think, Teacher Bai? The students seem to be at a loss, so I am merely using my method to substantiate my ideas. Bai Zhou looked at Niu Detsai in astonishment, silently questioning, has he no shame? Before he could voice his thoughts, Niu Detsai, emboldened by his earlier remarks, continued, I see that Teacher Bai is quite intrigued by the lighting in this photograph. Why not give it a try yourself? Bai Zhou, sensing the underlying mockery, understood that Niu Detsai was eager to witness his failure. However, Bai Zhou had already deduced the lighting setup of the photograph the moment he laid eyes on it. For someone of his experience, this posed no challenge. He nodded in agreement and stepped forward. Niu Detsai, surprised that Bai Zhou dared to take the stage, momentarily questioned his own assumptions. Could it be that Bai Zhou truly comprehended the subject? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that, as the supervisor of the lighting lab, some level of expertise was expected. Niu Detsai stepped aside, as if granting Bai Zhou the stage. Are you ready, Teacher Bai? A voice interrupted as Bai Zhou passed by the students. Do you know me? Bai Zhou inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar face. The student, visibly excited, nodded eagerly. Your trending topic is still online. Anyone who browses the internet knows who you are. Bai Zhou chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of resignation. I forgot that I've become a campus celebrity in this city. He smiled, shook his head, and moved to the center of the shooting area. I need a few volunteers to assist. Who would like to help? I will. The moment he finished speaking, the lab was filled with eager voices offering their assistance. Bai Zhou was taken aback, pondering whether this was the phenomenon of celebrity influence. All right, he laughed. The 5 students in the front row, please step forward. I require 5 lights. The 5 students quickly broke away from the line, with the first one excitedly asking, What do you need us to do, teacher? Bai Zhou nodded and explained in a teacherly manner, For this shoot, we will be utilizing film lights. Film lights are continuous lights, and their primary advantage can be summarized as what you see is what you get. As he organized the students to prepare the equipment, Bai Zhou elucidated the principles behind it. Soon, many students in the audience stood up, taking notes eagerly. Our lab has various types of film lights, including arc lamps, LED lights, tungsten filament lights, and fluorescent lights. This time, we will primarily use arc lamps and LEDs for the shoot. As he spoke, Bai Zhou directed the 5 students. 4 of them would hold arc lamps, while 1 would handle an LED light. At that moment, Niu Detsai had unconsciously lowered his arms, his initial disdain replaced by a hint of surprise. How could Bai Zhou possess such extensive knowledge of professional lighting and theoretical concepts? Wasn't he merely a teaching assistant in the English department? Niu Detsai's perception of Bai Zhou began to shift, and he attentively listened to Bai Zhou's explanations. Regardless of Niu Detsai's thoughts, Bai Zhou continued to methodically guide the students in setting up the lighting. The first arc lamp was positioned at the 11 o'clock direction relative to a chair, accompanied by 2 black flags and a diffusion panel. The second arc lamp was set at 8 o'clock, with 3 diffusion panels. The third was placed at 12 o'clock, paired with 1 diffusion panel. The fourth was at 2 o'clock, with the LED positioned at 5 o'clock. Once the students had arranged the lights according to Bai Zhou's instructions, he approached each light to personally adjust the accessories. As Bai Zhou continued to direct and explain, Niu Detsai found himself nodding along, seemingly immersed in Bai Zhou's lesson. To his astonishment, Niu Detsai realized that much of Bai Zhou's commentary was derived from extensive practical experience, knowledge that transcended the mere theoretical concepts found in textbooks. A glimmer of admiration appeared in Niu Detsai's eyes. I have spent years researching this field and even obtained a postdoctoral degree. Yet it is evident that Teacher Bai possesses a solid foundation. Niu Detsai nodded in agreement, recognizing Bai Zhou's practical expertise in photography as surpassing his own. It appeared he had misjudged Bai Zhou. This teacher was far from ordinary. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. As Bai Zhou elaborated, the system notifications continued to chime, unbeknownst to him that Niu Detsai was among those contributing points. The combination of black flags and diffusion panels refined the beam from the arc lamp, casting an ethereal glow upon the backdrop, reminiscent of the photograph. Teacher Bai, why do we employ 3 diffusion panels for this light? An inquisitive student posed the question in advance, to which Bai Zhou gladly responded. From this photograph, we can discern the presence of Rembrandt lighting. If the light at 8 o'clock is too intense, it will wash out the shadows in front of the subject, thereby losing the Rembrandt effect. Upon hearing Rembrandt, Niu Detsai, who had been leaning against the wall, stood up abruptly, mentally echoing Bai Zhou's words. Rembrandt? Rembrandt? Does this photograph feature Rembrandt lighting? In that moment, Niu Detsai transformed into a curious student, actively seeking knowledge. Teacher Bai, does this photograph exhibit Rembrandt lighting? His question captured everyone's attention, including Bai Zhou, who was momentarily taken aback. Why does Niu Detsai sound so different now? Indeed, the current Niu Detsai appeared genuinely eager to learn, contrasting sharply with his earlier self-assured demeanor that dismissed others' opinions. Unbeknownst to him, Niu Detsai's emotional shift stemmed from his newfound respect for Bai Zhou, perceiving him as a mentor. What is happening to me? Niu Detsai mused, glancing around at the captivated audience, before muttering a self-reproachful remark. Of course, while others were unaware, Bai Zhou's system recognized the source of this transformation, an authority conferred upon him through the exchange of points. Even Bai Zhou himself remained oblivious to the true nature of this influence. Rather than directly addressing Niu Detsai's query, Bai Zhou countered with a question of his own. Teacher Niu, may I ask you, what constitutes Rembrandt lighting? Chapter 33. The submissive student Niu Detsai was momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhou's inquiry. What kind of question is this? Surely you must know. Yet, he swiftly articulated his response. To put it simply, when Rembrandt photographs a portrait, the shadowed side of the face exhibits a triangular highlight. As he spoke, Niu Detsai made his way into the crowd, retrieving the tablet that displayed the photograph. After scrutinizing the image for a moment, a spark of excitement akin to discovering a new continent ignited in his eyes. Indeed, it exists. He lifted his gaze to Bai Zhou, noting that although the highlights from the model's hair and chin overshadowed Rembrandt's, the triangular shape was still faintly discernible. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head in realization. No wonder I felt such an awe-inspiring sensation when I first viewed this photograph. After finishing his musings, Niu Detsai looked up at Bai Zhou, who had now transformed in his eyes into a mentor imparting wisdom. Teacher Bai, I see you merely glanced at this photograph, yet you discerned so much from it. Niu Detsai feel utterly inferior. What? The 40 students below were all stunned, their minds echoing a single thought. What has just transpired? Where has the arrogant Niu Detsai gone? Bai Zhou, too, was somewhat perplexed, silently amused by the peculiar thought processes of a postdoctoral scholar. Indeed, everyone possesses unique characteristics. Niu Detsai's ability to complete his postdoctoral studies at such a young age stemmed from his relentless quest for knowledge. Naturally, he would only humbly seek guidance when one demonstrated superior talent. His sense of superiority as a postdoctoral fellow had led to his exaggerated reaction when interrupted by a sophomore. Truth be told, he had already begun to regret his earlier behavior, though pride held him back from admitting it. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou, hearing the system notifications in his mind, regarded Niu Detsai thoughtfully, contemplating his hidden merits. As the lighting adjustments neared completion, he instructed the student who had just posed for the photograph to check the results while he settled into a chair. Soon, an excited voice echoed, Teacher Bai, it looks just like it. The lighting in the lens matches the example photo perfectly, though the shadows on your face are a bit pronounced. Can we take the shot now? Shadows a bit pronounced? Bai Zhou pondered, realizing he had forgotten something crucial. Professor Niu, could you please pass me the white pineapple? White pineapple. What is that? The students, hearing a term they had never encountered, immediately began to inquire. I can explain. Niu Detsai eagerly volunteered from the side. The white pineapple refers to a reflector made of white pineapple material, commonly known as plastic foam reflectors. Seeing several students taking notes, he felt a sense of satisfaction from their acknowledgement. Bai Zhou cast a glance at Niu Detsai. Professor Niu, you've finished your explanation. It's time to hand it over. Oh right. Niu Detsai, sporting an almost sycophantic smile, hurried to the corner of the room to retrieve a white foam board. Bai Zhou accepted the board with a sigh, shaking his head as he positioned it beneath the camera with his magic leg. All right, it's set. Teacher Bai, we're ready. The student called out again. Bai Zhou nodded. First, switch the camera to manual mode. The student complied, adjusting the knob, and nodded in confirmation. Now, the aperture can be anywhere from 2.8 to 4. Set the shutter speed to 1/200. ISO should be lower at 100. Color temperature at 5600 K. Focal length at 85 millimeters. Once the adjustments were complete, the student pressed the shutter. The crisp contours of Bai Zhou's face were vividly captured on the camera's LCD screen. Is it really identical? Exclaimed Niu Detsai. He rushed to the back of the camera, staring at the displayed image. Teacher Bai, how did you manage to deduce the entire lighting setup from just a glance at the photograph? Niu Detsai's fervent expression revealed his excitement as he stepped closer to Bai Zhou, eager to pose his question. What could Bai Zhou say? Reveal that he had a system? Absolutely not. With a mysterious smile, he cryptically replied, true knowledge arises from practice. Niu Detsai's face lit up with understanding, and he bowed deeply to Bai Zhou. I apologize, Teacher Bai, for my previous behavior. My ignorance led to our unpleasantness, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Bai Zhou, observing the unfolding scene without surprise, feigned a solemn tone. The person you should truly apologize to is not me. Niu Detsai understood the implication behind Bai Zhou's words, yet his inherent pride made it challenging to lower his guard. Nonetheless, recognizing the impropriety of his earlier actions, he hesitated before addressing the 40 students below, stammering, Dear classmates, I apologize for my previous conduct. If you have any questions moving forward, please feel free to ask. I will answer you patiently. After speaking, he covertly glanced at Bai Zhou, feeling much like a chastised child compelled to apologize to a parent, which amused Bai Zhou. Applause erupted spontaneously in the laboratory as if someone had initiated a round of clapping. The 40 students applauded, partly in acknowledgement of Niu Detsai's admission of fault, but primarily in appreciation of Bai Zhou. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Thus, the class concluded amidst the continuous chime of system notifications. However, the events of this class rapidly circulated throughout the campus. Various class WeChat groups buzzed with messages. Did you hear? That trending counselor did something incredibly impressive today. In no time, a line formed. Gossip Eater number 1 reporting in. Gossip Eater number 2 is ready. Gossip Eater number 3 is off to buy a watermelon. The first message sender soon followed up with another. Do you know that postdoctoral intern, Niu Detsai? The one hailed as the youngest postdoctoral fellow at Magic City University? Of course. He got schooled today by the internet-famous counselor Bai Zhou. What ensued was a lengthy, embellished account of the incident, and soon, the news of the internet-famous counselor educating a postdoctoral intern spread like wildfire across the entire campus. Chapter 34. The new apartment. The tale began with an intense debate between two individuals, where the internet-famous counselor argued passionately, earning accolades from students, while the postdoctoral intern left in disgrace. The narrative evolved dramatically, culminating in a physical confrontation where the postdoctoral intern was utterly bested by the counselor. Countless versions of this story circulated, yet one of the protagonists, Bai Zhou, remained oblivious to the gossip surrounding him. On this particular afternoon, for reasons unknown, Lin Xiao, who habitually summoned Bai Zhou for lunch, failed to appear, and his office was locked. Consequently, Bai Zhou ventured alone to the faculty canteen. After swiping his meal card, he encountered a familiar face, Niu Detsai, whose unconventional thoughts had amused him that morning. Niu Detsai, pleased with the canteen's reputation, spotted Bai Zhou entering and approached him with a look of surprise. Professor Bai, what a coincidence! Are you here for lunch as well? Given that Niu Detsai was also a teacher, Bai Zhou was not taken aback, and he politely nodded before heading towards the food counter. To his dismay, Niu Detsai followed him, ultimately plopping down with his tray directly opposite Bai Zhou. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Bai Zhou raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Niu Laosher, if you have something to say, please be direct. I prefer not to be disturbed while eating. Niu Detsai hesitated momentarily, then took a deep breath to voice his request. Professor Bai, I have 3 classes weekly in the lab this semester, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance in teaching during these sessions. What? Bai Zhou was taken aback by Niu Detsai's peculiar request, incredulously thinking, "Are you suggesting that I become your teaching assistant?" What a joke! Noticing Bai Zhou's reaction, Niu Detsai quickly clarified, "Professor Bai, your insights in the previous class opened my eyes. As a novice in this profession, I have much to learn, and your guidance would prevent any further embarrassing situations like today." Bai Zhou, recognizing the sincerity in Niu Detsai's tone, believed him to be truthful. However, he was reluctant to play the role of Niu Detsai's behind-the-scenes supporter and shook his head in refusal. "Niu Laosher, I'm currently a counselor for 3 classes, and one of them consists of freshmen, so..." Bai Zhou's meaning was crystal clear, yet Niu Detsai persisted. "Professor Bai, I can offer my entire intern salary as your teaching fee." Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "If you give me your intern salary, how will you manage your living expenses? My home is in the metropolis, and my daily expenses are minimal. Besides, I receive a stipend of 1,000 yuan from the school for my degree." Bai Zhou was astonished to learn that the stipend was 1,000 yuan. "What is your intern salary then?" 3,000 yuan. "So, you receive a total of 4,000 yuan monthly?" Niu Detsai nodded instinctively, taken aback by Bai Zhou's reaction. Bai Zhou closed his eyes, striving to calm his emotions. "Here I am, a newly appointed counselor earning a mere 4,500 yuan a month. With the additional 2 classes, I only receive 500 yuan per class, bringing my total to 5,005. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Niu Detsai gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. This young man, who only taught 3 classes weekly and was still an intern, earned 4,000 yuan. Sighing, Bai Zhou collected himself and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Fantastic," Niu Detsai exclaimed, his face alight with joy. In truth, his intention in seeking Bai Zhou's help was more about learning new knowledge than merely teaching students. Throughout his academic journey, Niu Detsai had devoted the majority of his time to theoretical research, rarely having the opportunity for practical experience. He was certain that, with Bai Zhou's guidance, his professional skills would undoubtedly flourish. Bai Zhou gestured for Niu Detsai to calm down. "Let me clarify. I will not be responsible for teaching the students. If you encounter any issues or if the students face insurmountable problems, I may provide some guidance." Niu Detsai, undeterred, nodded eagerly. "No problem. With Professor Bai here, I feel more confident." After finishing their meal, the 2 exited the faculty canteen, and before departing, Niu Detsai held the door open for Bai Zhou, an act observed by numerous students. Thus, the initial rumors transformed into tales of the postdoctoral teacher being utterly conquered by the internet-famous counselor, willingly relegating himself to a subordinate role. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's new freshman class was still undergoing military training, and the 2nd and 3rd-year students had not stirred up any trouble, allowing Bai Zhou a reprieve. The 3 weekly classes not only significantly increased his recognition points, nearing 3,000, but also enhanced Niu Detsai's reputation as an intern teacher, thanks to Bai Zhou's influence. As the month-long military training for the freshmen approached its final week, Bai Zhou reclined in his office chair, contemplating how to spend his substantial 3,000 recognition points. A duplex apartment, merely 5 kilometers from Metropolitan University, caught his eye. After a moment of consideration, he reflected, "My rent at Liyuan Community is 1 month deposit and 3 months rent, and my deposit is about to expire. According to the contract, I can retrieve the rent for those 3 months, making this a worthwhile transaction." Though he hesitated at the thought of spending 10,000 points on a system-produced computer, he concluded, life is fleeting. One must seize joy while they can. With a firm resolve, Bai Zhou purchased the duplex apartment at Xinhai Bay for 2,500 recognition points. Though he felt a pang of regret at the sudden depletion of his points, he was soon rewarded with a notification. Purchase of Xinhai Bay duplex apartment successful. Rewards distributed. No sooner had the system's confirmation sound faded than Bai Zhou's phone rang. On the line was the voice of the gatekeeper. "Hello? Is this Mr. Bai Zhou? Your package has arrived and requires your signature with identification." Package? Bai Zhou, puzzled, made his way to the university's delivery room. There, he found an EMS courier waiting for him. After verifying his identity, Bai Zhou received a substantial envelope. Upon returning to his office and opening the envelope, a large red booklet emerged before him. "Is this the property ownership certificate?" And a set of keys? Has the system begun dispatching purchased items via EMS? Ecstatic to possess the grand red booklet, Bai Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he resolved one of the greatest challenges faced by contemporary young men: home ownership. With his car parked, a bachelor's degree in hand, and a monthly salary. Wait, this isn't a matchmaking show. Bai Zhou had finally achieved a genuine sense of financial stability. Having received his first system-purchased item, Bai Zhou departed the school early, driving towards his new property. Soon, 5 30-story towers came into view. Although they appeared to be 30 stories tall, due to the duplex design, they were effectively only 15 stories high. As Bai Zhou parked at the entrance of Xinhai Bay Community, he heard a voice welcoming him home. With a slight smile, he noted how thoroughly prepared the system had been. Chapter 35. Lin Xiao becomes a roommate? After parking in the underground garage, Bai Zhou located the elevator in Block A and pressed the button marked with the number 8. With a heart brimming with excitement, he opened the door to his very first property. The apartment was fully furnished and equipped with appliances, and the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to flood in unobstructed. The living room, dining area, and kitchen were all situated on the first floor, while a wooden spiral staircase led to the second floor, which housed a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms, each with its own ensuite bathroom, in addition to another bathroom beneath the stairs. Bai Zhou surveyed his property with satisfaction. Eager to move in, he took out his phone and called the landlord of the Green Source community. Hello? Is this the landlord? This is Bai Zhou. I'll be moving out today, so please come by this afternoon to check the place. Without waiting for the landlord's surprised response, Bai Zhou hung up, locked the door, and drove back to the Green Source community. Inside the community, Bai Zhou began packing his belongings into the suitcase he had just purchased. He had very few items, just some books and clothes, so 1 suitcase was sufficient. As for the food in the refrigerator, he decided to leave that for the next tenant. Thus, he tossed the suitcase onto the passenger seat of his Aston Martin and, amidst the landlord's persistent pleas to stay, departed from the Green Source community, where he had resided briefly. Seated on the spacious, plush sofa, Bai Zhou admired the 70-inch LCD television mounted on the wall, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. At that moment, he noticed the closed door of the guest room on the second floor, and a thought struck him. Initially, he had regarded himself as a somewhat shameless sub-landlord, but now he pondered whether he could genuinely experience the thrill of collecting rent each month. Promptly, Bai Zhou composed a rental advertisement on his phone. Xinhai Bay duplex apartment, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, seeking 1 roommate under 30 years of age, healthy, with no bad habits, 2,000 month. He intended to rent to only 1 roommate, as he wanted to keep a guest room available, just in case his classmate Li Si ever couldn't return to the dormitory. As soon as Bai Zhou published the listing, his phone was inundated with notifications. Wow, so many people want to rent? Bai Zhou initially thought it might be due to the prime location of Xinhai Bay, but in reality it was because his rental price was astonishingly low. In the bustling metropolis, a 3-bedroom duplex apartment in such a prime area typically commanded at least 7,000 or 8,000 a month for a single occupant, and at least 3,000 if shared. The numerous prospective tenants felt as though they had stumbled upon a rare opportunity, eagerly sending private messages to Bai Zhou's account. Without the time to respond to each inquiry individually, Bai Zhou randomly selected a few candidates and scheduled interviews, the first of which was set for that evening at 7 o'clock. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was nearly time and headed to the front desk to await the arrival of the prospective tenant. While chatting with the security guard, the glass of the front desk was knocked upon. "Excuse me, is this Teacher Bai? What are you doing here?" Bai Zhou turned to see Lin Xiao standing there. "Teacher Lin? I live here now. What brings you here?" Upon seeing Lin Xiao, a strong premonition surged within Bai Zhou, and Lin Xiao's next words solidified his suspicions. "Teacher Bai, you live here? It seems we might become neighbors. I came to meet the landlord today." Lin Xiao glanced around, searching for someone she was supposed to meet at 7 o'clock. Could it be that coincidental? Bai Zhou shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems so. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, and Bai Zhou clapped his thigh and stood up. "Regardless, let me show you the apartment." He led Lin Xiao to his home, and during the brief elevator ride, He informed the other tenants scheduled for interviews that the apartment had already been rented. Upon opening the door, Bai Zhou noticed the books scattered on the coffee table and felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Teacher Lin. I just moved in, and I haven't had the chance to tidy up yet." Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively, unbothered, as she surveyed the room. "Wow, this floor-to-ceiling window offers a view of the small lake in the community." Bai Zhou nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. My apartment is on the 8th floor, which translates to the 15th or 16th floor in a standard building, truly a prime level." At this point, Bai Zhou had poured Lin Xiao a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. Lin Xiao blinked her large eyes, looking at Bai Zhou. "Teacher Bai, is this apartment yours?" Bai Zhou's face reflected a hint of discomfort. Though it feels a bit awkward to admit, yes, it is mine." "Ah, why should you feel awkward about that?" Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Bai Zhou, then added enviously, "I can't believe you have your own place at such a young age. It's truly admirable." Unsure how to respond, Bai Zhou took a sip of water. "Teacher, may I become your roommate?" Bai Zhou was taken aback by Lin Xiao's directness. "You haven't even seen the bedroom yet, and you're already deciding?" Lin Xiao nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Just the size of that floor-to-ceiling window and the view below are enough for me." "Well, all right then." Bai Zhou nodded. "Yay." Lin Xiao's expression radiated joy as if she had already claimed the room. Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly. "However, since it's you, Teacher Lin, I won't draw up a formal contract or ask for a deposit, but the rent must be paid. You can't stay here for free." Lin Xiao laughed. "Teacher, how could I owe you rent? It's settled then. After the National Day holiday, I'll move in." She extended her right hand. Bai Zhou reciprocated the gesture, shaking Lin Xiao's hand gently. "I look forward to your arrival, Teacher Lin." With her decision to move in confirmed, Lin Xiao relaxed, glancing around the room until her gaze landed on the books scattered across the coffee table. "This is..." Lin Xiao picked up a slender volume. "Is this an English version of Hamlet?" As she examined the other books, her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, there's 100 Years of Solitude, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, War and Peace, all in English? Even Mr. Lu Xun's Call of the Night is in English?" "Oh?" Bai Zhou observed Lin Xiao as she flipped through the books he had purchased on a whim, curious about what she was thinking. "Do you also enjoy these, Teacher Lin?" Lin Xiao nodded, her voice tinged with astonishment. "They're all pure English editions? Teacher Bai, you don't need a bilingual version?" How should Bai Zhou respond? He certainly couldn't reveal that he possessed a system. "Well, as an English major instructor, it's only natural to occasionally reinforce my professional skills." Lin Xiao pouted slightly at Bai Zhou's words. "Teacher, I'm also an English major instructor, but compared to you..." Bai Zhou quickly waved his hand, realizing his statement could be misinterpreted. "No, Teacher Lin, you misunderstood my meaning." However, Lin Xiao interrupted Bai Zhou's explanation with a carefree smile, unbothered by his words. "Teacher Bai, it seems there are many areas in which I must learn from you." Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Chapter 36. Has a dictionary been written? Bai Zhou glanced out at the darkening sky and, with a sudden resolve, stood up. "Teacher Lin hasn't had dinner yet, so let us have a meal at my place tonight." With that, he headed towards the kitchen. "No need to trouble yourself, Teacher Bai. I can eat later." Lin Xiao quickly waved her hands in protest. Bai Zhou, not turning back, entered the kitchen, his voice carrying out, "No need for formality. After all, you'll be living here soon. Consider this a warm welcome from your landlord to the new housemate." Lin Xiao chose not to refuse, replying, "Thank you, Teacher Bai. I didn't expect you to be able to cook." Bai Zhou didn't catch her response, as he stood in front of the refrigerator, lost in thought. Staring at the array of ingredients, he suddenly felt inspired to exchange for a cooking skill through the system. To be honest, Bai Zhou had started cooking at a young age when he first learned to use the gas stove. Simple home-cooked meals were well within his capabilities. However, with the system at his disposal, why not make the most of it? System: purchase proficiency in cooking skills. Ding. Consumed 50 points. Proficiency in cooking skills acquired. After deciding to stay for dinner, Lin Xiao began to examine the scattered books on the table. "What is this? A book with a simple vintage cover caught her attention. What language is this? It looks somewhat like English, yet the grammar is incoherent. After glancing at Bai Zhou, who was busy in the kitchen, she dismissed the idea of interrupting him. She took out her phone and opened a translation app to scan the text. To her surprise, the app spun for a while before concluding with a failure to recognize the text. Recognition failure? Lin Xiao looked at the book in her hands, puzzled. Shouldn't it be? Could it be gibberish? Who would publish a book in gibberish? Feeling somewhat baffled, she set the book aside, revealing a thick notebook underneath it, which bore the handwritten word dictionary. Turning to the first page of the handwritten dictionary, the words Old English appeared before her eyes. This is Lin Xiao flipped back to the previous book. It was written in Old English. Teacher Bai can actually understand Old English. Lin Xiao was astonished. Based on her understanding of Bai Zhou, he had also graduated with a degree and became a counselor. His expertise in English should have been acquired during his university studies. Yet one must wonder which university teaches Old English. Many people have likely never even heard of such a language. Of course, Lin Xiao had heard of it. Her father, Lin Hai, was the secretary of the Shanghai Foreign Language Association. During a conversation at home, she remembered hearing him mention a prominent figure who specialized in Old English. At that time, she had innocently asked her father what Old English was. However, the first page of the handwritten dictionary had just provided her the answer. In essence, Old English is a fusion of multiple languages. Currently, there are two prevailing theories regarding the borrowed words and origins of Old English, but they converge on the idea that it is a language formed through the amalgamation of different peoples. Not only was this dictionary handwritten, but its language also possessed a colloquial flair, as if it were casually composed by someone. Could this person be Teacher Bai? Lin Xiao thought in amazement. Teacher Bai actually understands Old English and has even written a dictionary. It is worth noting that the newly arrived expert in Old English at the association is already in his 70s. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Xiao clutched the book and notebook as she made her way to the kitchen. Bai Zhou was currently cracking eggs, puzzled by the incessant notification sounds ringing in his mind. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou mused. Could it be that I've done something that has gone viral again? At that moment, Lin Xiao's cautious voice came from behind him. Teacher Bai? Am I interrupting you? Hearing her voice, Bai Zhou instinctively turned around, continuing his task as he replied, Not at all. Go ahead. Lin Xiao raised the simple, vintage-covered book in her hand. Teacher Bai, what is this book? Bai Zhou glanced at it and casually replied, Oh, that? It's a pirated version of the Iliad. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's response, Lin Xiao confirmed her suspicion. Teacher Bai absolutely knows Old English. Bai Zhou continued, These books are sold by the pound. The vendor told me it was ancient Greek, but I could see it was clearly Old English. I initially thought Old English had become so undervalued that it was worth buying back, only to discover it was a scholar's quirky sense of humor. He wrote something at the end that you might want to check out. Lin Xiao shot a glance at Bai Zhou's back, thinking, I can check the end, but can I even understand it? Teacher Bai, oh Teacher Bai, how much do you conceal? Shaking her head, Lin Xiao lifted the dictionary. Teacher Bai, and what about this? Oh, that's nothing important. I just wrote it casually one evening after work to pass the time. Listening to Bai Zhou's nonchalant tone, Lin Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and returned to the sofa in a dejected manner. Really, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Sigh. Lin Xiao sighed and opened the dictionary. It contained not only a comparison between Chinese and Old English but also modern Chinese, classical Chinese, modern English, and Old English. Each word's grammar, usage, origin, and evolution were clearly laid out. Teacher Bai, are you certain this was just a casual effort? You're joking, right? What's wrong? Bai Zhou, still in the kitchen, couldn't he catch Lin Xiao's muttering and poked his head out. Lin Xiao quickly waved her hands. It's nothing. Nothing. I'm just reading. As Bai Zhou returned to his tasks, Lin Xiao's expression grew pensive. As a fellow English major counselor, why was there such a vast disparity? How could one casually write such a detailed dictionary? This sort of work would require even seasoned scholars to undertake rigorous exploration to grasp even a fraction of its depth. Indeed, Research into languages is exceedingly complex. Even lifelong experts in the field could not achieve the thoroughness of Bai Zhou. Yet, with Bai Zhou's proficiency in English, he could likely write this with his eyes closed. Soon, a simple yet fresh dinner was ready. To ensure a nutritious meal, Bai Zhou had cooked 2 simple vegetable dishes and prepared a pot of vegetable porridge. Teacher Lin, dinner is ready. I just made something light tonight, but when you officially move in, I'll prepare a feast. However, Lin Xiao seemed unfazed. Sitting at the dining table, her first question being, Teacher Bai, was that dictionary really just something you wrote casually? Bai Zhou, puzzled by Lin Xiao's inquiry, replied, What else would it be? I work at the school during the day. When would I have time to specifically write something like that? Besides, even if I had the time, I wouldn't bother writing something without purpose. Without purpose? Lin Xiao's voice notably rose in pitch. Bai Zhou was taken aback by her exaggerated reaction. Well, for me it serves to pass the time. I don't like watching TV and otherwise the evenings would be too dull. Chapter 37. The instructor's request. As the conversation unfolded, a look of distress crossed Bai Zhou's face, and he let out a sigh. Speaking of which, I have completed my dictionary, which has alleviated my boredom for a week. What should I do next? He glanced expectantly at Lin Xiao. Teacher Lin, do you have any suggestions? Lin Xiao, smacking her forehead, leaned back in her chair with an expression of exasperation. Oh, Bai Lauscher, do you realize the tremendous impact your dictionary will have on the field of linguistic research once it is released? Seeing Lin Xiao in such a state, Bai Zhou mistakenly thought she was unwell. Teacher Lin, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes internally and waved her hand dismissively. Me fine. Then, in a somewhat petulant manner, she scooped a spoonful of porridge and shoved it into her mouth. Bai Zhou distinctly heard the clinking sound of the spoon against her teeth, leaving him puzzled. At the moment the vegetable porridge touched her lips, Lin Xiao visibly froze for a second. Then a smile of delight blossomed on her face, her cheeks flushing slightly. With each subsequent spoonful, the bowl was emptied in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of the porridge behind. Setting the bowl down, she sighed contentedly. Ah, this is exquisite. Bai Lauscher, this is the best porridge I have ever tasted. Is there any more? Bai Zhou instinctively pointed towards the kitchen as he observed Lin Xiao devouring her meal like a famished tiger. She dashed into the kitchen, soon returning with another generous bowl. In Bai Zhou's astonished gaze, the same scene unfolded once more. After finishing, Lin Xiao leaned back heavily against her chair, gently patting her belly. Bai Lauscher, I never expected your cooking to be this delicious. Even a simple bowl of vegetable porridge tastes divine. I've never had porridge this good. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou smiled wryly as he addressed Lin Xiao. Teacher Lin, you could at least eat some vegetables. Even a single bite would prevent you from consuming the porridge in such a manner. Realizing her oversight, Lin Xiao felt a pang of regret. She had not eaten a single vegetable. With her appetite already sated by 2 bowls of porridge, she could only watch enviously as Bai Zhou cleared the table of all the food. At that moment Lin Xiao spoke up. Bai Lauscher, are you going home for the holiday? Bai Zhou pondered briefly. I suppose I won't be going home for the National Day holiday. Alright. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then I will move in during the National Day holiday. Bai Zhou nodded. You are welcome anytime. After the meal, Bai Zhou initially intended to drive Lin Xiao home, but she opted for the bus instead. Not wanting to insist otherwise, he sent her off at the bus stop before returning home to tidy up the pile of books and dictionaries he had used to pass the time. On the morning of September 27th at 9 o'clock, Bai Zhou appeared punctually on the training grounds where students were undergoing military training. Today was meant to be a family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, due to the military training for first-year students, even upperclassmen had their schedules postponed. The school planned to start the National Day holiday a day early. Bai Zhou recalled that this had been the same arrangement during his own time at the school, so he had prepared in advance. Standing on the podium, he was engaged in discussions with the chief commander responsible for the military training, the political commissar of the instructors, while 2 large cardboard boxes loomed behind him. The political commissar, noticing Bai Zhou carrying the hefty boxes without a hint of fatigue, assumed they were empty. "Hello, teacher. How may I assist you?" He recognized Bai Zhou, as the remarkable speech he delivered at the oath-taking ceremony over 20 days ago had left a lasting impression on him. With the recruitment season approaching, he was even considering inviting Bai Zhou to give a few words. Bai Zhou, wearing a friendly smile, replied, "Hello, Commissar. Since today is the Mid-Autumn Festival and the students are training, the instructors have been working hard too." The political commissar, understanding Bai Zhou's intention, regarded him with a knowing smile. "Teacher Bai, are you suggesting that your students take a little break?" He then shook his head. "But, Teacher Bai, wouldn't that be unfair? If your class gets to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, what about the other classes?" Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "I am the counselor for my class, not for the entire school. If that were the case, what would happen to the principal's authority?" The political commissar, with a boisterous personality, chuckled. Since today was a holiday, he had already planned for the students undergoing military training to have a simple gathering on the playground that afternoon. He would not refuse a counselor's request, and Bai Zhou's situation was no different. Lowering his voice slightly, the political commissar said, "Teacher Bai, with the recruitment season approaching, I would like to request your assistance in writing a few motivational speeches." He quickly clarified, "Rest assured, Teacher Bai, whether you agree or not, I will still fulfill your requests. This is merely a personal favor. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Bai Zhou thought to himself, "Is that a problem? Since I have just finished the dictionary and am at a loss for what to do." He nodded in agreement. "All right, however, I do have work responsibilities and cannot dedicate time solely to writing for you." The political commissar beamed at Bai Zhou's acceptance. "No worries, Teacher Bai. You can send it to me via WeChat once you finish. Here is my WeChat." Bai Zhou observed as the political commissar took out his phone and opened the QR code. "I didn't expect the commissar to be on WeChat." The political commissar shook his head. "We must keep pace with the times. Even if I only get to use my phone a few days each month, we cannot fall behind." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the political commissar picked up the microphone resting on the table. "Attention, everyone." The military instructors immediately halted their respective tasks. Standing at attention, the time from the command to complete compliance was less than 10 seconds. It was noteworthy that 3,500 students only heeded the commands of their assigned instructors. Each group engaged in different training activities. Bai Zhou nodded in approval. The political commissar continued speaking. "All instructors, please allow your troops to take a break, and gather all the students from the English Class 2 at the podium. You have 30 seconds. The instructors did not question the orders from their superiors, and soon the playground echoed with their commanding voices. "Everyone sit down. Rest in place. Students from English Class 2, fall out and march forward." 3,500 students were filled with confusion. What is happening? Why are the students from English Class 2 being summoned so urgently? Especially Bai Zhou's students, who, bewildered, followed their instructors towards the podium. As they drew nearer, they were greeted by the sight of Bai Zhou, radiating a bright and cheerful smile, eliciting surprised exclamations of "Teacher Bai." Chapter 38. The visit of the table tennis team as the political commissar gathered the students of English Class 2, preparing to arrange further training for the instructors. Bai Zhou raised his hand to halt him. "Let's have the instructors train my little monkeys." They've worked hard, with over 3,000 students causing a ruckus. Each formation included several students from English Class 2. Although Bai Zhou was there to comfort his students, he would not neglect the necessary decorum. The commissar, not issuing any commands, left the instructors standing rigidly at attention. However, the students from English Class 2 were far from solemn. After more than 20 days of military training, upon seeing someone in camouflage, they instinctively stood at attention. Noticing Bai Zhou's more relaxed demeanor, a boy called out, "Mr. Bai, what brings you here today?" Yes, a girl chimed in, her tone tinged with mock grievance. "Mr. Bai, how could you not come see us for so long? Don't you know we miss you?" Bai Zhou twitched at the corner of his eye. "You miss me?" "Hardly," he chuckled, shaking his head, and turned to open 2 large boxes behind him. As the boxes opened, he raised his head and announced, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone." The 35 students paused in surprise, then gazed at the radiant mooncakes within the boxes. "Hooray! Long live Mr. Bai. I love you, Mr. Bai. Wow, this filling is my favorite. The exuberant cheers resonated across the playground. The remaining students quickly grasped the situation, casting envious glances at the platform, murmuring amongst themselves. Look at their instructor. He knows how to treat his students during the Mid-Autumn Festival. One student remarked, drooling as he eyed the mooncakes. What kind of filling do you think they have? TCH. All they care about is eating. Another complained, glancing towards the playground's entrance. Where's my instructor? Why hasn't he come by? Observing the unmoving instructors, Bai Zhou picked up a mooncake and a bottle of juice, placing them in the political commissar's hands. Stop dawdling. Eat and drink, he proclaimed, exuding the air of a host. Ha ha ha, good. The commissar laughed heartily, then turned to the still stiff instructors issuing commands. The instructors, their eyes sparkling with surprise, gazed at Bai Zhou with goodwill, but before they could move, the students from English Class 2 proactively delivered the treats. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou listened with satisfaction to the chimes of recognition points in his mind, taking in the harmonious scene before him. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. It was Li Si, holding a mooncake and peeking at him. Mr. Bai, you should eat too. Her gentle voice made him smile as he playfully pinched her sun-kissed cheek and accepted the mooncake she offered. Since his last visit home, Bai Zhou found himself growing increasingly comfortable with the gesture. Li Si blushed at the touch, lowering her head shyly and stepping back, yet unwilling to distance herself too much. That afternoon, Bai Zhou's recognition points surged significantly. Indeed, he had once again become a trending topic. A post titled "The Instructor from Another Family" rapidly gained traction online. This time, the post didn't merely ignite the various platforms at Modu University. That very evening, he received a call from his mother back in his hometown. Xiao Zhou, your father and I saw you online. Huh? Bai Zhou was perplexed. Are you the teacher who delivered mooncakes to the military training students today? Ah, Mom, how did you find out? You don't even go online. Oh, do you look down on me? I keep up with WeChat moments every day. After exchanging pleasantries with his mother, Bai Zhou ended the call, only for his WeChat to ping again. It was Lin Xiao. Mr. Bai, you've gone too far. She added a cute, pouty emoji. Bai Zhou? How could you visit the students without inviting me? I was planning to visit the dorms tonight, and now, because of your precedent, when I go, the students will say I learned it from you. Bai Zhou smiled helplessly. If I had gone to visit the students as you suggested, that would have been one thing, but you did this behind my back, claiming we're roommates. I'm upset. Looking at Lin Zhao's messages, he noted that she didn't seem angry at all. Her words had a playful tone. It struck him how Lin Xiao had transformed from a former student into a peer, revealing a charming side he hadn't anticipated. Bai Zhou shook his head and replied, Lin Xiao, what do you think I should do to make it up to you? She quickly responded with a cute emoji. I want another serving of that vegetable porridge from last time. Bai Zhou replied with a laughing emoji. All right, no problem. Now, on a serious note, the national table tennis team will visit the school on the 29th to greet the military training students. What do you think? Bai Zhou, what do you mean, what do I think? Just watch from the sidelines, right? He had received a notification from the principal earlier that all freshman instructors were required to be present. Lin Xiao, evidently exasperated by Bai Zhou's nonchalance, responded, but that's the national team. World champions. Zhang Jike, Su Xian Malong. Imagine if we could get their autographs. Bai Zhou was indifferent to such trivialities. After a casual chat with Lin Xiao, they exchanged goodnights and logged off. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, Lin Zhao's earlier lighthearted remarks would soon materialize into reality. Not for her, but for all the freshman instructors at Modu University. Many instructors shared Lin Zhao's sentiments, planning evening visits to the students' dorms. However, Bai Zhou's ostentatious display that morning rendered their intentions meaningless. Not all instructors, like Lin Xiao, were purely motivated by the desire to support their students. Some harbored resentment towards Bai Zhou's actions. Especially after seeing the post about the other instructor, their feelings of discontent were palpable. A typical example was Li De, an instructor for the table tennis program in the physical education department. A bespectacled man with a receding hairline, he was only 28 years old, a source of personal anguish. Upon seeing the trending topic, he quickly realized his students were also among the military training cohort. He hastily imitated Bai Zhou, purchasing a large quantity of mooncakes and heading to the playground. Unfortunately, the instructors were busy conducting a military-style gathering, with students singing songs in their formations, leaving Li De to feel utterly embarrassed and regretful. He even maliciously commented beneath the post, "Humph, what's there to show off? It's merely a publicity stunt, a hollow performance." Unsurprisingly, his account was soon inundated with backlash from countless users. Chapter 39. The recommendation of the physical education teacher. Soon, the morning of the 29th arrived. The day before, which marked the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a military training report performance took place, signifying the official conclusion of a month-long military training for the students. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the students, the instructors discreetly gathered their belongings and boarded the bus, departing the campus. However, before their departure, Bai Zhou had presented several handwritten speeches to the political instructor. Consequently, Bai Zhou became the only counselor, aside from the school leaders, to bid farewell to the instructors. Should the other counselors learn of this, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Bai Zhou arrived at the table tennis hall of Magic City University. With its prestigious reputation, the university boasted a dedicated competition venue that conformed to international standards and had consistently provided support for various major international events. Upon entering the expansive hall, Bai Zhou realized he was the first individual present, aside from the staff preparing the venue. With a sense of resignation, he found a seat labeled for counselors and chose a spot towards the back. No sooner had he settled in than a familiar voice resonated from behind. "Mr. Bai, you arrived quite early." It was Lin Xiao, who, without any hesitation, sat down next to Bai Zhou. As they engaged in conversation, students began to enter the hall in a steady stream. Guided by the staff, they took their seats in the central viewing area according to their respective majors. Only after the students were largely settled did the counselors arrive, and as for the school leaders, their arrival was still awaited. Many young male counselors, upon spotting Lin Xiao, expressed a desire to sit beside her. However, witnessing her animated exchange with Bai Zhou, they furrowed their brows and refrained from approaching, harboring feelings of envy and resentment towards Bai Zhou. What merit did he possess to engage so jovially with teacher Lin? Finally, as the students were nearly finished with their snacks, the school leaders made their long-awaited entrance. Following their arrival, the event officially commenced. After a brief introduction by the host, the highlight of the occasion arrived. Amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, Chief Coach Lu Guoyang, accompanied by world champions Zhang Jike and Su Xian, made a grand entrance. The chief coach expressed gratitude for the students' warm welcome and offered words of encouragement. "This hall holds the most beautiful and glorious memories of the national team. We have achieved numerous illustrious honors here, including the Asian Championship, World Championship, and Club Championship. This venue can be regarded as a Grand Slam arena. Indeed, table tennis is a source of immense pride for the people of the motherland, even surpassing badminton in popularity. The citizens possess varying degrees of proficiency in the sport." As the chief coach recounted the many accolades, Bai Zhou felt a surge of pride swelling within him. The coach's speech was met with waves of enthusiastic applause from the students. Although these honors were not directly related to them, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride nonetheless. Since it was a celebration, a demonstration match was undoubtedly essential. Zhang Jike and Su Xian captivated the audience with their dazzling skills, executing a variety of impressive shots and spins, eliciting waves of excitement from the spectators. However, after a short while, they paused, and Zhang Jike took the microphone. "Is there a student or teacher who enjoys playing table tennis? How about a friendly match?" This invitation ignited a resounding cheer from the crowd. At this moment, the host of Magic City University interjected, "The best table tennis player in our school is none other than our table tennis counselor, Mr. Li De. Excellent. Let us witness a duel with a grassroots champion." This was precisely what every national team player anticipated, the notion that true experts often dwell among the masses. With an air of pride, the bespectacled Li De, sporting a receding hairline, stepped forward, brandishing a table tennis racket. He took the microphone and feigned humility, stating, It is a tremendous honor to receive guidance from world champions. I hope Zhang Jike can go easy on me. Had it not been for the lack of sincerity in his expression, Zhang Jike might have been deceived by his words. Zhang Jike looked at Li De, and through the host's introduction and Li De's animated demeanor, he had already begun to regard Li De as a genuine grassroots expert. Furthermore, Li De did not disappoint his title as a physical education teacher. He executed a serve with finesse and precision, showcasing movements that were both standard and aesthetically pleasing. If it weren't for his glistening bald head, one might have mistaken him for a professional player. Zhang Jike instinctively returned the serve. With a resounding clap, disaster struck. Zhang Jike quickly realized his blunder. The ball had been hit too straightforwardly. The table tennis ball rebounded rapidly and landed perfectly, and Zhang Jike was prepared for the return. To his astonishment, Li De flawlessly missed the ball, resulting in a score for Zhang Jike. Perplexed, Zhang Jike wondered, what just happened? How did he miss such an easy shot? Li De, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shrugged off the moment, saying, just warming up. He, of course, even though that ball was exceedingly straightforward, not everyone could return it, given the world champion's strength and the average person's reaction time. Additionally, Li De's daily practice involved students who were significantly weaker opponents, causing his own skills to regress amidst the flattery of colleagues and students. Why was he introduced as the best table tennis player among the faculty? Because, in the faculty table tennis competition, he was the sole instructor teaching the sport, having secured the runner-up position while the head of the department claimed the championship. If not for the principal's advancing age, their rankings might have been even lower. After all, Li De's capabilities were evident. How could he possibly rival Zhang Jike? In just a few exchanges, the score reached 9-0. The chief coach, keenly observant, called for a timeout and beckoned Zhang Jike over, whispering, "Go easy on him a bit. A bald head wouldn't he look good?" Zhang Jike nodded and returned to the match, glancing at Li De, murmuring, "I believe a shaved head would look better than what you have now." Nevertheless, he promptly began to ease up, allowing Li De to score 7 consecutive points, who, filled with glee, boasted to the other teachers about how challenging it was to receive shots from the champion. At that moment, the chief coach signaled to Zhang Jike, who understood and scored 2 consecutive points to swiftly conclude the match. Although Li De faced defeat, he wore no semblance of embarrassment, instead reveling in the fact that he had managed to score 7 points against a world champion, declaring it worthwhile. Subsequently, as Zhang Jike approached to shake his hand, Li De seized the microphone and boldly proclaimed, "I propose a challenger to face our world champion. How about our English teacher, Bai Zhou? He is quite the popular counselor at our university, with extraordinary basketball skills. Surely, he must possess some talent in table tennis as well." Chapter 40. A return that defies human mechanics. He still looks charming in this place, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that his words and actions have completely offended the national table tennis team. The head coach, Lu Guoyang, glanced at the Mediterranean-haired individual, his expression instantly turning icy. What does this person mean? What does he imply by saying that while the big balls are strong, the small ones are not to be underestimated? Are you suggesting that our pride, table tennis, cannot compare to a foreign import like basketball? The head coach maintained commendable control over his emotions, but Zhang Jike, a fiery young man, confronted Li De with a cold inquiry. "What do you mean?" Li De quickly realized his mistake, panic washing over him as he repeatedly waved his hands in apology. I am so sorry. I didn't mean it that way. It was a slip of the tongue." A loud chorus of boos erupted throughout the venue. All the students were disdainfully deriding this brazen Mediterranean. Upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, Li De tossed the microphone aside and hurried back to the audience, burying his head in shame. The cacophony of jeers only intensified, laced with palpable ridicule. At this moment, the host hurriedly attempted to defuse the situation. "Shall we invite teacher Bai Zhou to face off against the world champion? What do you think?" Truth be told, the desire to have Bai Zhou compete against the world champion resonated in the hearts of all the instructors. They were well aware of Li De's table tennis abilities. None of them were his match, and Li De had only managed to score 7 points against Zhang Jike. They knew that Bai Zhou would undoubtedly lose, but losing to the champion was not shameful. It would serve to humble Bai Zhou, the seemingly omnipotent internet celebrity instructor, and allow the students to see that their idol was not infallible. As soon as the host's words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the section occupied by Class 2 of English. Leading the charge was the boisterous Wang Boyu, rallying the entire class to chant, "Teacher Bai, go for it, Teacher Bai." The rhythmic chanting soon spread to the new students who joined in, "Teacher Bai, Teacher Bai, Teacher Bai." Listening to the escalating cheers for Teacher Bai, Li De, who had kept his head down, wore a deeply sullen expression. It was not only him, even several instructors, including the host, wore grim faces. They had grossly underestimated Bai Zhou's influence on the freshmen. As the fervent calls for Bai Zhou grew louder, he helplessly shook his head. He was well aware of his own table tennis proficiency. If it were merely a casual rally, he would have no issue, but to challenge the champion? What a jest! System, exchange for the table tennis skill. Bai Zhou resignedly shook his head, stood up, and spent 100 points to acquire the skill. As the students noticed Bai Zhou slowly rising, the fervent chants for Teacher Bai ceased abruptly, replaced by a thunderous applause. Had it not been for the cheers coming from just one side of the auditorium, the sound might have eclipsed that of the national team's entrance. Lin Xiao looked up at Bai Zhou, adorably giving him a thumbs up. Bai Zhou nodded and stepped forward. Lu Guoyang, Zhang Jike, and Su Xian all fixed their gazes on Bai Zhou. The cheers that accompanied his entrance confirmed their suspicion that this instructor was exceptional. Bai Zhou walked to the center of the arena, took the microphone from the host, and, amidst the incessant cheers, helplessly shook his head. "You all." The applause did not diminish. Instead, it grew even more fervent. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow and feigned severity. "All right, I will begin speaking now." In an instant, the cheering crowd fell silent as if on cue, a pin-drop silence enveloping the room. The instructors, witnessing this phenomenon, turned pale, their faces turning green with disbelief. Many of them internally lamented, "This is absurd. He is merely an instructor for one class. Why, when he speaks, does everyone behave like obedient children? Even when the principal speaks, they chatter away, yet this Bai Zhou holds such sway." As Bai Zhou observed the quiet audience, he nodded in satisfaction. "First, I must clarify that table tennis is, in my opinion, one of the most challenging sports in the world. It is elusive and full of unpredictable variations. Of course, it is also my favorite sport." "Oh!" Another wave of cheers erupted. Part of this applause was in support of Bai Zhou, while another portion served as a resounding slap to Li De's face. Lu Guoyang and his two companions also relaxed their earlier cold demeanor, their faces now radiating goodwill as they nodded in agreement with Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou proceeded to express gratitude on behalf of the school to the national team, then took the paddle that Li De had just used and approached Zhang Jike to shake his hand. Zhang Jike patted Bai Zhou's shoulder with a friendly gesture, conveying unspoken camaraderie. Before long, Bai Zhou bent down, tossed the ball, and executed a flawless stroke. His movements, though equally precise, flowed far more smoothly than Li De's. As Bai Zhou's serve struck the table, Lu Guoyang, Su Xian, and Zhang Jike's eyes brightened. Su Xian even instinctively exclaimed, "What a great shot!" Zhang Jike's expression lit up with excitement, instantly becoming focused as he prepared to counter. With a resounding smack, the ball struck the table at an unusual angle. Bai Zhou turned back with an air of nonchalance, skillfully returning the ball with a powerful spin. His actions were instinctive, and he did not anticipate the impact of his shot. The ball grazed the net and, upon striking the table, veered off in the opposite direction. This rapid change in trajectory caused Zhang Jike to miss the perfect opportunity to return the shot, with the ball merely brushing against his paddle before flying out of bounds. Lu Guoyang, Su Xian, and Zhang Jike stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the entire venue erupted with exuberant cheers once more. "Look, Teacher Bai scored the first point. Ah, Teacher Bai has won a point against the champion. Who knew he was so skilled at table tennis? I declare, Teacher Bai is now my only idol. No one can rival him." While the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, the national team remained astounded. "Impossible. This defies the laws of human mechanics." Su Xian snapped out of his daze and turned to Lu Guoyang. "Coach, did you catch how Teacher Bai managed that return?" Lu Guoyang shook his head. "No. If you separate his previous stroke from the speed at which he just returned the ball, both are quite ordinary. However, combining such a motion with such a substantial spin? His wrist must be on the verge of dislocating. But how is he doing this? Su Xian's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination and admiration. The two players at the table resumed their intense rally. At this moment, Zhang Jike no longer bore a relaxed expression. His eyes sparkled with fierce ambition as he excitedly thought, "Finally, I can compete against a true grassroots master. Let us see what he has got." However, Bai Zhou's thoughts were quite the opposite. "Oh no, I lost control. What should I do? I won the first point. Isn't this stealing someone else's thunder? I must find a way to rectify this." If Li De, whose expression had turned ashen, were to hear Bai Zhou's inner thoughts, he would likely wish for nothing more than to vanish from existence. Chapter 41. Bewilderment. Though Bai Zhou had resolved to go easy, surrendering was unequivocally not in his nature. The two competitors engaged in an intense back-and-forth exchange. Following Zhang Jike's powerful smash, Bai Zhou deliberately hesitated, allowing the ball to slip past him. Zhang Jike scored. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Bai Zhou had stumbled and forfeited a point. However, both Bai Zhou and Zhang Jike were acutely aware of the underlying truth. Zhang Jike, drawing on his experience, sensed that Bai Zhou had intentionally slowed his reaction, and he marveled internally, "Is he letting me win?" The ball had been within his reach. How could he have missed it? While it would be reasonable for someone less skilled to miss such a shot, Bai Zhou was no ordinary player. The match continued, and this time Bai Zhou had no intention of easing up. As Zhang Jike executed a cleverly angled fastball, Bai Zhou sidestepped and returned with a fierce smash, sending the ball hurtling back. Zhang Jike was caught off guard, and the ping-pong ball grazed his paddle before flying out of bounds. Bai Zhou scored. From that moment on, amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, the match unfolded as a fierce contest of skill and strategy. Li De, hidden among the crowd, wore a grim expression, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. How could he possess such formidable table tennis prowess? His basketball skills were outstanding, but how could he excel in table tennis as well? As a physical education teacher, Li De understood that mastery of any sport required extensive, rigorous training over a considerable period. He gazed at Bai Zhou's silhouette, pondering how someone so young could have devoted so much time to perfecting two sports. No, it must be that Zhang Jike had been lenient. There was no doubt about it. Why hadn't he gone easy on me when we played? If Zhang Jike had heard this inner monologue, he might have swung his paddle at Li De's face. Did he not have even a modicum of self-awareness regarding the situation? Despite being astonished by Bai Zhou's performance, Li De's thoughts were clouded by resentment towards Bai Zhou, the freshman counselor who had stolen the limelight. The contrast between the cheers from the 3,500 freshmen in the stands and the boos directed at him was stark. Li De glared fiercely at Bai Zhou's back and made his way toward the principal. At that moment, the score stood at 11-11. According to the rules of table tennis, the first player to score 2 consecutive points after reaching 10 would claim victory. The head coach, Lu Guoyang, called for a timeout, and a drenched Zhang Jike returned to Lu's side. In striking contrast, Bai Zhou stood by the table, devoid of any sweat, as if the preceding match had been but a gentle breeze to him. Lu Guoyang pulled Zhang Jike aside, adopting a serious tone. "What's going on? Did you not see the instructions I provided? Letting up to this extent is excessive." Zhang Jike, with a bitter expression, raised his hands in exasperation. "Coach, do I look like I'm going easy?" Lu Guoyang scrutinized Zhang Jike's demeanor. Though he harbored suspicions, he remained uncertain. Upon receiving Zhang Jike's affirmation, Lu's gaze deepened in contemplation. "Are you suggesting?" Zhang Jike, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his voice as he confided, "Coach, if I'm able to keep pace with him, it's likely because he's letting me win." "What?" Su Xian, who had been eavesdropping nearby, gasped in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Zhang Jike nodded gravely in response. At that moment, Li De approached the principal, wearing an obsequious grin, and softly called out, "Principal Wang." The principal, engrossed in observing the engrossed Bai Zhou, furrowed his brow upon hearing Li De's voice but responded politely. "Oh, Teacher Li De, what can I do for you?" Seizing the opportunity, Li De replied, "Principal, I would like to discuss Teacher Bai with you." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang immediately sensed Li De's ulterior motives but chose not to intervene, curious to see what scheme Li De would concoct. Seeing that the principal remained silent, Li De grew increasingly confident and voiced his thoughts. Principal, I believe that teacher Bai, being a young man, is far too ostentatious and needs to be firmly reprimanded. Otherwise, this situation may lead to disastrous consequences. Oh, teacher Li De, what kind of disaster are you suggesting? The principal's tone carried an unmistakable hint of irritation, prompting Li De to falter in his response. Well, you see, Principal, teacher Bai has recently become somewhat of a sensation among the students. Just look at their reactions. He glanced disdainfully at Bai Zhou. Here he is, a world champion, flaunting his skills and showing off to the students without any restraint. Shouldn't such a brash young man be put in his place? Principal Wang, unaware of Li De's convoluted thoughts, replied with a sardonic smile, "Let us set aside other matters for now. Do you genuinely believe Zhang Jike is going easy?" Li De scoffed dismissively. Principal, you can't possibly think Bai Zhou is truly that skilled? The principal ignored him and gestured toward the national team's direction. Did you notice Coach Lu Guoyang's expression? Li De instinctively looked up. At that moment, the three members of the national team were engaged in a serious discussion, their gazes frequently darting toward Bai Zhou. Zhang Jike's eyes reflected both astonishment and a hint of concealed helplessness, while Su Xian's eyes burned with fierce determination. As for Coach Lu Guoyang, his gaze radiated an unmistakable fervor, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The intensity of their expressions pierced deeply into Li De's consciousness, leaving him in a daze. Could it be? Could it truly be Bai Zhou's prowess? He murmured to himself, impossible. Impossible. In that instant, he completely forgot the purpose of his visit to the principal. However, Principal Wang had no intention of letting him off the hook. You recommended Bai Zhou for this competition, hoping to see him humiliated, yet you did not anticipate his exceptional table tennis skills. Li De stood frozen, trembling involuntarily at the principal's words. The principal rose.
Jean Li Pating Li Da Schulde.
You think someone like Bai Zhou should be harshly reprimanded? Let me tell you, talents like him can come and go as they please at Moda University. Even if I were to try to keep him, it would be futile. With that, the principal departed, leaving Li De feeling utterly drained, stumbling backward into a chair. His gaze was vacant, and he was lost in despair. He clearly discerned the weighty warning embedded in the principal's words. Chapter 42. A weighty invitation. Li De's mindset had completely crumbled. He could no longer summon any thoughts regarding Bai Zhou. Leaning against the chair, he unsteadily stood up, gazing at the exuberant students and the composed Bai Zhou, before waveringly departing from the table tennis hall. At that moment, the break had concluded, and Zhang Jike was about to return to the table when Su Xian grasped his arm. Let me give it a try. Zhang Jike looked at him in astonishment. Isn't this somewhat against the rules? Su Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as he nodded seriously, turning to Lu Guoyang. Coach, allow me to take the stage. Who wouldn't want to face such a formidable opponent? When presented with such an opportunity, who cares about the rules? After pondering for a moment, Lu Guoyang also nodded. Let Su Xian give it a shot. Let us witness the extent of his prowess. Su Xian's face beamed with excitement as he bounced on the spot and stepped into the arena. The moment Su Xian appeared, the entire crowd understood what was unfolding, and a deafening cheer erupted like a tsunami.
Bai Yu, observing Su Xin's fervor, smile sly.
A relay battle, is it? Very well. The two opponents shook hands and once more engaged in a fierce exchange. Neither side yielded an inch, delivering spectacular rallies that one would typically expect to see only in international finals. Now gracing this exhibition match, students scattered snacks and drinks across the floor, some even getting splattered, yet no one paid any mind. This contest seemed to fulfill every student's dream of witnessing an Olympic final live. Many students were left in awe. Mr. Bai's table tennis skills are astonishing. He is holding his own against two world champions. Indeed, that previous match with Teacher Xie was far less impressive. That person was practically useless. Teacher Xie. Wasn't that teacher's surname Li? A girl sipping bubble tea interjected. Oh, I thought he was called Bald. Laughter erupted among the students. For those majoring in table tennis, this match was a tremendous boon. A student from the table tennis program glimmered with excitement. Mr. Bai is incredible. Their match is even more thrilling than the earlier one between Su Xian and Zhang Jike. Another student, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "Don't professional players usually go easy on amateurs?" Immediately, another student retorted, "Have you ever seen a professional allow a match to remain tied? Sure, our counselor Lida won those 7 points easily, but look at Su Xian's eyes now. Do they convey any sense of ease?" The student fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the argument. As for Bai Zhou's students from English Class 2, they were beyond words, their voices hoarse from cheering, while the girls disregarded their appearances, frantically tugging at the clothes of their classmates from other classes. Look, that's my counselor. That's my counselor. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. Ding. Recognition points gained. 10. In Bai Zhou's mind, the system notifications echoed repeatedly. The score against Su Xian had reached a tie at 17. Su Xian's athletic shirt was thoroughly soaked, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Bai Zhou's forehead. At that moment, Lu Guoliang had long forgotten the pause, his gaze fervently fixed on the match, as though he were witnessing a premier global competition. Watching the two youthful figures on the court, he was reminded of his own days battling on the field. In that instant, Su Xian managed to level the score again. Bai Zhou waved his hand, placed his paddle on the table, and approached Su Xian, saying, "I believe it's time to declare a draw?" To his surprise, Su Xian shook his head. As a table tennis player, there is only win or loss. Draws do not exist. Therefore, dear teacher, please play these next 2 points with utmost seriousness. Even if I lose, it will be my greatest gain. Bai Zhou regarded the perspiring Su Xian, whose eyes brimmed with unyielding determination, and he nodded appreciatively before picking up his paddle once more. Bai Zhou served. Su Xian returned with a fierce strike. Bai Zhou feigned a powerful smash, then flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring into the opposite corner. 20-19. After serving and returning, Su Xian saw the ball rise high and, with a swift leap, unleashed a violent smash. Bai Zhou, unfazed, executed a deft chop, the ball traveling rapidly yet maintaining its pace as it slammed onto the table. With a resounding crack, the ball soared off the table, shattering mid-air. 21-19. Bai Zhou effortlessly triumphed in this grueling tug-of-war. Oh! The crowd erupted in a thunderous ovation that showed no signs of abating, leaving Bai Zhou concerned for the students' throats. In stark contrast, Su Xian, Zhang Jike, and Lu Guoliang stood remarkably silent, their eyes filled with deep contemplation, all fixated on the shattered table tennis ball on the ground. Both Zhang Jike and Su Xian, having faced Bai Zhou, shared the same thought. He truly held back. If he hadn't been considerate of us, the outcome would have been evident long ago. As for Lu Guoliang, gazing at the fragmented ball, a fervent desire ignited within him. From the effortless strokes Bai Zhou had displayed, it was evident that his true capabilities had yet to be fully revealed. He was a prodigy, a genius in table tennis. If he could join the national team at such a young age. With that thought, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Guoliang's eyes as he stepped forward to approach Bai Zhou. Arriving before him, he extended his right hand. Bai Zhou, puzzled by Lu Guoliang's eager approach, nonetheless reciprocated the gesture politely. With a tone laced with palpable excitement, Lu Guoliang spoke directly, "Dear teacher, you are still quite young. On behalf of the national table tennis team, I invite you to join us." At that moment, the school leaders walking towards the center of the arena happened to overhear Lu Guoliang's proclamation. They all halted, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The principal, leading the group, was the first to regain composure, signaling to his colleagues to take a step back and grant the two individuals space for their conversation. Though they had stepped back, their eyes remained glued to the exchange. Just as everyone marveled at the prospect of Bai Zhou ascending to great heights, he unexpectedly shook his head. "Coach Lu, I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer." A look of palpable disappointment clouded Lu Guoliang's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak, attempting to salvage the moment, but Bai Zhou gestured for him to halt. "Coach Lu, no need for further words. Every member of the national team is exceptional, thus." Though Lu Guoliang felt disheartened, he nodded, understanding Bai Zhou's sentiment. Providing assistance in times of need is far more valuable than mere accolades. Chapter 43. Tutoring in Mathematics. At this moment, Zhang Jike and Su Xian approached, shaking hands with Bai Zhou in turn. Su Xian, somewhat excited, grasped Bai Zhou's hand and inquired, "Teacher Bai, just how formidable is your prowess?" Bai Zhou, with a hint of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "To be honest, I do not know." His honesty stemmed from the fact that he had just acquired this skill and was using it for the first time. However, Su Xian and the others interpreted this as the loneliness of a true master. Zhang Jike, with an unwavering gaze, seized Bai Zhou's hand and asked, "Teacher Bai, will I still be able to play basketball with you in the future?" Bai Zhou chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. "Of course. As long as you come to Shanghai and if time permits, we can certainly play together." With this reassurance, Zhang Jike's excitement grew. "All right, Teacher Bai, I will definitely defeat you in table tennis." At this moment, Su Xian chimed in, "Indeed, you will be our greatest rival." Bai Zhou could only shrug in resignation, unsure of what to say, and replied with a simple, "All right then." Having ignited the competitive spirit of two champions, Bai Zhou amassed a significant number of recognition points, as the cheers from the students echoed incessantly. "Ding! You have gained 10 recognition points. Ding! You have gained 10 recognition points. Ding! You have gained 10 recognition points." The remaining time was filled with speeches from the leaders, followed by their departure. As Bai Zhou made his way to the staff dining hall with the exuberant Lin Xiao, the network in Shanghai was once again set ablaze by Bai Zhou. The itinerary of the three main figures of the national team had become a trending topic, yet such private events would not be broadcasted by television stations. Nevertheless, with 500 students, each possessing a mobile phone, the video of a local expert defeating two world champions quickly went viral. The footage showcased Bai Zhou effortlessly engaging in table tennis matches with the two champions. The adage masters exist among the common folk surged in popularity across the nation, particularly on the online platforms of Shanghai University. Trending topics: 1. Local expert defeats two world champions. 2. Local expert is actually him. 3. Internet celebrity instructor shocks the entire network again. At that moment, Bai Zhou had just exited his office, heading towards the English class 2 to prepare for the holiday class meeting, lost in thought. Why had he not heard the system notification sound since morning? Although the frequency of notifications had decreased, he still expected them to sound occasionally. Ding! You have gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou observed that the points he had previously spent on purchasing a house were fully replenished, with a surplus exceeding 4,000, nearing 5,000. He gazed contentedly at his recognition points, anticipating the imminent arrival of a system-produced computer. As Bai Zhou pushed open the classroom door, he was met with thunderous applause and cheers. Helplessly, he looked at the group of former classmates, gesturing for silence as he closed the office door. Bai Zhou had stood at the podium for 3 minutes before the students' applause finally subsided. Shaking his head, he pointed at them. "You all, is your voice free? Are you borrowing it? Does it not tire you to shout like this?" The loudest among them, Wang Boyu, jumped up first. Teacher Bai, I never expected you to be so skilled at table tennis." Immediately, other students echoed, yes. Teacher Bai, you are so good at basketball. And now at table tennis too. I wonder if there is anything you cannot do." "Exactly." A girl chimed in, "I believe Teacher Bai is undoubtedly a polymath." She then discreetly glanced at Bai Zhou, lowering her head to whisper to her deskmate, "Teacher Bai is truly a perfect man. If I could find a boyfriend like him, my life would be complete." Her deskmate happened to be Li Si, who wholeheartedly agreed with the girl's sentiments. However, witnessing the fervent admiration of so many girls directed towards Bai Zhou inexplicably stirred a sense of anxiety within her. Bai Zhou, slightly annoyed, pointed at Wang Boyu. "Wang Boyu, sit down. You're nearly standing on the desk. Are you trying to reach the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Laughter erupted throughout the class, and Wang Boyu, embarrassed, rubbed his head and took a seat. As soon as he sat down, another student behind him stood up, and upon seeing him, Bai Zhou's mind suddenly lit up. Chun Fengzi. Indeed, this student had once been Bai Zhou's roommate, the most diligent among their group of 4, yet his academic performance always lagged behind, barely surpassing Bai Zhou, who ranked second in their dormitory. His greatest shortcoming was his struggles with advanced mathematics. Shanghai University set itself apart from other universities by requiring students from all disciplines to take advanced mathematics courses. The former presidents believed that a university experience lacking advanced mathematics was incomplete. Bai Zhou remembered that Chen Fengzi, who shared a bunk with him, would often be seen late at night, the dim light from behind his curtain illuminating his tireless study sessions. Despite his fervent efforts in advanced mathematics, his progress was minimal, earning him the nickname Crazy Chen. Bai Zhou felt a twinge of regret. Chen Fengzi possessed remarkable language skills, excelling in English, but his struggles with advanced mathematics held him back. Otherwise, he could have achieved even greater heights in his academic journey. Bai Zhou silently resolved, "Crazy Chen, your emperor. No, your savior has returned." Observing the students below, their sun-kissed skin evoked a chuckle within him. Was I once like this? The girls fared better than the boys, yet they too were not immune to sun exposure. Li Si, currently blushing and lowering her head, seemed reluctant for Bai Zhou to see her sun-kissed complexion. Bai Zhou refrained from prolonging the class meeting, aware of his classmates' eagerness for the holiday. After dismissing the class, he immediately called out to Chen Fengzi, who was about to leave. Chen Fengzi, puzzled as to why Bai Zhou had singled him out, inquired, "Teacher Bai, is there something you need from me?" Bai Zhou nodded, looking at this former roommate, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Fengzi, you are a local from Shanghai, right? Do you have any plans for the National Day holiday?" Chen Fengzi, equally puzzled by Bai Zhou's question, replied, scratching his head, "I'm not sure, Teacher Bai, but I noticed we still have advanced mathematics on our schedule. My math grades are rather disheartening, so I plan to visit the library during the holiday to find some helpful books." Bai Zhou, fully aware of his holiday plans, remembered that during his first year of college, he too had stayed in Shanghai for National Day without returning home. Yet he feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so diligent during the holiday." Feeling shy from Bai Zhou's praise, Chen Fengzi scratched his head in embarrassment. Bai Zhou continued, "I have some insights regarding mathematics. Since I will also be in Shanghai during the holiday, if you are willing, you can come to me for some tutoring." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's offer, Chen Fengzi's face lit up with joy. "Is that true, Teacher Bai?" Chapter 44. Lin Xiao moves in. As the students enjoyed their vacation, Bai Zhou initially planned to return home. However, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when he called his parents, he discovered they had quietly joined a senior travel group abroad, reportedly embarking on a month-long tour of Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. If it weren't for the fact that Bai's father was the leader of the senior travel group, Bai Zhou would have certainly been concerned enough to catch a flight immediately. Today, while Bai Zhou was at home searching online for the necessary textbooks for advanced mathematics, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Lin Xiao standing outside, laden with numerous bags and a gigantic suitcase. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she panted slightly and exclaimed, "Teacher Bai, I plan to move in early. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" "Not at all. I would be delighted to welcome you," Bai Zhou replied, swiftly taking the bags from her hands and lifting the enormous suitcase into the house. "Wow, Teacher Bai, you're incredibly strong. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Huh? What's going on?" Bai Zhou turned back, puzzled by Lin Xiao's exaggerated reaction. "Teacher Bai, do you realize that the taxi driver struggled 3 times just to lift the suitcase a little? And you managed it so effortlessly?" It's nothing really." Bai Zhou shrugged, unsure how to explain. "But Lin Xiao, what on earth do you have in this suitcase that makes it so heavy?" Lin Xiao's face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly deflected. "Oh, it's just that I'm moving here, so naturally, I need to bring more things." "Moving is one thing, but you can't be serious about bringing your entire home, can you?" Bai Zhou teased, feigning exaggeration. Lin Xiao tossed her bag onto the sofa, slightly irritated. "Teacher Bai, girls naturally have more belongings." She quickly changed the subject. "Don't forget that you owe me a bowl of vegetable porridge, so hurry up and cook."
"I'm starving."
Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly. "Since you've moved in, it wouldn't do to have you eating plain vegetable porridge." With that, he glanced at the clock and noted it was nearly noon, then headed into the kitchen. Just as Bai Zhou was about to don his apron, Lin Xiao poked her head in shyly and asked, Teacher Bai, could you help me carry my luggage to my room? Rolling his eyes, Bai Zhou still obliged. And in Lin Xiao's awe-filled gaze, he effortlessly lifted the massive suitcase, which seemed capable of containing 2 Lin Xiaos, and carried it upstairs. This will be your room, and I'll be right next door. Just make sure you don't accidentally enter the wrong room at night. Lin Xiao, undeterred by Bai Zhou's teasing, flopped onto her new bed with a sigh of relief. Moving today has completely exhausted me. Bai Zhou, observing Lin Xiao's unrefined demeanor, shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, this isn't how Teacher Lin usually presents herself in front of students. Her true, unguarded nature has emerged. He set the suitcase down on the floor, saying, you can unpack your things. I'll step out for a moment. Just as he turned to leave, he accidentally kicked the suitcase, which tipped over precariously and crashed to the floor with a loud bang, shaking the room. Before he could comment, a loud pop echoed as the suitcase's zipper burst open, and its contents exploded outward in a chaotic scatter. Bai Zhou barely registered a light pink, triangular object zooming toward him before everything went black as it obscured his vision. Lin Xiao's scream resonated, making Bai Zhou feel as though he might go deaf. With a swift motion, light returned, revealing Lin Xiao with a flushed face and her hands behind her back, hiding something. Bai Zhou wiped his nose and muttered, I'll go prepare lunch. He then turned and exited her room without looking back. In the kitchen, Bai Zhou busied himself preparing a sumptuous lunch to welcome Lin Xiao. She entered, holding a fire extinguisher, and their eyes met, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. Teacher, what is this? Oh, Teacher Bai. Lin Xiao raised the fire extinguisher. On my way here, I bought 5 of these. I noticed you have such a large house without any fire extinguishers, so I thought it best to be safe. After placing the extinguisher in a corner of the kitchen, she quickly exited, adding, Teacher Bai, your room doesn't have a lock, right? I'll leave one for you too. No, it doesn't. Bai Zhou replied resignedly, glancing at the extinguisher on the floor, realizing it was no wonder the taxi driver had struggled with it. As Lin Xiao entered Bai Zhou's room, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Is this a man's room? Her preconceived notions led her to expect either a chaotic mess of clothes or an assortment of strange odors. Having spent her life mostly around the boys' dormitory, she was pleasantly surprised by the neatness and cleanliness of the space. Taking a deep breath, she noted the faint scent of minty laundry detergent, devoid of any other odors. While Bai Zhou stirred the dish in the pan, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Recognition points earned. 1. Ding! Recognition points earned. 1. Ding! Recognition points earned. 1. Bai Zhou mused. What on earth has she seen now? Even placing a fire extinguisher earns recognition points? Lin Xiao, having placed the fire extinguisher on the bedside table, noticed a thick stack of A4 papers. Driven by curiosity, she picked one up. These are advanced mathematics problems. To her astonishment, she realized that every single sheet was filled with solved mathematical problems, each displaying a different approach to the same question. Recognizing Bai Zhou's handwriting from the dictionary he had shown her, Lin Xiao was utterly stunned. Teacher Bai, she murmured, her mind racing. While Bai Zhou was well-versed in Old English and could speak several languages, she had never expected him to delve into advanced mathematics, a subject even math majors often found daunting. As she perused the various solutions, a thought struck her. The answers. There must be reference answers. She began frantically searching for the words reference answers among the pages, but soon her hopes dwindled. How could there be none? Chapter 45. The last student of Class 2 Lin Xiao searched in vain for reference answers. Swiftly, she pulled out her phone and launched the most popular app, reputed to encompass all possible problem-solving methodologies. She activated the camera to scan the question. Soon, the software provided feedback, detecting a higher mathematics problem and suggesting a target audience of doctoral candidates in calculus. It identified 4 distinct problem-solving approaches and prompted her to subscribe for detailed insights. Lin Xiao resolutely refused to pay for such information, feeling incredulous at the mere suggestion of a fee for just 4 approaches. How absurd! Teacher Bai had meticulously documented 17 methods on paper. Clutching the stack of A4 sheets in her hands, Lin Xiao was engulfed by memories of Bai Zhou, a bittersweet sense of helplessness washing over her. Oh, Teacher Bai, is there anything in this world that you cannot master? Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was oblivious to Lin Xiao's observations of the complex calculus problems he had idly worked on. After agreeing to tutor Chen Fengzi, he had exchanged 300 points for proficiency in higher mathematics. Upon returning home, he downloaded 1,000 challenging problems, known among students as the most intricate calculus questions. After a cursory glance at the problems, a veritable explosion of solutions surged forth in his mind. Today was October 2nd. Bai Zhou had been anticipating Chen Fengzi's arrival for tutoring in the afternoon, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiao arrived first. Teacher Bai, come down for dinner. Wow, so much delicious food, Lin Xiao exclaimed as she peered down from the upper floor, her eyes gleaming at the 5 enticing dishes laid out on the table, their aromas tantalizing her senses as she hurried down. In reality, it was just a selection of home-cooked meals, the most extravagant being a steamed hairy crab. Lin Xiao, with little regard for decorum, clutched a crab leg and mumbled, "So delicious, then eat more." Bai Zhou encouraged. By the way, Teacher Bai, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered, I didn't realize you were also proficient in mathematics. Bai Zhou humbly shook his head. Proficient is an exaggeration. I merely have some insights. A student in our class struggles with math, and he is coming over this afternoon for some tutoring. Oh, I see. Bai Zhou quickly understood that Lin Xiao had seen the problems he had left on his desk. I haven't studied math in ages. A couple of days ago, I downloaded some problems from school and randomly worked on them to rekindle my mathematical intuition. Randomly working on them? Lin Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. Teacher Bai, do you know that you devised 17 methods for one problem, while the online solutions only offer 4? You really call that random? Bai Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. Is 17 a lot? I still have many more that I didn't write down. Oh, I understand now. Lin Xiao grumbled as she bit into a shrimp, shells crunching loudly, her fierce expression sending a shiver down Bai Zhou's spine. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao took the initiative to clear the dishes. The dinner had been delayed, and by the time she emerged from the kitchen, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just then, the doorbell rang, and it was Chen Fengzi. Good afternoon, Teacher Bai, he greeted, noticing Lin Xiao cleaning the table, and he whispered conspiratorially to Bai Zhou, Teacher Bai, if the classmates find out you have a girlfriend, I wonder how many girls will weep for their lost love tonight. Bai Zhou adjusted his glasses and playfully slapped the back of Chen Fengzi's head. Hey, watch it. Chen Fengzi yelped in pain, drawing Lin Xiao's attention. She turned to see Chen Fengzi and greeted him with a warm, sunny smile. Bai Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, where did that carefree Lin Xiao go? Now she's acting like a caring big sister. Are you a student from English class 2? Hello. Lin Xiao beamed, causing Chen Fengzi's heart to flutter, nearly exclaiming goddess. In awe. Hello, you are, he stammered. Lin Xiao maintained her radiant smile. I'm Lin Xiao, the counselor for English class 1. Oh, hello, Teacher Lin. Chen Fengzi quickly replied, and Lin Xiao nodded before heading upstairs. Chen Fengzi leaned in closer again. I didn't expect, Teacher Bai, that in the office. Before he could finish, Bai Zhou playfully interrupted. Office? Don't you dare mention that. Thus began Chen Fengzi's first lesson in higher mathematics, a pivotal moment that would alter the course of his life. As Bai Zhou started guiding Chen Fengzi through the fundamentals, a particular remark from him triggered a memory in Bai Zhou. I fear I might be the least mathematically gifted among our 35 classmates. That number 35 had been uttered countless times before, but this time, Bai Zhou felt a pang of recollection. Initially, English class 2 had 36 students, and now the absence of one student pricked his memory. After the military training, a new student had joined their ranks. Thus, he realized that he still had one pupil yet to arrive in class. In Bai Zhou's recollections, this girl was distinctly different from her classmates in English class 2. Through their subsequent conversations, she had mentioned her home in a remote mountainous region, and how a family crisis had led her to contact the admissions office, which, due to her exceptional grades, had permitted her delayed enrollment. Casting a glance at Chen Fengzi, who was furrowing his brow over the problem, Bai Zhou contemplated. If calculations were correct, she should be arriving in the city soon. Bai Zhou was aware of the challenges that awaited her, not only for himself but for the entire school, even prompting a visit from the local police station. The girl, arriving alone in the bustling city, had no one to assist her with accommodation during the holidays, leading her to stay in a cramped hotel for 2 nights at 30 yuan per night. Ultimately, she was deceived out of all her money upon reporting, yet it was the affluent university that graciously covered her tuition for the year, allowing this talented individual to remain. Throughout her 4 years at university, she competed fiercely with Ma Liangzhe for the top spot in comprehensive assessments. With a slight smile, Bai Zhou thought, now that I am aware, why should I allow my student to endure unnecessary hardships? Teacher Bai, what did you say? Chen Fengzi assumed Bai Zhou was speaking to him. Bai Zhou snapped out of his reverie. Nothing, he said, glancing at the blank answer sheet, feeling somewhat exasperated. No way, this is a high school math problem. Chen Fengzi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, Teacher Bai. I have no idea how to approach it. Bai Zhou waved dismissively. It's fine. You're overthinking it. Here, let us take a look at this problem. Chapter 46. Meeting at the station. Chen Fengzi gazed at Bai Zhou, whose tone was gentle and filled with patience, and an unexpected surge of emotion welled up within him. Throughout his educational journey, Bai Zhou was the sole mathematics teacher who consistently engaged with him in a calm and unpretentious manner. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Soon, under Bai Zhou's innovative problem-solving approaches, Chen Fengzi found himself captivated by mathematics for the first time. It was also the first instance he lost track of time during class. During this period, Lin Xiao descended from upstairs, stepping out for a moment. Upon her return, she carried a large bag of vegetables, and it was at this moment that both of them realized the sky outside had completely darkened. Bai Zhou glanced at Chen Fengzi's progress from the afternoon, nodding in satisfaction. Engrossed in your studies. I see. You didn't notice the time, and I didn't give you a break. You must be tired, right? Listening to Bai Zhou's inquiry, Chen Fengzi shook his head, his eyes seemingly illuminated with a newfound brilliance. No. Teacher Bai, your mathematics lesson this afternoon was absolutely fantastic. Even I never imagined that problems I had previously struggled with could be resolved so effortlessly. Bai Zhou smiled at him, choosing not to respond. Teacher Bai. Chen Fengzi's tone was noticeably more exuberant. I never expected your mathematical prowess to be so remarkable. Is there anything you cannot do? Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that flattery. I am not swayed by such praise. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. As Chen Fengzi tidied his belongings on the desk, he stood up to bid farewell. Thank you for today's lesson, Teacher Bai. I will return tomorrow afternoon. I must take my leave. Not in a hurry. Have a meal before you go. Before Bai Zhou could finish speaking, Lin Zhao's voice drifted in from the kitchen. The aroma of food wafted through the air as the kitchen door swung open. Bai Zhou shook his head. I told you, this girl went out for a bit and returned to lock herself in the kitchen. It turns out she was preparing dinner. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Zhao's invitation, Chen Fengzi quickly waved his hand. Teacher, there's no need to trouble yourself. I will have dinner at home. You little rascal. Smack. A resounding thump echoed on Chen Fengzi's forehead. Rubbing his head, he winced and said, Teacher Bai, if you keep hitting me like this, I will forget all the mathematical knowledge I've just learned. At that moment, Lin Xiao peered out. What did you say? Bai Zhou was relieved that she hadn't overheard. Chen Fengzi dared not speak out of turn again. I said, Teacher Lin, my mother has prepared dinner at home, so I won't be staying. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. He quickly called out before dashing toward the door, changing his shoes and exiting hastily. The implication was clear. He wanted to avoid intruding upon their private moment. Bai Zhou could only shake his head in resignation. Dinner became a time for the two of them to be alone together. Bai Zhou noted that Lin Zhao's culinary skills were quite commendable, rivaling his own before he had acquired his cooking skills. Observing Lin Xiao, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied with her cooking. He mused to himself, realizing she was indeed a capable partner in the domestic sphere. 2 days later, at 5:30 in the morning, Bai Zhou awoke and glanced at the wall clock, noting the date. It was October 5th. She would be arriving this afternoon, wouldn't she? After freshening up and dressing, he prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Seeing an examination paper on the coffee table, Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Yesterday, I put together a mathematics test from the college entrance examination in Magic City. This kid scored 137 points. A remarkable improvement. If he were to take the exam now, it's likely the English class 2 would be without him. Before 7 o'clock, steaming breakfast was laid out on the table. Lin Xiao, with a half-human tall plush toy in her arms, rubbed her eyes and opened her door. From the upstairs railing, still half asleep, she mumbled, "Bai Zhou, why do you wake up so early even on holiday? Now I can't sleep in." The night after Lin Xiao moved in, Bai Zhou had advised her not to keep calling him Teacher Bai, as the constant repetition felt too formal. He still vividly remembered her reaction that day, her face lighting up with contemplation, followed by excitement as she exclaimed, "You're older than I am. I should call you Big Brother. Should I call you Bai Gu, Zhou Gu, or Bai Zhou Gij?" Hearing Lin Xiao's puzzled tone as she called him Bai Zhou Gij made him feel a bit disoriented. Eventually, after Bai Zhou insisted, Lin Xiao chose to simply call him by his name. As Bai Zhou watched Lin Xiao, clad in her nightgown and standing at a height above him, he internally sighed. "Could you please be mindful of your appearance? There's a man in the house." Irritably, he remarked, "I didn't wake you up, so how could I prevent you from sleeping in?" Lin Xiao turned back, tossing her plush toy onto the bed, and wearing her nightgown, she descended the stairs, still rubbing her eyes, mumbling, "Who told you to make breakfast smell so good? The aroma woke me up." Without washing up, she took a seat at the dining table and popped a boiled egg into her mouth. For 3 days, this had been her routine, and Bai Zhou found himself at a loss on how to address it. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Bai Zhou arrived early at the oldest train station in Magic City, the West Railway Station. With the passage of time, the new Magic City Railway Station now handled all high-speed trains, relegating the slower green trains to the West Station. As Bai Zhou entered the train station, he was approached by a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing sunglasses, who whispered, "80 for a session. Guaranteed no rush. Since you look handsome, how about 60? Our girls are very pretty, and the service is excellent." Bai Zhou frowned at her and chose not to engage. The West Railway Station primarily served travelers from rural areas seeking work in the city. They worked hard for their money and would not squander it on transportation costs, thus opting for the cheaper slow trains. Upon entering the station, he found himself amidst the bustling crowds, as it was the 5th day of the National Day holiday, with people strewn about, luggage tossed on the ground, and some even lying down to sleep. How am I supposed to find anyone in this chaos? Bai Zhou thought, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. In the midst of the throng, he spotted the one person he was searching for, the last student from English Class 2, Shen Guo. Shen Guo had just alighted from the train, carrying no suitcase but rather 2 large burlap sacks, one in her hand and another atop a wheeled cart, which she dragged along as she searched for the exit. Suddenly, a loud exclamation rang out behind her. "Ouch!" Instinctively, Shen Guo turned to see a man in his 50s rolling on the ground, clutching his left leg. The kind-hearted Shen Guo rushed over to check on him, only to have the man grab her sleeve. With a twisted expression, he shouted, It was you who stepped on my leg. If you don't pay me, don't even think about leaving. I won't get up without 10,000 yuan." Horrified, Shen Guo realized that 10,000 yuan was equivalent to her tuition for 2 years. How could she possibly have that amount? "I don't have any money. I didn't step on you. I just wanted to help when I saw you fall." The man, clearly a seasoned trickster, sat up but continued to grip her sleeve. "Hey, don't you dare deny it. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested. I am unable to assist with that." Chapter 47. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? I. Shen Guo had never encountered such a scene. Her eyes quickly reddened as fear enveloped her. This was her first time traveling alone, and her parents had anxiously provided her with living expenses for the journey. anxiously waiting at home for her call once she arrived at school. At this moment, the man sitting on the ground, feigning injury, appeared to sympathize with Xinguo, saying, "If it's not 10,000, 5,000 will do. You must pay me, or I will call the police to arrest you." I have no money." Xinguo felt tears welling up in her eyes. The man on the ground did not believe her words at all. His face contorted with rage as he shouted, "You have bags and packages with you. You traveled far without money? Who would believe that? Enough of this nonsense. Give me the money now." Just then, Bai Zhou pushed through the crowd, taking a cold glance at the man on the ground before turning to Xinguo and asking, "What happened?" At that moment, Xinguo was overwhelmed with grievance and could hardly articulate her feelings. Seeing the handsome young man earnestly inquiring about her, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within her, and through her tears, she recounted, "I just saw him fall and wanted to ask if he was okay, but unexpectedly, he claimed that I broke his leg and demanded 10,000 yuan from me." As she spoke, tears streamed down Xinguo's face. "I just arrived in this bustling city. How could I possibly have that much money?" At that moment, the man on the ground screeched as if someone had stepped on his tail. "What are you doing? Who are you to interfere? Let me tell you, no matter how many people come today, if you don't pay, none of you will leave here." He then turned and shouted at the crowd. Everyone here saw it. "If you don't pay, I'll expose you online. I'll call the police to arrest you." The man's frantic yelling drew the attention of the bewildered crowd, who began to point fingers at Bai Zhou and Xinguo. "Yes, expose them. This girl seems quite pretty. Why doesn't she admit to her wrongdoing? Exactly. What's going on? That woman crushed that man's leg and won't admit it. She wants to run away. I didn't." Xinguo, hearing the jeering remarks around her, could no longer hold back her tears, shaking her head helplessly as she tried to defend herself. Bai Zhou observed the scene before him, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes as he slowly crouched down. System. Exchanged 20,000 yuan for cash. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, Bai Zhou's perfect physique and the coldness in his gaze created an undeniable sense of intimidation. His expression clearly indicated a level of wariness. "You want money, right? Here is your money." Without a trace of emotion in his voice, he pulled out 2 stacks of pink bills. The man feigning injury's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash, eagerly reaching out his hands. "Give it to me." At that moment, Xinguo rushed over, grabbing Bai Zhou's arm, causing the man to miss his target. "Big brother, thank you for helping me, but you can't give him the money. He is a fraud." "You're still trying to argue." The man, seeing the money almost within his grasp, became even more frenzied, yelling, "Give me the money, or else I'll make sure you regret it. With so many witnesses, you can't escape." Bai Zhou frowned in distaste and disdainfully cleared his ears, saying, "Aren't you just after the money?" "I'm not after money," the man retorted, pretending to justify himself. "I need medical expenses. My leg is broken. Don't I need money to treat it?" In truth, the man was beginning to feel anxious, but with the tempting sight of the pink cash before him, he couldn't bring himself to abandon the opportunity, calculating, "Once I get the money, I'll run. With so many people here, they won't be able to find me."
So mujmunay, EMSet.
Bai Zhou observed the man, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, as if he already knew his plan. "Oh, which leg is broken?" The man, puffed up with arrogance, pointed a finger. "This one. My left leg. I can't feel it at all. The nerves must be crushed." "Is it?" Bai Zhou inquired, casually placing his hand on the man's left leg. The man's eyes widened in alarm at Bai Zhou's action, panic flashing across his face. What are you doing?" Before he could finish, a sharp crack pierced the air, audible only to the two of them. A piercing scream erupted from the man as Bai Zhou's calculated force shattered his left fibula. Bai Zhou chuckled lightly. "Looks like it's really broken." The man, about to unleash a roar, found his voice abruptly cut off, as if someone had seized his throat. He looked into Bai Zhou's icy eyes, filled with an unmistakable ferocity. The man understood that if he dared to utter another sound, he would suffer far worse than the current agony. Shaking uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face, he clenched his teeth, struggling to endure the excruciating pain radiating from his left leg, his mind racing with fear. Who is he? How could he crush my leg with a single hand? However, Bai Zhou had no intention of letting him off easily. Coldly, he remarked, "Didn't you say you couldn't feel your left leg?" As he spoke, Bai Zhou exerted pressure once more, directing force down to the man's ankle with a sickening pop. The man's left ankle succumbed to the same fate as his leg, the fabric of his pant leg collapsing around it. The man desperately covered his mouth, trying to suppress his cries of pain. His eyes bulged in horror, bloodshot and wild, as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, pulsing with visible veins. Bai Zhou, devoid of any emotion, continued to gaze at him. "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" The man, like a frantic drum, shook his head vigorously, struggling to utter a word. No. Bai Zhou feigned sympathy. "It seems your injury is quite severe." He then enthusiastically stuffed the 2 stacks of cash into the man's trembling hands. "This money is for your medical expenses. Is it enough?" The man yearned to wail, gazing into Bai Zhou's eyes, thinking, "How could I dare to say it's not enough? If I claim it's insufficient, will you break another one of my legs?" He trembled, his teeth chattering from fear. It's enough." Just when he thought Bai Zhou would let him go, Bai Zhou cheerfully continued, "I noticed you were lying on the ground. Did you hit your head when you fell?" As he said this, Bai Zhou reached out his gentle right hand, appearing as though he intended to massage the man's head. The man's eyes bulged in terror, screaming internally, "What kind of joke is this? Are you going to crush my skull too?" He immediately shrieked, "No, I'm not hurt. My head is fine." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Zhou looked at him with even more sympathy. "Your leg is broken and inconvenient. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Chapter 48. Please show me mercy. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, the scammer instinctively nodded, for his leg was genuinely broken. However, the emotionless gaze of Bai Zhou felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Reflecting on Bai Zhou's earlier words was akin to hearing a ghostly call from the underworld. The last flicker of hope extinguished, fear gripped his heart. Did he intend to take me to the hospital, or perhaps to the gates of the netherworld? This man casually crushed my leg, and I am to ride in his vehicle to seek medical aid? Will I even see the light of day again? In a panic, he waved his hands frantically. No, that's unnecessary. I can go on my own. I'll head to the hospital. Come on, it's fine. I'll take you, Bai Zhou replied, showing no concern for the scammer's reaction. With one hand gripping the collar of the scammer, he attempted to lift him to his feet. The weight of gravity bore down upon the scammer's shattered leg, pushing him beyond the limits of both mind and body. A horrified scream erupted from him, startling the onlookers. "Stop! Let me go!" The scammer shrieked, struggling to free himself from Bai Zhou's grasp, only to collapse back onto the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he dragged his mangled leg, trying to kneel before Bai Zhou. Yet, the agonizing hurt rendered him incapable of completing the motion, and he slumped to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in a pleading gesture. "Sir, I implore you, spare me." The scammer desperately attempted to knock his head against the ground, but the position was unyielding. In a hurried panic, he raised the 2 stacks of cash Bai Zhou had given him, pleading, "Sir, I'm a fraud. I'm a scammer. Please let me go. I'll return this money. I shouldn't have deceived you." Seeing Bai Zhou's cold gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any intention to accept the money, he cautiously placed the cash at Bai Zhou's feet. Then he began to wail uncontrollably, alternating between sobbing and striking his own face. "Sir, I am a scoundrel. Slap. I was wrong. I deserve this. Slap. I will never dare to cheat again. Slap. Please grant me mercy this time. Slap." Nearby, Xinguer covered her mouth in astonishment, observing the scene unfold before her. She glanced at the weeping scammer on the ground and then at Bai Zhou's retreating figure. What had this man done? He had been so aggressive just moments before, and now he was reduced to self-inflicted punishment. What was happening? The surrounding crowd remained silent, all eyes fixed on the sobbing scammer. Everyone was utterly bewildered. The unfolding drama was beyond comprehension. Bai Zhou, observing the scammer's reaction, Couldn't he help but smirk as he feigned ignorance. What are you doing? Isn't your leg broken? Aren't you going to use the money for medical treatment? Upon hearing this, the scammer's cries intensified. In his heart, he thought, my leg is broken because you crushed it. But would he dare voice that thought? He certainly did not wish to tempt fate. It's false. This is all a ruse. My leg has long been broken. I only ventured out to deceive people with this injury. Bai Zhou, losing interest in toying with the scammer, slowly tucked the money into his pocket and, with an icy tone, inquired, are you sure you do not want me to take you to the hospital? The scammer, tears and snot streaming down his face, shook his head vigorously. No, please, treat me as if I am nothing, and let me go. I promise to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. Please spare me this once. I will never dare again. His voice, now hoarse from desperation, echoed through the air. Bai Zhou showed no sympathy, simply uttering a single word. Scram! The scammer, as if liberated from a great burden, wiped his nose and his eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I shall leave at once. With his leg broken, he could not rise without assistance. Thus, in full view of the crowd, he began to crawl forward on his hands, not knowing how many pairs of legs he passed beneath, disappearing into the throng. The spectators, still in a state of confusion, began to regain their composure. The previously chattering women resumed their hushed discussions. What had just transpired? How had the situation turned so abruptly? Indeed, someone remarked, it must have been that young man. What did he do to instill such fear in the scammer? Exactly. The way he casually produced such a large sum of cash. He couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. It must be so. The scammer clearly ran into someone formidable. Serves him right for wasting our time. Meanwhile, Xinguo, having distanced herself from the crowd, came back to her senses. She looked at Bai Zhou, who was still holding her hand with one hand while carrying her bag with the other. Her face flushed slightly as she took the bag from him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. Really, I appreciate your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do today. Bai Zhou smiled and waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her thanks. It's nothing. It was the least I could do. No, Xinguo insisted, shaking her head. You helped me without hesitation. I must thank you. I arrived in this bustling city all alone, with no one to greet me. Had it not been for you, I would have been completely lost. Bai Zhou chuckled softly before responding. Classmate Xinguo, I was here to meet you. What? How do you know my name? Xinguo looked at Bai Zhou with uncertainty, her instincts flaring with caution. Fear gripped her heart. Was the city truly so perilous? Had she just escaped one danger only to fall into another? How could the stranger possibly know her name? Had he stolen her identification? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively began rummaging through her wallet. Bai Zhou observed her reaction and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I not only know your name, Xinguo, but I am also aware that you postponed your enrollment at Modu University by a month. You are a new student in the English department this year. You truly know me? But I don't know you. Xinguo was astonished by Bai Zhou's revelations. Such details couldn't possibly be known by a mere identity thief. Bai Zhou smiled gently as he reached into his pocket, producing his identification from Modu University, along with his staff identification card. It read, Bai Zhou, Modu University, School of Foreign Languages, English major, Class 2 counselor, Bai Zhou. Xinguo whispered to herself, contemplating the implications. The caution in her eyes was swiftly replaced by excitement. Indeed, the admissions office informed me that my counselor would be Mr. Bai Zhou. She examined the photo on the ID, then glanced back at Bai Zhou, her joy bubbling over as she jumped in place. You are Mr. Bai. She handed the identification back to him, bowing gracefully. Hello, Mr. Bai. Chapter 49, Is that you? Zhang Jike. Xinguo, a child from a humble background, possessed an innate simplicity and was blissfully unaware that such identification documents could be forged. Consequently, she quickly lowered her guard against Bai Zhou. Of course, Bai Zhou's credentials were genuine. With a look of surprise in her eyes, Xinguo inquired, Teacher Bai, how is it that you are here to pick me up at this time? As Bai Zhou gestured for Xinguo to follow him, He explained. The admissions office informed me about your situation. I thought you would be arriving around now, but the school volunteers had already left. You've just arrived in this city alone, and as your counselor, how could I possibly feel at ease? Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Shen Guer felt a surge of gratitude, her eyes misting over. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. As Bai Zhou heard the notifications echoing in his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. Well, you certainly didn't expect to encounter this situation right after you arrived, did you? At that moment, Shen Guer's eyes were already red, and she thought to herself, how unexpected it was that teacher Bai showed such concern for a student he had never met before. It was thanks to him that she felt less vulnerable. If he hadn't come today. Suddenly, she felt as if she were in a foreign land facing adversity, with Bai Zhou standing as her pillar of support. With this thought, Shen Guer halted and solemnly bowed to Bai Zhou. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Hearing her voice quivering with emotion, Bai Zhou turned back to see Shen Guer bowing and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. I have already said that I am your counselor. My students are like my own children. Which parent would want their child to suffer? Shen Guer raised her head, meeting Bai Zhou's earnest gaze, and nodded slightly, biting her lip. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Ding. Acknowledgement points gained. 1. Teacher Bai, what kind of car is this? I've only seen these in television dramas, driven by wealthy second-generation heirs. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Shen Guer quickly covered her mouth. Bai Zhou, amused by her reaction, said nothing and started the engine. A rather awkward sound emerged, causing Shen Guer to blush deeply, burying her face in her chest. Bai Zhou understood the situation all too well. Let us go. I shall treat you to dinner. Shen Guer immediately waved her hands in refusal. No, no. Teacher Bai, you have already helped me immensely. How can I let you pay for my meal? I insist. However, this is my first time in the Magic City, so... Bai Zhou, aware of Shen Guer's pride and her family's circumstances, nodded in understanding and turned the car towards the Magic City Grand Hotel. Indeed, the Magic City Grand Hotel is renowned as the finest establishment in the area, boasting a Michelin 3-star restaurant, an epitome of culinary excellence. However, Bai Zhou intended to visit a quaint eatery nestled in an alley beside the hotel, one that had left an indelible mark on him during his 4 years at university, providing an opportunity to reminisce. After parking in a free spot by the roadside, Bai Zhou left the car, leaving Shen Guer's luggage inside. This scene caught the attention of a young man seated in the back of an Infinity parked at the entrance of the Magic City Grand Hotel. Teacher Bai. The young man, of course, was none other than Zhang Jike, the world champion of the national table tennis team. Upon seeing Bai Zhou entering the alley, Zhang Jike quickly signaled to his driver, "Please park first and wait for me here." "Boss, Mr. Zhang is still waiting," the driver reminded, but Zhang Jike waved him off nonchalantly. "It won't take long." With that, he exited the vehicle and jogged towards the alley where Bai Zhou had disappeared. Although it was mealtime, the small restaurants in such alleys were not crowded. The place was modest, with only a few tables occupied, but it was far from desolate. The owner, having recognized the arrival of customers, greeted them with a warm smile. "What would you like to eat? Our specialty is dumplings, but we also have other soups available. What do you prefer?" Bai Zhou turned his gaze towards Shen Guer. "Speak up. What do you wish to eat? The food here is both delicious and affordable." Shen Guer, overwhelmed by the array of colorful menu items plastered on the wall, shook her head and replied, "Teacher Bai, why don't you order? After all, this is my first time here." At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, Shen Guer noticed Zhang Jike peering into the restaurant. Why does he look so familiar? She pondered, certain she had seen him before. Just as Bai Zhou was about to order 2 bowls of dumplings, Shen Guer gently tugged at him. Her eyes sparkled with realization. "Teacher Bai, look. SNT that Zhang Jike?" "Zhang Jike?" Bai Zhou turned his head in curiosity. Shen Guer, assuming Bai Zhou was unaware of who Zhang Jike was, eagerly elaborated. He asked the world champion in table tennis, Zhang Jike. As Bai Zhou turned back, he found Zhang Jike had also spotted him and approached with a beaming smile. Well, what a coincidence, Teacher Bai. I didn't expect to run into you here. Shen Guo stood agape, her mouth slightly ajar as she absorbed the scene. Zhang Jike is here to see Teacher Bai. How does Teacher Bai know him? Bai Zhou remained seated, smiling as he responded. Jike, why are you still in the Magic City? Haven't you returned to the capital? Have you eaten yet? Care for a bowl of dumplings? Hearing Bai Zhou speak to Zhang Jike in such a friendly manner astonished Shen Guo, her heart racing with excitement. Teacher Bai is inviting Zhang Jike to dinner? They seem to be great friends. Covering her mouth in awe, she whispered to Bai Zhou, Teacher Bai. Who is he? Bai Zhou noticed Shen Guo's bashful demeanor and took the initiative to introduce them. Oh, Jike, this is one of my students. Guo. This is indeed the Zhang Jike you mentioned. Zhang Jike smiled kindly at Shen Guo and extended his right hand. Hello, young student. Still in shock, Shen Guo instinctively reached out her hand to shake Zhang Jike's. At that moment, the restaurant's owner suddenly exclaimed, You are Zhang Jike. She rushed a few steps forward, then turned to shout towards the kitchen. Honey, come out. World champion Zhang Jike is here. Your idol has arrived. Chapter 50. Defeating two world champions. The proprietor of the kitchen hurriedly emerged, wiping his hands, and upon seeing Zhang Jike, an uncontrollable glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. It truly is Zhang Jike, my idol. Meanwhile, several tables of patrons in the establishment also began to react. Quick, where is my phone? Zhang Jike, the world champion. Not far away, a bespectacled female student, holding a pink phone case adorned with a death-themed Barbie, cautiously approached Zhang Jike and asked, Could I take a photo with you? Zhang Jike, lacking sunglasses or a mask, found himself in a rather awkward situation. He had merely come to find Bai Zhou and had not anticipated such a commotion. He whispered to Bai Zhou, Teacher Bai, this isn't the place for conversation. Perhaps we should leave. Bai Zhou glanced around at the bustling crowd and reluctantly nodded, pulling the still-dazed Shen Guo along with them as the three hurriedly departed. It wasn't until they encountered Zhang Jike's arriving driver that Shen Guo snapped back to reality. She looked at Bai Zhou, who was leading her forward, and then at Zhang Jike beside him. Wait, just now I shook hands with a world champion. I actually shook hands with a world champion. Of course, she understood that her proximity to the world champion was entirely due to Bai Zhou being her mentor. She gazed at Bai Zhou's silhouette, lost in thought. Teacher Bai is actually close friends with a world champion. How is that even possible? Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. At that moment, Zhang Jike had already escorted Bai Zhou into the magnificent lobby of the Magic City Grand Hotel. Observing the resplendent surroundings, Bai Zhou felt a twinge of confusion. Jike, what is this? Zhang Jike, aware of Bai Zhou's puzzlement, explained, Teacher Bai, a friend from the entertainment industry invited me to dinner. I happened to see you at the entrance and thought I'd invite you to join us. Upon hearing that Zhang Jike had been invited to dinner, Bai Zhou halted and waved his hand dismissively. You should enjoy your meal with friends. I wouldn't want to intrude, especially since I have a student with me. Seeing Bai Zhou about to leave, Zhang Jike quickly stepped forward and grasped his arm. Teacher Bai, you're being too formal. Since we're friends, does it really matter? Bai Zhou intended to say more, but Zhang Jike, without hesitation, pulled him inside, prompting Bai Zhou to shake his head helplessly as he led Shen Guo to follow. Shen Guo struggled to shake off her earlier shock, curiously surveying the opulent hotel. Is this what a grand hotel in a big city looks like? It's astonishingly luxurious. I've only ever seen such places on television. I never imagined I'd experience it firsthand. Understanding that all of this was possible because of Bai Zhou, she continued to gaze at his back, allowing him to gently guide her forward. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Upon reaching the floor designated for the Michelin-starred restaurant within the Magic City Grand Hotel, they navigated through a maze of corridors until arriving at the entrance of a private room. Zhang Jike stepped ahead and opened the door for Bai Zhou, gesturing courteously, "Please, Teacher Bai." Inside the room stood a handsome young man who, upon noticing the door opening, sprang to his feet in surprise. However, he soon froze in place, bewildered. The guest he had been awaiting, Zhang Jike, was enthusiastically ushering in a pair of young individuals? What's going on? Who are these two that warrant such warmth from Zhang Jike? With a sense of curiosity, he approached them. "Jike, it's been a while." The somewhat naive voice drew the attention of the trio. Zhang Jike smiled at the young man. "It's been too long. I brought along 2 guests. I hope this isn't an inconvenience." The young man chuckled heartily. "Brother, what are you saying? Your friends are my friends. There's no such thing as inconvenience here." Just as he was about to inquire about Bai Zhou's identity, a gasp erupted from behind him. "Ah, you're Xiaoxing." Bai Zhou was aware that Zhang Jike's friends belonged to the entertainment industry, but with so many personalities, he couldn't possibly know them all. The young man in front of him looked familiar, yet his name escaped him. Shin Guo'er's exclamation jolted Bai Zhou's memory. "Isn't this the young star who just returned from Korea?" Feeling the trio's gaze upon her, Shun Guo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lowering her head but still sneaking glances at the young star, her heart racing with excitement. "I can't believe it's Xiaoxing. I'm actually seeing my idol. What is happening today? First, I rode in a car I could only see on television. Then I shook hands with a world champion, and now, my idol stands right before me." Shun Guo'er's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she glanced at Bai Zhou. "Teacher Bai, you truly are remarkable. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. The young star smiled at Shin Guo'er and then turned to Zhang Jike. "Brother, who is this?" Zhang Jike chuckled. "Xiaoxing, this is the opponent I mentioned earlier, the one who defeated both me and Su Xian. Teacher Bai." Xiaoxing froze for a moment, then his eyes widened in astonishment. "The opponent who defeated 2 world champions in succession. I thought it would be an old master, yet he appears to be someone around my age." Xiaoxing had previously believed that only coach Lu Guoliang could surpass Zhang Jike. The notion that someone so young could defeat 2 world champions was beyond his expectations. His astonishment lasted only a brief moment before he hurriedly stepped forward, extending both hands in greeting. Despite the smile on his face, he couldn't conceal the awe and admiration in his gaze. "I've heard your name from Brother Jike for quite some time. I didn't expect you to be so young. Teacher Bai, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Bai Zhou reciprocated the young star's enthusiasm with a warm smile, extending his right hand to clasp both of Xiaoxing's hands, humbly replying, "Not at all. I simply encountered Jike, who invited me to dinner. I hope I'm not a bother." Xiaoxing waved his hand dismissively. "Teacher Bai, you joining us for dinner is a privilege. There's no inconvenience whatsoever." At this moment, Shun Guo'er's mind was a blank slate. What did they just say? Teacher Bai defeated 2 world champions in table tennis. Shun Guo'er stared blankly at Bai Zhou's back, overwhelmed by the flood of information, as if her mind had momentarily crashed. "Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Chapter 51. May I have your autograph? The young star still held Bai Zhou's hand, his eyes glimmering with hope as he gazed at him. Teacher Bai, I wonder if we could become friends? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, fully comprehending the underlying meaning behind the young man's request. No one is foolish. It is not as though sharing a meal could forge a genuine friendship. He mused that the young man had just returned to the country and was likely eager to build connections. But why seek friendship with him? Was it merely for appearances in front of Zhang Jike? Nevertheless, as he observed the earnest look in the young star's eyes, Bai Zhou could not help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Why should I concern myself with such matters? If we are to be friends, then let it be so. More friends lead to more opportunities. With a gentle smile, Bai Zhou replied, Are we not friends already? That's wonderful. The young star beamed with delight at Bai Zhou's affirmation. It is my honor to be a friend of Teacher Bai. Shin Guo watched the exuberant young star, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why would a celebrity like him be so thrilled to befriend Teacher Bai? Was it because Bai Zhou had won a world championship? In her perception, there was always a certain distance between stars and ordinary individuals. She and Zhang Jike, as public figures, were familiar with each other, which was not unusual. However, Bai Zhou was not a public figure, and this was their first encounter. The eagerness to forge a friendship puzzled her. What was Bai Zhou's true identity? As she observed Bai Zhou's composed demeanor, she felt a momentary disorientation, as if he were a person one could only see on television. Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. After the young star enthusiastically greeted Bai Zhou, he turned his attention to Xin Guo, who was unadorned and slightly flushed, her long braid cascading over her shoulder. He was certain that she was the most beautiful girl without makeup he had ever encountered. However, being a fashion aficionado, he could easily discern that Xin Guo wore a simple white t-shirt, faded jeans, and slightly discolored shoes, adding up to an outfit that certainly did not exceed 3 digits in cost. Teacher Bai, who is this? As the young star directed the conversation towards her, Xin Guo felt her face heat up, lowering her head. Though she was a strong-willed girl, a deep-seated insecurity lingered within her, making her believe that someone of his stature would never seek to engage with her. Bai Zhou glanced at Xin Guo and introduced her. This is my student, who just arrived in the city today. I picked her up from the train station to have dinner, and unexpectedly ran into you. Haha, what a coincidence. The young star chuckled, extending his right hand towards Xin Guo. Hello there, welcome. Huh? Xin Guo stared blankly at the young star's hand raised in the air, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Was he really going to shake my hand? What should I do? What should I do? Help me. Someone. Fear flickered in her eyes, as if trapped in a dream yet unable to wake herself. Guo? Bai Zhou gently called out, noticing her prolonged silence while the young star's hand remained outstretched. Huh? Oh. Xin Guo finally snapped back to reality, cautiously extending her own hand. Why you? Hello. The young star, displaying gentlemanly grace, merely brushed her hand lightly before withdrawing. I truly envy you for being a friend of Teacher Bai. Huh? Xin Guo was momentarily at a loss for what the young star meant, glancing between him and Bai Zhou. My idol envies me? Envious that I am a student of Teacher Bai? Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. Ding. Recognition points acquired. 1. Alright, we can't just stand here at the entrance, can we? Zhang Jike's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Yes, yes, please have a seat. What started as a gathering for 2 became a cozy 4-person affair. The private dining room at the Western restaurant was just the right size for the 4 of them. As the only lady present, Xin Guo was naturally the first to receive the menu. Xin Guo stammered, clutching the menu awkwardly, feeling entirely out of her depth in this unfamiliar situation. Bai Zhou swiftly came to her rescue, taking the menu from her hands and handing it to the young star with a smile. You are the host. Why don't you take the lead? The young star readily accepted the task. As he placed the order, Xin Guo leaned in closer to Bai Zhou and whispered, Teacher Bai, am I really not dreaming? Are they truly real? Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her incredulity, nodding in resignation. Of course it's real. Why not pinch yourself and see if it hurts? Bai Zhou's playful suggestion took her by surprise, and she immediately pinched her own thigh. A sharp pang shot through her, and she winced, rubbing the spot she had just pinched. Bai Zhou watched her with a bemused expression. Despite the pain, the delight in Xin Guo's eyes remained unrestrained as she continued to quietly inquire. Teacher Bai, how do you know them? Bai Zhou shrugged. You heard it earlier. We met through ping pong. As for the young star, we just met. Just met? Then how come he is so enthusiastic towards you? Bai Zhou raised his hands in exasperation. I don't know. Perhaps you could ask him yourself. Me? Xin Guo stole a glance at the young star. I can't. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Zhou understood that Xin Guo's hesitance stemmed from her insecurity regarding her background. It seemed as though her heart was locked away in her remote village. He recognized that during her 4 years in university, she had not made an effort to forge friendships. He could see her worry about not fitting in with her peers. He longed to reassure her that her fears were unfounded. Young star, Guar has a question she would like to ask you. Huh? And no. Xin Guar was startled by Bai Zhou's sudden declaration, casting him a reproachful look. What is it, Guar? The young star regarded her with curiosity. Encouraged by Bai Zhou's supportive gaze, Xin Guar took a deep breath. However, she certainly would not pose the question of why he was so warm towards her teacher. Could I have your autograph? The young star was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I thought it was something serious. But now the question is, where should I sign? On a napkin? Guar, do you have your phone with you? Perhaps we could take a picture? Sure. Xin Guar eagerly agreed. But her enthusiasm quickly waned as she pouted. But my phone is out of battery. Not to worry. The young star waved his hand dismissively, retrieving his own phone and standing up. Let's use mine. Chapter 52. The legendary counselor of the bombing network. All right. Xin Guar exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she rose to her feet. The two approached the dining table, where the restaurant staff took on the role of photographer. Though standing alongside her idol made Xin Guar feel somewhat bashful, the delight radiating from her smile was undeniable. Upon returning to her seat, she covertly gazed at Bai Zhou, softly whispering, "Thank you, Teacher Bai." Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Ding. Recognition points earned. 1. Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head. Shortly thereafter, a post titled "A Day Off Naturally Calls for a Meal with Friends" appeared on Xiao Xing's Weibo, accompanied by a photo of Xiao Xing and Xin Guar, with Zhang Jiku and Bai Zhou engaged in conversation in the background. As a popular young celebrity, Xiao Xing was never short of fans. The moment the post was published, it garnered a plethora of likes and comments. The top comment, from a female fan, read, "Ah, Xiao Xing, who is this girl? Am I heartbroken?" However, another fan quickly replied, "Did you not notice the distance between them in the photo? She's just a fan." Exactly, echoed the comments below. Some female fans even chose to auto-hide everyone in the photo except for Xiao Xing. Wow, Xiao Xing looks so handsome. Is he resting today? Take care of yourself. Otherwise, my heart will ache. Nonetheless, some individuals were drawn to the post out of sheer curiosity. However, given the numerous photos with female fans, there was little to scrutinize about Xin Guar. Moreover, while she was undeniably beautiful, the value of her attire led fans to speculate otherwise. Before long, someone spotted Zhang Jiku and Bai Zhou in the background. Isn't that world champion Zhang Jiku? I can't believe Xiao Xing is dining with a world champion. That is indeed world champion Zhang Jiku. But who is the person across from him? I've never seen them before. Under this comment, some responded with disdainful words. What? Do a celebrity's friends have to be celebrities too? Is the circle of celebrity friends limited to the entertainment industry? Then, a user by the name of Tangsong Washing Hair with Piao Ro commented below, Why do I feel like this person looks familiar? Immediately, others retorted, Haha, are you trying to claim you know someone who isn't a public figure just to connect with Xiao Xing? Right? How shameless. However, Tangsong Washing Hair with Piao Ro opted not to respond. Instead, a new thread emerged on the forum of Magic City University Weibo and Tieba, fellow students. Come and see. Why do I feel like this person looks so familiar? The accompanying images were Xiao Xing's Weibo post and a close-up of Bai Zhou's profile. After a brief period of silence, the post ignited discussions on the Magic City forum. Isn't this the bold young man who confronted the international students? Indeed. Is this not the renowned counselor of Magic City University? Teacher Bai. This is Xiao Xing. Our internet celebrity counselor is dining with Xiao Xing. Is it just a coincidence? Or is it someone who looks similar? Immediately, someone countered. Are you foolish? Did you not see that Zhang Jiku is sitting across from them? Have you forgotten about Teacher Bai's battle with Zhang Jiku and Su Xian? Meanwhile, the class WeChat group for the English 2 class of the 15th cohort quickly reached a frenzy of 99 messages. It began with a photo of Xiao Xing. Everyone, look, have you noticed the highlight? Naturally, Xiao Xing's photo ignited excitement among many girls. Isn't that Xiao Xing? The fan next to him looks so happy. Yes, I saw it on Weibo, he's dining with friends. Wait, classmates. The boys reacted more quickly. Look behind him. Who is that? After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Numerous messages flooded in simultaneously. Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai is dining with Xiao Xing. Teacher Bai is Xiao Xing's friend. Ding. Recognition points earned. 10. Ding. Recognition points earned. 10. Ding. Recognition points earned. 10. Bai Zhou was momentarily distracted, expressing his distaste for the salmon sashimi he was consuming. Suddenly, a flurry of notification sounds flooded his mind, nearly causing him to spit out the drink he had just taken a sip of. What is happening? What astonishing event have I caused? Completely oblivious to the commotion surrounding him, Bai Zhou was unaware that the online community of Magic City University was once again in an uproar. In the blink of an eye, several trending topics emerged. Internet celebrity counselor's best friend with a superstar. Internet celebrity counselor's background revealed, turns out to be the distant cousin of the nation's husband. Internet celebrity counselor steps into the entertainment industry. Puri Uth struggles to amass a billion fortune and becomes a counselor. If Bai Zhou were to realize how he was being sensationalized online, it would likely lead to more than just a drink being spewed. At that moment, beneath Xiao Xing's Weibo post, Tang Song washing hair with Piao Rou commented once more, attaching a series of images. I told you, I knew this person. The attached images included photos of Bai Zhou dunking a basketball, his silhouette while reprimanding international students, and a snapshot of him playing table tennis with Zhang Jiku. Soon, others began to respond. Yes, that's right. This is indeed our internet celebrity counselor from Magic City University. I think I've seen him too just before National Day, when he faced off against 2 world champions. That's him. In an instant, screenshots of posts declaring Bai Zhou as the internet celebrity counselor of Magic City University began to circulate beneath this Weibo post. Previously, Xiao Xing's fans, including older sisters, younger sisters, and wives, began discussing Bai Zhou. I found this counselor's video. I also found it. No wonder he's friends with Xiao Xing. He's quite handsome. Am I the only one who thinks this counselor is handsome? 1,000 people plead. We want the counselor to debut. At that moment, Xiao Xing's phone rang. He excused himself from the private room. A short while later, he returned, looking apologetic as he addressed Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry. I posted a Weibo, not sure if it will cause you any trouble. Weibo? Bai Zhou's heart stirred. Could the sudden influx of notifications be due to this post? As Xiao Xing handed over his phone, Bai Zhou instantly grasped the situation, unable to suppress a wry smile. Curiously, Xin Guo leaned in to take a peek. The first thing she saw was the photo of herself with Xiao Xing, momentarily surprised and shy. However, as Bai Zhou scrolled, she soon encountered extensive discussions surrounding Bai Zhou. As Xin Guo read further, her astonishment grew, her mouth agape, oblivious to her own reactions. Bai, Teacher Bai, all of this is about you. Understanding what Xin Guo was trying to convey, Bai Zhou could only nod helplessly. Xin Guo covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at Bai Zhou in awe. Teacher Bai is proficient in multiple languages and excels in various sports. Xiao Xing is eager to befriend Teacher Bai. However, she can no longer fathom Bai Zhou. When she gazes at him, it is as if she is looking at a male protagonist straight out of a television drama. Ding! You have received 10 recognition points. Ding! You have received 10 recognition points. Ding! You have received 10 recognition points. Chapter 53. The strong-willed Xin Guo Xiao Xing, with a hint of apology, accepted the phone that Bai Zhou had handed back to him and inquired, Teacher Bai, should I delete it? Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. No need. It's not a big deal. How could Bai Zhou allow him to delete it? Observing his rapidly increasing recognition points, he knew that the fruit of his system's calculations was imminent. Xiao Xing, relieved by Bai Zhou's nonchalance, exhaled deeply. He felt fortunate to have befriended someone like Bai Zhou, fearing that he might ruin it all. A spark of excitement illuminated Xiao Xing's face. Teacher Bai, I never realized you excel not only in table tennis but also in basketball. Bai Zhou brushed it off, saying just a casual game, nothing more. Zhang Jike, having seen Xiao Xing's Weibo post, chuckled. Xiao Xing, you have no idea how esteemed Teacher Bai is among the students. The applause I received when I took the stage during our matches pales in comparison to the enthusiasm for Teacher Bai. Really? Xiaoxing increasingly believed that befriending Bai Zhou was a wise choice. Although he couldn't yet perceive how Bai Zhou would assist him, he was acutely aware that missing out on this opportunity would be a significant regret. He promptly lifted his glass of red wine. Teacher Bai, I truly didn't expect you to be this impressive. I raise my glass to you and look forward to learning from you. Zhang Jike also raised his glass of wine. Bai Zhou, needing to drive, opted for a soft drink. Xin Guo, observing Bai Zhou with surprise and contemplation, thought to herself, could this legendary counselor, so highly praised online, really be my advisor for the next 4 years? As she pondered, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her heart. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Amidst the system's incessant notifications, the dinner concluded. Zhang Jike and Xiaoxing enthusiastically escorted Bai Zhou to his car, watching as he departed. Neither was surprised by Bai Zhou's choice of vehicle. They merely felt that such a ride scarcely matched his aura. Feeling the slowing accumulation of points in his mind, Bai Zhou sighed in relief, fearing he might soon lose his grip on reality. Glancing at the contemplative Xin Guo, he gently inquired, "What's wrong? Was dinner not to your liking?" Huh? Xin Guo snapped back to reality. Having been lost in reflection about her experiences with Bai Zhou that day, she still felt as though she were in a dream. No, it was quite delicious. This was my first time having Western cuisine, but I just feel a bit unsatisfied.
Bai Zhou chuckled at Xin Guo's bashful smile.
Shall we grab something to eat on the way back to school? Xin Guo quickly shook her head, insisting it wasn't necessary. Then she pondered a question and asked softly, Teacher Bai, since it's still the National Day holiday and it's already 8 o'clock, will I be able to complete my accommodation procedures? Having prepared for a 2-day stay in a modest hotel before arriving, she knew that had she come alone, she would have had no chance of checking into the dormitory at Moda University today. However, Bai Zhou was aware that she would likely be scammed if she attempted to stay at a hotel, so he had made prior arrangements. Coincidentally, the husband of the school nurse, Dr. Liu, was the director of the dormitory management. Bai Zhou had already called Dr. Liu, and all that remained was to inform the dormitory staff. Don't worry, I have everything arranged. You can check into the dormitory with peace of mind today.
Xin Guo,
gazing at Bai Zhou's profile and listening to his reassuring words, felt an inexplicable sense of trust and security. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Teacher Bai. Xin Guo suddenly felt a bit shy and asked if she could borrow his phone to call her family, saying her battery was dead and her parents would worry. Of course, Bai Zhou handed his phone to her without hesitation. From Xin Guo's conversation with her family, Bai Zhou gleaned some information. Xin Guo was determined not to trouble her family, refraining from mentioning the events she encountered upon her arrival. Instead, she was enthusiastically praising Bai Zhou, stating that her counselor had personally come to pick her up and treat her to a delicious meal, and they were currently heading to school. As she spoke, a hint of emotion crept into her voice. Bai Zhou vaguely heard that something unfortunate had happened to Xin Guo's family, making their already difficult life even more challenging. After hanging up, Xin Guo appeared somewhat subdued, and Bai Zhou broke the silence as he drove. Guo, I understand your family is facing difficulties. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. Xin Guo shook her head. Thank you, teacher, but I can manage these challenges myself. You need not worry. With that, she offered Bai Zhou a sweet smile. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou nodded, choosing not to press further. Soon, he brought Xin Guo to the new female students' dormitory. He knocked on the dormitory manager's door, and before Bai Zhou could speak, the manager warmly greeted him. You must be Teacher Bai. I was informed about you and this must be Xin Guo, right? The manager led Xin Guo to sign in and collect her key. Seizing the opportunity while Xin Guo was distracted, Bai Zhou discreetly slipped some cash into her bag. After a brief farewell, he turned to leave. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Xin Guo called out to his retreating figure. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. After walking a short distance, Bai Zhou began to regret his actions, chiding himself for giving Shen Guo money. In hindsight, he found the act distasteful. Yet, having given it, could he take it back? Just as Bai Zhou settled into his car, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? A cautious, weary female voice emerged from the other end. Hi. Bai Zhou replied politely. Are you Guo's counselor? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou recognized it was Shen Guo's mother. Yes, that's me. You must be Guo's parent. Hello. Upon confirmation, the voice on the other end filled with excitement. I wanted to thank you on behalf of my daughter. I worry that Guo may not fully understand. Bai Zhou casually responded. Guo is very sensible and polite. I admire her for traveling such a distance to study here. Oh, a sigh escaped from the other end, and the woman's voice trembled slightly. Bai Zhou ended the call, his expression turning serious. Shen Guo's family relied solely on her father's labor at a construction site in the city, but misfortune struck when he was injured by a falling object. The compensation he received went entirely toward Shen Guo's tuition, leaving the couple to survive on the meager earnings of the wife, who made only a few dozen yuan a day. Bai Zhou, moved by the tale, started the car and had just exited the parking lot when he spotted Shen Guo sprinting toward him in the rearview mirror. He quickly halted the vehicle, and a breathless Shen Guo approached, hands cradling the cash Bai Zhou had discreetly given her, and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, teacher Bai, but I cannot accept this money. Nonetheless, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Farewell, teacher Bai. With that, Shen Guo did not wait for Bai Zhou's response and turned to run back, leaving behind a delightful sight of her bouncing pigtails. Chapter 54. Lin Zhao's complaints just past 9 in the evening. Bai Zhou finally returned home. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Zhao sitting on the sofa, gazing at him with an expression laden with unspoken grievances. The atmosphere in the room was thick with a sense of melancholy. Bai Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine under Lin Zhao's penetrating gaze, pondering the cause of her apparent distress. What could have possibly happened to evoke such a sorrowful demeanor?
Tentatively, Bai Zhou ventured, hello, Lin Xiao?
With an audible sigh, Lin Zhao released a pent-up breath. You actually remembered to come back. Bai Zhou was taken aback, bewildered by her tone, which resembled that of a wronged wife. Yet, Lin Zhao seemed oblivious to this implication, continuing, Didn't you say you were going to pick up a student from the station this afternoon? Just look at the time now. Bai Zhou scratched his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. After picking up the student, hadn't he coincidentally coincided with the dinner hour? It was only 9 o'clock, hardly late. Lin Zhao stood up, hands on her hips, feigning anger as she exclaimed, You just happened to run into Zhang Jiku, right? And then coincidentally ended up at Xiao Xing's friends gathering? Didn't you? Do you have any idea that I... Before she could finish her sentence, a loud growl erupted from Lin Zhao's stomach, interrupting her train of thought. The emotional turmoil she had cultivated over the evening dissipated in an instant. Bai Zhou then noticed the dishes on the dining table, clearly cold by now. You haven't eaten yet, he exclaimed, surprised at Lin Zhao's predicament. Lin Zhao felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face as she acknowledged. You went out to eat without even letting me know. I prepared dinner, waiting for you to return. If I hadn't checked Weibo, I would still be waiting. Realizing the peculiar undertone in her voice, Lin Zhao abruptly halted, her cheeks turning a deep crimson as her heart raced. What was happening? Why did her reaction feel so reminiscent of a character from a melodramatic television series? She glanced at Bai Zhou, who was now looking at her intently, and thought, Oh no, he must have picked up on that. How mortifying! In truth, Bai Zhou felt a warmth blossom within him after hearing Lin Zhao's words. What man wouldn't cherish the thought of returning home after a long day to find a devoted partner who had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return? Of course, Bai Zhou hadn't actually had a long day, and Lin Zhao was certainly not his wife. But that was how he felt, and others could think what they wished. Seeing Lin Zhao's expression touched him deeply. He shrugged off his coat, washed his hands, and sat down at the dining table, lamenting, The food I had earlier wasn't satisfying at all. Overpriced and hardly filling. As he picked up his chopsticks and turned to Lin Zhao, he said, My dear Lin Zhao, surely you wouldn't let me dine solely on vegetables, would you? Lin Zhao understood his insinuation. Dining with Xiao Xing and Zhang Jiku couldn't have been unpalatable, but it was true that he hadn't left feeling satisfied. A sweet smile crept across her face as she replied, "Wait a moment, I'll heat something up for you." With that, she tied on an apron and hurried into the kitchen to warm up the dishes. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Soon enough, Lin Xiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of congee. As she watched Bai Zhou savoring his meal, the previous melancholy on her face had vanished. After a contented sip of her congee, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Bai Zhou, how do you know Xiao Xing?" Bai Zhou nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Isn't he a popular star? It's only normal to know him." "No, you misunderstood," Lin Xiao clarified. "I meant, why would he invite you to his friend's gathering?" "Oh," Bai Zhou nodded, meeting her gaze. "It was purely coincidental? Do you believe me?" Lin Xiao cast him a sidelong glance that clearly conveyed her disbelief. Bai Zhou, feeling a sense of obligation, recounted the events of the afternoon in detail. Lin Xiao listened intently, her expression morphing into one of sympathy as she absorbed the tale of Shun Guer's plight. "What? Such things still happen in a place like Modu? Thank goodness you were there. Otherwise, your student would have been in serious trouble." Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, fully empathizing with her sentiments. Lin Xiao then sighed, "Had I known, I would have gone with you. You know, I'm a mom fan of Xiao Xing." Bai Zhou nearly spat out his congee, incredulous at her words. "A mom fan? You seem younger than Xiao Xing. How could you be his mom fan?" If Xiao Xing heard that, his reaction would be priceless. Bai Zhou, entertained by the thought, suddenly set down his bowl and strolled towards the coat rack, stating, "By the way, before I left, Xiao Xing mentioned that he would be holding a concert in Modu next month. He gave me a ticket. Here, it's yours." "Really?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she accepted the vividly decorated ticket from Bai Zhou. "Do you know what this is?" Bai Zhou, puzzled, shook his head. "SNT, it just a concert ticket? Is it really that valuable?" Lin Xiao's tone was barely contained with excitement. "It is indeed a concert ticket, but it's for the SVIP box. Such tickets are either gifted by stars or purchased at exorbitant prices by the wealthy, and they are rarely found on the market." Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou shrugged, unconcerned. "You said it was a ticket given by a star, so it must be from Xiao Xing. What's the big deal?" Lin Xiao shot him an exasperated look. "Do you have any idea of the value of this ticket? There are only 5 SVIP boxes at the Modu Olympic Sports Center. 2 are fiercely contested by the wealthy, and 3 are gifted by stars." Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Ding! Recognition points gained. 1. Bai Zhou finally grasped the ticket's significance. After all, Zhang Jiku had one, undoubtedly intended for the national team, and the other was likely for his friend from the variety show Extreme Brothers. Yet he still found himself pondering aloud, do those wealthy individuals truly have an interest in trendy young stars? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. What wealthy person goes to a concert for their own enjoyment? Bai Zhou nodded knowingly, exchanging a glance with Lin Xiao that spoke volumes. She held the ticket with both hands, eyeing Bai Zhou with skepticism. "You really just met him today. How could he gift you something so valuable?" Bai Zhou was at a loss for words, as the truth remained unaltered. He opted to return to his congee. Although Lin Xiao found it difficult to part with the ticket, she ultimately placed it before Bai Zhou, resolutely stating, "I cannot accept this. It's far too precious." Chapter 55. The troublemaking young lady. Bai Zhou glanced at the tickets on the table. "I won't be attending the concert. I have students to educate. Take them. Once given, one should not reclaim gifts." Lin Xiao shot him a sideways glance. If Xiao Xing knew, he would certainly regret giving you that ticket. Yet, in the next moment, she joyfully clutched the ticket again. "Then I will graciously accept it. Thank you, Teacher Bai." Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou observed Lin Zhao's childlike demeanor and shook his head in resignation, rising to clear the tableware. Allow me. Lin Zhao hurriedly interrupted. How could I let teacher Bai do such a task? I'll handle it. Bai Zhou, taken aback by Lin Zhao's eagerness, felt bemused. It's hard to believe that this is genuine. Bai Zhou sat idly in front of the television, uncertain of what to watch. A channel named High Definition Classics appeared, coincidentally airing the beginning of The Shining. Let us revisit The Shining then. Just then, Lin Zhao's phone rang. Lin Xiao. Phone. Bai Zhou noted the caller ID displayed as Xiao Xiao, likely a close friend. Oh, coming. Lin Xiao wiped her hands on her apron as she answered the call. Hello? Xiao Xiao. After only a few exchanges, Lin Zhao's expression abruptly shifted. Why are you? Didn't I tell you? Wait for me. I'll be there right away. What's wrong? Lin Xiao. What happened? Bai Zhou observed Lin Xiao's anxious demeanor, realizing trouble was brewing. It's one of our students. Instead of finding something sensible to do, they chose to race cars, and now they crashed into their own house. What are we to do? Racing. Bai Zhou thought, incredulous. Are today's students so reckless? Why not just call the police? Such matters. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao urgently interjected, no, they are legally racing. Calling the police won't help. What? Legally? There are actually legal racing venues in the country. This was indeed something Bai Zhou hadn't anticipated, having never been exposed to such activities. I can't discuss this now. I need to rush over and see what's happening, she murmured to herself. Chun Xiao Xiao. You're truly giving me a headache. Upon hearing that name, a memory flashed vividly in Bai Zhou's mind. Chun Xiao Xiao? A student from the English class. Notorious for her sharp tongue and cunning demeanor during her first 2 years, she had no friends. When she reached her junior year, it became common knowledge that her biting wit stemmed from tragedy. On the day she received her acceptance letter, her parents perished in a plane crash, leaving her with a wheelchair-bound grandmother and a vast inheritance. In essence, Chun Xiao Xiao's caustic nature and refusal to forge friendships were manifestations of her efforts to shield her fragile heart. Only Lin Xiao, a responsible counselor, had discerned her plight early on, and throughout her university years, Chun Xiao Xiao regarded Lin Xiao as her dependable older sister. This dynamic persisted even after Bai Zhou's arrival. Just as Lin Xiao was about to step out, a thunderous clap startled her. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was nearly 10 o'clock, and rain was imminent, complicating her ability to hail a cab. Turning back with a hint of regret, she addressed Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, I remember you have a car. Could you please drive me over? I apologize for the trouble. While Bai Zhou initially had no intention of involving himself, the urgency of the situation coupled with Lin Zhao's request prompted him to relent. Let us go. Just tell me where. Although Lin Xiao was aware of Bai Zhou's vehicle, she had yet to see it. Now seated in the passenger seat, she was somewhat awestruck. Teacher Bai, is this your car? She gazed around in astonishment. Bai Zhou, accustomed to such reactions, simply nodded in acknowledgement. As they drove, rain began to pour, flooding the streets. Bai Zhou navigated smoothly through the downpour. Shortly, they arrived at the entrance of a racing venue in the bustling city. They donned umbrellas and approached the entrance. Despite it being 10 at night, the lobby was brightly lit and bustling with people. As they prepared to enter, a young man with bleached hair blocked their path. Hey, don't go in. It's booked for a race tonight. Come back tomorrow. We're here to find someone. Lin Xiao pressed forward anxiously. Observing the colorful-haired crowd inside, she felt a surge of concern for her student. Upon noticing Lin Xiao, the young man's demeanor shifted. Lin Xiao had rushed out without makeup, her urgency evident. He glanced at Bai Zhou, dismissively thinking, this guy's just got a pretty face. What's so special about him? Why don't any natural beauties like that approach me? Looking for someone? Who? It's me. I'm the one you're looking for. A delighted voice echoed in the lobby. To Bai Zhou and Lin Xiao's astonishment, a girl with a messy hairstyle and heavy makeup dashed out. Isn't this the esteemed Miss Chen? So your help has arrived? I'll tell you, if you lose, it's over. Don't even think about backing out. However, the young lady seemed uninterested in the blonde youth, pulling Lin Xiao into the lobby. Are you Xiao Xiao? Why are you dressed like this? Her voice carried a panicked quaver. Teacher Lin, what do I do? In a moment of reckless impulse, I signed my house over as part of a bet. Please help me find a solution. Lin Xiao grasped the girl's arm. We don't have to compete. Just cancel the bet. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Yet the girl hesitated, stammering, actually. The race is already over. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened as she pointed at the girl. What am I to say to you? Now at a loss, Lin Xiao turned to Bai Zhou, her expression a blend of helplessness and concern. Teacher Bai, what should we do? At this moment, the girl noticed Bai Zhou behind Lin Xiao, her eyes widening in surprise. You're Teacher Bai? The internet-famous Teacher Bai. Bai Zhou frowned at the young lady, pondering. I never imagined Chen Xiao had such a side to her. She's just a rich, spoiled brat. With her lifestyle, she'll soon find herself and her grandmother struggling. Bai Zhou felt no affinity for Chen Xiao and had no intention of intervening. Just then, a mocking voice piped up from the side. Oh, is this the person who received the property deed from our esteemed Miss Chen? Chapter 56. Because you are unworthy. Upon seeing the individual, Bai Zhou couldn't help but notice the resemblance to a member of the notorious Black Society, with a stark bald head and dark tattoos adorning his neck, which appeared as though they were hastily affixed. Behind him trailed 3 subordinates, approaching in unison. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow in confusion as he caught sight of the trio. Why do they seem familiar? Have I encountered them before? He scrutinized the 3 subordinates, whose eyes darted away, hoping to recall their identities, but was abruptly interrupted by the bald man's abrasive voice. Ah! Look who we have here, a little beauty. And who is this pretty boy? Surely he can't be the paramour of Miss Chen, can he? Ah! Bai Zhou frowned at the bald man's scornful remarks, feeling an urge to spit in his face. The notion of being a consort to that little vixen? How laughable! Before Bai Zhou could respond, Lin Xiao interjected. Sir, Chen Xiao is my student. She may not understand the gravity of her actions, and I apologize for her. However, this house cannot be given to you. Before she could finish, the bald man mockingly interrupted. Oh, Miss Chen is still in school, is she? As her teacher, you must be well aware of the importance of keeping one's word, right? He then pulled out a piece of paper, emblazoned with 2 large gambling contracts. Take a look. Dear teacher, this is black and white, signed and sealed. Do you really intend to deny it? Bai Zhou looked on in disbelief, thinking to himself, what age are we living in, where such archaic agreements still hold weight? Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Xiao's bright red fingerprint and shot a glare at the little vixen. Sir, she is still a student. This was merely a moment of impulsiveness and should not be binding. Not binding. The bald man's voice rose an octave. You, a so-called esteemed teacher, educate your students in this manner. Lin Xiao, angered by the mockery of her profession, was taken aback. I ask you, has Miss Chen turned 18 this year? The bald man's inquiry caught Lin Xiao off guard, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Since she has reached 18, she must take responsibility for her own actions. If you wish to renege, think again. Unless you hand over the property deed, none of you will be leaving here today. As customary, upon finishing his statement, the bald man's trio of subordinates would step forward menacingly to intimidate. However, for some inexplicable reason, they merely tilted their heads in unison, feigning ignorance. Oblivious to this peculiarity, the bald man continued to stand there, puffed up with arrogance. The hall, crowded with onlookers, was filled with both staff from the car park and enthusiasts eager to witness the spectacle. After all, this bald man was not a gang leader, and thus lacked a retinue of followers. Lin Xiao, though irked, recognized the situation was not in their favor and asked coolly, This house simply cannot be yours. Tell me, what must we do to reclaim it? The bald man perked up at her words. To reclaim it, it is not impossible, he said, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he appraised Lin Xiao. She recoiled in disgust. I warn you, keep your thoughts to yourself. The bald man scoffed lightly. Though you are quite beautiful, you do not fit my taste. To regain the house, let Miss Chen be my girlfriend for a month. Both Lin Xiao and Bai Zhou were taken aback, bewildered by his audacity. Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, shrieking in fury. You delusional bald fool. I've known all along that you harbor ill intentions. You wretched, impotent creature. How dare you think you can toy with me? Lin Xiao regarded Chen Xiaoxiao with furrowed brows, astonished at her fierce demeanor outside of school. Bai Zhou, however, found the exchange rather amusing. A girl from Zhuan matched with a little vixen. Perfectly suited. Yet, the bald man seemed unfazed, gazing at Chen Xiaoxiao as if she were already in his grasp. Chuckling softly as he proposed, "Let us wager once more. If you lose, you shall serve me well. If you win, the property wager will be nullified. What do you say? Fair deal, no?" Chen Xiaoxiao glared at the grinning bald man, her teeth clenched and her eyes glinting with determination. She would never be his girlfriend. Yet the house was irreplaceable, her grandmother's legacy. Reluctantly, she nodded. "Fine. Let us gamble." "Xiaoxiao!" Lin Xiao exclaimed, rushing to prevent her. But Chen Xiaoxiao, with a pained expression, replied, "Teacher Lin, this is the only way. I cannot lose my grandmother's house." Lin Xiao, although reluctant, sighed heavily, realizing there were no other options. The bald man, emboldened by their desperation, declared, "Excellent. We shall draft a new contract. However, Miss Chen, will you be the one to sign it? Forget the contract. Just come and serve me." "Ha ha ha!" At this moment, one of the car park staff, a boy with yellow hair, chimed in. "Isn't this gentleman driving an Aston Martin? Surely he must be Miss Chen's ally." With that statement, all eyes turned to Bai Zhou, and the crowd's curiosity intensified. "Did I hear Aston Martin? Yes, yes. Who brought it? Was it that young man?" Indeed, the Aston Martin was not a spectacle in itself. Yet among this crowd of wealthy young racers, only Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Porsche 911s were common. Strangely enough, a Ferrari had to be red, a notion that puzzled Bai Zhou. As the crowd murmured about his car, Bai Zhou shook his head and calmly stated, "I do not race." A wave of derisive laughter erupted around him. "You dare drive a supercar yet cannot race? What a farce. He looks like a kept boy. Perhaps a wealthy woman is supporting him?" Hearing the mocking remarks, Bai Zhou's expression turned icy. Lin Xiao, noticing his demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety and gently tugged at his sleeve. Bai Zhou cast a cool glance at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind Lin Xiao. With a quiet sigh, he spoke coldly, "I will drive, but not in my car." The crowd fell silent at his agreement. "Why not?" the bald man inquired, intrigued. Bai Zhou ignored him, addressing the system instead. "System, purchase automotive proficiency." Ding. Consumed 1,000 recognition points. Automotive proficiency granted. Bai Zhou winced at the cost. What a hefty price. Had he taken a moment to ponder, he could have simply purchased driving skills for only 200 points.
Moments later.
A white light flickered in his mind, and as he opened his eyes, a faint smile graced his lips as he uttered, "You are unworthy." Chapter 57. The mysterious elder at the car park kid. "What did you say? Are you seeking death?" The bald man, with a fierce demeanor, was about to pounce on Bai Zhou when he was unexpectedly restrained by his three subordinates. "What are you doing? Let me go. Get him for me." The bald man glared at his subordinates, his voice rising in agitation. One of the taller subordinates, sweating profusely, urged him, "Young master, please remain calm. We must focus on the competition first. That is of utmost importance." Another subordinate, grasping his arm, chimed in, "Young master, we are certainly on your side, so please keep your composure." The bald man shrugged them off, coldly huffing at Bai Zhou before muttering to Huang Mao, "Let us sign the betting agreement." The surrounding spectators, witnessing the lack of confrontation, expressed disappointment but soon began discussing Bai Zhou. "Ha! So what if he drives an Aston Martin? What's with the 'you don't deserve it' attitude? Acting all high and mighty." A young man with colorful hair scoffed, "Aston Martin, how expensive can it be? It's just that we haven't seen this car race before. It's not that impressive compared to a red Ferrari." Another chimed in, "That guy is just full of hot air. Definitely a pretty boy." However, some young ladies defended Bai Zhou. "What nonsense are you spouting? I think the young man is quite handsome. He must be a charming and wealthy second-generation heir." A young man with green hair sneered, "Second-generation heir? Please, have you ever seen?" Before he could finish, another young lady interrupted, "You should just be quiet. Can you compare to him in looks? Regardless, he is both good-looking and rich. What do you have? All you do is whine. The green-haired youth, clearly struck by her words, flushed red and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao anxiously pulled at Bai Zhou's arm. Bai Zhou, what are you doing? Street racing is dangerous. Why did you agree to them? Bai Zhou gently patted Lin Xiao's hand, shaking his head with a smile. Before he could respond, Chun Xiaoxiao returned and spoke. Teacher Bai, I've signed the betting agreement. Are you really okay with this? Bai Zhou cast her a cold glance, feeling no fondness for her. Had it not been for the insulting remarks, he would not have swallowed his pride so silently. Ignoring Chun Xiaoxiao, he turned to comfort Lin Xiao. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. How can it be fine? It's raining, and it's dangerous. We should leave. I shouldn't have brought you here. Seeing the anxious glimmer in Lin Xiao's eyes, Bai Zhou's heart softened, and he ruffled her hair. Chun Xiaoxiao remained silent, understanding that Lin Xiao and Bai Zhou owed her nothing. Even if they left now, she would accept it. Bai Zhou softly reassured Lin Xiao, after all, she is your student. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. That's right, Chun Xiaoxiao is my student. If I hadn't brought Teacher Bai today, he wouldn't have faced this situation. It's all because Xiaoxiao is my student. With this thought, Lin Xiao felt tears welling in her eyes. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou turned to Chun Xiaoxiao and asked, Where's your car? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's remark about her being his student, Chun Xiaoxiao felt an unexpected pang in her heart, momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her composure. Oh, Teacher Bai, my car is in the lot. It's an automatic Maserati with a top speed. Before she could finish, Bai Zhou interrupted, surveying the crowd and calling out, Hey, does anyone have a manual transmission car? The hall fell silent, followed by an eruption of laughter. Ha ha ha. What era are we in? Manual transmission? Exactly. What a joke. A manual transmission doesn't even compare to our standards. Both car owners and non-owners alike mocked Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow, puzzled by the young generation's disdain for manual cars. The bald man chuckled, What's the matter? Knowing you can't win, you're looking for a manual car, hoping to claim you couldn't shift gears later? He feigned contemplation, laughing heartily. For Bai Zhou, there was little difference between manual and automatic. His expertise in driving smoothed out any obstacles. After acquiring this ability, he felt a profound connection with the vehicle, reminiscent of the various forms of unity found in martial arts novels. Yet he had never encountered the notion of a person-vehicle unity. The key to this unity lay in the clutch. At that moment, a murky voice from the edge of the hall broke through. Young man, my car is a manual transmission. If you don't mind, you can take it. All eyes turned to an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s, dozing beside a bucket. Huang Mao sneered, Li uncle, why don't you just give up that old Puzang? How can it compare to a red Ferrari? The elder, referred to as Li uncle, ignored him, his gaze fixed on Bai Zhou, awaiting his response. Bai Zhou nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Li uncle. The elder appeared to shake off his drowsiness, stood up, and handed Bai Zhou a set of keys, smiling as he said, Young man, since you're using my car, don't lose the race. The hall erupted into laughter once more. A rundown Puzang winning a race? The opponent is a Ferrari. Listening to the laughter, Chun Xiaoxiao walked over nervously. Teacher, please use my car instead. This Puzang is really... Bai Zhou shot her a glance, ignoring her as he followed the elder to the car. Teacher, Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation concerning her own safety. Without turning back, Bai Zhou replied, Why don't you race yourself? If I could win, why would I need you? Chun Xiaoxiao retorted, frustrated. At that moment, the bald man approached with a mocking grin. Miss Chun, if you're worried, why not take your Maserati and race together? Regardless of who wins, the bet stands. What do you say? Let us race. I'm not afraid. Chun Xiaoxiao huffed, striding toward her car outside. Upon his first glimpse of the elder's vehicle, Bai Zhou felt an extraordinary sensation. This was certainly not a Puzang. It was simply cloaked in the guise of one. Bai Zhou instinctively reached to open the hood of the car, but the old man extended his hand to stop him, smiling enigmatically as he shook his head. Young man, I am merely lending you the opportunity to drive it once. Chapter 58. Fujiwara Takumi? At this moment, 3 vehicles were lined up side by side at the starting point of the circuit. Bai Zhou gazed at the road ahead, pondering to himself, is there truly a mountain in this hillside racetrack? However, the highest elevation barely exceeded 100 meters. At best, it was a faux mountain. Yet, the ruggedness of the mountain roads and the complexity of the curves were utterly authentic. Bai Zhou observed, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. Could it be that some wealthy heir, with too much money and nowhere to spend it, came here to construct a mountain? At that moment, a knock resounded on the car window, and to Bai Zhou's surprise, it was Lin Xiao, despite the rain still pouring down. He hastily opened the door. Water droplets clung to Lin Xiao's long hair as she brushed them away while taking her seat in the passenger seat. Why aren't you staying in the lobby? Why are you out here? Bai Zhou inquired. Lin Xiao turned to him with steadfast determination. I want to accompany you in the race. Bai Zhou immediately shook his head. No way. You understand that racing is perilous, especially in this rain. Lin Xiao interrupted him with an indignant expression. I don't care. I want to be with you. I dragged you into this affair, and if something happens, we face it together. Bai Zhou cast her a helpless glance. What do you mean by face it together? If you want to face danger, go ahead. I won't join you. You, Lin Xiao retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration as she buckled her seatbelt defiantly, clearly indicating that she was not going anywhere. Bai Zhou found himself at an impasse, but he trusted the capabilities provided by the system. It would not lead him astray. Soon, a second visitor arrived in the car, a young staff member who installed 2 cameras in the center console and passenger seat. One was aimed at the gear shift, and the other at Bai Zhou. Although he did not comprehend the purpose of these installations, he remained silent upon noticing that the other 2 cars were similarly equipped. Meanwhile, a massive screen in the lobby, reminiscent of a cinema screen, was divided into 3 sections, each displaying 2 images, with Bai Zhou's footage positioned right in the center. Numerous empty camera angles showcased the entire racetrack's roads, creating an exhilarating live broadcast atmosphere. Dozens of spectators occupied long benches in the lobby, pointing and commenting. Wow, the interior of that red Ferrari is stunning. It's truly a man's dream, but that bald head is utterly out of place. A young man with a similar hairstyle scoffed. That's your dream. My dream is a Bugatti. Others paid little heed to their banter, focusing instead on Bai Zhou's footage, chuckling. This kid really doesn't know his limits. Not only is he driving a dilapidated car, but he has also got a passenger in this downpour. SNT he just asking for disaster? However, a blonde-haired guy quickly chimed in, our racetrack safety measures are top-notch. Disaster is out of the question. He then turned mockingly to an elderly man named Li. But Uncle Li, I fear your car might need some bodywork. Uncle Li, hearing the remarks, remained expressionless as he stared at the screen, inwardly reflecting, why did I let my car be borrowed by him? Sigh, I must be losing my wits. 1 manual transmission and I'm already ensnared. He's so young, how could he? Yet, in the next moment he was startled by the footage on the screen. Perhaps there's still hope. Look, that kid is going to start in 2nd gear. A green-haired spectator exclaimed in shock. What? Are you joking? You must be mistaken. Someone scoffed in response. Have you never seen a pig run after eating? Look, he is indeed in 2nd gear. Really? Could it be? Can you actually start in 2nd gear? Are you kidding me? Is he just trying to embarrass himself? Not to mention Uncle Li. Even the blonde-haired guy began to think that these youngsters in the lobby were a bunch of fools. Why all the noise? He shouted impatiently. Is starting in 2nd gear that remarkable? If you know how to manage the clutch, starting in 2nd is no big deal. Do you really think that, in city traffic, every time you stop, you shift back to 1st gear? The previously boisterous youngsters fell silent, one mumbling, I don't have a car. Chun Xiao listened to the sound of raindrops tapping against the car window, filled with regret. What am I doing? I can't even win on a sunny day. And now it's pouring. I've never driven in the rain before. What should I do? She considered backing out but feared the mockery from her peers with their Peppa Pig tattoos. Helplessly, she remained in the car, drenched in sweat. The bald-headed driver was also sweating profusely, never having raced in such weather before, and he felt a surge of anxiety. What am I afraid of? That pretty boy's worn-out car can't possibly win. And that third-rate performance from Chun Xiaoxiao, humph. Lady Chun, just resign yourself to being my trophy. Despite his lewd grin, his trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. Beep, a mechanical sound echoed. Ah, a shriek erupted from Bai Zhou's car. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was gripping the passenger seat tightly. Did that alert frighten you? Bai Zhou asked her. Lin Xiao, you can still go back. It's not too late. Lin Xiao steadfastly ignored his words, her gaze unwavering. Countdown 3. The loudspeaker within the venue announced the countdown, and Bai Zhou shook his head, choosing not to engage with Lin Xiao. 2. 1. Beep. With the final signal, all 3 cars launched from the starting line, racing towards the artificial mountain road, splashing water in their wake. It has begun. It has begun. The entire lobby erupted in fervent cheers. Bai Zhou's start was evidently delayed by the 2 supercars, trailing by a car length. After all, starting a vehicle requires a coordinated process. Bai Zhou gripped the steering wheel with his left hand, while his right rested lightly on the gear shift. As the vehicle surged forward, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Bai Zhou felt as if he were a supercomputer. All the vehicle south data and the road conditions ahead were vividly displayed in his consciousness. This car was indeed extraordinary. Listening to the roar of the engine, he found no need to glance at the tachometer. In the next instant, Bai Zhou effortlessly engaged the clutch, released the accelerator, and shifted into 3rd gear, then into 4th gear. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, like a well-rehearsed dance. Before entering the artificial mountain road, there was a straight stretch of 100 meters, followed by a 90-degree turn leading into the mountain path. Remarkably, within a mere 70 meters, Bai Zhou accelerated to 90 miles per hour, swiftly closing the gap with the cars ahead. What's that kid planning? He can't possibly be a novice, can he? He is about to hit the turn and is still accelerating. The blonde-haired guy began to feel anxious. Changzi, hurry, prepare for rescue. Only Uncle Li remained calm, waving a hand. Don't panic yet. On the racetrack, the Maserati and Ferrari simultaneously decelerated, preparing to navigate the turn, when suddenly, a loud screech pierced the air from outside their windows. Are you trying to die? The bald man was taken aback, almost losing his footing. Teacher Lin, Teacher Bai, Chun Xiaoxiao also shouted anxiously. However, in the next moment, the bald man unexpectedly let out a curse. Damn it! Is that Fujiwara Takumi? Chapter 59. The art of high-speed maneuvering. As Bai Zhou executed a rapid series of maneuvers, the engine roared to life in a terrifying crescendo, eliciting a pale scream from Lin Xiao. With the vehicle in neutral, he swiftly shifted into 2nd gear, pressing the accelerator with fervor. The car, seemingly out of control, skidded sideways, aligning itself with the somewhat muddy mountain road. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, he stabilized the vehicle, which darted away like an arrow, vanishing around the bend. At that moment, 2 supercars slowed to navigate the turn before accelerating once more. Could it be? The initial cornering speed had reached an astonishing 90 kilometers per hour. How could this be possible? The astonished Huang Mao stared at the screen displaying Bai Zhou's metrics. Uncle Li, with a knowing smile, stroked his chin. The outcome of this race was already apparent. The once raucous hall fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of drawn breath. Was that drifting? A green-haired spectator murmured, pointing at the screen. He seems to be drifting without pulling the handbrake. Another, still in shock, glanced over at the speaker. Haven't you seen Initial D? Pulling the handbrake for drifting is a novice's trick. Humph, as if you could drift any better. A few young enthusiasts, captivated by the spectacle, whispered among themselves. That slick gear shift, that seamless heel-to-toe technique, and the beautiful tail slide. Was I watching a live rendition of Fast and Furious? What Fast and Furious? That bald guy can't even compare to this handsome driver, who is clearly leaving him in the dust. This young man is undeniably charming, wealthy and dashing. Meanwhile, the young ladies cast envious glances at Lin Xiao, who appeared fleetingly in the frame. Oh, how I wish I were seated beside him right now. That would be exhilarating. Ugh, look at yourself. Although the mountain road was laden with dirt, it had been well maintained, remaining firm and not overly muddy. While there was some slipping for Bai Zhou, This slight loss of traction simplified the art of drifting through the corners. After navigating several tight turns, Lin Xiao appeared to adapt to the exhilarating experience, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Zhou, too, felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that speed and passion could indeed coexist. Another U-turn approached, and with a graceful shift, he executed another stunning drift, prompting a chorus of gasps from the audience, predominantly from the young ladies. Huang Mao, fixated on Bai Zhou's display, murmured to himself, "Now I understand why all those Fast and Furious films feature manual cars." He glanced back at the giggling girls, his expression a mixture of admiration and disbelief. It's all about the charm. Bai Zhou felt as if he had entered a wondrous realm, gently rolling down the window. The rain, driven by the car's speed, pelted the windshield, each droplet mingling with the fresh air, filling him with unrestrained joy. Accelerating through the bends, drifting with finesse, every movement was instinctive, as if he himself were the vehicle in motion. Was this the fabled unity of man and machine? Bai Zhou now understood why this synergy required a manual transmission. With an automatic, devoid of interaction, how could one ever achieve such harmony? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao gradually regained her composure, loosening her grip on the seatbelt, her eyes wide as the scenery whirled past. This exhilarating sensation, a novel thrill, ignited an unexpected flutter within her. She gazed at Bai Zhou, calm and smiling, effortlessly maneuvering the car, and her heart raced. "I never knew you possessed such exceptional driving skills, Bai Zhou." Her voice broke his reverie. He glanced back at her, offering a smile but saying nothing. However, his sudden turn startled Lin Xiao. "Ah, Bai Zhou, what are you doing? Watch the road." Bai Zhou, amused by her reaction, felt a mischievous urge rise within him. He turned to focus intently on Lin Xiao, one hand on the wheel, flooring the accelerator while ignoring the road ahead. "Why are you looking at me? Keep your eyes on the road. It's too dangerous." Bai Zhou dismissed her protests, captivated by her expression, a smile playing at his lips. Unbeknownst to him, this reckless behavior sent shockwaves through the entire hall. "Look, what's he doing? He's not even watching the road." A green-haired spectator gasped, horrified. "Is he out of his mind? He has never driven this route before and is ignoring the road for so long." Huang Mao felt a chill run down his spine. Is he really flirting while driving like this? Does he think he's in Fast and Furious? Yet, to the young ladies, it was a different spectacle altogether. "Wow, he is so handsome and romantic." One robust girl stood up, shouting, "Whoever drives like that with me, I'll be your girlfriend." "Ugh," came the derisive chorus from the crowd. "Look at yourself. I do worry about my car getting damaged," mocked a pale-faced youth. The sturdy girl persisted. "If you become my boyfriend, I'll give you 10,000 a week for pocket money." "I'm in," replied the pale youth, as if illuminated by inspiration. "My lady, you remind me of Yang Guifei. Would you be my girlfriend? Get lost. Look out. We're approaching a turn." The girl yelled, panic rising in her voice. "Bai Zhou, look at the road." "No way. I can't bear to look," she exclaimed, covering her eyes. Huang Mao shouted, "Quick, arrange for rescue." At that moment, Lin Xiao, the other main character in Bai Zhou's car, had completely lost her composure, her voice tinged with desperation. "Bai Zhou, please, don't scare me anymore. It's too dangerous. What if something happens?" Bai Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. "What happens? Tomorrow's headlines might read, 'University counselor in Magic City dies in a rainy night love affair.'" With that, he turned back, shifted gears in a flash, alternating his feet in a breathtaking maneuver. The rear lights of the car were barely an inch from the guardrail, yet he navigated the turn with precision. Bai Zhou's jest had completely caught Lin Xiao off guard. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced. A love affair? What does he mean? Are we? She glanced at his profile, young, handsome, and talented. He truly embodied her ideal partner. Ding! Recognition points awarded. 1. Suddenly, she chided herself. What am I thinking? We're just colleagues. However, upon a moment's reflection, I realized that our offices are not even in the same location. Ding! You have earned 1 recognition point. Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for thoughts as she gazed at Bai Zhou's profile, muttering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. How annoying. Who would ever consider sacrificing themselves for you? Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Ding. You have earned 1 recognition point. Chapter 60. Please, sir. Bai Zhou was perplexed about the source of the notification sound in his mind and failed to catch what Lin Xiao had murmured. Curiously, he turned to her and inquired, "What did you say?" Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, Lin Xiao's face flushed even more, and she feigned nonchalance. "Oh, it was nothing. Just focus on driving, will you? Hurry home after this. I'm already feeling sleepy." Bai Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was nearing 11 o'clock when they arrived, and he couldn't fathom where these young people found such boundless energy. Inside the hall, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief as they witnessed Bai Zhou execute a spectacular drift around a corner at a critical moment. Phew! So, the young man was intentional after all, someone exclaimed. Absolutely. That was incredibly cool. A spirited young fellow scoffed. What is so impressive about watching a pretty girl drive? Instantly, he was met with retorts from the female crowd. If you think you're so great, why don't you give it a try? Are you up for it? The spirited young man, undeterred, responded, I will. Just let me get my driver's license first. You're ridiculous. As for the fellow with the yellow hair, he had been anxious twice already, and just as he thought the rescue vehicle had vanished, Chen Xiaoxiao's screen suddenly lit up with red lights and emitted an alarm. He quickly dashed out, driving the rescue vehicle with urgency. Fortunately, it was nothing serious. Chen Xiaoxiao's tire had slipped and sunk into the mud by the roadside, leaving her stranded. Naturally, Bai Zhou was the first to return to the finish line, surprising even himself, as he had anticipated a thrilling chase, only to find himself halted at the very first turn. Upon exiting the vehicle, he gentlemanly opened the door for Lin Xiao, shielding her from the raindrops. In a frenzy, a group of 20 to 30 young women rushed out of the hall. Hey, handsome, here us an umbrella. Don't get soaked. Your driving style is so cool. I wonder if we'll ever get a chance to race together. Bai Zhou looked at this swarm of girls, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiao, upon seeing the scene unfold before her, quickly positioned herself in front of Bai Zhou, attempting to shield him from the throng. Back off. Are you a female hooligan? She shouted. You, keep your saliva to yourself. She continued. And you, he want your phone number. Bai Zhou, feeling helpless, grasped Lin Xiao's hand and maneuvered through the crowd, escaping into the hall. The young men inside, in stark contrast to the girls outside, stared intently at Bai Zhou without a word. Their previous disdain and mockery had vanished, replaced by a hint of trepidation as they averted their gazes. Bai Zhou located Uncle Li and retrieved the keys. Thank you, sir. I'll return the car to you. Uncle Li, however, did not take the keys but smiled warmly. Young man, your surname is Bai, right? No need to call me sir. Just call me Uncle Li from now on. This car is a gift for you. What? Bai Zhou was taken aback, while the yellow-haired fellow jumped up anxiously.
Uncle Li.
I've been asking you for this car for years, and now this kid gets to take it. Uncle Li shot him a disdainful glance. Didn't you say this car was a piece of junk? If you think it's so bad, why don't you let me sell it? Humph. Uncle Li's irritation was palpable as he coldly retorted. I know you want to sell my car. Let me tell you, you won't get a chance. Not even a dog hole. Clearly intimidated by Uncle Li's anger, the yellow-haired fellow awkwardly chuckled and stepped aside. Uncle Li, noticing the crowd of young women surrounding them, hesitated to ask Bai Zhou for his contact information. Instead, he handed Bai Zhou a business card, his face betraying a hint of relief as he slowly departed from the parking lot. Before long, the rescue vehicle returned, towing the Maserati, followed closely by a red Ferrari. Upon entering the hall, Chen Xiaoxiao spotted Bai Zhou and visibly averted her gaze, bowing to Lin Xiao. I'm so sorry, Teacher Lin, for causing trouble for you and Teacher Bai. I promise I won't do anything like this again. I understand my mistake. Lin Xiao shook her head gently in response, saying, It's all right, while softly patting her disheveled hair. Chen Xiaoxiao could not hold back her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Seeing her in distress, Lin Xiao embraced her gently, offering soothing words. Just then, a bald-headed man accompanied by 3 lackeys approached, his eyes still gleaming with defiance as he directed a fierce glare at Chen Xiaoxiao. Chun, consider yourself lucky this time. I don't know where you found such formidable allies. A bet is a bet. I 1T claim your house. Finally, Bai Zhou managed to pull Lin Xiao away from the throng of young women and reached his car. Just as he was about to enter, Chun Xiaoxiao's Maserati pulled up beside them. Teacher Lin, Teacher Bai, thank you so much for today. In a couple of days, I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Xiao was about to decline when a deafening roar interrupted them as a couple of red Ferraris blocked their path, followed by a van. With a sudden rush, 7 or 8 individuals disembarked from the van, led by the trio of lackeys. The bald-headed man stepped forward, spitting defiantly. Bai Zhou's expression turned icy at the sight. You bald-headed fool! What do you want? Chun Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously at him. The bald man seemed unfazed, addressing Bai Zhou with a sneer. I acknowledge that you won the race, but I cannot swallow my pride without teaching you a lesson. He gestured to his 7 or 8 subordinates, ordering brothers go. Teacher Bai, run. Bai Zhou, watch out. 2 female voices cried out in alarm. The scene fell into a prolonged silence. The bald man, sensing the inaction from his followers, turned in confusion. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? His subordinates stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The 3 leading lackeys bore complex expressions, their eyes wrestling with indecision, while the others gazed at them with bewilderment. What the hell are you all doing here? Making me look foolish? Finally, the lackeys sprang into action, and the bald man nodded with satisfaction, turning back to Bai Zhou. Don't worry, it's just a little bit of hardship. Then his 7 or 8 subordinates approached Bai Zhou, and the 3 leading lackeys, much to the astonishment of the 3 others, bowed deeply. They then gestured for the rest to part, creating a pathway that led directly to the bald man. The tallest among them spoke. Sir Bai, please after you. He added a courteous gesture, as if inviting him to a grand event. The bald man, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? The tall lackey ignored him, glancing at Bai Zhou instead. Sir Bai, shall we take care of this for you? The bald man's voice faltered, abruptly cut off as if his throat had been squeezed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without uttering a single word, he flung open the car door, stomped on the accelerator, and sped away with a screech of tires. Even Bai Zhou himself only now recalled who these 3 individuals were. Weren't they the very same trio of back-alley bandits from that fateful day? Chapter 61. The raid on the boys' dormitory on October 8th. The first-year students returned to campus. Due to the absence of a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Modu University thoughtfully arranged an additional day off. At 7 in the evening, the boys' dormitory was as raucous as ever. Hey, crazy! Stop spraying that hairspray. We're going out to eat, not to a date. Laughter erupted. You guys aren't thinking of coming back to sleep after dinner, are you? Don't you want to have some fun? Personally, I'm planning to hit the internet CAF all night. Anyone up for some Dota on the 11th platform? Wang Boyu was applying aloe vera gel to his face, stuffing his ID into his pocket. Dota 2 is all the rage now. Who still plays on the 11th platform these days? Aren't you worried about White Lauscher finding out?
Maliangce, Dresdnitli.
Frowned slightly upon hearing that many boys plan to stay out all night. Hey, my dear class leader. The speaker was Chen Ziyu, who had received a lecture in English from Bai Zhou at the start of the semester. It's still a holiday, so Bai Lauscher won't bother us. Besides, aren't you going to stay out too, class leader? Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the hallway. Oh, are you looking for me? Silence fell as everyone froze in their movements, standing still. Bai Zhou stood outside Wang Boyu's dormitory, smiling as he observed their actions. The dormitory behind him belonged to Maliangzhe and his friends, who, despite knowing the class leader was right across the hall, cautiously attempted to close the door. Unfortunately, they all knew how the dormitory doors creaked. Creak. They then witnessed Bai Zhou's intriguing smile. The boy attempting to close the door awkwardly scratched his head upon meeting Bai Zhou's gaze. Hee. Good evening, Bai Lauscher. You all look rather dapper. What are your plans for the evening? Bai Zhou's tone was calm, but the students felt a hidden threat beneath his smile. Chen Ziyu, quick-witted, was the first to respond. Bai Lauscher, what a surprise. We just returned to campus and were about to change clothes. Right. Wang Boyu chimed in immediately. Bai Zhou found their responses amusing as he fixed his gaze on Wang Boyu, silently thinking, "Do you really think you can deceive me? You were the one who suggested going out for dinner and dragged me to the internet CAF for an entire night of Dota." Wang Boyu felt a chill run down his spine under Bai Zhou's stare. "Bai Lauscher? Why are you here at this hour?" Bai Zhou chose not to expose their plans directly. "I just came to take a stroll and see if you've been taking care of yourselves during the National Day holiday." A chuckle erupted from the three boys in the English Class 2 dormitory. "You're not changing clothes anymore? What are you waiting for? Just take them off. We're all men here, no need to be shy." With that, all eyes turned to Chen Ziyu. Wang Boyu couldn't help but think, "I just changed into this outfit. Now what do I do? Well, what can I do? Off it goes." Chen Ziyu grimaced, knowing he had to take responsibility for his own words, and was the first to approach the wardrobe to remove his outerwear. Chun Fengzi pouted. "My hairspray isn't even dry yet." Bai Zhou watched the leisurely movements of the students, amused. "All right, enough of the theatrics." Everyone halted, puzzled, gazing at Bai Zhou, who stood in the hallway, his voice audible in all three dormitories. "I know what you're all scheming. So, where are you planning to go tonight? Huh? You already know Bai Lauscher?"
Wang Boyu,
Thinking Bai Zhou had overheard their earlier conversation, was taken aback. Ma Liangzhe frowned, walking toward Bai Zhou apologetically. "I'm sorry, Bai Lauscher, I." Before he could finish, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Hurry up. Tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner." The boys from the three dormitories were momentarily speechless. What's going on? In less than 3 seconds, Chen Ziyu responded, "Bai Lauscher, what did you say?" Bai Zhou retorted, "If you don't want to eat, then take off your clothes. No one is leaving the dormitory without my permission. Eat. Eat. How could we not eat?" Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou looked at his familiar classmates, their youthful faces evoking memories and smiles. "Quickly, let us go out for dinner. Don't dawdle like a bride on her wedding day." The group laughed as they followed Bai Zhou to the barbecue stand at the back gate of Modu University. "Boss, bring us 3 boxes of beer." Before they even sat down, Wang Boyu yelled out. Chun Fengzi quickly pulled Wang Boyu aside, giving him a knowing look, and Wang Boyu instinctively covered his mouth. Bai Zhou, however, waved his hand dismissively and told the barbecue stand owner, "Bring 3 boxes first. We can order more if needed. Yay! Long live Bai Lauscher." Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou shook his head in exasperation at the rowdy group of students. In front of him, they showed no signs of restraint, drinking and cursing loudly, letting all manner of unrefined language slip from their lips. Bai Zhou didn't mind and joined in their revelry.
Bai Laosi, Bai Laosi.
Wang Boyu leaned closer and asked, "Is that person in the photo on Weibo really you?" Bai Zhou shot him a glance, remaining silent. Chen Ziyu rolled his eyes at Wang Boyu. "Are you stupid? If that person isn't Bai Lauscher, who else could it be?" "Exactly. Bai Lauscher, if you don't recognize yourself, that's a bit much." Soon, classmates began to turn their attention to Wang Boyu. No, how could that be? The students were indifferent to Wang Boyu's defense. Self-penalize with a bottle first. Yes. Ha ha ha. Although the students suspected the person in the photo was Bai Zhou, they sought confirmation out of curiosity. With Bai Zhou not denying it, they naturally accepted it as truth. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. After Wang Boyu awkwardly downed a bottle, he hadn't even eaten 2 skewers of beans before he approached again. "Bai Lauscher, how do you have connections with celebrities in the entertainment industry? You're not a hidden big shot, are you?" Bai Zhou exhaled through his nostrils, not even sparing him a glance. "I say, you brat, can't you keep your mouth shut even at a barbecue? Want to down another bottle?" Bai Zhou's words were met with agreement from the students, and Chen Ziyu, relishing the drama, added, "Right, I think Wang Boyu is thirsty. He talks so much. Brothers, let us make him drink." All right. Chapter 62. Conflict. Observing the students frolicking together, Bai Zhou found himself quite fond of this gathering, devoid of any deceitful schemes. He turned to the swaying Wang Boyu and inquired, "So, after the party dissipates, which internet CF shall we haunt for an all-nighter?" Wang Boyu waved his hands erratically, already beginning to ramble incoherently. "And no, I'm not going. Bai Zhou rummaged through his pockets and smacked his lips. Earlier, Qian Ziyu had insisted on giving him a cigarette. To be honest, while Bai Zhou did smoke, he didn't have a craving for it. Yet at that moment he felt an inexplicable urge for a puff. He patted a nearby student's shoulder, stood up, and prepared to find a convenience store to purchase a pack of cigarettes. "Hey, where's Teacher Bai?" Chun Fengzi, clutching a plastic cup brimming with beer, wobbled to his feet, intending to toast Bai Zhou. However, as fate would have it, he accidentally stepped on a fallen beer bottle, stumbled, and instinctively released his grip on the cup. Grabbing the table for support, he managed to steady himself, but the entire cup of beer splashed out, drenching a nearby buzz-cut student. Realizing his blunder, Chun Fengzi hurriedly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry, truly, I apologize." With a loud bang, the buzz-cut student showed no gratitude, slamming his hand on the table. A group of 7 or 8 young men at his table stood up in unison. "Can you watch where you're going? My head was already throbbing from your incessant noise, and now you drench me. You little punk, are you looking for trouble?" Frowning, the buzz-cut student spewed his words with venom. Hearing his tirade, Wang Boyu, fueled by alcohol, stood up defiantly. "Hey, what did you just say? Clean up your mouth." "Oh, now you've caught my interest," the buzz-cut student retorted. "I can tell you're students from Modu, right? A bunch of naive kids who have never faced the harsh realities of society." "Huh, you looking for a fight?" Wang Boyu declared, preparing to step forward and confront him. Chun Fengzi quickly restrained Wang Boyu. "Calm down, it's not worth it, and besides, they clearly don't look like good people." "Kid, what did you just say?" The buzz-cut student, feeling provoked, took a step forward and grabbed Chun Fengzi by the collar. "Let go." Wang Boyu was about to kick out when suddenly, the buzz-cut student was swiftly flung several meters away. He collided with a row of tables and chairs. "You!" The buzz-cut student clutched his back, gazing up at a young man who towered over Chun Fengzi. Upon returning with the cigarettes, Bai Zhou was taken aback to see a crowd standing, including some of his students, and hurried over, thinking, "Who dares to lay hands on my students?" At that very moment, the buzz-cut student had just seized Chun Fengzi's collar. Bai Zhou would never allow harm to befall his students. He reached out and firmly grasped the buzz-cut student's shoulder, tossing him aside. His grip was not forceful enough to cause severe injury. Otherwise, the buzz-cut student would have lost an arm. "Third brother." The buzz-cut student's companions gasped in shock, rushing to help him up. Rubbing his sore shoulder, the buzz-cut student glared with malice, muttering, "You dare hit me? You're asking for death." He picked up a chair from the ground and charged at Bai Zhou. "I'll see who dares." Bai Zhou shouted with authority, and the group of boys from Class 2 of English stepped forward in unison. It was unclear whether the buzz-cut student was intimidated by the number of people behind Bai Zhou or startled by his fierce command, but he hesitated. Wang Boyu, still under the influence, leaned toward Bai Zhou and asked, "Teacher Bai, should we fight?" "Just a few punks." Bai Zhou promptly smacked Wang Boyu. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" Wang Boyu retreated, looking perplexed at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou shot him a glance, dismissing him. He thought, students participating in off-campus brawls could face expulsion. These alcohol-fueled rebels. With a cold stare at the group of 7 or 8, Bai Zhou spoke. "Why did you target my students?" "Why, you ask?" The buzz-cut student's fury was rekindled. "Let me show you why." He turned his soaked back to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou didn't give him a chance, coldly responding, "Did a trash can teach you how to speak? Can you not utter a single word without cursing?" "I." The buzz-cut student began, but Bai Zhou cut him off. "Are you a parrot? Is that all you can say?" Laughter erupted from the students behind Bai Zhou. "I." The buzz-cut student prepared to charge again, but one of his companions held him back. "Third brother. There are too many of them. Just a few clueless students, what is there to fear?" Though he said this to his companions, he turned back to Bai Zhou with a menacing glare. "Relying on your numbers, huh? Just wait. You'll regret it." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Hello, brother, it's me, Xiao Sanzi. Aren't you the boss around here? I've got something to trouble you with. While the buzzcut student was on the phone, Chen Ziyu approached Bai Zhou and gently tugged at his sleeve. Teacher Bai, perhaps we should. Retreat? Bai Zhou looked at Chen Ziyu, puzzled. Just moments ago, they were all fired up. What had changed? Chen Ziyu glanced around and lowered his voice. Teacher Bai, the brother you he mentioned, I've heard of him. He's involved in that line of work. At this moment, Chen Fengzi joined in. Indeed, Teacher Bai, we might have provoked someone we shouldn't have. Ah? What should we do then? Wang Boyu, now slightly sober, felt a sense of crisis. We definitely can't leave now. Even if we do, we can't escape the consequences. The atmosphere grew tense among the boys. Bai Zhou observed the serious expressions of his students and shook his head internally. After all, they were still fresh university students. He pondered if he would have reacted similarly in their position. Bai Zhou shook his head, a slight smile forming on his lips, thinking, with the system in hand, no matter the background, it holds no power over me. He turned to reassure them. Fear not. The last people you should provoke in this world are my students. In an instant, all the boys fell silent, gazing at the man standing before them, as an invisible aura emanated from Bai Zhou, palpable to the students' hearts. Teacher Bai. Chen Fengzi wished to speak, but hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, especially since this situation partially stemmed from his actions. The students looked at Bai Zhou's back, a wave of reassurance washing over them. He was their anchor. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Chapter 63. A familiar phrase. After finishing his phone call, the young man with a buzz cut turned around, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Students from the Magic City, just sit tight. Don't let the skewers on the table go to waste. Indulge yourselves. After all, it might be your last meal, he said, revealing a smirk that he believed to be cruel, casting an awkward glance at Bai Zhou. Let me see who this brother you is, he added, beckoning the students over. Sit down, everyone. Eat and drink. I'm here for you. Although his words suggested a carefree atmosphere, the students complied, their previously boisterous demeanor fading as they ate with a sense of unease, casting furtive glances at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's declaration that the one person you should never provoke in this world is my student had an air of authority. However, he was merely a counselor, and the individuals involved did not care about any connections he had with Zhang or Shaoxing. Unfazed, Bai Zhou downed a glass of beer and opened a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, patting Chen Ziyu on the shoulder. Could I borrow a light? Chen Ziyu quickly produced a lighter, igniting Bai Zhou's cigarette. After finishing one, Bai Zhou savored 2 skewers of lamb and downed another large mug of beer, just as the sound of screeching brakes filled the air. A van pulled up, and a group of roughly 10 unruly youths emerged. A languid voice called out, Xiao Sanzi, who dares to offend me? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou paused, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, brother you've come personally? Such a trivial matter has drawn your esteemed presence. I am truly honored. It seems you've grown even more handsome since we last met, he said, addressing the buzzcut youth who was fawning over him. The students from Class 2 of English felt a wave of nausea wash over them at the display. Yet, seeing the aggressive group of over 10 individuals made everyone tense. Brother Yu, brandishing a baseball bat, appeared to relish the flattery, grinning as he turned his gaze toward the students. Is it them? He asked, gripping the bat and approaching with deliberate steps. With a clatter, all the students stood up. Though anxiety coursed through them, the alcohol had ignited their youthful bravado. Brother Yu, observing the scene with a theatrical grin, remarked, Look at this bunch of kids, all puffed up, waiting to die. Huh? Ha ha ha. His followers erupted in laughter. But one remains seated. Who is this person? Brother Yu began, but his voice faltered, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The figure before him felt eerily familiar. Could it be? As he scanned the crowd of students, a visage emerged in his mind. Just then, the buzzcut youth chimed in, Brother Yu, that one sitting down seems to be their teacher. Just moments ago, he boldly declared, the one person you should never provoke is my student. I spit. Brother Yu, let me handle this one. I'll take care of it personally. With a clang, the baseball bat slipped from Brother Yu's grasp. Brother Yu. The buzz-cut youth, taken aback by his reaction, hesitated to speak. Bai Zhou turned, a hint of amusement in his tone. Brother Yu? As Brother Yu and his two subordinates laid eyes on Bai Zhou, they began to tremble uncontrollably. Frankly, Brother Yu had been somewhat unlucky. After a robbery incident where Bai Zhou had nearly incapacitated him, he had resorted to becoming a bodyguard. Now, the reckless boss had driven straight into Bai Zhou's path, and with his subordinate having provoked someone, the lanky figure felt 1,000 curses surge within him. Brother Yu stuttered, preparing to speak when Bai Zhou pulled out a cigarette and placed it to his lips. In a frantic rush, Brother Yu stepped forward, producing a Zippo lighter and igniting the cigarette with a swift flick. The atmosphere turned surreal. Not only the buzz-cut youth but even Bai Zhou's own students seemed at a loss for words, their jaws metaphorically dropping. Silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by Bai Zhou's exhalations. He formed a smoke ring and glanced at Brother Yu, inquiring, "When did you become the boss of Magic City University?" Brother Yu, panic-stricken, waved his hands, his face contorted into a forced grin. No. Please don't call me Brother Yu. My name is Yu Dan. You can call me Xiao Yu or Xiao Dan." A gasp escaped the buzz-cut youth's lips, his body trembling as he felt an icy chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, Yu Dan's two subordinates positioned themselves to block the buzz-cut youth, their gazes tinged with sympathy, as if to say he was unlucky to have offended Bai Zhou. The students behind Bai Zhou were now utterly bewildered. Chen Ziyu stared, dumbfounded, as Yu Dan bowed and scraped before Bai Zhou. What is happening? Is he really from that world? How could this be possible? The other students, equally shocked, fixated on Bai Zhou's silhouette, particularly Wang Boyu. Teacher Bai. Someone from that world is lighting his cigarette. And Teacher Bai. In that moment, Bai Zhou's earlier proclamation that the one person you should never provoke is my student echoed in their minds, and they began to understand the source of his confidence. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. In truth, Yu Dan's name had never truly belonged to that world. It was merely a fabrication embellished by children when they were attempting to rob them. However, now, Yu Dan appeared to be leaning more toward that world. Bai Zhou spoke nonchalantly. Xiao Yu. Ah, Bai Yi, please go ahead. Can we not use de Yi? Am I an old man in his 60s or 70s? And no, I wouldn't dare. How about Bai Yi? Ignoring his pleas, Bai Zhou continued. When did you, Xiao Yu, become associated with that world? Your crew seems to be growing, and you're still engaging in those unsavory activities? Yu Dan chuckled awkwardly.
Bai Yu jest.
I was previously a bodyguard and made some money, and now I'm back here. Bai Zhou, growing impatient, interrupted. I'm not interested in your entrepreneurial hardships. Let us discuss how to handle today's events. Yu Dan maintained his sycophantic demeanor. Bai Yi, please go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Dan's two subordinates seized the buzz-cut youth and dragged him forward. Bai Zhou, recalling the familiar phrase please go ahead, found it amusing. The buzz-cut youth was still in a daze, struggling to comprehend how the brother he had summoned had suddenly become someone else's subordinate. Bai Zhou waved his hand. I asked you how to deal with this situation. Do you not grasp my meaning? Yu Dan nodded. Understood, then. Bai Zhou raised his hand to halt him. Handle it yourself. Do not disturb my meal with the students. Understood. Yu Dan appeared to be obedient and compliant, and with a wave of his hand, the short-haired individual was immediately pulled towards the direction of the van. Oh, right. Bai Zhou seemed to recall something, and just as Yu Dan had straightened up, he bent down once more. Bai Zhou turned to Chen Fengzi and inquired, was it his hand that grasped your collar? Chen Fengzi instinctively replied, the right one. Chapter 64. Scholarship in the end. Yu Dan somehow managed to locate the owner of the barbecue stall and departed after leaving a considerable sum of money. However, before leaving, he whispered to Bai Zhou, Mr. Bai, everything has been taken care of. The boys from English Class 2 stared blankly at this group of small pig pepis, bowing and scraping before Bai Zhou. Each of them felt a newfound layer of trepidation towards Bai Zhou. Yet, the phrase the person one should never offend is my student, echoed persistently in their minds. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou watched as the boys, weighed down by their thoughts, returned to the dormitory, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that this group of young men would likely have a sleepless night ahead of them. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, while the boys harbored a peculiar fear of him, his image in their hearts had been elevated to a new level. As the clock approached 10:30, the hour when all students at Magic City University returned to their dorms, Bai Zhou gazed at the bustling campus, feeling an inexplicable sensation arise within him, one that he could not quite articulate. Although he had no smoking habit, he suddenly felt an urge to light a cigarette. In moments of idleness, indulging in such a vice offered a peculiar sense of relief. Bai Zhou found a trash bin to dispose of the cigarette, but, contemplating how to return home. "Auntie, please wait a moment before closing the door. I'm back." He turned to glance at the girls' dormitory just as a cute girl with braided hair bounced excitedly into the building. "Xinguer? Is she returning this late?" Bai Zhou shook his head, indifferent. As long as she did not cause any outrageous incidents, he would not meddle in the personal lives of his students. Days had passed since the semester began, yet Bai Zhou continued to idly pass the time in his office, earning a little extra from Nyoditsai. On this particular morning, as the first class concluded, Xinguer hurried towards the office building, clutching a stack of materials. Every day, she rushed back to the dormitory just before the door closed. On her second day at school, even during the holiday, she had sought out a part-time job in the cafeteria. She was the last to leave each day, all to earn a few extra yuan for cleaning, a sum that constituted her daily meal allowance. Knock, knock, knock. Xinguer rapped on the door of a certain office. A languid voice called from within, "Come in." Pushing the door open, she found a balding man with glasses seated behind a desk, fiddling with the computer.
Vice Director Wang. Hello, I'm Xinguer.
The vice director, clearly displeased by the title, frowned and looked up. Upon seeing Xinguer, his expression shifted to one of impatience, indicating that she was not a first-time visitor. "Has the document been revised?" Vice Director Wang huffed, exhaling through his nostrils. Xinguer cautiously placed the document on the desk. "It has been revised as per your request. Leave it here and wait for further notice." Xinguer remained rooted in place, her inaction suggesting that this perfunctory exchange had occurred more than once before. "What's the matter? Do you have something else to say?" Vice Director Wang glanced at her with annoyance.
Xinguer maintained her misdemeanor.
"Vice Director, I have revised it 3 times, but I can hardly afford the printing costs, so..." "Enough! Don't come here lamenting your financial woes. The school will investigate your family situation." Xinguer's eyes reddened, yearning to explain further. "Enough!" Vice Director Wang slammed the desk, grabbing several documents from the other side and pointing at them one by one. "Look at this student from the economics department. His mother is a dormitory manager and occasionally treats me to a meal." He set down one document and picked up another. "This student, his father is on the board of directors, contributing significantly to the school. Surely the school should offer some feedback?" He continued, "This student, I discussed work experiences with his father just last night, and I am well aware of their circumstances." He gathered the documents, staring at Xinguer. The implication was clear. Without connections or benefits to offer, how could she expect a scholarship based solely on a few poverty-proof documents? To him, that was akin to expecting a handout. However, Xinguer remained oblivious to this reality. As a newcomer to the city, her perspective was refreshingly innocent, untainted by such worldly knowledge. Vice Director Wang's examples were merely exceptions. He dared not grant state scholarships solely to those who had bribed him. Some genuinely impoverished students who helped with cleaning or served tea received his approval. But Xinguer was unaware of these nuances, mechanically submitting her forms without even a casual greeting, merely addressing him as vice director, which earned her little goodwill. I. Xinguer's eyes brimmed with tears. She could not comprehend why those seemingly less troubled than her were granted approval. Vice Director Wang, growing increasingly exasperated with her ignorance, waved her away. "You can leave now. Do not waste my time." Xinguer exited the office in a daze, and once at the stairwell, the tears she had been suppressing finally flowed freely. She sat on the steps, burying her head in her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Ma Liangzhe and the newly appointed class leader Wang Xiaoyu were heading to the department office to submit materials. Bai Zhou had appointed the class officers during the first class meeting of the National Day holiday, retaining the original members chosen by Lin Xiao, as he trusted her judgment.
Guo.
What are you doing here? Why are you crying? Wang Xiaoyu, the energetic girl from the class meeting, approached with concern. Xinguo raised her head, her face streaked with tears, her arms marked with visible wetness. Xiaoyu, class monitor. She greeted softly, attempting to steady her emotions, but her sobs betrayed her.
Guo.
What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Wang Xiaoyu sat beside her, gently wrapping her arm around Xinguo's shoulders. Ma Liangzhe stood nearby, his expression serious as he regarded her. Feeling the warmth of Wang Xiaoyu's kindness, Xinguo found a flicker of comfort and, through her tears, recounted her unfortunate encounter with the vice director. Damn it! What a heartless teacher! He doesn't deserve to be called an educator. Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed passionately, even cursing, while Ma Liangzhe gazed at his colleague in astonishment. Who would have thought Wang Xiaoyu had the potential to unleash her inner fire? Chapter 65. The unethical teacher let us go. I want to see just how arrogant this deputy director really is, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, pulling Xinguo to her feet, ready to confront the office once more. Ma Liangzhe quickly intervened. Calm down. After all, he is a teacher. What can you do when he uses his position against you? What does it matter that he is a teacher? Guo's documents were meticulously revised by me using official files. There are no violations to speak of. He is clearly just looking for trouble.
Ma Liangzhe pondered briefly.
I think we need to inform Teacher Bai about this situation. Having witnessed the powerful figures showing respect to Bai Zhou, he was confident that this unscrupulous teacher would face severe repercussions. Let us not bother Teacher Bai. I really don't want to trouble him, Xinguo replied, not wishing to impose further on Bai Zhou, who had already been quite helpful. Oh, come on. There's no trouble at all. Are you afraid of Teacher Bai? Wang Xiaoyu misinterpreted Xinguo's hesitance as fear of Bai Zhou. Not at all. Rest assured. Teacher Bai is incredibly kind. He is the best teacher I have ever encountered, Xinguo quickly clarified, waving her hands in denial. Let us go. Teacher Bai will definitely help you get justice. When the trio arrived at Bai Zhou's office, they found several students from English Class 2, all newly appointed class leaders. Aside from the class monitor, Ma Liangzhe, and the sports representative Wang Boyu, the others were all girls. However, Bai Zhou had followed the same system that Lin Xiao had established years ago, trusting in her judgment. Hey Xinguo, have you been crying? Tell me, and I'll help you settle the score. Wang Boyu exclaimed upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Xinguo, ready to shout out for revenge. Ugh! Wang Boyu, still on the floor, looked up at Bai Zhou with a wronged expression. Bai Zhou, noticing the curious gazes of everyone except Ma Liangzhe, cleared his throat.
Ma Liangzhe.
What's going on here? Before Ma Liangzhe could respond, Wang Xiaoyu chimed in, recounting the incident. Bai Zhou's frown deepened as he listened. Though Wang Xiaoyu's account contained some exaggerations, he believed the essence of it was not far from reality. His heart sank. A stormy expression emerged on Bai Zhou's face, revealing the fury brewing within him. The girls in the room felt as if the charismatic and sunny Bai Zhou was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. The atmosphere in the office shifted palpably, as if a tempest was imminent. Bai Zhou stood up amidst the tense silence, approached Xinguo, and gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry, Guo. I will personally handle this matter. Xinguo gazed up at Bai Zhou's serious face, a sight none of them had witnessed before. Ma Liangzhe and Wang Boyu exchanged anxious glances, both swallowing hard, understanding the unspoken sentiment, that the teacher named Wang was in deep trouble. As Bai Zhou left the office, the same thought echoed in their minds, and they found themselves murmuring, the last person you want to provoke is a student of Teacher Bai. What did you say? Wang Xiaoyu, unable to catch Ma Liangzhe's words, suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, the expression on Teacher Bai's face. Wouldn't he do something outrageous? Would he? In a flurry, the students in the office rushed out. Ma Liangzhe shook his head at Wang Xiaoyu, who had initially wanted to confront the unethical teacher, but now seemed apprehensive about Bai Zhou's potential actions. Given the current circumstances, Ma Liangzhe and Wang Boyu believed that whatever action Bai Zhou might take would hardly be considered out of line. Bai Zhou strode directly to the office of Deputy Director Wang, with Wang Xiaoyu and the other class leaders following closely, eager to intervene, but were taken aback when Bai Zhou simply knocked on the door. Did I misjudge? Come came the voice of Deputy Director Wang from within. A knowing smile crept onto Bai Zhou's lips as he pushed the door open. Deputy Director Wang, comfortably seated, straightened up slightly upon seeing Bai Zhou enter, donning an official smile. Teacher Bai, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. As a prominent figure in the university, how could he not recognize Bai Zhou? Yet, Bai Zhou was unfamiliar with him. Deputy Director Wang, while flattering Bai Zhou, couldn't he help but wonder what the young man wanted. Bai Zhou maintained a subtle smile, took a seat across from him, and chuckled inwardly at the nameplate on the desk.
Wan Ba.
Quite fitting indeed. Noticing Bai Zhou sitting silently across from him, Deputy Director Wang frowned slightly. Bai Zhou, with an inscrutable smile, said, Deputy Director Wang, I have long admired your reputation. Hearing the title Deputy Director again, Wang Ba's perception of Bai Zhou began to shift negatively. I wonder why Teacher Bai has come uninvited? He asked, his tone becoming more frosty. Bai Zhou remained unfazed. I trust you remember Xin Guer? Upon hearing her name, Deputy Director Wang immediately grasped Bai Zhou's purpose. He had revised her documents multiple times and could hardly forget her. However, he feigned ignorance, adopting a contemplative expression.
Xin Guer?
I have a vague recollection. Bai Zhou observed his demeanor, fully aware of the simmering anger within himself, but chose to bide his time. It is not yet the moment to settle scores with you. Feigning indifference, Bai Zhou continued, Xin Guer, one of my students, has applied for a scholarship through your office. He then proceeded to recount Xin Guer's situation in detail, noting the deepening furrow in Wang Ba's brow. I would like to inquire, Deputy Director Wang, does Xin Guer meet the eligibility criteria for the national scholarship?
Wan Ba.
Sensing the underlying tension in Bai Zhou's seemingly innocent expression, felt the gravity of the situation. He understood that Bai Zhou was here to confront him. However, his seasoned pragmatism kicked in and he forced a laugh. Teacher Bai, by your account, Xin Guer indeed qualifies for the scholarship. However, he glanced up at Bai Zhou, who remained impassive. However, what? Bai Zhou prompted, his curiosity piqued. Wang Ba produced a stack of documents and pushed them toward Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, Xin Guer submitted her application too late. The scholarship recipients have already been finalized for this year. Perhaps she could apply again next year. She should come earlier next time. He reclined in his chair, feigning a look of exasperation. Chapter 66. Evidence. Bai Zhou's heart seethed with indignation. Look at Wang Ba's demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to plant a kick squarely on his face. With a sense of inevitability, Bai Zhou produced several application forms. Deputy Director Wang, isn't it true that Li Guanshu's grades barely reach half of Xin Guer's? Moreover, Wang Xiaolin, if memory serves, his father is a member of our board, and I believe he just acquired a residence in Modu? As Bai Zhou detailed his points, the color drained from Wang Ba's face, and he rapped his fingers on the table, interrupting Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai, please be forthright with your concerns. I have but one question for you, Deputy Director Wang. Among these students, which one meets the application criteria? They all seem to pass without issue. Why do you persist in suppressing Xin Guer's application? Wang Ba's impatience was palpable as he continued to tap the table. Mr. Bai, I've already stated my position. I have no desire to repeat myself. If you've come here to provoke me, the principal's office is not far, feel free to go. Bai Zhou's previously cheerful expression turned icy as he retorted. Is it Wang Director's wine that is so exquisite? Or is it Li Boss's cigarettes that are so delightful? Wang Ba immediately grasped Bai Zhou's implication. The remarks he had made to Xin Guer were merely routine, and after all, Xin Guer was a student. However, when such words emerged from another teacher's lips, the implications shifted dramatically. What do you mean by that, Mr. Bai? One may indulge in a feast, but one must speak with prudence. Wang Ba's voice escalated in volume. Observing Wang Ba's anxious demeanor, Bai Zhou remained silent, merely gazing at him with an air of calm. Wang Ba, feeling cornered, raised his voice further. Are you insinuating that I accepted bribes in exchange for their scholarships? Bai Zhou did not respond, but his expression clearly conveyed the unspoken question. What else could it be? With a thud, Wang Ba slammed his palm on the table. Mr. Bai, as an educator, you must be accountable for your words and actions. Do you possess any evidence? Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Evidence? I have yet to procure any. A mocking chuckle escaped Wang Ba's lips as he regarded Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai, you didn't come here merely to utter such nonsensical claims, did you? He huffed disdainfully. I will report your slanderous accusations to the school. Now, kindly vacate my office. To his surprise, Bai Zhou stood resolutely and walked towards the door. Observing Bai Zhou's retreating figure, Wang Ba scoffed, murmuring, You think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. However, just as Bai Zhou reached the door, he halted abruptly. With a decisive click, he locked the office door behind him, leaving Wang Ba momentarily stunned. What are you doing, Bai Zhou? I warn you, this is the administrative building of the school. Bai Zhou remained silent, adjusting his attire, his expression unreadable as he advanced toward Wang Ba. Standing at an imposing height of 185 meters, Bai Zhou naturally exuded an aura of intimidation. Wang Ba felt a surge of anxiety, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. You intend to? Before he could finish, Bai Zhou seized Wang Ba by the collar with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly. Bai Zhou, what do you think you're doing? In a comically precarious position, Wang Ba found himself half-draped over the desk, his feet dangling helplessly due to his shorter stature. What am I doing? Bai Zhou's voice was frigid as he clenched his fist. Wang Ba stammered, Are you threatening me with violence? A dismissive glance from Bai Zhou conveyed a simple message. What do you think? I must inform you that I have connections. Even the principal would grant me some leeway. Think carefully, or I might ensure you are expelled from Modu, never to return. Listening to Wang Ba's threats, Bai Zhou surprisingly released his grip and returned to his seat. Wang Ba, now standing, mistakenly believed he had intimidated Bai Zhou, and his bravado swelled. Now you understand fear, don't you? I'm not afraid to tell you that I accepted gifts from these students' families. What can you do about it? Spread the word? Who would believe you? A smirk crept onto Bai Zhou's lips as he listened to Wang Ba's self-aggrandizing claims. You see, I only need to make a single phone call to the higher-ups. You won't even have the chance to voice your allegations. As Bai Zhou observed the arrogant fool before him, he could no longer suppress a chuckle. Without uttering a word, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed a button. The unmistakable voice of someone Wang Ba knew well emanated from Bai Zhou's phone. Wang Ba's previously confident demeanor evaporated, replaced by panic as he pointed a trembling finger at Bai Zhou. You, Bai Zhou, with a smile, calmly regarded Wang Ba. Hand me that phone. Wang Ba's eyes widened as he lunged to snatch the device from Bai Zhou's grasp. Bai Zhou, however, was not about to let that happen. With a swift motion, he raised his other hand. The resounding slap echoed through the office. Wang Ba's anguished cry pierced the air, echoing even beyond the office door, startling the students who were eavesdropping outside. Mr. Bai, Xinguar exclaimed, her heart racing since Bai Zhou had locked the door, her instinct telling her something was amiss. Beside her, Wang Boyu glanced at Xinguar's anxious expression and scoffed. You needn't worry. That voice is definitely not Mr. Bai's. Inside the office, Wang Ba crouched on the floor, panting heavily, one hand clutching his face while the other clutched two bloodied teeth. You, Bai Zhou, how dare you? Strike me. Bai Zhou cast a cool glance in his direction. You attempted to rob me. I was merely acting in self-defense. You, fine. You think you can deceive me, Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou replied calmly. Wang Ba, you were seeking evidence, were you not? Now that I have it, what do you have left to say? Wang Ba stammered, pointing at Bai Zhou, utterly at a loss for words. His mind swirled with panic, a mix of fear and desperation as he realized the gravity of the situation. Without the recording, Bai Zhou's accusations could be dismissed, especially with the influential figures backing him. Yet, the repercussions of such evidence leaking were far more terrifying than anything Bai Zhou could say. At that moment, a knock resonated at the office door. What is happening in there? Open the door. A glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Ba's eyes as he recognized the voice. The principal of Modu University was arriving. Chapter 67. The compromising principal. Wang Ba rushed to the door, opening the office with haste, only to find a throng of students gathered outside. Among them, his gaze immediately fell upon Xin Guo. He shot her a fierce glare before slamming the door shut. Teacher Bai, what brings you here? As Bai Zhou was about to respond to the principal's inquiry, Wang Ba interrupted him. Principal, please have a seat. You must take my side in this matter. He feigned tears, adopting a demeanor of someone who had suffered immense injustice. The principal frowned. What is happening? Why is the door locked? Typically, the principal arrived at school later in the day, balancing a briefcase as he ascended the stairs. The sudden noise of violent banging drew his attention, and upon investigation, he discovered a crowd of students peering curiously around the office. Principal, look at Bai Zhou. Does he still resemble a teacher? He assaulted me in the office. Just look at the state I'm in. Wang Ba, the accuser, wasted no time in airing his grievances before Bai Zhou could defend himself. Teacher Bai, is there truly a reason for such an outburst? We are colleagues and ought to resolve this matter amicably, the principal said, taking a seat in Wang Ba's chair. In the office, only Wang Ba stood anxiously beside him. Well, since you are here, principal, let me enlighten you on the wrongdoings of Vice Principal Wang Ba. Bai Zhou spun around in his chair, crossing his legs and casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ba as he recounted Xin Guo's ordeal in detail. Is that so? The principal looked at Wang Ba, who remained silent. Bai Zhou continued, Principal, there is something I believe you would find quite intriguing. Bai Zhou, I warn you. You must take responsibility for your words and actions. Wang Ba's expression turned sinister as he glared at Bai Zhou. The principal knitted his brow, sensing an underlying issue. Bai Zhou pressed play on a recording. Bai Zhou, how dare you? The principal shot a cold glance at Wang Ba. After the recording concluded, the principal fell into silence. Wang Ba clenched his fists, staring intently at Bai Zhou. Notably, there was no hint of fear in his eyes, a fact that surprised Bai Zhou. The principal regarded Wang Ba with an emotionless gaze, pondering the implications of his connections to the director of the Education Bureau's Property Management Center, rumored to be a potential future head of the bureau. The center's primary responsibility lay in overseeing the financial aspects of the educational sector. Although the current director was Bai Zhou's uncle, their relationship was not particularly close, leaving Bai Zhou uncertain about how far his uncle could shield him. With fingers interlaced on the desk, the principal contemplated the situation. Should this matter be pursued further, it would undoubtedly reach the Education Bureau, at which point Wang Ba's connections would likely intervene. Yet, would the director truly take action against the individual managing the city's educational assets on Bai Zhou's behalf? The principal grappled with these thoughts, deciding that it would be wise to keep the matter under wraps for the time being. Taking a deep breath, the principal finally spoke. Wang Ba, since the allegations against Xin Guo have been substantiated, I will approve her application for the first-class scholarship. Very well. Wang Ba bit down hard, realizing that the principal aimed to suppress the matter concerning the acceptance of bribes. Though reluctant, he could only acquiesce for now. The principal nodded, and Bai Zhou interjected nonchalantly, And what else, principal? The principal glanced at Bai Zhou, still wrestling with his internal conflict. As for the matters mentioned in the recording, it has yet to provoke severe consequences. I will arrange for an investigation. We will correct any issues internally and have Wang Ba submit a self-reflection. We can resolve this among ourselves. Upon hearing the principal's words, Wang Ba sighed in relief. Although he felt confident he could navigate any fallout with his connections, an internal resolution would spare him from unnecessary complications. However, Bai Zhou's demeanor turned icy as he regarded the principal, his voice cold. Principal Wang, do you truly believe this is appropriate? Bai Zhou, what more do you want? This is the principal you are addressing.
Wang Ba echoed.
Recognizing Bai Zhou's unwavering determination to pursue the matter further, his voice rising in desperation. Bai Zhou frowned, cupping his ears. Wang Ba, if you can't maintain your composure, perhaps you require a rabies vaccination at a pet hospital? You! Wang Ba's indignation bubbled to the surface. Enough! The principal raised a hand to silence him, turning his attention to Bai Zhou. Teacher Bai, This is merely a recording and does not suffice as conclusive evidence. We must conduct a thorough investigation before reaching any premature conclusions. Bai Zhou scoffed at the principal's response, nodding in agreement. An internal resolution is acceptable. Both the principal and Wang Ba exhaled in relief upon hearing Bai Zhou's concession. Nonetheless, I require Wang Ba to publicly read his self-reflection before all faculty and students, and he must apologize to my student. What? Bai Zhou, do not push your luck. Wang Ba's outrage flared once more. A public admission of guilt would surely escalate the situation beyond control. If the entire school were to learn of this, even his connections within the Education Bureau would not guarantee his place at the institution. Principal, this is not appropriate. The principal's face showed signs of distress as he addressed Bai Zhou softly. Bai Zhou remained unfazed, lounging casually with his legs crossed. Is this not what you proposed as an internal resolution? Are the thousands of faculty and students at Magic City University not part of the university? The principal's brow twitched in response to Bai Zhou's emotionless retort. He believed he was skillfully navigating both sides, unwilling to offend either. Little did he know, Bai Zhou's perception of him had plummeted to an all-time low.
Wang Ba, appearing in serene frantic, accrue, Bai Zhou.
Wasn't your initial intention to secure a scholarship for your student? The principal has already approved it. Why are you still being so aggressive? Do you not fear Wang Ba? Bai Zhou interrupted coldly. Mind your words. I would not hesitate to see your remaining teeth depart your mouth. You. Wang Ba instinctively covered his face at Bai Zhou's threat. Very well, very well.
Wang Ba sit.
Veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed at Bai Zhou, repeating the phrase thrice in frustration. He then pulled out his phone, and the principal immediately recognized his intention to call his connections in the Education Bureau. Wang Ba, you... Just as the principal began to speak, Wang Ba interjected. Principal, you see, this Bai Zhou is utterly ungrateful. I will ensure he regrets crossing me today. Chapter 68. Who are you? Hello? Brother, it's Wang Ba. Are you free now? Come to Magic City University. There's an arrogant counselor here whom I intend to oust from the education field. After hanging up the phone, he turned to the principal and said, Principal, Director Liu will be here shortly. Let us wait in your office. As the office door swung open, Bai Zhou and his companions emerged. In an instant, the students who had been peering through the door rushed forward. Teacher Bai, are you all right? Bai Zhou raised his hand, signaling them to disperse. What are you all doing here? Return to class. If you have no class, go study. With that, he strode directly to Shen Guo, ruffled her hair, said nothing, and turned to follow the principal. Teacher Bai, though he had uttered no words, Shen Guo felt a wave of reassurance wash over her as she watched his retreating figure. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. The three sat in the principal's office. Bai Zhou leisurely sipped tea in his previous seat, while the principal bore a heavy expression and Wang Ba glared at Bai Zhou with a mixture of anger and a hint of smugness. The atmosphere in the office felt somewhat peculiar. Before long, there came a loud knock at the door. Both the principal and Wang Ba looked up simultaneously. A glint of excitement flashed in Wang Ba's eyes. Before the principal could speak, Wang Ba stood up and opened the door, greeting the newcomer with a sycophantic smile. Brother, you've finally arrived. The man he referred to as brother smiled back and playfully patted Wang Ba's shoulder. Little Ba, it's been a few days since we last met. How about a drink tonight? Absolutely. But first, let's handle business. Right? The jovial demeanor on the man's face abruptly shifted to seriousness as he regarded the principal with a surprised look, silently pondering the sudden change. This man, known as brother, was Liu Bao, the director overseeing Magic City's educational finances. With a wave of his hand, he signaled 3 individuals to enter. Liu Bao pointed and said, Is it him? Wang Ba turned to give Bai Zhou a provocative glance before nodding at Liu Bao and whispering, Brother, I've run into trouble. I inadvertently let slip something about the benefits I received, and this kid recorded it. What?
Liu Bao frowned.
Why would you say anything? I didn't know he was so cunning. Liu Bao gestured dismissively, indicating that he understood and would handle the situation. He first exchanged pleasantries with the principal before taking a seat directly opposite Bai Zhou, flanked by the 3 individuals he had brought along. Bai Zhou observed him with keen interest, but to his surprise, Lu Bao spoke with a congenial smile. Teacher Bai, you look quite young. I didn't expect you to be a counselor already. Bai Zhou was not naive to Lu Bao's intentions. He waved his hand dismissively. Director Lu, let us skip the pleasantries. If you have something to say, please be direct. I have a class of students to attend to. Bai Zhou, you are being unreasonable. You don't even realize the gravity of the situation. Wang Ba erupted, jumping up behind Lu Bao and shouting. Lu Bao's smile vanished as he leaned back in his chair, coldly remarking, Bai Zhou, have you heard the saying, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes? I believe you understand my purpose here. It would be wise for you to comply with our demands. You are still young, and I would hate to see your bright future squandered due to a moment of foolishness. Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head. Comply with your demands? I fail to grasp what you mean, Director Lu. With a resounding thud, Lu Bao slammed his hand on the table, his voice stern. Bai Zhou, don't play dumb with me. I warn you, cleanse your phone of any incriminating evidence, or I will ensure you vanish from the educational landscape of Magic City forever. Director, now you have piqued my interest. Bai Zhou leaned forward slightly. You are the director of the Education Bureau, correct? You must be aware of the contents of the recording. How do you propose to handle this situation involving Deputy Director Wang Ba? Lu Bao regarded Bai Zhou's question with a dismissive smirk and turned to his companions, signaling them to draft a document. Immediately, one of the bespectacled men took out a tablet. According to the Education Committee's review, Bai Zhou, counselor at Magic City University, has demonstrated a lack of political awareness, slandering colleagues, and is hereby dismissed from his position, stripped of his teaching qualifications, and will never be rehired. The bespectacled man typed away on the tablet with great seriousness. Behind him, Wang Ba wore a cold, smug smile, reveling in Bai Zhou's predicament. Yet, Bai Zhou remained unfazed. Responding calmly, Director Lu, does your Education Bureau wield such immense power? Can you fabricate baseless accusations without consequence? Oh, Lu Bao looked at Bai Zhou mockingly. Ha ha ha! Wang Ba and his cohorts joined in the boisterous laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. The principal, seated behind his desk, observed the scene, pondering whether Bai Zhou would seek help from Director Gua. Principal Wang had fundamentally misjudged the relationship between Director Gua and Lu Bao, as well as Bai Zhou's connection with his uncle Gua. He had witnessed their previous meeting and assumed that Director Gua's invitation to Bai Zhou was mere formality. Bai Zhou smiled at their antics and, amidst Lu Bao's derisive gaze, retrieved his phone once more. The same game unfolded. The same recording as before, Lu Bao's earlier threats captured in the small device he held. However, this time, Lu Bao and Wang Ba's reactions were less pronounced, their expressions tinged with mockery. Bai Zhou, do you genuinely believe that this trivial evidence will hold any weight? Their laughter grew louder and more reckless. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. A familiar voice echoed from outside. Old Wang, why are there so many students gathered at your office door? The principal's head snapped up, and he rose to open the door, while Bai Zhou, curious, also looked up, thinking about when he might call Uncle Gua. As Principal Wang opened the door, before he could utter a word, a sycophantic voice chimed from behind him. Director Gua, what a coincidence! What brings you to Magic City University? Lu Bao stepped forward eagerly, extending his hand in a warm greeting to Guo Jianxi. Guo Jianxi appeared momentarily taken aback. Lu, what are you doing here? Chapter 69. What on earth is happening? Lu Bao's expression has morphed 4 times now, each transformation revealing a new breakthrough, leaving the principal in a state of bewilderment. He had received a report from a teacher at Magic City University and came personally to ascertain the truth of the matter. Turning around, he beckoned to Wang Ba. Teacher Wang, this is Director Gua from our Education Bureau. If there is anything to discuss, please talk to our director. He is far more effective than I am. Wang Ba sprang forth from behind and approached eagerly. Director Gua, it's an honor to meet you. Guo Jian, somewhat perplexed, shook his hand. Hello. Just as Wang Ba was about to speak, Guo Jian noticed Bai Zhou sitting inside, a smile spreading across his face as he warmly exclaimed, Xiao Zhou, you're here too. I was just thinking of dropping by your office to see if you were slacking off. Ha ha ha. As Guo Jian laughed and approached, Bai Zhou remained seated, smiling and nodding. Uncle Gua, it's been a while. Wang Ba had something to say, but he swallowed his words. Not only Bai Zhou but also Lu Bao and the three individuals trailing behind him exhibited drastic changes in their expressions. From flattering and confident gazes, they suddenly transformed into deep-seated terror, akin to a ghost emerging from a television screen. Cold sweat streamed down Lu Bao and Wang Ba's faces. Guojian, oblivious to this shift, patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder and plopped down onto the sofa beside him. "You rascal! You didn't even think to visit me during the National Day holiday. What, is my place so far from Magic City University?" "Not at all, Uncle Gua. I've just been busy," Bai Zhou replied warmly, finding Guojian quite amiable. "Come now. You're a teacher. You have as much time off as the students. I see. Perhaps it's me who has grown old and lost your favor," Guojian jovially bantered with Bai Zhou. However, to everyone else, this scene was utterly astonishing. With each word Guojian uttered, Lu Bao and Wang Ba's hearts convulsed with trepidation. As for Principal Wang, a chilling premonition gripped him. I was mistaken, gravely mistaken. He had believed he had thoroughly deduced the relationship between Bai Zhou and Guojian, but the present reality shattered all his assumptions. Principal Wang's heart tightened as the memory of Bai Zhou's gaze in his office resurfaced, prompting a heavy sigh. This is bad. As for Lu Bao and Wang Ba, their minds went blank, their legs trembling involuntarily as they witnessed the familiarity between Bai Zhou and Guojian, especially for Wang Ba. Reflecting on his previous arrogance and self-satisfaction was now a bitter irony. After a brief exchange, Guojian recalled Lu Bao's purpose for being there. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed the frozen expressions chapter 70. I really don't want to. Guojian turned around, casting a frigid gaze upon Lu Bao, who stood before him, startled and speechless. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to an icy silence, with only Bai Zhou nonchalantly sipping his tea. Guojian rose from his seat, patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder, and addressed Principal Wang. Old Wang, it seems the staff at Magic City University have been living a tad too comfortably of late. Though Guojian's tone remained as flat as usual, Principal Wang immediately grasped the underlying meaning of his words. The principal awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a sound. Guojian approached the door, turning back to Lu Bao, who was still dazed, and barked, Are you still standing there, making a fool of yourself? Startled, Lu Bao quickly turned to leave. Take him with you. Guojian pointed at the disheartened Wang Ba and strode away. Having finished his tea, Bai Zhou stood up, brushing off his sleeves, ready to depart. Teacher Bai, please wait a moment. The principal's voice resonated softly from behind. Bai Zhou turned around. Is there something you need? Hearing Bai Zhou's tone, the principal shook his head inwardly, recognizing the irreparable rift that had formed between them. He chose not to revisit the earlier topic, for that would only stir unnecessary trouble. Teacher Bai, Wang Ba has been taken away by Director Gua, and we all know what that entails for him. Thus, the position responsible for the scholarship project has become vacant. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow at this statement. The principal continued, Director Gua's parting words left me feeling quite ashamed. So I have decided that you shall fill this position, Teacher Bai. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Principal, I appreciate your sentiment, but I believe I am quite content being a counselor, spending my days with the students I cherish. Teacher Bai, I understand, the principal nodded thoughtfully. However, it appears that Magic City University is on the brink of a significant transformation. I am preparing to establish a faculty oversight committee, and I would like you to serve as its head. Bai Zhou's eyes flickered with surprise, as the principal's expression indicated his sincerity. You may initially take on this role, and if, after some time, you wish to step down, I will arrange for someone to take your place. Principal, Bai Zhou attempted to decline, but the principal interrupted. Teacher Bai, I have faith in you. Bai Zhou fell silent, gazing deeply at the principal, understanding that he was attempting to mend something. Without further words, he nodded and exited the principal's office. As soon as Bai Zhou stepped out, a throng of students rushed towards him. Teacher Bai, what happened? Yes, Teacher Bai. I saw that unscrupulous teacher being taken away by a group of people. What are they going to do with him? Bai Zhou looked at the chattering students, feeling a headache coming on. Did I not tell you to disperse? This is the principal's office. Look at how you are behaving. The previously most boisterous Wang Xiaoyu fell silent, sticking out her tongue. At that moment, Xinguo's timid voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Bai. Teacher Bai. Bai Zhou chuckled softly, responding gently. Guo, don't worry. Do you not trust me? Does that mean everything is settled? Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her surprise evident. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou shot her a glance. Wang Ba has already been taken away by the Education Bureau. Do you think anything else could possibly happen? The students present were momentarily taken aback. Had this incident escalated to the Education Bureau? Just then, Guo Jianxi returned, coming down the stairs. Xiao Zhou, I came to find you. I was so furious I almost forgot. Seeing Guo Jianxi approach again, Bai Zhou inquired, Uncle Guo? Guo Jianxi glanced at the group of students and was momentarily surprised, realizing they were all gathered to await news from Bai Zhou. He nodded inwardly, recognizing Xiao Zhou's popularity among the students. Xiao Zhou, this is something from the bureau. I won't elaborate, you can open it later and see for yourself. I must be off. Bai Zhou observed Guo Jianxi hand him a package, uncertain of its contents. All right, take care, Uncle Guo. As Guo Jianxi departed, Ma Liangzhe voiced his confusion. He is the director of the Education Bureau, right? Everyone, including Bai Zhou, heard this and he did not deny it. The students stared at Bai Zhou in amazement. The director of the Education Bureau? Teacher Bai addressed him as Uncle Guo? What was their relationship? The unscrupulous teacher had been taken away by the Education Bureau? Teacher Bai possessed such influence. With Bai Zhou's previous connections in the entertainment industry, combined with his ties to the Education Bureau, it was no wonder they were astonished. Alongside their astonishment was a sense of pride. They wanted to proclaim, I am a student of Teacher Bai. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Wang Xiaoyu was also somewhat dazed, pondering. No wonder Teacher Bai is so confident. So he has this layer of connections? What is this thing from the Education Bureau? Ma Liangzhe's mind was sharper, quickly connecting the dots. Could it be that Teacher Bai holds a position within the Bureau? Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Wang Boyu, oblivious to all this, asked outright, Teacher Bai, what about Xinguo's situation? Bai Zhou nodded. Well, as the new head of the scholarship project, what do you think about Xinguo's situation? Really? The students exclaimed in unison, excitement palpable. Wang Boyu leaned in closer, enthusiasm evident on his face. So, does this mean you've been promoted, Teacher Bai? Bai Zhou raised his foot, pretending to kick him. Wang Boyu reflexively retreated into the crowd, hiding behind Ma Liangzhe while peeking at Bai Zhou. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Ding. Gained 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou looked at the students before him, surprised that just these few student leaders could yield such a significant increase in recognition points. With playful annoyance, he glared at the excited students. Do you think I relish this role? Do you have any idea how busy I will be? Just because I am occupied does not mean you can run wild. Not at all. As you say, Teacher Bai, we are genuinely thrilled for you. Wang Boyu, hiding at the back, chuckled sheepishly. Bai Zhou shot him another glare. All right, why are you all loitering here? Go to class or study. Reluctantly, the students dispersed at Bai Zhou's insistence. He intended to visit his new office and address the lingering issues left by Wang Ba. Bai Zhou stamped a large red seal on Xinguo's approval documents. Glancing at the time, it was time for lunch. Descending from the teaching building, he spotted Xinguo standing below. Guo, why haven't you gone back? Xinguo gazed at Bai Zhou as he approached, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of blush adorning her cheeks. Bai. Teacher Bai, I shall wait for you. Chapter 71. May I call you brother? Wait for me? At this hour, shouldn't you be working in the cafeteria? Xinguo was momentarily taken aback. She had never mentioned to Bai Zhou that she was working part-time in the cafeteria. Could it be that Teacher Bai had been paying such close attention to me? The thought made her cheeks flush. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Ding. Earned 1 recognition point. Teacher Bai, I took a leave today. Bai Zhou observed Xinguo, who was slightly bowing her head, and gently inquired, do you need something from me? Xinguo lifted her head, her large, watery eyes sparkling with earnestness as she nodded seriously. Bai Zhou felt a sense of helplessness. I asked if you needed something.
Xinguo suddenly realized, appearing somewhat flustered.
Teacher Bai, I would like to invite you to dinner. Bai Zhou, taken aback, asked with curiosity, you want to treat me to dinner? Xinguo perceived the implication in his tone. Teacher Bai, I work in the cafeteria and have saved up some money. I can take you there for a meal. Bai Zhou chuckled softly, a warm feeling rising within him upon seeing Xinguo. All right then. You've worked hard to save up some money. I'll treat you instead. No.
Xinguo shook her head resolutely.
Teacher Bai, I insisted on treating you last time, and I didn't expect. She trailed off, recalling the photo she took with Xiaoxing. No matter what, I must treat you this time. You've already helped me so much. Bai Zhou shook his head in resignation. In truth, his motivations for helping were twofold. As their counselor, he felt a sense of duty, and recognition points were also a benefit. Xinguo really owed him nothing. However, he certainly couldn't voice such thoughts. Shaking his head, he thought of Li Si, who also wanted to treat him, pondering when it became customary to repay favors with meals. Seeing Xinguo's earnest expression, he finally relented. All right then. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's agreement, Xinguo's face lit up with a smile as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes. She immediately stepped forward and headed towards the cafeteria. This was the first time Bai Zhou witnessed such a pure smile from Xinguo, stirring something deep within him. Without cosmetics and the allure of makeup,
Xinguo radiated an innocent beauty.
If Lin Zhao's smile towards her students was goddess-like, then Xinguo was a pure angel. The two arrived at the various food counters in the cafeteria, and Xinguo playfully turned back, raising her hand and sweetly declaring, Teacher Bai, order whatever you like. It's my treat. Bai Zhou smiled at her exuberance, believing that this innocence and exuberance were indeed her rightful state. Since you're treating me, I'll just prepare something delicious, and you can choose for yourself. He then settled down in a corner of the restaurant. With delight, Xinguo began to seriously select her dishes at each window. Before long, she returned, balancing 2 trays of food as she hurried over. Teacher Bai, this is yours. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I just picked a few things. Bai Zhou looked at the plate before him, a modest arrangement of meat and vegetables, then glanced at Xinguo's tray, which starkly contrasted his like an oasis in the desert. Is this all you're eating? Xinguo nodded. I have a small appetite and can't eat much. In truth, she had chosen a lighter meal to ensure Bai Zhou felt at ease eating. Normally, she would have been waiting for the cafeteria's meal she was entitled to for her part-time work. Of course, that meal would have been better than this, but she had taken leave today. Xinguo preferred to save a little more money. If she couldn't spare any from Bai Zhou, she would have to cut back on her own. Bai Zhou frowned slightly. You bought this for me, but you're only having vegetables? Quickly, Xinguo shook her head. Teacher Bai, I can't treat you to a meal and eat like this myself. Besides, I don't particularly enjoy meat. Vegetables are just fine.
Knowing Xinguo
Bai Zhou was aware she was not a vegetarian. He shook his head and stood up. Teacher, where are you going? Xinguo worried that she had upset him with her words, and that he might be leaving out of anger. Bai Zhou turned back, speaking earnestly. You stay here and wait for me. He headed straight for the faculty cafeteria, as he only had a faculty meal card and could not purchase food from the student cafeteria. Xinguo anxiously remained seated, gripping her chopsticks and not daring to eat. Before long, Bai Zhou returned, carrying a bowl of steamed prawns. Here, eat. No, Teacher Bai, I'm the one who invited you to dinner. Bai Zhou took a bite of the rice before him. You invited me to dinner, so I'm eating it. Can I now have this bowl of prawns? But Xinguo looked aggrieved, her expression hinting at a protest. Bai Zhou's demeanor turned serious, and he feigned sternness as he said, What? Is what the teacher says not effective? Xinguo fell silent, pouting her lips and lowering her head. Yet she still refused to touch the prawns Bai Zhou had bought. Observing her demeanor, Bai Zhou shook his head and, without hesitation, picked up a shrimp, carefully peeling off the shell. After dipping it in sauce, he held it out to Xinguo. Open your mouth. Seeing the shrimp Bai Zhou offered, Xinguo's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on him. Are you really going to make me hold it like this? Bai Zhou maintained an expression of feigned coldness, signaling his growing irritation.
Xinguo.
Her eyes fixed on Bai Zhou, trembled slightly as she opened her mouth and gently accepted the shrimp. As Bai Zhou withdrew his hand to peel another shrimp, Xinguo's large eyes suddenly filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Chewing the shrimp, she covered her face with her hands, bowing her head as she began to sob softly. Bai Zhou halted his actions, pondering, what happened? Did my serious demeanor frighten her? Or, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Bai Zhou asked gently, one hand wiping her tears while the other waved dismissively. Xinguo choked out, no. My brother used to feed me like this. In an instant, Bai Zhou understood, a pang of sympathy coursing through him. He knew her brother had tragically passed away when Xinguo was just 12 years old, leaving her forever bereft. Bai Zhou fell silent, simply watching her, not uttering a word. Xinguo's tears flowed freely, and as time slipped by, the students in the cafeteria gradually dispersed. Suddenly, Xinguo lifted her head, her eyes red, sparkling with hope as she gazed at Bai Zhou. See, can I call you brother? Chapter 72. Troubles off campus. Bai Zhou was taken aback by Xinguo's sudden question. However, upon witnessing the glimmer in her eyes, a radiance she had never possessed before, he felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of that light extinguishing. He gently nodded. No problem. With Bai Zhou's affirmation, the tears Xinguo had painstakingly restrained overflowed once more. Bai Zhou gu, she called out, rushing around the dining table into his embrace. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou set down his chopsticks, wiped his hands, and lightly patted Xinguo's back. He could distinctly feel the fabric of his shirt, along with his shoulders, becoming thoroughly soaked. After a moment, Xinguo gently pulled herself away, glancing at the dampness on Bai Zhou's shoulder, her face flushing crimson as she shyly returned to her seat. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. No longer needing Bai Zhou's encouragement, Xinguo eagerly picked up a steamed shrimp, heedless of its temperature, quickly peeled it, and popped it into her mouth. Though she still sniffled slightly, the smile on her lips was undeniable, and most importantly, there was now starlight in her eyes. Bai Zhou smiled as he picked up his chopsticks. After all this time, he had yet to eat. Just as he scooped a mouthful of rice, Xinguo carefully placed her small hand before him, offering a shrimp coated in sauce. Bai Zhou. You eat. Bai Zhou looked up, meeting Xinguo's blushing face, filled with shy anticipation. He chuckled softly and promptly consumed the shrimp she had peeled. Seeing Bai Zhou relish the shrimp she had prepared, Xinguo beamed with a delightful smile. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Initially, Bai Zhou harbored concerns that Xinguo might perceive him as a mere substitute for her elder brother. However, as the meal progressed, he became assured that his standing in her heart was distinctly different from her memories of her brother. Xinguo held a blend of reverence and gratitude towards Bai Zhou, intermingled with an abundance of intimacy. As afternoon classes loomed, Xinguo bid Bai Zhou farewell and returned to her dormitory for a rest. Bai Zhou made his way back to his original office, contemplating the transfer of his belongings elsewhere. Before classes commenced, while carrying a stack of student forms into his new office, Wang Xiaoyu burst in hurriedly. Noticing her breathless demeanor, Bai Zhou frowned. What's the rush? You didn't even knock? Not good, Teacher Bai. Wang Xiaoyu gasped, struggling for breath. Teacher Bai. Several unfamiliar men stormed into the classroom, looking for trouble with Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao? Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback, unable to place her. She is a girl from Teacher Lin Zhao's class. A mental image of a scrappy girl flashed into Bai Zhou's mind. Wasn't it typical for such a girl to attract trouble? Bai Zhou adjusted his position in his chair, inquiring, why would they come to our class seeking trouble with Chen Xiaoxiao? Oh, Teacher Bai, don't you remember? This class is Business English, a large joint class with 2 groups. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow, placing the documents on his desk as he rose. Although this matter was not directly related to Class 2, it was still Lin Zhao's class, and since his own students were involved, it would be inappropriate not to intervene. Quickly, Bai Zhou followed Wang Xiaoyu to the teaching building. Upon nearing the classroom, the cacophony of shouting reached his ears. Bai Zhou pressed forward, his frown deepening at the scene before him. Chen Xiaoxiao, tear-streaked and anxious, was cowering behind Li Si, who, along with her roommate, shielded her. Their close-knit dormitory relationship allowed them to naturally support one another, especially since they shared the same seating arrangement in class. Several men, clearly not students of Moda University, were banging on desks and hurling insults, while a few boys from English Class 1 stood in front of them. The boys outnumbered the intruders 3 to 4-fold, yet not a single one stepped forward to genuinely assist. That Chen Xiaoxiao is a filthy brat. What she pretending to be a good student for? Do you think my brother's feelings can be toyed with so easily? Shouted the lead youth, a fierce look etched on his face as he slammed the desk. I'll tell you, Chen Xiaoxiao, if you don't clarify the situation regarding how you deceived my brother, I'll ruin your reputation at Moda University today. I didn't. Chen Xiaoxiao retorted, her eyes brimming with defiance and tears. Bai Zhou noticed that without her punkish makeup, she appeared quite delicate, though still not as striking as Li Si, who stood protectively in front of her. The youth was about to retort when a powerful voice rang out from the entrance. Enough! All eyes turned to Bai Zhou as he entered, his presence commanding attention. Teacher Bai. Wang Boyu, visibly furious, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Bai Zhou. Li Si, who had been anxiously shielding Chen Xiaoxiao, finally relaxed, relief washing over her face. Who the hell are you? The lead youth barked, mistaking Bai Zhou for yet another meddlesome student. Mind your tone. Wang Boyu, unable to tolerate the disrespect towards his teacher, nearly threw a bench in the youth's direction if not for Chen Ziyu's restraining hand. Bai Zhou dismissed the youth's outburst, directing an angry gaze at Wang Boyu. Don't call me Teacher Bai. All the boys from English Class 2 were momentarily taken aback. Bai Zhou continued, his voice laced with indignation. His ire was not directed at Wang Boyu, but rather at the boys from Class 1. Are you all men? The outsiders are bullying your classmate, and you just stand by and watch? I am deeply disappointed. With that, Bai Zhou turned and stormed out of the classroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Wang Boyu stood bewildered, questioning the situation as he glanced back at Chen Ziyu. What's going on? Chen Ziyu, quicker on the uptake, smacked Wang Boyu on the shoulder. Are you foolish? What do you think it means when Teacher Bai closes the door? Wang Boyu's expression shifted from confusion to one of realization, a strange smile forming as he looked at the group of outsiders. In that moment, it became clear not only to Wang Boyu and the boys from Class 2, but also to those from Class 1. They had refrained from intervening due to concerns over potential trouble caused by an on-campus altercation. However, it now appeared that their teacher, Bai Zhou, was prepared to back them up. The boys stepped forward, gradually advancing toward the intruders, each wearing a peculiar smile. The outsiders, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, immediately fell into a state of panic, realizing the impending confrontation. The young man, who had just moments ago been pounding the table and glaring fiercely, retreated step by step, his face devoid of its earlier arrogance, now adorned with a mixture of jealousy and panic. What do you intend to do? Chapter 73. The miserable outsiders. Bai Zhou closed the door, opened the window in the corridor, and lit a cigarette. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed rapidly. A boy, accompanied by an anxious Lin Xiao, was hurrying toward him. Lin Xiao, adorned in a blue dress, shimmered in the light filtering through the window. Beads of sweat dotted her delicate face, adding a touch of sparkle. Hey, Teacher Bai, you're here too. Lin Xiao exclaimed upon spotting Bai Zhou, her expression still fraught with worry as she gazed toward the classroom. The boy, puzzled, remarked, why is the door closed? At that moment, a sudden scream erupted from within. What are you doing? Hearing the cry, Lin Xiao instinctively assumed it was one of her students and hurriedly attempted to push the door open. Bai Zhou gently grasped her arm, whispering, Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Lin Xiao's anxiety persisted. How can it be nothing? My students are still inside. Those outsiders. With a smile, Bai Zhou interrupted her, saying, "Aren't my students inside too? Trust me." For reasons unknown, his words provided a sense of reassurance. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow but nodded in reluctant agreement. "Well, you wouldn't be smoking here if there wasn't a reason." At the mention of smoking, Lin Xiao's eyes widened again. "Smoking again? When did you pick up this habit?" As she spoke, she snatched the cigarette from Bai Zhou's lips and extinguished it in the nearby trash can. This action felt familiar to both of them, having grown closer while living together, though they had not crossed any boundaries. To the boy observing them, however, this was monumental news, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, the goddess of Class 1 has already become someone else's goddess." Lin Xiao was oblivious to the boy's expression, which had shifted from light rain to heavy downpour. "Ah, don't slap me!" Another scream echoed from within, causing the boy to swallow nervously. "Teacher Bai, is everything all right?" Just as Bai Zhou was about to respond, hurried footsteps approached from the staircase. "What's happening? What's going on?" A student arrived at the classroom door, accompanied by 3 security guards. The lead guard frowned at the tightly shut classroom door. "What on earth is going on?" As if on cue, another scream emanated from inside. "No, I was wrong." For Bai Zhou, the peculiar aspect was that with each scream, a notification chime from the system would sound. "Ah, you dare hit me? Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Stop. Please don't hit me. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Ding. Gained 1 recognition point." Bai Zhou watched as his recognition points approached 9,000, the computer he longed for within reach. The security guards, hearing the screams from inside, recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to their companions. "Breach the door." The classroom lock was merely a formality. With a loud crash, the door was flung open. "Stop! You've gone too far. What are you doing?" The guard shouted, wielding his rubber baton against the podium. Lin Xiao followed the guards into the classroom, and upon seeing the scene, she was rendered speechless, gently covering her mouth in shock. Even as the guards burst in, the fighting continued. Dozens of students crowded in a corner, striking an unknown individual while hurling insults. The cries from within were barely audible amid the chaos. Upon hearing the guards' furious voices, the students halted, revealing 7 or 8 disheveled youths in the corner, bloodied and battered, their clothes torn, cowering against the wall. The guards, taken aback by the sight of the wounded, felt a wave of cold sweat. "My goodness, this is horrific." Yet, they did not forget their duty, admonishing the students. "You've gone too far. How dare you engage in a brawl in broad daylight?" The trembling youths on the ground, sensing the decrease in their assault, suddenly spotted the 3 guards at the podium. They had never perceived the guards, clad in dust and grime, as anything other than their saviors. With a cry, they rushed toward the podium. "Guard, we're being beaten." Tears streaming down their faces, they hid behind the 3 guards. As they got closer, the guards could feel their despair more acutely. The 3 exchanged sympathetic glances, grimacing. The youths continued to sob. "Guard, look at what they've done to us. You must punish them. We are suffering terribly. Indeed, we are so miserable." The sight of their pathetic state elicited laughter from many students in the classroom. The guards, witnessing the scene and hearing the laughter, immediately shouted, "What are you laughing at? Do you have any semblance of being a student left? All of you, to the security office. Prepare for punishment." At that moment, Bai Zhou entered the corridor. The guards, caught off guard, had not noticed him before. His first words upon entering were, "Hello." This greeting shifted the guards' attention. As they looked toward him, Bai Zhou quickly introduced himself. "I am the counselor for Class 2, the deputy director of the office, the head of the inspection team at Magic City University, and a special officer dispatched by the Education Bureau, Bai Zhou." What?" Bai Zhou confidently asserted his credentials. His titles, each more impressive than the last, left the guards in a daze. Lin Xiao, still covering her mouth, stared at Bai Zhou in astonishment, realizing that he had accumulated such positions shortly after the school year began following the National Day holiday. As for the previously boastful guards, they now felt as though they were caught in a dream, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Did I just hear that right? This young man seems to be quite important. Observing the guard's stunned expressions, Bai Zhou recognized that his purpose had been achieved. He continued, I am fully aware of the situation here. Let me handle it. You may leave now. Leave just like that? The three guards remained bewildered, momentarily forgetting the chaos that had just transpired, their minds preoccupied with Bai Zhou's impressive titles. The lead guard scratched his head, murmuring, so we. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, his tone growing cold. Do I need to repeat myself? Ah, no. We'll leave right away. Director Bai, you take care. As they spoke, the three guards hastily exited the classroom, clearly intimidated by Bai Zhou's formidable reputation, understanding that they had no need to linger. Please don't go. The pitiful voices of the youths called out. Please take us with you. We aren't from Magic City University. Please help us get out of here. We beg you. The flickering hope of several young individuals was thus instantaneously extinguished within the brief utterances of Bai Zhou. Chapter 74. The astonished security guards, although the cries of several youths outside were particularly heartrending, the dazed security guards seemed entirely indifferent. The youths could only watch helplessly as the three guards vanished from their sight. In the next moment, they encountered the smiling face of Bai Zhou. To them, Bai Zhou's smile was terrifying, akin to that of a demon. They felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling involuntarily, and they instinctively retreated to a corner of the classroom. Bai Zhou paid them no mind. Instead, he turned to address the students in the classroom. I have matters to attend to and no time to spare for you, so I shall take my leave. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lin Xiao, who appeared somewhat dazed, Bai Zhou noted that the situation was quite different from what she had imagined. Observing Lin Xiao's bewildered demeanor, he couldn't help but find her somewhat endearing at that moment. Teacher Lin, let us go. What are you still doing here? Lin Xiao understood Bai Zhou's implication. Although his method of handling the situation was rather unorthodox, it was, in this circumstance, the most pragmatic approach. She wished to comfort her students but also did not want to disrupt their upcoming activities. So she called Chen Xiao over and left the classroom alongside Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou glanced back at the students, gestured to them, and gently closed the classroom door. Don't come over. The pitiful cries persisted for an indeterminate duration, and it was not until the subject teacher arrived that the youths managed to crawl out of the classroom. During class, all the students were distracted, particularly those in Class 1. Their interactions with Bai Zhou had been minimal, limited to various school activities. Whispers began to circulate among them, especially among the girls. Li Si, who had just protected Chen Xiao, now wore a sweet smile. Although her eyes were directed at the blackboard, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Zhou. With her meticulously styled ponytail exposing her smooth forehead and her lightly made-up face, she sat quietly, exuding a youthful exuberance. As she recalled Bai Zhou's introduction of himself and the bemused expressions of the security guards, she couldn't help but chuckle internally. She hadn't expected teacher Bai to hold so many positions. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that Bai Zhou's talent was recognized as the strongest in Class 2, and with great ability comes great responsibility. Lost in thought,
Lisi uncionsciosli pincet herklotin.
If Bai Zhou were present, he would surely notice that beneath her little jacket lay the t-shirt he had been searching for. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. At that moment, Li Si felt a gentle nudge beside her. It was Chen Xiao's roommate. Hey Cici, is that your counselor? Li Si offered a nonchalant smile, implying that the question was rather redundant. To her surprise, the student displayed an expression of longing. She had never realized how charismatic teacher Bai was. He had a commanding presence that suggested he could lead nations. Li Si felt somewhat helpless, but, upon reflection, it was true. For some reason, the boys in their class seemed to hold teacher Bai in high regard. Cici, envy. Having such a counselor is wonderful, especially since he is so handsome. Li Si shot her a glance, thinking to herself, do you really need to say that? Yet, outwardly she replied, Teacher Lin is wonderful too. The girl from Class 1 pouted in response. Teacher Lin is great, and she is indeed the goddess of our Class S boys. But there's no comparison to a handsome male teacher. Li Si smiled back, silently conveying her envy. Unfortunately, that admiration was not reciprocated. Similar exchanges unfolded in every corner of the classroom, including among the boys. Wang Boyu, with his head held high, began to boast animatedly. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou and Lin Xiao were making their way downstairs with Chen Xiaoxiao. The system's notifications echoed in Bai Zhou's mind, and he instinctively glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao, mistakenly believing the sounds originated from her. While Chen Xiaoxiao had removed her makeup and appeared quite charming, she could not compare to Li Si in terms of looks, and even Xin Guir, who rarely wore makeup, surpassed her. Most importantly, despite Chen Xiaoxiao's somewhat tragic background, it did not excuse her lack of maturity, making her less comparable to Xin Guir. Lin Xiao indicated, Xiaoxiao, you go to my office first. I'll have a word with Teacher Bai and join you shortly. Upon reaching the experimental building, Lin Xiao instructed Chen Xiaoxiao to leave first. With traces of tears still evident on her face, Chen Xiaoxiao silently nodded, taking a few steps before turning back to bow to Bai Zhou. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. Ding. Gained recognition points. 1. As Lin Xiao watched Chen Xiaoxiao walk away, she playfully patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder, her delicate brows furrowing as she teasingly remarked, Well done. My esteemed landlord, when did you get promoted? How come I wasn't informed? Is this how you treat your friends? Bai Zhou spread his hands in exasperation. I wasn't prepared either. This morning the principal suddenly assigned me this task. Do you think I wanted this? Wouldn't it be better to take it easy? I don't care. Lin Xiao pouted playfully. You're cooking tonight. I want a seafood feast. At that moment, the several security guards returned to the security office. The lead guard felt increasingly uneasy. Something's not right. Wasn't there a brawl just now? Why am I back here? Moreover, that Bai Zhou was clearly siding with those fighting students. I must report this to the department head, he declared, stepping out of his duty room and entering the office of the department head. Li Dana, the rotund head of security, was shaking his head, seated behind his desk. Department head? I have something to discuss. Li Dana gestured for the guard to enter. What is it? As the guard organized his thoughts, he recounted the events with meticulous detail. We were just about to take the fighting students away when someone named Bai Zhou intervened. Who did you say? Li Dana's voice escalated sharply, interrupting the guard's narrative. The guard was momentarily taken aback, mumbling Bai Zhou? I think that's the name. Bai Zhou? You didn't have a confrontation, did you? Li Dana asked, his tone tense and serious. The guard, bewildered, shook his head. No. He just came in and told us to leave, so we returned. Good. No conflict is a relief.
Li Dana visibly relaxed.
The guard, still puzzled by the head's demeanor, scratched his head and inquired, Department head, what about this Bai Zhou? Li Dana regarded the guard intently. Do you know Wang Ba? The guard nodded, yes. He's the cadre taken away by the Education Bureau, right? Li Dana nodded knowingly, lowering his voice. That Wang Ba is the one who offended the Bai Zhou you just mentioned. Ah! The security guard was clearly taken aback, and after a moment of astonishment, he nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder he possessed so many titles. It turns out he is quite a significant figure. The guard felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had not insisted on taking those students away earlier. Otherwise, he might have been the next one to pack his belongings and leave. Chapter 75. Is this possible? Li Dana observed the security guard, who had seemingly grasped the situation, and waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may leave for now. The guard nodded, contemplatively exiting the security office, only to return almost immediately. Director, he exclaimed, visibly excited. What is it now?
Li Dana inquired impatiently.
Director, that group of students who were beaten just came out. Oh? Li Dana's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He mused to himself. It seems those youths were confronted by Bai Zhou. With this thought, Li Dana quickly raised his voice, shouting, Stop them! How dare they offend the people of Magic City University and think they can escape? What those youths would subsequently endure remained a mystery. Bai Zhou had just managed to dismiss Lin Xiao and returned to his office when a knock resounded at the door. Raising an eyebrow, he called out, "Come in." The rotund head of the security department peeked in cautiously. Director Bai. Li Dan Na approached with a sycophantic smile. Bai Zhou felt a stir of curiosity. This was the first time he had been addressed with this new title. Although he held a subordinate position, who cared about such titles in this moment?
Director Li.
What brings you here? Bai Zhou asked. Director, just now a few outsiders were detained by our security department. After paying their fines, I expelled them. As he spoke, he produced a black plastic bag from his pocket. Director Bai, here are the fines collected for your review. Bai Zhou glanced at the bag, an amused smirk playing at his lips. He realized Li Dan Na had come to offer him a favor. Casually, he waved his hand. Just handle their matters. There's no need to inform me. Please deposit these fines into the university's charity donation box. Understood. I'll follow your instruction, Director Bai, and place everything into the donation box. Seeing Bai Zhou refuse to take the money and instead donate it, Li Dan Na internally gave him a huge thumbs up. This Director Bai is indeed different from the previous Wang Ba. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. As Bai Zhou noted the increase in his points, he cast a puzzled glance at Li Dan Na, wondering if he too could grant him points. Li Dan Na retrieved the plastic bag and then produced a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket, placing it on Bai Zhou's desk while saying, Director Bai, I had someone bring these 7 stars from Guangdong for you to try. Bai Zhou eyed the foreign brand cigarettes on the desk. Though they were not high quality, he replied coolly, Li Dan Na, I advise you to take them back, or you may regret it in a few days. Li Dan Na felt a chill at Bai Zhou's icy words, knowing full well that Bai Zhou was not jesting. Predictably, just 2 days later, news of the establishment of a faculty oversight committee swept across Magic City University. Upon hearing this news, Li Dan Na broke into a cold sweat. He distinctly remembered that Bai Zhou was the head of this oversight committee. Suddenly, he understood Bai Zhou's previous comments. This is a warning from Director Bai. He has practically saved my life. An overwhelming sense of gratitude filled his heart towards Bai Zhou. As the news of the Oversight Committee's formation spread, the phone in Bai Zhou's office rang. It was the principal's amiable voice. Director Bai, we will hold a meeting for the Oversight Committee in the top-floor conference room shortly. It is essential for you as the head to attend. Bai Zhou, not engaging in pleasantries, hung up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as he turned the corner of the staircase, he encountered a familiar face. Teacher Bai. What a coincidence. Udakai? Bai Zhou felt no animosity towards this teacher who consistently paid him to attend classes. Udakai hastened to catch up with Bai Zhou, lowering his voice to say, Teacher Bai, do you know why the principal called this meeting? Bai Zhou was well aware, but before he could respond, Udakai continued, I heard the principal intends to establish an oversight committee to specifically investigate the gray income of faculty members. The reason they called on us new teachers is that we are all squeaky clean. Bai Zhou chuckled inwardly at Udakai's excitement in sharing such gossip, pondering how his expression would change if he knew he was the head of the committee. Pushing open the door to the top-floor conference room, Bai Zhou and Udakai entered, where several teachers were already present, including Lin Xiao. Among them, Lin Xiao stood out, not only due to her age but also her radiant beauty. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she sat quietly, smiling at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's gaze fell upon a dark-skinned, middle-aged man dressed in formal attire, and he thought, isn't that Bao Haizi? Bao Rinshang, the instructor for the English Country Overview course during Bai Zhou's junior year. Known for his rigorous teaching style and unyielding demeanor, he was nicknamed the iron-faced Bao Haizi by the students for his strictness and refusal to accept any favors. Udakai, noticing Bai Zhou's intrigue towards Bao Rinshang, leaned in to whisper Teacher Bai that Bao Rinshang. He was our instructor back in the day, cold and unapproachable. It's best not to provoke him. Bai Zhou waved dismissively, saying nothing. At that moment, Lin Xiao shot him a glance, prompting him to naturally take a seat beside her. The moment he sat down, he instinctively draped his arm over Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao's body quivered slightly at the unexpected weight on her shoulder, her cheeks flushing as she shot a reproachful glance at Bai Zhou. Yet he was oblivious, his thoughts consumed by Bao Haizi. Nudikai was unaware that Bai Zhou was thoroughly acquainted with Bao Haizi. In fact, Bai Zhou had boasted for 2 whole years about how he had attended only 3 of Bao Haizi's classes and had been absent ever since, yet managed to pass each time. While others were unaware, Bai Zhou knew that everyone had a weakness, and Bao Haizi's was his little daughter, Baoing Heir. Bai Zhou gazed at Bao Haizi with interest, his mind drifting to thoughts of Baoing Heir. Considering the time, she should be in her final year of kindergarten now. During his junior year, Bai Zhou had fortuitously interacted with Baoing Heir, who, for reasons unknown, had taken a particular liking to him. This led to a comical situation where, after being reprimanded by Bao Haizi, Bai Zhou would complain to Baoing Heir, who would then use her trump card. Daddy bullied brother Bai. Ing Heir doesn't like daddy anymore. Recalling how flustered Bao Haizi had been due to his daughter's antics brought an amused smile to Bai Zhou's face. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiao asked, confused by Bai Zhou's inexplicable grin. Bai Zhou waved his hand, dismissing her inquiry. At that moment, he realized his arm was still draped over Lin Xiao's shoulder and quickly withdrew it, casting an apologetic glance her way. Lin Xiao shot him a gentle glare but said nothing. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. You have received 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow in surprise, gazing at Lin Xiao, silently pondering. Could it be that this is also a viable option? Chapter 76. The helpless principal. At this moment, the principal entered the room, and the previously murmuring teachers fell silent in an instant. The arrival of the principal signified the official commencement of the meeting. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. The principal greeted as he stood at the head of the table, only to notice Bai Zhou seated beside Lin Xiao, a position rather far back. Ah, Teacher Bai Zhou, please come to sit here. The principal gestured to the seat beside him. Upon hearing the principal call Bai Zhou's name, the gazes of over a dozen teachers in the conference room simultaneously turned towards him. Particularly, a male teacher seated across from the principal, Chun Tai-lin, the vice president of Magic City University, regarded Bai Zhou with a mixture of surprise and incredulity. He thought to himself, why should this young man occupy such a position? Is his status not even higher than mine? As Bai Zhou moved to take his seat, Chun Tai-lin's expression shifted from astonishment to a hint of anger, ultimately laced with a sense of unwillingness, as if Bai Zhou had usurped something he held dear. However, Bai Zhou remained utterly oblivious, taking his place with an air of calmness and indifference. Once Bai Zhou was seated, the principal commenced his introduction. I trust everyone is aware of the news regarding Wang Ba? The teachers present, to varying degrees, had heard the rumors but offered no response. Wang Ba has been incarcerated in the Second People's Prison of Magic City for exploiting national scholarships for personal gain. A hum of murmurs rippled through the conference room, which took Bai Zhou by surprise. Ordinarily, accepting some benefits or indulging in extravagant meals would not result in such dire consequences. But the betrayal involved national scholarships, funds that rightfully belonged to the state, thus warranted severe punishment. The principal briefly elaborated on the rationale behind the establishment of the supervisory group and then continued, I hereby appoint Bai Zhou, the counselor of the English second class in the Foreign Languages College, as the head of the supervisory group with myself as the deputy leader. Now, I invite group leader Bai to provide detailed arrangements. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Bai Zhou, with the exception of Lin Xiao, whose gaze mirrored the confusion shared by the others. They could not fathom why Bai Zhou, lacking both experience and status, was appointed as the leader while the principal himself merely held the position of deputy leader. Just as Bai Zhou prepared to rise, Chun Tai-lin interjected, Principal, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Initially, he had assumed the principal would act merely as an organizer, playing a supervisory role. In the conference room, aside from the principal, he was the highest-ranking official, and it seemed only fitting for him to assume the leader's role. Even if the principal refrained from taking charge, he could at least secure the position of deputy leader, thereby enhancing his authority during the supervisory process. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou emerged as a contender, leaving Chun Tai-lin without even the deputy position. In this group, only 2 roles existed, rendering him a mere subordinate. Understanding Chun Tai-lin's intent from his tone, Bai Zhou calmly replied, Vice Principal Chun, do you have any objections? Chun Tai-lin, taken aback by Bai Zhou's response, felt his irritation rise. I was speaking to the principal. He retorted, clearly implying that Bai Zhou should refrain from interrupting, as he deemed him unworthy. Bai Zhou remained unfazed, and the principal did not wait for Bai Zhou to counter Chun Tai-lin's remark. With a sidelong glance at Chun Tai-lin, the principal coldly stated, within the supervisory group, there is only a leader, not a principal. What? Principal, you? Chun Tai-lin was stunned by the principal's declaration. This implied that within this conference room, Bai Zhou held the highest authority. Expressions of shock and confusion spread across the faces of all present, including Lin Xiao. Niu Dezai observed Bai Zhou's nonchalant demeanor, clearly indicating that he was already aware of the meeting's contents. Reflecting on his earlier discreet communication with Bai Zhou, he wore an awkward smile. However, Lin Xiao's thoughts were consumed with skepticism. What else is Bai Zhou hiding from me? What kind of enchantment has he cast upon the principal? No matter. He must prepare a seafood feast for me tonight. No, it must be a deluxe land, sea, and air package. Recalling the spicy crab Bai Zhou had prepared for her 2 nights ago, she couldn't help but salivate. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point. Ding. Gained 1 recognition point.
No, principal.
Chun Tai-lin stubbornly persisted, but as soon as he uttered the principal's title, he was interrupted. Please call me Deputy Leader. Chun Tai-lin, observing the principal's stern demeanor, felt apprehensive. He could not fathom why Bai Zhou warranted such treatment from the principal. Yet, he was also wary of provoking the principal's ire. Deputy Leader, I acknowledge that teacher Bai Zhou possesses remarkable abilities, as everyone can attest, but why should a newcomer with less than 2 months of service be granted such a significant position? The principal regarded Bai Zhou, then glanced at Chun Tai-lin, and replied coldly, why? Because he is the specially appointed external commissioner by Director Guo of the Education Bureau. Vice Principal Chun, is that reason not sufficient? What? Chun Tai-lin was left in a state of disbelief upon hearing the principal's explanation. Not only him, but every teacher present, with the exception of Lin Xiao, was momentarily stunned. The first thought that crossed their minds was Wang Ba. Chun Tai-lin's forehead creased with cold sweat as he realized the implications. Wang Ba had connections within the Education Bureau, and it was improbable for someone from the Bureau to take him down. Yet he was now imprisoned, and it dawned on him that it was due to Bai Zhou. Staring blankly at Bai Zhou, seated beside him, Chun Tai-lin never anticipated that he possessed such formidable connections. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Zhou was indifferent to the advantages afforded by Guo Jianxi. Any further questions? Teacher Chun? The principal's icy voice cut through the air, leaving Chun Tai-lin too intimidated to address him directly. Startled, Chun Tai-lin realized he had no questions left. To challenge Bai Zhou would be folly, given Wang Ba's predicament serving as a cautionary tale. Feeling embarrassed, he offered a forced smile and waved his hand, instantly dispelling his earlier arrogance as the vice dean. And no more issues. Since group leader Bai is an external commissioner from the Education Bureau, there is naturally no problem with him assuming this position. Bai Zhou found amusement in Chun Tai-lin's sycophantic remarks. However, several other teachers furrowed their brows at Chun Tai-lin's sudden shift in demeanor, particularly Bao Renshang, who could hardly tolerate flattery and ingratiation. Bao Haizi shot Chun Tai-lin a disdainful glare, punctuated by a heavy snort. Among the teachers, Lin Xiao stood out as an exception. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, unable to suppress a laugh at Chun Tai-lin's blatant disingenuousness. However, she quickly regained her composure, covering her mouth and sharing a secret smile with Bai Zhou. Noticing Lin Xiao's smile, Bai Zhou returned a look of helplessness. At that moment, Lin Xiao suppressed her laughter, instead adopting a haughty expression that conveyed her unspoken thoughts. I am distinct from others. Even if you are the leader of the group, you cannot dictate my actions. Chapter 77. Girlfriend Bai Zhou leisurely stood up, surveying the room, and spoke softly. Everyone, the purpose of this group has already been articulated by the vice leader, so I shall refrain from reiterating it. Bai Zhou refrained from addressing the principal directly. The principal had already established his authority. and there was no need for him to diminish his own status. He chose not to comment further, having reluctantly accepted this position at the principal's request. Thus, he was merely present to fulfill a formality. The specific action plans had long been prepared by the principal's office. The meeting concluded swiftly, though the mood was rather subdued. After all, it was a time when everyone felt vulnerable. Despite the early dissemination of information, which served as a warning to many, it was precisely in such a hurried and tense atmosphere that people were more likely to reveal their true selves. Upon exiting the conference room, Bai Zhou spotted Lin Xiao, who was waiting for him, gazing from a distance. The two walked side by side down the corridor with no one else around. Lin Xiao returned to her usual demeanor in Bai Zhou's presence. She stretched her neck, rubbed her shoulders, and with a frown, complained, "I detest meetings like these. Everyone behaves like dignitaries, sitting stiffly for hours, leaving me with aching joints." Bai Zhou chuckled at Lin Xiao's adorable complaints and replied, "Not at all. You are simply too uptight. Don't perceive your colleagues as ferocious beasts." Lin Xiao shot him a playful glare, retorting, "Humph, the most significant figure here is you, my esteemed group leader." At this, a glimmer of laughter sparkled in Lin Xiao's eyes. "Have you noticed how Chun Tialin's demeanor changed the moment he learned of your identity? His expression and flattering tone. One might think you were bestowing him a favor." Bai Zhou laughed heartily, shaking his head, thinking to himself that Chen's rapid shift in demeanor paled in comparison to Lu Bao's. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was stretching her body, her figure accentuated by her white dress, and asked, "So, do you have plans later? Are you heading home now?" Lin Xiao raised her delicate wrist, adorned with an exquisite lady's watch. "It's only 4:30, but I have nothing pressing," she said, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Zhou. "What, now that you are a cadre, you won't invite me to your new office for a visit?" Bai Zhou chuckled and waved his hand. "Are you here to personally inspect my office and provide guidance on my work?" "You are most welcome." The two exchanged banter as they entered Bai Zhou's office. Although he had taken over Wang Ba's position, he chose not to occupy Wang Ba's office, which had been sealed off the following day for investigation. "Wow, Bai Zhou, you have an office all to yourself." Lin Xiao bounded into the room, her excitement reminiscent of a first-time visitor to Bai Zhou's apartment. Bai Zhou did not hinder her exploration of the office. Instead, he pulled out a chair for her and poured a cup of tea. Just as he took a seat, Lin Xiao dashed over, pushing the cup he had poured for her back toward him, her face alight with a playful smile. "Teacher Bai, Director Bai, Group Leader Bai." Bai Zhou found her enthusiastic demeanor amusing and retreated slightly. "What are you up to?" Lin Xiao feigned shyness, leaning in slightly closer, and asked, "Now that Group Leader Bai has his own independent office, when will you take me to visit?" Recognizing her jest, Bai Zhou extended a finger to lightly poke her forehead, playfully admonishing, "Teacher Lin, I am the leader of the supervisory group. Your behavior is quite perilous." Lin Xiao, unfazed, retreated a couple of steps to sit in the chair, lowering her voice to a serious tone. "Bai Zhou, do you think this inspection will uncover anything significant?" Bai Zhou glanced at Lin Xiao and replied, "I understand your concern. You are wondering whether our colleagues will genuinely commit to this task." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed. Bai Zhou casually shook his head. "Rest assured." Before he could finish his thought, the office phone rang unexpectedly. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, wondering who would be calling at this hour. "Hello?" A robust voice came through the line. "Is this Group Leader Bai? This is Bao Renshang." Upon hearing the name, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile, signaling Lin Xiao with a glance that the person he had assured her about had arrived. He then switched the phone to speaker mode and closed the receiver, nodding at Lin Xiao. She looked at him quizzically, still unaware of who had called. Bai Zhou responded casually, "Hello, Teacher Bao, what can I do for you?" Bao Renshang's voice came through again. "Group Leader, after the meeting, I drafted a simple plan based on the Vice Leader's action requirements and would like to report it to you. I am on my way to your office now." Bao Renshang had called to confirm Bai Zhou's presence in the office. Bai Zhou readily agreed, and the call ended shortly thereafter. Lin Xiao stood up, smoothing her dress. "I will step out to avoid interrupting your work. Group Leader Bai." Bai Zhou glanced at her and said, "Oh, come on. Pull up a chair and sit here. This person is crucial to our inspection effort." Lin Xiao was intrigued, as this was her first significant undertaking since arriving at Modu University. Before long, Bao Renshang knocked on the door. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, signaling that he had arrived. Upon receiving Bai Zhou's response, Bao Renshang entered and was momentarily taken aback to find a young woman in the office. However, he quickly composed himself, forcing a stiff smile. Group leader Bai, I hope I'm not interrupting? Bai Zhou, noticing Bao Renshang's expression, inquired, Didn't we just speak on the phone? How could this be an interruption? Bao Renshang turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao and said, So, group leader Bai, your girlfriend won't mind, will she? In all honesty, this misunderstanding was not entirely Bao Renshang's fault. Although they had attended the same meeting, his focus was solely on the tasks assigned by the principal. Upon entering, Lin Xiao had just refilled Bai Zhou's cup, and their faces bore expressions that hinted at a deeper connection. Lin Xiao's face flushed instantly at Bao Renshang's words, and she shot a glare at Bai Zhou, who quickly waved his hands and chuckled, saying, Teacher Bao, this is a member of our supervisory group. Lin Xiao, Teacher Lin. You must have seen her during the meeting, right? I must apologize, Teacher Lin. I truly didn't notice. Please don't take offense. Bao Renshang stammered, clearly embarrassed. Lin Xiao smiled and waved her hand in dismissal, but as she turned, she shot another fierce glare at Bai Zhou, silently expressing her feelings of invisibility. Am I really that forgettable? Humph. Another advantage taken by this rascal. However, there was an inexplicable sweetness to her huff. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's system was once again restless. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Ding. Recognition points gained. 1. Chapter 78. An unresolved matter. Since Lin Xiao was also a member of the inspection team, Bao Renshang did not hesitate to produce several A4 sheets from his document bag. Bai Zhou watched in surprise as, within less than half an hour since the meeting concluded, this Bao Haizi had already printed the entire plan. Lin Xiao, standing beside him, was equally astonished. While Bai Zhou was quite familiar with Bao Haizi, Lin Xiao was not, and she silently gave him a thumbs up in her mind. However, she quickly turned to Bai Zhou in surprise, wondering if this was also his first encounter with Teacher Bao. How could he be so confident that Teacher Bao could accomplish this? Observing Bai Zhou, who was attentively listening to Bao Renshang's explanation with a smile, Lin Xiao felt a reassuring sense that everything was under control. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Suddenly, Bai Zhou sensed a surge of system points in his mind, having gained several additional points. He glanced at Lin Xiao, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. As Bao Renshang began to discuss the 7th item, Bai Zhou waved his hand to interrupt him. Bao Renshang furrowed his brow at Bai Zhou's interruption, knowing that being cut off during a planned presentation often signified a lack of approval. Although he had come today with a collaborative spirit, being interrupted before finishing his report led him to categorize Bai Zhou among those who pursued formalism without practical results. His expression turned cold as he ceased speaking and stared at Bai Zhou. Recognizing the shift in Bao Haizi's demeanor, Bai Zhou quickly understood that he was misinterpreted. However, he dismissed the misunderstanding, placing the plan that Bao Haizi had handed him onto the table. Seeing this, Bao Renshang's frown deepened. Yet, Bai Zhou's next words left him momentarily stunned. With a slight smile, Bai Zhou lowered his voice, saying, Teacher Bao, I have a covert major task for you. If you dare to accept. Bao Renshang, taken aback by Bai Zhou's serious demeanor and deep tone, instinctively responded, Major task? Bai Zhou nodded knowingly. Confused, Bao Renshang asked, What does team leader Bai mean? Bai Zhou took a sip of water, then solemnly inquired, Teacher Bao, you must have noticed the attendees at today's meeting. Aside from a couple of new teachers and a few ordinary ones, who else was present? After a moment of contemplation, Bao Renshang replied, The principal and a vice principal, and the rest are all at least department head level. He paused, suddenly realizing the implications of his answer as he widened his eyes at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, leaning back in his chair with a smile, watched Bao Renshang's dawning realization. An unsettling thought flickered in Bao Renshang's mind, and he leaned closer, lowering his voice. Team leader Bai, are you suggesting? Bai Zhou interrupted him with a gesture, aware that they shared a mutual understanding. The implication was clear. If those in the inspection team believed themselves to be above scrutiny, they were gravely mistaken. This stern Bauheise was meant to uncover the secrets lurking within the school's hierarchy. What does that mean? I don't understand. Lin Xiao, being somewhat naive, failed to grasp the exchange of glances between the two. Bai Zhou, amused by her bewildered expression, exchanged a knowing smile with Bao Renshang, both remaining silent.
Bao Renshang,
reflecting on the conversation, thought, why didn't I consider that? It seems I must draft a new plan. He glanced apologetically at Bai Zhou, recognizing his prior misunderstanding and feeling a twinge of guilt. I misjudged him. Raising his head, Bao Renshang reclaimed the documents from the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he declared, Team leader Bai, I will prepare a new plan right away. Bai Zhou straightened up, waving his hand to interrupt, saying, this plan is for your eyes only. Bao Renshang was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped Bai Zhou's intent. He would need to include Bai Zhou himself in the inspection process. Regret washed over him for his previous misjudgment, replaced by a newfound respect for Bai Zhou. He stood up and extended his hand, shaking Bai Zhou's firmly. Team leader Bai, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Ding. Obtained recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou smiled, interrupting Bao Renshang's words. I understand completely. Bao Renshang nodded earnestly, then exited the office. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached, pouting as she pinched the soft flesh at Bai Zhou's waist. Bai Zhou instinctively stepped back, looking at her quizzically. What are you doing? Sneaking attacks from behind is dishonorable. With hands on her hips and a pout of feigned indignation, Lin Xiao protested, I don't care. What were you two discussing? Why couldn't I understand anything? And why was he apologizing to you? Bai Zhou stretched lazily, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder in a condescending tone. Little girl, just take your time to comprehend. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, preparing to pounce on Bai Zhou again, when a knock echoed at the office door. She quickly returned to her seat, assuming Bao Renshang had returned, and feigned ignorance of any previous discussion. Bai Zhou shook his head in resignation and called out, Come in.
Brother,
Teacher Bai. Hello, Teacher Lin. Nice to meet you. Shen Guer entered, initially assuming she would find only Bai Zhou, but upon seeing Lin Xiao, she quickly corrected herself. Lin Xiao greeted her with a radiant smile, casting a warning glance at Bai Zhou that seemed to say, Don't think I didn't hear you call him brother. Bai Zhou raised his hands in mock surrender, softly asking Shen Guer, what brings you here? Shen Guer nodded earnestly, and Bai Zhou noticed a glimmer of long-lost light in her eyes, making her appear more beautiful than before. Originally, it was Xiao Yu who intended to find you, but she was called away by the department office, so I came in her stead. She explained her purpose. The Film Society of the School of Media is hosting an event and has reached out to our class. They are organizing a 10 yuan movie day, allowing students from Magic Capital University to watch a film for just 10 yuan. As this is their inaugural event, they are promoting it class by class to maximize its impact. Listening to Shen Guer's introduction, Bai Zhou recalled that such an event indeed existed, particularly since the film Mountains May Depart had yet to be officially released in the country. However, the dean of the School of Media at the University of Magic City, through connections, obtained the films for the June Magic City International Film Festival a week in advance, thus leveraging this opportunity to organize the event. Unfortunately, when Lin Xiao sought feedback on film preferences in class that year, the students showed little interest in art films, favoring those so-called blockbusters instead. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 79. I'll leave right away later. By sheer coincidence, Bai Zhou watched a film that deeply moved him. After viewing it, he felt a pang of regret for not spending 10 yuan to watch the International Film Festival version of Mountains and Rivers. With this thought, Bai Zhou nodded decisively at Shen Guer and declared, This event is absolutely worth participating in. Our class must join. Shen Guer initially nodded in agreement but then furrowed her little nose in contemplation and inquired, Xiao Yu mentioned that this event will incur costs. Will it require separate fees? Or will it be deducted from the class funds? If it's separate, those who wish to attend can pay, while those who don't. Before Xinguo could finish, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Tell the classmates that this event is on me. He glanced at Lin Xiao and softly asked, Teacher Lin, how many students are in your class? 37. Why do you ask? Lin Xiao looked at Bai Zhou, puzzled by his inquiry. Bai Zhou did not respond to Lin Xiao but turned to Xinguo, instructing, Guo, include the number of students from Teacher Lin's class as well. Inform Xiao Yu that I will transfer the funds to her WeChat. Teacher Bai, wait. Lin Xiao began to protest, but Bai Zhou interrupted her with a gesture, signaling Xinguo, just relay my message to Xiao Yu and head back. Xinguo nodded, bidding farewell. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. Goodbye, Teacher Lin. She then turned and skipped out of the office, her long braid bouncing as lively as ever. Bai Zhou, how could you decide without asking for my opinion? Lin Xiao chided him with a mock glare. Bai Zhou shot her a nonchalant glance and retorted, watching a movie doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Consider it my treat. What do you say? Humph. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him, though her cheeks flushed slightly as she mumbled, treating someone to a movie, and it's just 10 yuan. Bai Zhou, unable to catch her words, leaned closer and asked, what did you say? As Lin Xiao found herself face to face with Bai Zhou, her heart raced, and her breath quickened. She quickly replied, I haven't consulted our class about this decision. How can you confirm it for them? Bai Zhou shrugged. If I'm treating them to a movie, what is there to consult? If they have objections, they can pay for themselves. At this point, Lin Xiao realized Bai Zhou had indeed reserved over 70 tickets, amounting to more than 700 yuan. She playfully tapped Bai Zhou on the arm, tilting her head. No way. I'll cover the ticket costs for my class. I can't let you bear the expense. Bai Zhou raised his phone, showing her the transaction record, and waved his hand. Too late. I've already transferred it. Ah! You! Lin Xiao exclaimed, anxiously stomping her feet on the chair. She glared at Bai Zhou, biting her rosy lips, torn between wanting to pinch his side and feeling reluctant to do so. Bai Zhou stood up from his chair, indifferent. Come on. Why are we splitting costs? That would be ungrateful. He picked up his car keys and walked towards the door. Hearing his words, Lin Zhao's face flushed again, and she thought, what is going on today? Memories of Bai Zhou casually draping his arm around her shoulders during a meeting resurfaced, alongside the misunderstanding from teacher Bao Renshang that they were a couple, followed by his current remarks. While Bai Zhou remained unaffected, Lin Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart, reflecting, do we really resemble a couple? Lost in thought, a hint of yearning crossed her face. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Ding. Earned recognition points. 1. Bai Zhou heard the system's notification and turned to find Lin Xiao still lost in her thoughts, prompting him to call out, Lin Xiao, aren't you heading home? You can just stay here. He opened the door and stepped outside. Huh? Lin Xiao snapped back to reality. Wait for me, Bai Zhou, she called out, dashing after him, remembering to lock the office door behind her. The following evening was the weekend, coinciding with the Tenyuan Movie Day event. At 7 o'clock, a group of students from English Class 2, having just finished dinner, accompanied Bai Zhou to the university's own cinema. Yes, the university had its own cinema, a modest auditorium capable of accommodating 100 or 200 people. In addition to the 20 members of the film club, there were students from Bai Zhou's and Lin Zhao's classes, along with a handful of other students, some even seeking a cozy spot for a date. Upon entering the cinema, Bai Zhou helped his students find their seats before choosing a spot towards the back himself. Soon after, the students from English Class 1 arrived, and once seated, Lin Xiao stood on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd. Dressed in a plaid skirt and a fitted shirt, with a pair of slightly sophisticated black shoes, Lin Xiao looked charming. Bai Zhou stood up and waved. Spotting the person she had been searching for, Lin Zhao's face broke into a sweet smile as she walked over to him. Once seated, Lin Xiao leaned in and whispered, I looked up this movie. It has garnered numerous nominations, but it's an art film. Do you think the students will enjoy it? Bai Zhou didn't answer her question, instead inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her. Raising an eyebrow as he asked softly, Did you wear perfume? Lin Xiao shook her head in confusion. No, I didn't. She adorably sniffed her own clothes, feeling a flutter of excitement in her heart. Soon the film began, and the audience fell silent as the lights dimmed. In the corner of Bai Zhou and Lin Xiao's eyes, their heads inadvertently leaned closer together. They both noticed this and exchanged amused glances. As Lin Xiao gazed at Bai Zhou's silhouette illuminated by the screen, her heart raced in sync with the enchanting atmosphere. Before long, a squeaking sound broke the tranquility of the cinema, and it became apparent that two students were becoming increasingly disruptive. While Lin Xiao blushed and focused on the big screen, Bai Zhou could no longer tolerate the disturbance. Frowning, he stood up and tapped one of the boys on the shoulder. Who is it? The boy turned around angrily, his female companion gasping softly and burying her face in her hands. Upon recognizing the student, Bai Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, it's you, he exclaimed. The boy, Zhang Jiawei from the 2014 English Class 2, appeared flustered, his face turning beet red as he stammered, Teacher Bai. You're here too. Bai Zhou had not anticipated that this troublemaker would be engaging in such antics at the cinema. He glared at him. Can you not do such things in public? You're disturbing everyone's movie experience. Zhang Jiawei also caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao, who was gazing in their direction. Although the cinema was shrouded in darkness, he could still vaguely sense her beauty. A flirtatious expression immediately spread across Zhang Jiawei's face as he murmured to Bai Zhou, could it be that Teacher Bai has not brought his girlfriend here? In response, Bai Zhou pretended to strike him, causing Zhang Jiawei to hastily silence himself, awkwardly rising to his feet. Teacher Bai, I shall take my leave immediately. Chapter 80. The Goddesses Taken. This film employs a remarkably understated narrative technique to recount the tale of ordinary individuals, a signature approach of this director hailing from central China. Yet within the actors' unembellished dialogue lies an undercurrent of poignant empathy that tugs at one's heartstrings. When the immigrant son struggled to recall even his own mother's name, Lin Xiao's tear ducts were undeniably stirred. Seated beside her, Bai Zhou gently enveloped her delicate hand with his own. What began as a mere comforting gesture soon sent an electric current through them both. Their bodies trembled in unison, breaths momentarily suspended. Lin Xiao's tear-filled eyes widened in startled realization before her cheeks bloomed crimson. Stealing a furtive glance at Bai Zhou's profile, her pulse raced with flustered thoughts. What is Bai Zhou doing? Could he be? Unbidden images flooded her mind, heating her face as she lowered her head with a barely perceptible shiver. Pull your hand away, her mind screamed, yet her traitorous fingers remained nestled against his palm, even daring to arch slightly into his touch. For Bai Zhou, the sensation was equally arresting. As a perpetually single 24-year-old man, the simple act of holding a woman's hand felt foreign yet intoxicating. Just as he considered withdrawing, the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Approval points 1. Ding! Approval points 1. Watching his points surge by double digits, he turned to study Lin Xiao. Bathed in the theater's dim glow, her shyly tilted head exuded an allure reminiscent of a half-hidden pipa behind silk, a vision that set his heart aflame. His fingers tightened instinctively around hers. Lin Xiao gasped, attempting a feeble retreat that only resulted in her fingers curling more firmly around his. Her damp gaze flickered to him as the system's notifications cascaded anew. Neither could explain how they'd slipped into this lover's dance of tentative advances and coy withdrawals, only that it felt inexorably natural. By film's end, their clasped hands had grown slick with nervous perspiration. Bai Zhou maintained outward composure, though his thoughts strayed dangerously toward less pedagogically appropriate territories. As credits rolled and lights brightened, the once boisterous students sat enveloped in melancholic silence, each confronting the film's meditation on impermanence and farewells. A sudden sob shattered the hush. Approaching the distraught Chun Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiao's tender inquiry was met with male classmates' devastated stares. Following their gaze, she flushed crimson, yanking her hand from Bai Zhou's with an audible pop. The collective heartbreak of Class 1's boys was palpable. Our goddess, claimed by another. Chun Xiaoxiao's tearful collapse into Lin Xiao's arms unveiled deeper wounds, the orphan's irrevocable loss. As female students clustered in murmured comfort, Bai Zhou observed with quiet sorrow before offering. Every soul needs a key to return home, yet each companion walks but a stretch of your road. His seemingly disjointed words crystallized the film's essence, arresting every listener, including Chan Xiao, who lifted her tear-streaked face whispering, "Professor Bai," departing amidst a deluge of system notifications. His points now tantalizingly close to 10,000. Bai Zhou leaned against his Aston Martin beneath a street lamp, cigarette smoke curling into the autumn air. Passing students snapped covert photos captioned "Brooding Beauty" under lamplight, until a scantily clad woman tracing his car's contours with manicured fingers shattered the moment. Bai Zhou's sole thought as she shivered in the November chill. "Where's her coat?" The girl approached Bai Zhou, a hint of spring in her eyes, and softly inquired, "Are you still waiting for someone handsome?" Chapter 81. Fascinated by the dictionary, Bai Zhou furrowed his brows slightly when he spotted Lin Xiao hurrying toward him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "My girlfriend is here." "Huh?" The unfamiliar girl was clearly taken aback by his response. Instinctively, she turned to look. Lin Xiao, bundled in her coat, dashed along the campus path, her slender legs flashing intermittently beneath the hem. Though a teacher, the youthful energy radiating from her as she ran, especially the girlish smile reserved solely for Bai Zhou, made her indistinguishable from the students around her. She arrived breathless, cheeks flushed, casting a wary glance at the stranger before murmuring to Bai Zhou, "Did I keep you waiting?" Bai Zhou extinguished his cigarette with a smile, shaking his head as he opened the passenger door for her. Without sparing the other girl another glance, he slid into the driver's seat and drove off. The girl stood frozen, staring blankly at the receding taillights. Just then, 3 other girls approached, laughing and teasing. Pay up, I won." The other 2 reluctantly pulled out their phones, grumbling, "Xiao Yuer has never failed before. Who knew she'd strike out this time?" One of them retorted, "Did you see his girlfriend? She is stunning." The winner, pocketing the transferred money, smirked knowingly. "Xiao Yuer didn't lose for nothing. Do you know who that guy is?" Curiosity piqued. Even Xiao Yuer snapped out of her daze. The girl puffed out her modest chest. "Remember that photo on Xiao Xing's Weibo? The teacher from our school?" Collective gasp. "Professor Bai." The other 2 shook their heads at Xiao Yuer. This loss wasn't in vain. Yet, upon learning his identity, Xiao Yuer's eyes gleamed with determination. "Professor Bai, huh? Just you wait." Unaware of the seed he deplanted, Bai Zhou wouldn't have cared even if he knew. She wasn't his type. The one he favored was seated beside him now. The atmosphere in the car was oddly charged after their earlier closeness in the cinema. "So," Bai Zhou began, only to be interrupted by Lin Xiao's ringing phone. Startling them both, she stuck out her tongue apologetically before answering. Before she could speak, an urgent voice crackled through. Xiao, is this old English glossary on your desk yours?" "Huh? What?" Lin Xiao was baffled. "The notes in your notebook, the etymologies of those old English words. Where did you?" Recognition dawned. "Oh, those? I copied them from a dictionary." Her gaze flickered guiltily toward Bai Zhou. "A dictionary?" The voice exploded. What dictionary could possibly have such detailed entries? Lin Xiao hesitated, but the caller barreled on. "Do you still have it? I'm coming to your apartment now." "Wait!" The line went dead before she could protest. "Who was that?" Bai Zhou asked, noting her flustered expression. Lin Xiao bit her lip. "My dad. He said he's coming over. To our place." "Our place." The phrase slipped out unintentionally, staining her cheeks pink the moment she realized it. Bai Zhou's eyes widened. "Your dad? How did he find out so fast?" Lin Xiao blinked before understanding his implication. She flushed deeper, swatting his arm. "Don't be ridiculous. It's not like that." Hastily, she explained, "Remember when I copied some notes from that casual scribble dictionary of yours? I left my notebook at home, and Dad saw it." Bai Zhou recalled. "All right, you mentioned he's part of some amateur linguistics group. So, he's interested in the dictionary?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Seems like it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be rushing over." Bai Zhou waved it off. "No big deal. I thought." "Stop." She covered her burning face, pouting adorably enough to make his heart skip. They barely stepped inside when Lin Xiao gasped, grabbing his arm. "Bai Zhou, I just realized. I never told Dad you're a man." "What?" So her parents hadn't been shockingly liberal about their daughter cohabiting with a male roommate. She simply omitted that detail. Before he could react, Her phone rang again. It's Dad. Yes, here. She dashed out to meet him. Bai Zhou felt no impending meet the parents' dread. After all, their relationship was still undefined. Except, he couldn't seem to locate that dictionary.
Moments later.
Lin Xiao unlocked the door, ushering in a bespectacled middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed beard. The man scrutinized the apartment approvingly under the bright living room lights. Nice place. Must cost a fortune in rent? Lin Xiao opened her mouth to reply, but her father's attention snapped to Bai Zhou, who was rummaging through a stack of books in the corner. Bai Zhou, this is my father. Rising, Bai Zhou straightened his clothes and extended a hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. The man stiffened. And you are? Lin Xiao cut in hastily. Dad, this is my landlord. And my roommate. What? Mr. Lin's voice skyrocketed. Pointing at his daughter, he sputtered. This is outrageous. Seeing her father's impending eruption, Lin Xiao blurted, Dad, weren't you here for the dictionary? Bai Zhou wrote it. Silence. Chapter 82. Just scribbling no. Pack your things and leave immediately. Lin's father, pointing at Lin Xiao, suddenly halted upon hearing her words. What did you say? What did you just say? He swiftly turned to gaze at the young man before him, who appeared to be of similar age to his daughter. Dad, that dictionary was written by Bai Zhou. Lin Xiao, relieved that her father had shifted his focus, reiterated her statement. Lin's father immediately displayed a look of skepticism and directed his gaze towards Bai Zhou, asking, You study Old English? Bai Zhou stroked his chin and shook his head, replying, Is that even worth studying? What did you say? Lin's father seethed at Bai Zhou's audacity. However, Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the tension, as he was merely speaking the truth. That dictionary was just something I casually wrote when I had some free time. You. Lin's father's beard trembled as he glared, clearly infuriated. Dad, please don't get upset. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to support her father. Is this the person you mentioned, the one who wrote the dictionary? So arrogant for someone so young. Lin's father looked at Lin Xiao with disappointment, while Bai Zhou furrowed his brows and shook his head. What did I say? How is it arrogant? Everything I said is true. You. Lin's father, exasperated, was about to speak when Lin Xiao interjected, casting a reproachful glance at Bai Zhou. Dad, what Bai Zhou said is indeed true. He casually wrote that. Lin's father shot a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao. Xiao, are you trying to amuse your father? Seeing her father's disbelief, Lin Xiao felt helpless, as she too had taken a long time to accept this fact when she first learned it. Turning to Bai Zhou, she urged, Bai Zhou, why not show him the manuscript? This stubborn old man doesn't even believe his own daughter. Are you kidding me? Lin's father was initially furious, but he couldn't genuinely scold Lin Xiao. Is there really a manuscript? Seeing his daughter's earnest expression, Lin's father felt a flicker of hope that perhaps this young man could indeed produce the manuscript for the dictionary. However, disappointment soon washed over both Lin father and daughter. Bai Zhou shrugged helplessly, saying, I don't know where it ended up. I've searched everywhere and can't find it. What? Such an important item. And you lost it so carelessly? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Lin's father could no longer contain himself. Now he comprehended what Bai Zhou meant by casually writing it. Even if he had created such a dictionary, losing it without a second thought seemed entirely plausible. With a heavy sigh, Lin's father coldly told Lin Xiao, You need to pack your things and return home immediately. If it weren't for that dictionary, would I have come all this way just to be kept in the dark? Since there's no dictionary, why did you want me to come here at this hour? He shot a glare at Bai Zhou, now convinced that he was somehow luring away his precious daughter. Oh, Dad, the dictionary really exists. Lin Xiao pouted, tugging at her father's arm. Lin's father, unable to resist her charm, relented. All right, even if it exists, where is it? Show it to me. What do you mean, even if it exists? Clearly it does. Do you think your daughter could create anything resembling what you've seen in that manuscript? Lin's father pondered and realized the truth in her words. The comparative analysis of 4 languages was something even their association lacked, let alone Lin Xiao, who had never studied Old English. Then how? Lin's father's resolve began to waver. Bai Zhou shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Although he didn't particularly care about the dictionary, it was relevant to Lin Xiao, so he suggested, "How about I write another one?" Ha ha ha. Bai Zhou's suggestion elicited laughter from Lin's father, who regarded him and remarked, "Young man, regardless of whether that dictionary is indeed yours, no author can perfectly memorize their work after just one writing." Bai Zhou shrugged nonchalantly and turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "Bring me some paper and a pen, all right?" Lin Xiao nodded enthusiastically and dashed upstairs. "You, Xiao Xiao." Lin's father watched his daughter eagerly fetch the supplies for Bai Zhou, realizing she never listened to him with such enthusiasm at home. He shot a jealous glare at Bai Zhou, thinking, "Let us see if you can actually write it." Lin Xiao soon returned with the requested items, and Bai Zhou settled onto the sofa, propping his feet on the coffee table as he began to write. Lin Xiao even poured a glass of water for Lin's father. Just as Lin's father lifted the cup to his lips, he froze, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. Bai Zhou picked up the pen and, without a moment's hesitation, began to write fervently. Is he just scribbling nonsense? Lin's father's initial instinct kicked in. He leaned in closer, unable to contain his curiosity. Hiss! Lin's father gasped, dumbfounded as he observed Bai Zhou's rapid writing. This is a comparison of Old English, Modern English, Classical Chinese, and Modern Chinese. It's even more detailed than what Xiao Xiao copied. In an instant, Lin's father lifted his gaze, astonished, and thought, this young man has truly created a dictionary that has never before existed? How is that possible? Is so young. Even the seasoned scholars I've brought to the association. As Bai Zhou continued to write, Lin's father's astonishment only deepened, and he began to regret his earlier attitude towards Bai Zhou. Suddenly, he elevated Bai Zhou's status in his mind significantly. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou heard the notification chimes, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Lin Xiao, who was witnessing Bai Zhou's first-hand writing for the first time. Although she believed it was Bai Zhou's work, she was taken aback by the casualness with which he approached such a task. Now she fully comprehended the meaning behind Bai Zhou's nonchalant demeanor when he casually claimed, I just wrote it for fun. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Ding! Earned 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou, having written 2 pages of A4 paper, noticed that Lin's father and daughter were still staring at him in disbelief. He lifted his head, stretching his wrist, and remarked, Uncle Lin, a dictionary cannot be completed in a single evening. Oh. Lin's father, hearing Bai Zhou's voice, snapped out of his stupor. He looked at Bai Zhou, his face flushed with embarrassment and a hint of apology, saying, casting a hopeful glance at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao playfully rolled her eyes at Bai Zhou. Yes. Mr. Bai, I must apologize for earlier. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right, Uncle Lin. It's only human nature. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's response, Lin's father regarded him with newfound admiration, silently giving him a thumbs up in his mind, thinking, at such a tender age, he remains unfazed by praise or criticism, showcasing a remarkable talent and ability. In this state of mind, Father Lin glanced at Lin Xiao and instinctively thought, having Xiao Xiao reside here is indeed a commendable choice. Chapter 83, System Upgrade. Mr. Lin was about to speak when Bai Zhou gently interrupted him, saying, Uncle Lin, you are my elder. You may simply call me Bai Zhou. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou felt a thrill of excitement at the system's notifications. If all went well, he would accumulate enough points for the computer today. Hearing Bai Zhou's warm words, Mr. Lin felt a surge of happiness and lowered his voice to inquire, Bai Zhou, where are you from? How is your family? Do you have a girlfriend? Well? Bai Zhou understood the implications behind the questions and instinctively glanced at Lin Xiao. Upon hearing her father's inquiries, Lin Xiao immediately grasped their meaning, her face flushing crimson as she lightly scolded her father. Dad, what are you saying? Ha. Why be afraid to ask? Mr. Lin chuckled, then shifted the conversation to the main topic, turning to Bai Zhou earnestly and stating, Bai Zhou, on behalf of the Shanghai Foreign Language Association, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Bai Zhou looked into Mr. Lin's expectant eyes and then at Lin Xiao, but he was not one inclined towards research. Moreover, the association studies were things he could casually exchange for through the system. As he pondered how to decline Mr. Lin continued, Bai Zhou, although our association is a grassroots organization, our benefits are substantial and we can. Not wanting to hear a long list of enticing offers, Bai Zhou quickly raised his hand to stop him. Uncle Lin, how about this? I can provide you with this so-called dictionary. If the association needs assistance in the future, you may inform Xiao and I will do my utmost. However, joining the association is not something I can accept. Though he did not explicitly state his reasons, Mr. Lin would not press further. Despite the visible disappointment in his eyes, a hint of ambiguity flickered as he glanced at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, having caught Bai Zhou's address of her as Xiao for the first time, felt her face heat up and looked shyly at Bai Zhou, thinking to herself, what is Bai Zhou doing? Isn't this going to give my dad the wrong idea? Then, she reconsidered. Bai Zhou's refusal to join the association meant that if her father had issues within it, she could approach him for help. Did that mean he was helping her father because of her? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Xiao's breath quickened, a sweet sensation blooming in her heart. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. Ding! Gained 1 recognition point. The hour grows late. I shall not intrude further, Mr. Lin remarked, discussing the dictionary briefly with Bai Zhou before rising to leave. Dad, what are you saying? Lin Xiao exclaimed, her father's words laden with implications. She shot a glance at him, her heart racing when she caught Bai Zhou's gaze, and quickly looked down. Bai Zhou, feeling helpless, thought to himself, this father is quite audacious. Nevertheless, he stood and, as he retrieved the car keys from the table, said, Uncle Lin, it's getting late. Let me drive you home. You have a car? Mr. Lin was somewhat taken aback, considering Bai Zhou's young age, wealth, and talent. It was no surprise that anyone would feel pleased upon meeting him. Bai Zhou noticed that Mr. Lin's gaze held an expression as if he had struck gold, akin to viewing a prospective son-in-law. However, Mr. Lin waved his hand in refusal, pointing to the 2 pages Bai Zhou had just written. No need, Bai Zhou. I'll take these pages with me. I won't return home just yet. I'm heading over to my old buddy's place. If he sees this, he might leap 3 feet high. Dad, it's quite late. You should. Lin Xiao looked at the clock, which was nearing 10 o'clock. She was concerned about her father being out alone. Yet Mr. Lin waved dismissively. Don't worry. If it gets too late, I'll stay at Lies. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mr. Lin carefully folded the 2 A4 pages and placed them in his pocket, leaving with satisfaction. Once the door closed, the atmosphere in the room turned subtly strange. Although the two had been living together for nearly a month and had grown accustomed to each other, today felt unusually charged. Lin Xiao fidgeted with her fingers, lowering her head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, somewhat oblivious to the romantic tension, was ecstatic as the system informed him that his points had surpassed 10,000. He observed Lin Xiao's demeanor and understood her thoughts, taking a few gentle steps forward. Lin Xiao, startled like a frightened deer, instinctively took a step back, panic flashing in her eyes as she stammered. And no, that's not. Bai Zhou, perplexed, asked, what do you mean not allowed? Realizing her earlier state, Lin Xiao's face flushed once more as she turned and hurried upstairs, mumbling anxiously, it's late. We should rest early. I'm going to sleep. She fled to her room, slamming the door behind her. Bai Zhou chuckled at Lin Xiao's adorable retreat, shaking his head with amusement before returning to his own room, eager to access the system store. At last, system. Exchange for the system-produced computer. Host, are you sure you wish to consume 10,000 points to purchase this item? Upon hearing the system's request for confirmation, a first occurrence, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, feeling a peculiar sensation arise within him. Wait a moment, Bai Zhou quickly inquired. Does this item hold any special significance? The ever-mechanical voice responded as usual. Please explore on your own. Bai Zhou scoffed internally at the system's dismissal and found himself wavering on whether or not to make the purchase. However, with his substantial points, the system-produced computer was the most valuable item available. With a determined sigh, he made his decision. Confirmed. Ding. The host's recognition is acknowledged. 10,000 points have been deducted. As the system's voice faded, Bai Zhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the system world in his mind rippled momentarily before settling back into calm. He wondered why the system world had felt disoriented after his purchase. Was it a VIP consumption effect? Regardless, he was eager to see the computer he had longed for, promptly asking, "System, will this computer be delivered as before?" He pondered whether the delivery personnel would be working overtime for the system. Ding. System initializing. Ding. Preparing components for upgrade. Ding. System upgrade complete. What is this? An upgrade? What does that entail? In the next moment, a melodious voice echoed in Bai Zhou's ear. "Welcome, host, to the system space." Ah! Bai Zhou listened to the system's remarkably humanized voice and suddenly sensed a transformation within it. Previously, the system's prompts had been purely mechanical, akin to Siri's voice. Yet now, it had morphed into a sweet, feminine tone, infused with emotions that were seemingly non-existent in machinery. What could this mean? Chapter 84. Abundant rewards. What is happening? Once again, the sweet voice of the system echoed, startling Bai Zhou as he emerged from the system's space. Who is speaking? The voice led Bai Zhou to mistakenly believe that Lin Xiao had entered his room to answer his question, which was somewhat frightening. Immediately, that melodious female voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation, resonated in Bai Zhou's mind. "Host, we have been together for 2 months. Can you not recognize my voice? Is it the system?" Bai Zhou ventured hesitantly. The system promptly replied, Yes, host, please proceed." Bai Zhou now confirmed that it was indeed the voice of the system. However, he was perplexed by its sudden human-like transformation. The unexpected shift caught him off guard. "System, how have you changed like this?" "Host, it's quite simple. I have upgraded." "Upgraded?" Bai Zhou was bewildered by the notion that the system could undergo an upgrade. Could it be due to my direct expenditure of 10,000 points? Was that the catalyst for this transformation? The system seemed to grasp Bai Zhou's confusion and encouraged him. "Please, host, open the system mall and discover for yourself." Instinctively, Bai Zhou opened the system mall, and the first item that caught his eye was the system-produced computer. However, it was accompanied by an unmistakable dark golden serial number, LV2. Moreover, the price had skyrocketed to 100,000 points. LV2. So, purchasing this item is essentially upgrading you. Although Bai Zhou could not see the system's physical form, he felt an odd sense of affirmation, as if the system had nodded in agreement. "Indeed, host, as a system, I require upgrades just like a computer system in your world. Then why not simply announce a system upgrade? Why label it as a system-produced computer for the purpose of upgrading? That reasoning seems rather tenuous." Bai Zhou continued to express his grievances towards the system. The system, now evidently imbued with human-like qualities, responded with an awkward, Hearing the system's demeanor, Bai Zhou could only smile wryly at his depleted points, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have redeemed that item. It cost me a whole 10,000 points. I might as well have exchanged some money to buy a high-performance computer." At that moment, the system emitted a light-hearted giggle. He. Thus the system's objective has been achieved. What? Bai Zhou realized that the system had thoroughly understood his psyche. Aware that he would not proactively save up 10,000 points just to upgrade the system, opting instead to spend it all at once, Bai Zhou disdainfully remarked, "A cunning merchant, a brazen merchant." The system, clearly perplexed by this accusation, retorted, "Host, prior to my upgrade, I lacked this current level of cognition and would merely perform my designated tasks. Therefore, the term merchant should not be applied to me." Casting a glance at the ethereal space, Bai Zhou pondered the implication of the system's newfound independent thought, a peculiar sense of unease bubbling within him. "So what does that mean for you now?" The system solemnly declared, "Rest assured, host, the system is unequivocally loyal to you, committed to fulfilling any requests you may have, and will share in your fortunes and misfortunes." Bai Zhou felt reassured, believing the system's words. With a resigned shake of his head, he muttered, "Fine, if it's an upgrade, so be it. I'll figure out a way to buy my own computer later." He then inquired of the system what changes have occurred post-upgrade. Surely it cannot be limited to merely a more human-like manner of speech? The system, seemingly eager to answer Bai Zhou's queries, responded with the system's upgrade. All items previously redeemed by the host will simultaneously receive upgrades. Upgrade? I don't feel any different. Bai Zhou expressed his confusion, as he had believed the items he had redeemed were already formidable. Otherwise, the dictionary wouldn't have materialized so easily. The system explained, Host, do you recall entering an unconscious state when the system adjusted your bodily functions? Indeed, after exchanging for combat skills, Bai Zhou would awaken the next morning at 5:30 after the system made adjustments. It appeared that this upgrade was akin to the previous instances, as the system was elucidating its changes rather than directly enhancing its capabilities. Bai Zhou nodded in understanding but skeptically asked, Is that all? Certainly not. The system promptly refuted. Following the upgrade, 3 reward items will be issued to the host, distributed after the system has fully upgraded. Moreover, I currently have no knowledge of the nature of these rewards. Bai Zhou, exasperated, threw up his hands. Although rewards and upgrades were involved, they somewhat alleviated the sting of his depleted points. Exiting the system space, he lay heavily on his bed and murmured, Let the upgrade commence. When Bai Zhou next opened his eyes, it was already 5:30 the following morning. As his consciousness returned, the system's sweet voice resounded once more. Host, the rewards have been issued. Will you accept them? Bai Zhou nodded, and in the next instant, the system proclaimed, Congratulations, Host, you have acquired proficiency in music, mastery in board games, and a perfect enhancement of personal charisma. Bai Zhou was taken aback. Is that it? What utility do these rewards hold for me at this moment? The realization that he had expended 10,000 points for such inconsequential items gnawed at him, especially when he could have purchased them individually for less. Host, the cumulative value of these 3 rewards amounts to 7,500 recognition points for acquisition. Considering the enhancement of your previous abilities and the system's upgrade, Host, these rewards are indeed quite generous. Bai Zhou scoffed, questioning the practicality of these rewards and their relevance to his current situation. Nevertheless, with the die cast, he chose not to dwell on it, shrugged, and rose to wash up and prepare breakfast. Just as he placed breakfast on the table, he heard the sound of a door opening upstairs. Lin Xiao appeared, donned in a loose-fitting nightgown, clutching a large doll while yawning widely. What are we having for breakfast today? Without raising his head, Bai Zhou replied, Same as usual. Wash your face and come to eat when you wake up. Lin Xiao, still half asleep, responded with a sleepy "oh." As she rubbed her eyes and looked at Bai Zhou, she froze. She realized that Bai Zhou had changed. Wah! What happened? Why does it seem like Bai Zhou is? No, that's not right. As her thoughts raced, she hurriedly bounded downstairs, arriving before Bai Zhou and staring at him in bewilderment. Bai Zhou waved his hand in front of Lin Xiao's face, asking, What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?
No.
Nothing. Lin Xiao appeared flustered, hastily sitting at the dining table and lowering her head to sip her porridge. Yet, her mind was filled with curiosity. Why do I feel like Bai Zhou seems even more charming than before? No, it's more than that. He seems to exude a greater allure. As she pondered, Lin Xiao lifted her head and stole a glance at Bai Zhou, who was drinking porridge. Or perhaps, he has always been like this, and I only just noticed today. Suddenly, memories of yesterday's events resurfaced, and the embellishments of spices transformed Lin Xiao's state of mind, leaving her in a daze, contemplating. Could it be that beauty is seen through the eyes of a lover? Shaw! Lin Xiao, what are you thinking? How could such thoughts cross your mind? As she pondered, Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, unaware that even Bai Zhou did not recognize that such elements were the very essence of enhancing personal charm to perfection. Chapter 85. Autumn Basketball Tournament on Monday. As Bai Zhou settled into his office chair, the telephone on his desk rang once more. Glancing at the ringing phone, Bai Zhou pondered who could be calling at such an hour. Hello? Hello, is this Bai Zhou's office? Upon recognizing the voice, Bai Zhou realized it was Qin Chong, the head of the foreign language department. What could he possibly want from me, an English tutor? Hello, Director Qin. How may I assist you?
Bai Lao Si.
The campus indoor basketball tournament is about to commence. Would you be interested in taking on the role of coach for our department's team? A slight smile crept across Bai Zhou's lips. He had anticipated this moment. He had long prepared for the position of basketball coach, but had yet to seize the opportunity to express his desire. Now, without needing to voice it himself, the department head had approached him directly. However, Bai Zhou was well aware that Qin Chong, in his 60s, was not particularly knowledgeable about basketball, having served as the department's coach for some time. This was a concern Bai Zhou had noted previously. While the players from the foreign language department were quite skilled, they consistently fell short of the top 8 due to inadequate coaching. Bai Zhou naturally began to decline. Director Qin, haven't you always been our coach? The players are quite accustomed to your style. Wouldn't it be a problem to switch coaches so suddenly? Bai Lausher, please don't be modest. I've seen your basketball skills on video, and it stirred my own passions. To be frank, I'm quite hopeless when it comes to basketball. At my age, I doubt I could learn anything new. Thus, this position must be yours. Listening to Qin Chong's candid admission, Bai Zhou chuckled and replied, All right then, I accept the task you've entrusted to me, but I cannot guarantee the results. Qin Chong laughed heartily. Bai Lausher, how could the results be worse than what I've achieved? Let us not get carried away. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Leaning back in his chair, Bai Zhou wore a satisfied smile. He opened the contact list for the English class of 2014 and dialed a number. Soon the call connected, and a groggy voice responded. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Jiawei. Please come to my office. With that, Bai Zhou hung up. On the other end, Zhang Jiawei, still half asleep and oblivious, tossed the phone aside, grumbling, Who is this? Calling so early? Just as he rolled over, panic struck, and he bolted upright upon realizing the missed call. Oh no, this is bad. His exclamation startled the other 3 roommates in the dormitory, one of whom hurled a peculiar cup that narrowly missed Zhang Jiawei's head. What's all the commotion? Can't a person sleep? Ignoring the complaints, Zhang Jiawei quickly got dressed and raced toward the washroom. 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at Bai Zhou's office door. Come in. Zhang Jiawei timidly pushed the door open, wearing a sheepish grin, his hair still unkempt. Hee, Bai Lausher, you called for me? Bai Zhou cast a sideways glance at him, fully aware that few second-year students were awake at such an hour, especially someone as rebellious as Zhang Jiawei. Observing his disheveled appearance, Bai Zhou teasingly inquired, What's this? Did your girlfriend keep you up all night? Even Zhang Jiawei, known for his thick skin, flushed with embarrassment. Bai Lausher, that's not it. I was just playing games with my roommates until late. All right, let us skip the chit-chat. You're the captain of our department's basketball team, correct? Zhang Jiawei paused, processing the question. The basketball team? Yes, Bai Lausher, what's up? Bai Zhou took a sip of water and continued. The autumn indoor basketball tournament is about to start. You're aware, I presume? Yes. Director Qin sent out a notification. Bai Zhou nodded. Good. I have a task for you as captain. Gather your teammates at the indoor basketball court at 5 p.m. today, and also send out a notice to recruit new players. Zhang Jiawei stood there, stunned, trying to comprehend Bai Zhou's instructions. Recruit players? Gather? For what? Training? Who's going to train? After a moment of bewilderment, realization dawned on him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Bai Lausher, are you saying you're our coach this year? Bai Zhou smiled at him, saying nothing, which was confirmation enough. Really? Zhang Jiawei's voice soared an octave higher. This is fantastic. Bai Lausher. No, coach. I knew it. Our team finally has hope this year. Zhang Jiawei jubilantly jumped twice on the floor, having long wished for Bai Zhou to coach the basketball team, as he deeply admired his basketball prowess. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou looked at Zhang Jiawei, astonished. What has this fellow done to achieve such a rapid increase? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, Host, following the system upgrade, the base recognition points have increased to 10. How about that? A worthwhile improvement, wouldn't you agree? This was indeed the best news Bai Zhou had received. It appeared that earnings were now tenfold compared to before. Go prepare. Bai Zhou waved Zhang Jiawei off. Right away, Bai Lausher. With that, Zhang Jiawei dashed out of the office without a backward glance. He didn't stop until he burst back into the dormitory, kicking the door open with a loud bang. The team's previous point guard, startled, tumbled off his bed, drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "What is going on? An earthquake!" The other two roommates shot up from their beds as well. "Earthquake? What earthquake? Get up! We've got work to do!" Zhang Jiawei shouted. Thwack! 2 pillows flew through the air toward Zhang Jiawei's face. "Are you out of your mind? Making such a fuss?" Zhang Jiawei dodged 1 pillow, but the second hit him squarely on the face. Yet, he wore a grin as he announced, "Get up! The indoor basketball tournament is starting, and Bai Lauscher is our new coach." The bespectacled roommate, who had just gotten into bed, stumbled and collided with the mattress, yet the pain could not overshadow his elation. He jumped up, clad only in his underwear, and rushed to Zhang Jiawei, gripping his collar. "What did you say? Repeat that." Zhang Jiawei shrugged off the grip and waved dismissively. "I don't care if you join or not. I'm heading to recruit new players. Goodbye." With that, he turned and exited the dormitory. "Wait for me." As Zhang Jiawei exited the dormitory, the bespectacled fellow hastily donned a garment and rushed out, clutching a basin. The other 2 individuals leapt from their beds, exclaiming, "Count me in." Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was savoring tea in his office when a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Ding! Earned 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou shook his head, thinking to himself, no need to ponder. It must be that ruckus caused by Zhang Jiawei. Chapter 86. Coach, I want to play basketball. During lunchtime, Bai Zhou naturally accompanied Lin Xiao to the cafeteria. Although they had walked this path together for 2 months, Bai Zhou remained unaffected, while Lin Xiao's mindset had transformed. She now obediently lagged half a step behind Bai Zhou as they walked. After all, Lin Xiao had never been in a romantic relationship, and she was still uncertain about the nature of her connection with Bai Zhou. However, the tranquil stroll through the campus had a unique sweetness to it. Suddenly, Lin Xiao broke the silence, as if an epiphany had struck her. "Bai Zhou, my dad looked at the new dictionary you gave him yesterday. He would like to invite you to his association tonight to discuss it." Over the weekend, Bai Zhou had rewritten the dictionary and found himself more adept with each stroke, uncovering issues he had previously overlooked, including the origins of every letter. He attributed this transformation to the upgrade of his English proficiency system. Bai Zhou nodded and replied, "All right, I will be at the indoor basketball court at 5 this afternoon. You can come find me and we can drive there together." At 5 in the afternoon, Bai Zhou arrived punctually at the indoor basketball court. As he entered the venue, he was greeted by an amusing sight. Freshman Wang Boyu was lounging in a chair with his legs crossed, while the upperclassman Zhang Jiawei and his roommates squatted nearby, listening attentively to Wang Boyu's animated storytelling. Surrounding them were a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces, all adopting the same posture. Wang Boyu, with a dramatic flair, exclaimed, "Let me tell you, our counselor, when he stood at the podium during the first-class meeting, exuded such charm and presence that it felt as if the whole world revolved around him. He is the only male idol in our class." Some unfamiliar faces, although aware of Bai Zhou's renown, had yet to see him in person and suspected that Wang Boyu was exaggerating, muttering, "Is it really that impressive? I can't believe it." Just as Wang Boyu was about to respond, Zhang Jiawei, a sophomore, swiftly delivered a playful slap to the back of that person's head, scolding, "What are you saying? How dare you question Teacher Bai?" The person, rubbing the back of his head and feeling wronged, was about to protest when Zhang Jiawei suddenly fell to the ground, leaving a clear footprint on his backside. Zhang Jiawei covered his nose, preparing to shout in indignation, "Who the hell?" But his voice abruptly halted, and his expression transformed into one of obsequiousness as he smiled. Teacher Bai." "No, Coach, when did you arrive?" Bai Zhou remained silent, while Wang Boyu quickly sprang to his feet, eagerly placing his chair behind Bai Zhou with an innocent grin. "Teacher Bai, please have a seat." The students who had previously met Bai Zhou stood up, greeting him respectfully and excitedly. Those encountering Bai Zhou for the first time were struck by his youthfulness. Their initial thought was, how can he be so young? But that quickly shifted to, why does he exude such an alluring aura or charm? It was astonishing that such thoughts could arise among a group of male students. The boy who had just been playfully reprimanded by Zhang Jiawei now wholeheartedly believed Wang Boyu's account. From the moment Bai Zhou appeared, without uttering a single word, the reactions of the upperclassmen and Bai Zhou's intangible presence created an overwhelming sense of admiration. Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Ding! Gained 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system's notifications and inquired, "System, do you know what's going on?" There have been several unexpected increases in recognition points today. The system playfully sighed before responding. Host, have you forgotten that your personal charm has reached perfection? If an immature girl were to see you, she would likely fall for you. Bai Zhou felt a bit embarrassed by the system's explanation. So, his looks could actually be a tool for gaining favor? He dismissed his curiosity about the recognition points and waved at the excited basketball team members. All right, stand in 2 lines and let the newcomers step forward. Zhang Jiawei, embodying the demeanor of a basketball team captain, turned to the team members and commanded, "Hurry up, line up as coach says, form 2 lines, and the 5 new recruits step forward." Wang Boyu was among the new recruits. Within 20 seconds, 3 rows of players stood orderly before Bai Zhou. As he gazed upon them, his mind constructed complex data frameworks. His brain worked frantically, relaying information. Wang Boyu, weak lower body strength, needs to focus on lower body training in the initial phase. Zhang Jiawei, relatively coordinated body strength but lacking basketball IQ, unsuitable for organizing plays. Bai Zhou pondered the information flooding his mind, realizing, last time, he had analyzed each player's characteristics based on their movements during a game, but now, he could derive such detailed analyses merely by their presence before him. This change was undoubtedly a result of the upgrade. Just as Bai Zhou prepared to deliver his speech, a bright female voice called from the entrance of the basketball court. "Coach, I want to play basketball." Bai Zhou turned to see Chen Xiaoxiao standing at the door. He raised an eyebrow, wondering, what is she doing here? Playing basketball? Is she joking? Before Bai Zhou could respond, Zhang Jiawei interjected, This junior, we're the men's basketball team. The female players are probably at the hot pot restaurant. Are you in the wrong place? No, I am not in the wrong place. I want to learn basketball from Teacher Bai. Chen Xiaoxiao replied with determination, looking expectantly at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou remained silent, as the upgraded basketball proficiency system conveyed 4 words to him. A potential talent. He regarded Chen Xiaoxiao, who had shed her tomboy makeup and appeared fresh-faced, neither exceptionally beautiful nor unattractive, and thought, this girl genuinely wants to learn basketball. It was evident how crucial first impressions were. As Chen Xiaoxiao's past tomboy image was hard to shake off, Zhang Jiawei, growing impatient, said, "Junior, we are about to start training. Please leave for now." Bai Zhou raised his hand to stop Zhang Jiawei and asked Chen Xiaoxiao earnestly, "Are you sure you want to learn basketball from me?" Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, Chen Xiaoxiao felt a glimmer of hope and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I am determined." Bai Zhou smiled subtly, a hint of intrigue dancing on his lips. "I hope you won't regret it." Chapter 87. Name your price upon receiving Bai Zhou's approval. Chen Xiaoxiao joyfully dashed into the group, positioning herself beside Wang Boyu. As she drew closer, she observed Bai Zhou and was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Teacher Bai seemed somewhat different. Wang Boyu, recognizing Chen Xiaoxiao, whispered, "What are you doing here? Do you even know how to play basketball?" Chen Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Mind your own business." "Hey, my temper." Just as Wang Boyu was about to retort, Bai Zhou interjected, "I just informed Chen Xiaoxiao of this, and now I share it with all of you. Having chosen to learn basketball with me, there is no room for regret. However, should anyone wish to withdraw during the training process, I shall not impede." As Bai Zhou spoke, he noticed several male players gazing distractedly behind him, wondering what had captured their attention. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Why does everyone appear so unfocused? What is going on?" At that moment, Zhang Jiawei pointed toward Bai Zhou's back, murmuring with a hint of mischief, "Coach, your girlfriend is here." "Girlfriend?" Bai Zhou instinctively turned around, only to see Lin Xiao, gracefully standing at the entrance, adorned in a flowing dress and a trench coat. holding a handbag in each hand. The soft rays of the evening sun illuminated her from behind, casting a goddess-like glow around her. Upon catching Bai Zhou's gaze, Lin Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled, waving at him. Bai Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how the misunderstanding had arisen during their last encounter at the cinema. He shot Zhang Jiawei a glare, who had initially worn a suggestive grin, but upon meeting Bai Zhou's gaze, his expression shifted to one of feigned innocence. Wang Boyu, however, was intrigued, quietly asking, "Teacher Bai, are you and Teacher Lin?" and gestured with 2 thumbs up. Before Bai Zhou could respond, Chen Xiaoxiao stomped her foot heavily onto Wang Boyu's, exclaiming, "Hey, why did you step on my foot? Ow, why did you step on me?" Wang Boyu protested, but Chen Xiaoxiao coldly replied, "Your smile was too lewd." During their initial meeting, Bai Zhou refrained from saying much, merely outlining the daily training schedule and his plans before calling for dismissal. The primary reason for this brevity was that his expertise in basketball now endowed him with remarkable capabilities, and he intended to design targeted training plans for each individual. As Bai Zhou drove with Lin Xiao, they made their way to the Shanghai Foreign Language Association organized by Lin's father. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao discreetly observed Bai Zhou, noting the evident changes in him over the past 3 days, yet she could not pinpoint what had altered. At the entrance of the association, Lin's father awaited alongside an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Upon parking, Bai Zhou and Lin Xiao entered, where the 2 older men approached them. The elder Bai Zhou had not met before, warmly extended his hand, his dim eyes sparkling with delight. "You must be Mr. Bai. I am Li Bowen." Bai Zhou politely shook Li Bowen's hand, smiling. "Mr. Li, please, just call me Bai Zhou, as you are my elder." To Bai Zhou's surprise, Li Bowen shook his head earnestly, stating, "No, Mr. Bai, your dictionary truly humbles me." His expression bore a hint of bitterness as he spoke. Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, wary of any further remarks that might wound the elderly man's pride. The 2 gentlemen led Bai Zhou into the association's main hall, with Lin Xiao quietly trailing behind. The corridor was adorned with portraits of esteemed members, the first being Lin Chang, the president of the Shanghai Foreign Language Association and Lin Zhao's father. The second was Li Bowen, identified as a professor of classical English, renowned as the foremost authority in the field. Bai Zhou silently acknowledged the illustrious reputation of Li Bowen's research in Old English, though he considered himself a notable exception. Unbeknownst to Li Bowen, who was oblivious to Bai Zhou's thoughts, the potential revelation of such could have caused great embarrassment. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou's admiration was sincere. Dedicating oneself to the study of a rare language and achieving prominence is indeed a remarkable feat. As they walked further, in an inconspicuous corner of the corridor, 2 elderly gentlemen were fervently engaged in a spirited discussion over a chessboard. Lin's father gestured dismissively at them, saying, "Don't mind those 2 old men. They are also part of our association. Their shared passion is Go, and they argue over that board daily, a language we cannot comprehend."
Li Bowen interjecta.
"It's not an argument. It's a discussion. If those 2 overheard you, they might just upend your table." Intrigued, Bai Zhou inquired, "What are they debating so intensely?" Li Bowen pondered for a moment before replying, "It seems they are solving an ancient chess problem passed down through generations, one that has yet to be unraveled after many years of deliberation." An ancient puzzle? Bai Zhou's interest piqued, as he recalled the system upgrade rewards that included expertise in board games. Could this expertise assist in deciphering the so-called ancient puzzle? However, Bai Zhou refrained from approaching them, uncertain of Lin's father's intentions for summoning him. The 4 of them arrived in a room furnished with a round table, each taking a seat. Lin's father kindly poured a cup of tea for Bai Zhou. After taking a sip, Li Bowen looked at Bai Zhou earnestly and stated, "Mr. Bai, let us not beat around the bush. Let us get to the point." Bai Zhou straightened in his seat, awaiting Li Bowen's words. Exchanging glances with Lin's father, Li Bowen nodded and commenced, "Mr. Bai, I would like to earnestly invite you to join our association." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou instinctively waved his hands. "Mr. Li, I have already expressed my inability to do so to Uncle Lin." "I understand," Li Bowen interjected, his gaze unwavering. "Even if it is merely an honorary membership, we would be grateful." He paused for a moment before continuing without allowing Bai Zhou to respond. There is another matter regarding your dictionary. Mr. Bai, please name your price. We have a great need for it. Taken aback, Bai Zhou initially faltered at the request for a price, swiftly waving his hands again. Mr. Li, consider this dictionary a gift to the association. Moreover, Uncle Lin is Xiao Zhao's father, and given my relationship with Xiao Xiao, it is only right that I offer it to him. Upon hearing relationship, Lin Zhao's heart raced, and she exchanged glances with her father and Li Bowen, both of whom regarded the pair with an air of intrigue. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lin Zhao's cheeks flushed, and she quietly muttered, "That foolish Bai Zhou, what is he saying?" Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Although Lin Xiao whispered those words, the alert sounds in Bai Zhou's mind thoroughly revealed her true feelings. Chapter 88. A move to unravel the voice of Elder Li shattered the ambient atmosphere. No, Mr. Bai, whether you join the association is negotiable, but the dictionary is not something we can accept without due consideration. This item is far too precious. Bai Zhou yearned to respond that he was merely jotting down thoughts, and there was no need for such seriousness. However, upon witnessing Elder Li's expression, he understood that if he did not comply, they would not relent. With a resigned gesture, Bai Zhou said, "In that case, you may set the price." "We may set the price?" Elder Li was initially taken aback. He had not anticipated Bai Zhou's nonchalant attitude. Exchanging glances with Lin's father, they both nodded. At that moment, Lin's father turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, take Bai Zhou for a stroll around the association while I discuss matters with Uncle Li." "Okay," Lin Xiao replied, her demeanor that of an obedient girl, as she stood up with Bai Zhou. He said nothing and followed her out of the room. As soon as they exited, Lin Xiao, unable to contain herself, shyly inquired, Bai Zhou." Bai Zhou found her blushing face and fidgeting fingers amusing, thinking to himself, if Lin Zhao's students were to witness their counselor in such a state, it would surely boggle their minds. Lin Xiao stole a glance at Bai Zhou and asked, "You mention our relationship. What exactly is our relationship?" With that, she raised her head, her big watery eyes eagerly awaiting his response. Bai Zhou, charmed by her adorable demeanor, felt a surge of affection and gently brushed his hand against her rosy cheek, whispering, "What do you think our relationship is?" Lin Xiao froze, feeling the warmth of his touch and the tenderness in his voice, her heart racing. What does he mean? Could it be that we have already? Really? She was at a loss, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. Ding. Earned 10 recognition points. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a subtle smile, amused by the unfolding situation. Taking a couple of steps back, he turned and chuckled, "Of course, we are colleagues." "Ah, you rascal Bai Zhou, I'll get you for this." They laughed and chased each other, exuding a youthful warmth. If the students of Magic City University were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop. Was this really the counselor they remembered? They seemed more like peers. After a few steps, Bai Zhou noticed that the two elderly men who had been arguing in the corner of the hallway had vanished, leaving the chessboard behind. Driven by curiosity, he approached it. Lin Xiao followed suit, intrigued by Bai Zhou's fascination with the board. She tugged at his arm. "Bai Zhou, you wouldn't happen to know how to play Go, would you?" Seeing that Bai Zhou was not responding, and buoyed by their earlier playfulness, she slyly reached toward his waist for a playful poke. Slap! Bai Zhou swiftly seized Lin Xiao's wrist, refusing to release her. "Ah, you!" Lin Xiao exclaimed, surprised and flustered. She struggled to pull away, but finding herself unable to, she huffed adorably, allowing Bai Zhou to hold her hand. In that instant, as Bai Zhou's gaze fell upon the chessboard, a myriad of Go strategies and moves flooded his mind. Before him appeared a scene. Two ancient scholars seated around the board, engaged in a battle of wits, unable to make a move for an extended period, leading to a stalemate that would be recorded and passed down through the ages, remaining unsolved. It was Black's turn to play, but every move led to imminent defeat. Yet, within Bai Zhou's mind, countless strategies emerged, each with clear outcomes vividly present. With a focused intent, he picked up a black stone and gently placed it in an inconspicuous spot on the board. "Hey, Bai Zhou, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock at his action. Bai Zhou, puzzled by her reaction, asked, "What is wrong?" "Oh no, you don't understand. This game is precious to Uncle Zhao and Uncle Huang. No one is allowed to touch it." Bai Zhou scratched his head. "It should be fine, right?" Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, Lin's father's voice echoed down the hallway. "Xiao Xiao, where are you two?" "Coming," Lin Xiao called back, pulling Bai Zhou along as they hurried back, muttering, "Let us go. Let us go. We mustn't let Uncle Zhao and Uncle Huang find out." Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly. Upon returning to the room, the four of them took their seats. This time, Elder Li remained silent, allowing Lin's father to speak. "Bai Zhou, we have discussed a price. 1 million. What do you think?" 1 million. "Dad, where did you get such a sum?" Before Bai Zhou could respond, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. Lin's father chuckled and shook his head. "Xiao Xiao, although our association is a private organization, we have support from various sectors of society. This money is not from my personal funds, but from the association as a whole." After Lin's father explained, Elder Li awkwardly interjected, "Mr. Bai, I understand that this price pales in comparison to the value of the dictionary you provided." Listening to Elder Li's words, Lin Zhao's mind went blank, astonished. 1 million. I have never seen such a vast amount of money in my life. Indeed, although her father was the head of the association, the funds raised were primarily allocated for research, such as purchasing Bai Zhou's dictionary. Quickly, Lin Xiao recalled Bai Zhou's earlier words. Such a valuable item, Bai Zhou had mentioned wanting to gift it to my father. Was it because of me? She stared blankly at Bai Zhou, her mind racing, oblivious to the ensuing conversation among the three, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Only when Bai Zhou agreed to Elder Li's terms did a knowing smile spread across Elder Li's face, tinged with relief. Grasping Bai Zhou's hands, he excitedly assured him, "Mr. Bai, the benefits arising from this dictionary will certainly not overlook your share." However, Bai Zhou remained largely indifferent to this, unaware of the immense fortune the dictionary would eventually yield. As Bai Zhou led the still-dazed Lin Xiao out of the association, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Huang returned to the chessboard, each holding a teacup. "Old Zhao, come over tonight. Let us have a game for fun." Old Zhao, stroking his beard, cast a glance at Old Huang. "I won go. Your reasoning in chess is too convoluted. I refuse to play with you." Just then, Old Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. This startled Old Huang, who hurriedly approached, anxious to clarify, "Old Zhao, don't scare me. I won't ask you to play anymore, you." Old Zhao retained his expression, staring intently at the chessboard, mumbling, "Solved? Solved?" Chapter 89. The all-round talent of the unconventional. What has been resolved? Huang Lao gazed at the bewildered Zhao Lao, pondering the old man's strange demeanor. "Look quickly," Zhao Lao suddenly exclaimed, pulling Huang Lao closer and pointing at the chessboard. "This game. Someone has moved the pieces and unraveled the ancient stalemate." "Are you joking?" Huang Lao clearly doubted Zhao Lao's claims, directing his attention to the board. "There appears to be no change. Wait, this black piece." Huang Lao fixated on the black stone that Bai Zhou had just placed, pondering deeply for a moment before raising his head. "No, Zhao Lao, where is the resolution here? We have discussed this point. Placing the black piece here is akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den. It will result in the loss of a significant portion of territory, tipping the balance of power." "Not so." Zhao Lao confidently shook his head. "We merely suggested this concept, but the potential loss of territory caused us to dismiss it outright." "Huang Lao, you are playing the white pieces. Make your move." Seeing Zhao Lao's insistence, Huang Lao shrugged and picked up a piece. "I shall place it here, and then the black piece will." As he spoke, Huang Lao's expression transformed to mirror Zhao Lao's previous astonishment. Noticing Huang Lao's reaction, Zhao Lao smiled faintly and inquired, "Have you discovered something?" This Huang Lao incredulously pointed at the chessboard, glancing between the board and Zhao Lao. "The black piece appears to be entering a trap, seemingly at a disadvantage, but losing this territory has awakened the slumbering black dragon in the rear. The balance momentarily tilts towards the white pieces. Yet once the black dragon moves, the white pieces will undoubtedly face collapse." Huang Lao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Zhao Lao's arm. Zhao Lao, is this your resolution? How did I fail to see the black dragon lurking in the background? You are truly remarkable. Zhao Lao quickly raised his hands in modesty. Me? If I had discovered it, would I have taken so long? Then who could it be? Huang Lao replied, puzzled. Both were elated yet bewildered, aware that the person capable of solving this game was undoubtedly a master of Go, someone far beyond their reach. At that moment, the red-clad Bai Zhou was inquiring of Lin Xiao about dinner when a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! You have received 1 recognition point. Ding! You have received 1 recognition point. Ding! You have received 1 recognition point. Bai Zhou's heart stirred with curiosity. System, what is happening? Did you not say the base points had increased to 10? The system's voice responded promptly. Host, the provider of the recently received recognition points has no direct contact with you and is unaware of your true identity. Hence the points are 1. As Bai Zhou processed the system's explanation, realization dawned upon him. Unaware of my identity? So, I inadvertently accomplished something that others do not attribute to me. Yet recognition points still accumulate? The system affirmed, precisely. Host, do you now find the system upgrade less painful? Bai Zhou exhaled in frustration, mentally deriding the system. Cunning merchant. Meanwhile, Lin Fu and Li Lao were discussing matters related to Bai Zhou's dictionary when they emerged to find Zhao Lao and Huang Lao still engrossed by the chessboard, seemingly in deep conversation. Li Lao called out jovially, Old Zhao, Old Huang, it's time to head home. If you two have any discussions to hold, do so tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, both men would have waved him off without a second glance. However, today was unusual. They simultaneously turned and rushed towards Li Lao, their age-defying speed on display. Old Li, do not leave. Li Lao halted them, exclaiming, Oh dear, you 2 old fellows at your age, take it easy. Why all the commotion? Zhao Lao, unfazed, urgently inquired, Old Li, do you know who moved our pieces? Moved your pieces?
Li Lao questioned in confusion.
Which person in this building would dare touch your chess? Suddenly, Li Lao recalled Lin Fu's instruction for Lin Xiao to accompany Bai Zhou around the association. He swiftly exchanged glances with Lin Fu. Could it be? Lin Fu, understanding the implication, reflected thoughtfully but ultimately shook his head. Surely not. Xiao Xiao knows better than to tamper with your chess. You mean Xiao Xiao has been here? Huang Lao stepped forward excitedly, fixating on Lin Fu. Taken aback by Huang Lao's fervor, Lin Fu nodded hastily. She has been here, but she would not disturb your game, as you well know. Then call her. Zhao Lao urged, his anxiety palpable. Lin Fu, despite being the association president, felt dwarfed by the stature of the 2 elders and promptly retrieved his phone. I shall call her right away. Just as Lin Xiao returned to the apartment with Bai Zhou, her phone rang. Seeing it was her father, she answered without hesitation. Hello, Dad? However, it was Huang Lao's voice that came through. Xiao Xiao, did you move my pieces today? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's heart dropped. She quickly covered the phone's microphone, glancing nervously at Bai Zhou. Oh no, Bai Zhou, Uncle Huang has discovered the pieces have been moved. What of it? Lin Xiao retorted, her irritation evident. Bai Zhou, with a resigned smile, seized the phone from Lin Zhao's grasp. Caught off guard, she exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Before she could protest further, Bai Zhou spoke up. Hello, this is Bai Zhou. I moved that piece. Is there a problem? On the other end, there was only the sound of rapid breathing. Lin Fu's phone was on speaker, and the 4 present could hear it. Upon Bai Zhou's direct admission, Lin Fu observed Huang Lao and Zhao Lao gasping in astonishment, his own heart racing. Zhao Lao, Huang Lao, please calm down. Little did he know that the 2 elders were breathless not from anger, but from the shock of such a youthful voice. Could it be that such a youthful voice merely stumbled upon a solution by chance? They exchanged incredulous glances, and Huang Lao cautiously probed. Young sir, are you aware of the consequences of your move? Consequences? Bai Zhou replied, perplexed. I know not of any consequences. I only understand that if that black dragon were assigned to me, I could have activated it at least 20 moves ago, without needing to delay this long. What? Zhao Lao and Huang Lao exclaimed simultaneously, their surprise nearly deafening. Bai Zhou had to pull the phone away slightly. Ding. You have received 10 recognition points. Ding. You have received 10 recognition points. Ding. You have received 10 recognition points. Bai Zhou noted the notification sound, his brow arching in realization. It seemed the two had discerned his identity, and thus the points had reverted to 10. After a brief silence, Zhao Lao spoke up. Mr. Bai, may I inquire as to whom you are apprenticed? The first to react to Zhao Lao's question was none other than the foremost authority on classical English, Li Lao. What? Are you saying that Mr. Bai has resolved the chess game that you all have debated for so many years? Old Huang's eyes shimmered with assurance as he gazed at Old Li, nodding without uttering a word. Old Li, with a somewhat dazed expression, stared ahead, his mind wandering as he pondered. Mr. Bai. Classical English. Go. Mr. Bai is indeed a polymath of unparalleled talent. Chapter 90. Coach. Are you the devil? Bai Zhou listened to the question on the other end of the phone, bewildered by the inquiry regarding his teacher in Go. He shook his head and responded, I haven't learned Go from anyone. At this moment, the two elderly gentlemen from the association were utterly speechless, fixated on the ever-increasing timer on the phone, unable to utter a single word. Ding. Earned recognition points. 10. Ding. Earned recognition points. 10. Ding. Earned recognition points. 10. Despite the silence from the other side, the escalating recognition points in Bai Zhou's mind indicated that the thoughts of the two men were anything but calm. After a long pause, Elder Zhao and Elder Huang exchanged glances, with Elder Huang quietly asking, I wonder when Mr. Bai has time for a meal together? Following this, Elder Zhao quickly added, or when it is convenient for us to visit you. After all, it was only Monday, and Bai Zhou had to work during the day and train students in the evening, so they arranged to meet on the weekend. After hanging up the phone, both Elder Huang and Elder Zhao were unable to quell their emotions, their eyes brimming with astonishment and excitement. They noticed Lin's father and Elder Li, who were somewhat silent beside them, and Elder Zhao remarked, Oh, right, Old Li. Didn't you say you wanted to meet that renowned scholar of Old English who created the dictionary? Have you met him? Elder Huang excitedly continued, addressing Lin's father, Chairman, you previously mentioned that the one writing the dictionary was a young person, and I was skeptical. Yet, it appears that someone capable of solving such a complex endgame is indeed a young individual. He shook his head in admiration, exclaiming, Ah, the new waves push the old waves forward. Indeed, Elder Zhao concurred, why not invite that Old English scholar, and we can invite Mr. Bai as well for a meeting? I could also bring along my unambitious child to show her what there are heavens beyond the heavens truly means. Lin's father and Elder Li exchanged glances. Lin's father shook his head helplessly and said to Elder Li, Old Li, it's your call. Elder Li shrugged and replied to Elder Zhao and Elder Huang, No need to trouble yourselves. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Mr. Bai you just spoke with is the author of the dictionary. Gasp. What? What did you just say? How? How could that be? Elder Huang and Elder Zhao were now completely flabbergasted, and it seemed likely that neither of them would sleep well tonight. Not just the two elderly men, but also Lin Xiao was wide awake. Lying in bed, clutching her plush toy, she stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's events at her father's association. 1 million. That's a staggering sum. Setting aside Elder Li's belief that 1 million was far from sufficient for the dictionary's worth, the money alone could. Lin Xiao turned over, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes as she thought, This apartment belongs to Bai Zhou, along with that unknown-priced sports car. Now, he can casually write something that brings in 1 million. Reflecting on her time with Bai Zhou, Lin Xiao felt increasingly awed by him. She flipped over again, her bright eyes shining in the darkness. Meanwhile, the oblivious Bai Zhou had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day at 5 in the afternoon, Bai Zhou arrived punctually at the school south indoor basketball court. He was among the earliest coaches to commence training at the school. Leveraging his advantageous connections with the sports department proved quite convenient. Observing the eager faces of the young players, including one young lady, a slight smile graced Bai Zhou's lips as he mused, You remain unaware of what lies ahead, don't you? He surveyed the group and stated calmly, There are 6 new team members. I would like you to engage in a 3-on-3 match to allow me to grasp your individual characteristics. Coach. Wang Boyu glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao beside him, scratching his head. Mr. Bai, is Chen Xiaoxiao also participating? Bai Zhou shot him a glance and replied, Are you unable to count? Or is my instruction unclear? Is 3-on-3 not comprised of 6 players? No, coach. Wang Boyu awkwardly interjected. She is a girl. And so what if she is? Before Bai Zhou could respond, Chen Xiaoxiao stepped on Wang Boyu's foot, lifting her chin defiantly. You might not even be my match. Hey, you stepped on me. I have a short temper. Wang Boyu was about to explode when he felt a chill down his spine. He turned to see Bai Zhou's penetrating gaze fixated upon him, causing him to swallow the words that were ready to spill out. Soon, the 6 players took their positions at the center of the court. Wang Boyu seized the ball and tossed it to Chen Xiaoxiao, smirking, Let us see where your confidence comes from. Everyone present watched with keen interest, curious to see how a girl like Chen Xiaoxiao intended to train alongside the boys' basketball team. Chen Xiaoxiao, holding the basketball, glanced at Wang Boyu's overly serious expression and smirked without uttering a word. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, she executed a smooth dribble between her legs, easily maneuvering past Wang Boyu, and effortlessly scored. After making the basket, Chen Xiaoxiao turned back and provocatively gestured a mocking sign towards Wang Boyu. What? How can you play basketball? Wang Boyu stared in disbelief at Chen Xiaoxiao standing beneath the hoop, never anticipating that she possessed such skills. While her movements might not have been perfect, they showcased a level of experience that could only be acquired through extensive practice. The court erupted in laughter, mocking Wang Boyu, as they were slightly surprised by Chen Xiaoxiao's performance but delighted to witness Wang Boyu being humiliated. Hearing the jeers, Wang Boyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he grumbled, I'm going to take this seriously now. Before long, the first intra-team scrimmage under Bai Zhou's coaching officially commenced. The teams exchanged plays back and forth, and Bai Zhou adeptly gauged each player's capabilities from the sidelines. Chen Xiaoxiao indeed had a foundation in basketball. A young lady accustomed to racing cars could naturally engage with the sport. Later, she revealed to Bai Zhou that her idol was the star of basketball fire. After both teams had scored 3 baskets, Bai Zhou halted the game, calling everyone together. He surveyed the 6 students, who had just warmed up and were still eager to continue, and with a slight smile, he announced, Now that I have a general understanding of your individual circumstances, our month-long special training will officially begin. Yay! Cheered the players led by Zhang Jiawei, knowing that Bai Zhou's basketball prowess was far beyond their reach. How could they not be thrilled to have him as their coach? Bai Zhou smirked mysteriously, thinking, I wonder if you will still be smiling after tonight? His expression instantly turned serious as he coldly declared, I reiterate, should anyone choose to withdraw, whether now or after training begins, I will not stop you. He then issued the first training task. Everyone, full court shuttle runs, 50 sets. What? 50 sets. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the 20 or so students on the basketball court. Subsequently, with a grimace, Zhang Jiawei lamented, Coach, are you a devil? Chapter 91. Hellish shuttle runs. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, Listen to my requirements before you speak. Zhang Jiawei promptly fell silent. Yet all present bore expressions of bitter discontent as they gazed at Bai Zhou. He continued, The 50 sets are not meant for you to complete tonight. As these words left his lips, a semblance of relief washed over his teammates. However, his subsequent statement plunged them back into despair. Only when everyone has completed all 50 sets of shuttle runs can the entire team proceed to the next training subject. In other words, if you finish today, the next subject begins tomorrow. If it takes you a week, then the next subject will commence next week. Furthermore, all subjects can only be conducted during the 2-hour training window each day. What? Bai Zhou disregarded their incredulous reactions and added, Also, don't forget, I said the entire team. If even one person fails to complete their task, everyone must wait. This assertion served as a clarion call for them, essentially fostering a sense of team spirit. Coach, the sole girl in the room, Chen Xiaoxiao, anxiously interjected. I. Bai Zhou coldly interrupted her before she could continue. What do you mean I? Since you chose to train with me, You must unconditionally adhere to my directives. In my eyes, there are no distinctions between male and female, only players. Chen Xiaoxiao promptly shut her mouth, yet her eyes shimmered with unspoken resentment. Observing his teammates, who wore pained expressions and remained silent, Bai Zhou smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will be with you. With that, he strode to the baseline of the basketball court and blew his whistle forcefully. Everyone, take your positions. Quickly. Don't waste anyone's time. The indoor basketball court was spacious, accommodating more than one playing area. Thus, 20 individuals lined up at the baselines of two courts. As soon as Bai Zhou's whistle sounded, he dashed forward, leading the charge. His speed was swift, yet not a full sprint. It appeared measured and consistent. Each set of shuttle runs was divided into 4 phases, with turnaround points at the free throw line, the half-court line, the opposite free throw line, and the opposite baseline, culminating in a return to the starting point, constituting one set. Soon, the court echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Bai Zhou, ever the front-runner, continuously traversed the court, maintaining his pace without faltering. The only female participant during the second set found herself in a state of uniform deceleration. After struggling to complete 6 sets, she collapsed beneath the basketball hoop at the baseline, gasping for air, seemingly unwilling to rise again. Meanwhile, the boys also began to slow down around the 4th or 5th set. Since Bai Zhou had not pushed them to sprint, they still possessed enough stamina to endure. Hurry up, move faster. It's not even dinner time yet. You all look like a bunch of slackers. Bai Zhou shouted as he maintained his steady pace, barking at the panting students whose brows glistened with sweat. In the eyes of the team, he had transformed from the amiable coach Bai into a veritable taskmaster. The term roared was indeed fitting. Eventually, one by one, the students, dejected and gasping for breath, collapsed beneath the basketball hoop at the baseline. Bai Zhou pointed at one player, declaring, You didn't return to the starting baseline, so that set doesn't count. Rest and run it again. The student cast a bitter glance at Bai Zhou, yet was too breathless to voice a complaint. Although the distance of one set of shuttle runs appeared short, the energy expended during this simple exercise was immense, particularly during the squat touch at the turnaround points. This seemingly trivial squat combined with running drained one's energy to an extraordinary degree. Running 50 sets was no trivial feat. What others could not achieve, Bai Zhou could. His enhanced physical capabilities had undergone comprehensive optimization, rendering such exertions trivial for him. However, the students were suffering. Most boys barely managed 8 or 9 sets before collapsing like exhausted dogs, panting heavily as they fell at the starting baseline. Aside from the unchanging presence of Bai Zhou, only 2 individuals remained upright, Zhang Jiawei and Wang Boyu. Yet, even they moved at a snail's pace, taking tiny, labored steps. The most challenging aspect was squatting. Their knees often buckled, nearly causing them to collapse, and rising became increasingly arduous, as if their brains had lost control over their leg muscles. Chen Xiaoxiao observed the trio on the court, her gaze firmly fixed on Bai Zhou, contemplating, Is Coach Bai trying to make me give up? Impossible. My goal is to become the best. Though she recognized that the dramatic portrayals in television shows often exaggerated reality. The disdain shown by Zhang Jiawei and Wang Boyu towards a girl aspiring to play basketball struck her deeply. Using her hands for support, she struggled to rise and began to run. Just then, as Bai Zhou returned from the other direction, he noticed this moment and nodded inwardly in approval. As he passed by Chen Xiaoxiao, he softly advised, Maintain a steady squat and rise. Don't exert too much force, or you'll lose your balance. His words clearly reached Chen Xiaoxiao's ears. Initially grimacing and grinding her teeth, her expression brightened as she glanced back at Bai Zhou's retreating figure. Gritting her teeth, she nodded resolutely and sped ahead. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 10. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 10. Ding. Acquired recognition points. 10. Finally, as Zhang Jiawei and Wang Boyu collapsed at the starting baseline, their completed count halted at 15 sets. At that moment, Bai Zhou finished his final set as well. Returning to the baseline, he surveyed the disheveled teammates massaging their thighs on the ground and glanced at the stopwatch around his neck. Now, Bai Zhou was slightly out of breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he was far from resembling the exhausted group sprawled on the floor, 35 minutes. I have completed my 50 sets of shuttle runs. What? Except for Wang Boyu and Zhang Jiawei, who lay prone on the ground, everyone else gasped in shock, their energy depleted. The teammates stared at Bai Zhou, who was wiping his sweat and breathing evenly, their minds reeling. 35 minutes. What does that imply? 50 sets of shuttle runs, averaging over 40 seconds per set. It is worth noting that the top guards in the BA have a baseline shuttle run speed limit of 10 seconds, and that S with only one turnaround point, excluding the 3 others. Surely, they would take over 30 seconds to complete a set. Although completing a set in over 40 seconds is hardly considered fast. Bai Zhou had maintained a steady pace throughout, managing to accomplish 50 sets. Who would believe it? Even the fitness trainers in the BA would find it hard to accept. Coach. You. Wang Boyu, panting heavily, attempted to articulate his thoughts, but no coherent words emerged. Each pair of eyes mirrored the same astonishment, staring blankly at Bai Zhou, who had exceeded all their expectations. How incredibly strong must their coach be? This was the singular thought echoing in their minds.